champions of the world.
And without competing, I don't know what I'd do, so we can definitely win.
He knows there's someone playing off the flank and he finds the kill.
Seeing people win is probably my least favorite feeling.
Before JD can find a second though on 4 in a row. Oh, and a snap and turn on to Nasty. Oh my goodness, even Fallow getting involved. And it's Sim, Cell, Draza, the whole squad, FaZe, they've done it.
We've won a lot, but it's never enough for a team of our caliber.
Looks like it's going to be good. The movement is there, and that is incredible. It's on, Sim. Last one up, and he is gone.
And hopefully win EWC would just be the cherry on top.
Confidence attention now, and Orchid is in the spawn, playing his life, and this man is gone.
Hello and welcome to the Esports World Cup live from Riyadh for the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 World Cup. And of course it is day one here in Riyadh. And I'm so excited to see exactly what our Call of Duty teams have in store for us. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I'm going to be hosting all of these days alongside our wonderful casters who are going to be also casting and analysing over some Oscar-worthy, I hope, performances from our teams. Seymour, Brycey. First of all, Seymour, so good to be up here with you on the desk. Can't wait to work with you. How are you feeling about the tournament?
I'm feeling great. I mean, the Boulevard, it's beautiful, bigger and better than last year. The teams are looking ready to go, and I'm just happy to be working alongside you guys this week.
Well, I appreciate it. It's been a long time, but glad to be back live, finally in front of everybody. But these teams have a lot to prove this couple of days, and we'll see how they get on.
They certainly do indeed. I think they've got, you know, a lot of COD under their belt this season. They have one more chance to take it all away with them. Let's actually take a look now at some of the teams that are attending, because I'm eager to find out what you both think about them and their chances here, because we have a few teams who really, we haven't seen a whole much of them. I've got a couple of roster changes coming through as well, but I want to know, Seymour, from your perspective, who have you got your eye on to not just take it, but maybe make a run? Somebody who you wouldn't expect to be up there with the best of the best.
I always look towards the challenger teams to accomplish what seems like the impossible task coming to events like this, try to take down those CDL teams and make that deep run into the playoffs. But at the same time, you look at other teams who may have not had that chance at the end of the year to compete. Now coming into the World Cup, they get their second chance. It's like a new lease on the year for them.
It certainly is. I'm also really interested, Brycey, to know what are some of your main roster changes that you've really kind of got your eye on that have really made a huge impact here as well.
I'm kind of actually looking forward to see how Team Falcons adjust.
Yeah.
I think realistically, it's been a team that has had some potential during the year, but has never really looked like a cohesive unit. And maybe, just maybe, that this will be a better team. Every one of these teams has made a that's made a roster change in this short period since their last tournament, has been trying to improve and see if they can get better. The truth is, most of them don't stack up, so they need to show us something here, mostly for next year.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed, and I think this is a great show to be able to do that and a great stage for it as well. We also do have something incredible happening as well at the Esports World Cup, and of course that's our club championship. Here are the rankings currently as they stand. And Seymour, I want to know, who are we looking at here that's actually participating in COD, who's also in the club championship?
Well, I mean, right away, you look at Team Heretics and what they've been able to accomplish so far, Team Falcons as well. Those are two teams who are, looking towards this tournament to really propel them even further towards where Team Vitality are. But I mean, other than that, you're looking at G2, Gentlemaids, 100 Thieves, Movistar Koi, even Orchid are all competing. So I'm just excited at the end of EWC to see if somebody can beat the Falcons this year.
Yeah, I think that's rightfully so. I'm excited for Team Heretics in particular as well, because they did fantastic in Valorant, like you mentioned as well. But also, I think they have a really good chance here in Call of Duty too, because Heretics, they've been fantastic all season long. And Brycey, do you think that was their ceiling? Do you see them getting better in this tournament?
I think the Heretics are an interesting team. I think they have the potential to do very, very well. The problem is that they've always faltered right at the last hurdle. Those elite teams, whoever's playing very well in the tournament and coming top 3, that's where they start to struggle against these teams. Realistically, though, their last tournament, they had a very good run. They're looking to do even better here at the same time. They have talent, but just do they have enough talent to get them over the edge?
Very true. And talking about talent, there's one team that comes to mind. This team in particular is looking to defend their World Championship title here and also a bounce back on their season. Let's take a look at last year's World Champions. It's FaZe.
History made right here tonight in Riyadh.
you know what to expect out of these guys. They're consistent. When we match up versus them, I feel like it's always a slugfest.
I think that core 3 of Simp, Abizi, and Celium, those 3 kind of always been together.
Once we had that confidence, I feel like we have the 4 best players in each role, and I feel like the playmaking we have and the ability to win gunfights that most people can't, I think when we are red hot, there's no team that can match that type of form, and I think that's why we won 2 tournaments already, and we're looking for a 3rd.
We know how good we are, and then that's when our confidence is like peak, and I feel like once we hit that mode, there's just like no one that can stop us.
They are special, for sure. They definitely make it to the final more than anybody else. They may not win as much as they should, but at least they're getting an opportunity to be able to have a chance at winning.
I think this year is definitely a little bit of, I would say, down season for them. I think they're just searching for that special win again, like they did last year.
She's dancing. Oh, he nearly stays alive. What a shot!
I feel like we have a lot to prove, obviously, after coming off a top 6 at Champs again, which is obviously not the greatest, and we were all pretty disappointed in ourselves for that. So been putting in a lot of work the last few weeks and ready to show it on stage.
When we get the ball going, we're here. I feel like last year in EWC, we were here, we were playing very well, and I think when we get into that mode and we are playing the way we are, we're gonna win again.
Confident words coming out of that FaZe roster, and also from some of their competitors as well. But there's one buzzword in there that just had me thinking that was almost or downside to their season. It just wasn't the season I think a lot of people were hoping for, especially the FaZe fans. Listen, it wasn't bad, by all means, their season this year. However, it wasn't the dominant performance that we've seen in Call of Duty history as of late from FaZe. What do you make of them so far right now, Seymour, coming into the last tournament of the year?
It's funny because everybody's talking about their downfall. These are some of the most accomplished players that we have inside of Call of Duty. And when you look at their season, yeah, it's like deja vu from 2024 heading into the EWC. They look vulnerable. There was talks about changes. It doesn't happen. They stick together once again. And now you're almost looking at these players to play for a legacy, like their legacy in Call of Duty. If this is a final ride for them, they want to go out on a high note.
Bryce, what do you think of FaZe? Because really, when we talk about it, it's difficult to kind of have them out. They
last tournament of the year, terrible, embarrassing, really. I'll be honest with you. That was look. They won 2 tournaments this year, right? They've been up there all the way along. Comes to the final hurdle, terrible. Their major rival went out very, very early on, and they had the opportunity to take the tournament. I don't know what happened at that last tournament, but for a team that has been the dominant team in the CDL era, right, it has been difficult to see them not excel at every tournament. And that is the problem with FaZe, is anything less than grand final is unacceptable. And right now, they're hoping to redeem themselves. This is a redemption arc for one of the most dominant teams we've seen for a long time. And they are hoping that this saves their season and saves them from the egg on the face they got at the last tournament.
Well, it certainly did last year, but speaking of the tournament, let's take a look at the format for you guys at home right now to see exactly what is coming your way, because it's interesting for this time. I think a lot of people are enjoying this tournament format. I want to see some of these groups really go for it. You have 4 groups of 4. We have 16 teams participating, but only 8 teams will go into the playoffs after a couple of days here. And Seymour, I know I've spoken to you about how this works and why this is a preferred kind of stage for people to be able to play this. You know, you have to win 2 games without question. So it's really giving people a chance.
It is, and I think it really kind of weeds out the best teams inside of those groups. You have that second chance as well. If you fall behind, you get that extra, you know, side on the elimination bracket, even to, you know, get that first game in, go towards the second one, have a second chance against a team that maybe knocked you out from the winner's side. But, you know, for GSL, I think that this is perfect heading into a single elimination bracket. Obviously, there's no room for mistakes. It's very cutthroat, but that just adds the pressure to these players.
Cutthroat indeed, and talking about pressure, we have a prize pool to add on the pressure. Pile it on, why don't you? Because this is quite the prize pool. 1.8 million on the line. First place taking home $600,000. 100K. There is a lot of money, but also I just think a lot of cadence when it comes to how our teams want to do for the end of their season. This is the final kind of point onto the end of it, going into the next title next year. And this is a huge deal for a lot of these teams, trying to right the wrongs. And like we said about FaZe, you know, where are they going to go from here? How does that look? How does the makeup look of their roster? Because there's already been question marks about them and about how this makeup of team is going to work, and does it work? We've seen the Tiny Terrors kind of hold strong. We've seen Celium hold strong. There's always been that AR spot that's been up for the kind of flex, the grabs. And it's like, is that going to happen again this year, Bryce?
Possibly. See, here's the thing, right? I talked about how disappointed I was with their recent performances. There is no team I probably respect more in Call of Duty than that team, right? You've got to remember, I've watched them for the last 6 years be a force to be reckoned with. They seem to be having this issue where it's not working, it's not as dominant anymore, we'll keep changing players. They've had a good amount of talent start to churn through. People are now questioning whether or not the trio will survive after this event. There's already been rumblings. There's already talks of roster mania. In fact, some people think that them winning this might be bad because they'll stick together, and people want to see what happens when you put these incredible players across different rosters, right? They've all shined together. How do they shine apart?
Exactly. I think that's a great question. We'll see if that was ever going to be answered, especially after this tournament. But let's take a look at our groups now. Starting off with Group A, we do have quite a mega team on this one. A team that really this season has surprised, I think, a lot of people in the community. And it's really all about Optic here. Seymour, when you're looking across Group A, I think there's a lot of storylines that start emerging because of this Optic team.
I mean, you look at Optic as clear favorites in Group A. You look at G2 and Cloud9, who both missed the end of the year, so they've had time to sit, think about it, and work on their mistakes. Obviously, for Cloud9, they thought some of their mistakes came from the roster. You get rid of Capsule, you bring in Gwyn, and that's trying to pack a little bit of punch going into this EWC. But then you throw a little bit of a spanner into the entire tournament, and 5 Fears come out of nowhere for this qualification spot to be the extra challengers team, and that's at the team. I mean, this is a dangerous team. They have nothing to lose here. They're wild out here.
They certainly do indeed. I think it was very interesting to see that how one roster change can make an entire team and perform onto a level, going on to win one of the most coveted kind of titles that we do have in the scene. So that was huge coming in from that last tournament. But Mercules adding to that Optic roster. Bryce, I'm really interested to know, like, what did you see in this young man, especially from the last tournament we had?
So it's actually interesting. There is always an amount of hype around rookies. Every single time they come into it, they want to know how well they are going to do. Mercules had a lot of hype behind him, and he steps into arguably the most famous team you can be in. That includes an enormous amount of pressure from a team Optic that, quite frankly, their season looked over. Right? It looked like they were not good at all. Mercules stepped in, and not only did he make this team work considerably better, but put on a performance that will be spoken about for years to come.
Yeah, he certainly did. It was impressive all around. And Seymour, I think it's a generational talent. I think we saw with Mercules, and I'm very interested to see where his ceiling's at and where he goes from here.
It's a similar story for Optic when they brought Ghosty into the league as well. It's just, you look at this team who finds that rookie, they bring him in, and now Ghosty is regarded as, you know, one of the best players in the league, at least when it comes down to being that IGL. So it's crazy to see where he's come, but this is just the start of how high his ceiling can be.
Certainly is indeed. Over on Group B, we do have another team with a very high ceiling, or so we thought, but wasn't quite the case when it came down to the last tournament. 100 Thieves in this Group B. Also, Vancouver Surge, 2 absolute powerhouses. I'm curious, Brycey, to know what you think right now of 100 Thieves, how they performed in the last tournament, and where do you see them right now when it comes down to this current kind of roster that they find themselves in, and can they push this forward?
Yeah, I mean, there's no getting past the fact that Thieves was shocking last event. And so the things that have kind of come out in between is that maybe they didn't change up enough. Maybe that their preparation for that last tournament wasn't enough. Fortunately, that is something that can be rectified. If they've taken the time to improve and get past it from not winning a map, they can only do better here. The problem is Surge looked like one of the most preeminent teams in our kind of sphere of playing. So trying to get past them is going to be difficult. Fortunately, there are a couple other teams they could get past, but the question is this: are Thieves the team that won back-to-back tournaments this year, or are they the team that we saw at the final championship? because that is two entirely different worlds from what this group is going to be.
Without question, and also very reminiscent of FaZe, and the case for them as well in terms of their success this year, and also just falling at the final hurdle when they needed it most. Big questions coming out of Surge though, and Seymour, I'm curious to know, they have what it takes to go through an entire tournament. They've made it to 3 grand finals, and questionably as well, one of the most important grand finals they could possibly be in a season, but it always falls short. Why is that?
I mean, you even think about Nasty, and you put on to EWC last year, how he was in the finals with 100 Thieves, and he falls short there as well. It's just been the story of the Silver Surfers from them, and they need to rectify that. But it really just comes down to getting through that one hurdle was winning that map, it seemed. At Champs, they looked great. They had their moments. They can look back at that and fix it, and I think they are going to be very prepared for this one.
They certainly will be. Group C, I'm looking across this group here. I'm thinking this might be a very competitive one. I'm wondering right now, Brycey, for you, who has the edge? Is it Boston Breach here? Are they going to be kind of toppling this one, do you think? Or do you think maybe some upsets might come across?
So, an interesting group. So obviously this group changed probably 2 weeks ago, but it made it a little bit easier for Team Falcons. They're much more confident of getting out of this group now than they were beforehand. I think realistically the teams to overcome, still going to be Koi. It's still going to be the Boston Breach. Boston Breach have looked very good recently. I'm just curious about how the addition of TJ Halley has changed the Falcons as well.
Yeah, and for TJ, I mean, this is a team that's already good in Search and Destroy. The issue for the Falcons was their hard points, so that's the question for this team on how it fixes. I think that's a great point, and it rises the question for Breach on can they find some value again in a tournament, because that top 3 was good, but now they have to do it again.
They certainly do, and Seymour also mentioning McCoy here as well. They have Abe. You mentioned previously when we spoke, you know, they have an eye for that young talent.
They do.
What is it about Abe, do you think, that they brought on board and have seen in him already?
And we've heard it from 5 years when he competed for them, that he is just one of those players who is a sponge. He wants to learn and get better, and he's always available to be in the teams, fill those spots. And for a team like McCoy, who wants to bring in a rookie to fill that space, to have that superstar like they had back in Miami with Mercules, can Abe fill it? He certainly can. He's been great this season, and I think he's going to really find some comfort within this very calm and collected Movistar Koi team.
Indeed. Talking about movie stars, though, we have a couple here in Group D, and maybe actually 4 of them. We'll have to wait and see, because I do think this is a chance for some serious upsets to occur. Brycey, do you see a potential early opening round upset here? This is the time to do it against a FaZe who, quite frankly, might be a little bit unsure of themselves right now.
Potentially, yes. I mean, there are teams in this group that could dethrone FaZe, but that's the big question, and we've spoken about it, like similar with teams like Thieves, realistically. There is opportunity, but is this FaZe team, you know, defending champions here at EWC, are they going to be a rollover? Omit are looking to take them down. They've had a great year all through last year, the Omit squads. So they're looking like one of the teams that most people are kind of putting into that era of the pro teams that come through, right? It's not the easiest thing for them to do. Heretics are also in this group. Heretics are very good as well. It can be a tough group, but the question is always going to be, how are they playing this week? It's such an on-the-day game. We've had changes to the way that the map pool is going to be literally 30 minutes ago. So, you know, maybe some teams are not quite prepped on it. It will throw the map pools out of whack. It's going to throw the vetoes out of whack. Coaches are going to be scrambling. They're going to have to do an awful lot this weekend and working out the vetoes and talking on the mics.
This is going to be a fun group. I think that Group D is going to be great because that P7 team and Omit have been fighting all year in Challengers. The only time that P7 team has won is online. You look at this Omit team on LAN, and they are some of the best LAN players that we do have in the Tier 2 scene for Call of Duty. And every single time they go, the past 2 tournaments that they've been in, they haven't lost a single series on LAN. They're 37-6 in map count. And this is a team that you look at to come into one of the toughest groups that they do have. And if anybody is going to upset them, it is going to be Omit.
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited for some of these Challengers teams. I really am. I can't wait to see what they give us across our screens against some of the bigger kind of horses in the race here, because I really do think they're going to shock a few people in the community for sure. Let's take a look right now, though, at the power rankings to see what our talent members think of some of these teams coming into the EWC. We have our favorites here, Optic, 100 Thieves, and FaZe. And it's funny because, obviously, I think they are the 3 contenders that you would love to see on top. I think if you're some of the die-hard fans, you know that these guys are going to deliver the goods most of the time. And I do emphasize most of the time because things just haven't gone the way of a couple of these teams here and have gone out, you know, in a very kind of dicey position at past tournaments. We have contenders that be Surge, and we've also got Gorilla Mates as well as contenders. Brycey, what do you think about that kind of middle rung here?
Surge is such a good team. They just haven't found the success they wanted to this year, right? They look like they're so close. I'm a massive fan of players like Nasty. I said many years ago that the team should have been built around him, and I think people are starting to realize, fans are slowly starting to see that, yes, actually, Nasty is a very good caliber player. The rest of the team also performing wonderfully for them as well. I will say that kind of lines up this thing with what I was talking about beforehand, right? We spoke about Omit from Challengers. It's an interesting one whether or not they'll do well. The Falcons with the team change. It's still a little bit of a toss-up whether or not they'll be better or not. They've had some good games. They need to have even better ones here.
Yeah, they certainly do. I'm honestly, I'm with it with the kind of final rung there and the dark horses, but I will say I'm a little bit shocked to not see Heretics in the mix for the contenders there.
Yeah, I think that Heretics team, they are a squad that you look at them in the season at top 4. Their ceiling is there. You know, you see the issues of, you know, what they need to fix, getting towards the longevity of these tournaments. They always just seem to fall a little short on them. But if they can come into EWC, get to that final day on the Sunday and start to perform like they do every other day, that is a team that can compete against the top. They showed it to us. It's just trying to find that momentum to carry through the entire tournament. That is one thing that they have told me that they've been working on, and I'm hoping that it shows here at EWC.
Well, carry the tournament we shall, gentlemen, because let's take a look at our schedule coming your way right now. Here is day 1 for you folks. We have G2 Esports taking on Cloud9 to begin your day. Our second opening match is Vancouver Surge versus Team Orchid. Following that, Boston Breach takes on Team War, and then finally Team Heretics versus P7 Esports. We will also have a few matches for you later on in the evening. 2 of those will be filled in as we go through to find out who is going to be up for grabs there as well. So stick with us, folks. It's going to be fantastic. I want to know, folks, what is your match of the day? Because there is a few games up there that I think are going to be really interesting to watch. So what are we thinking, gents?
All right, I'm going to put G2 versus Cloud9, right? Now, on paper, realistically, it's a controversial take simply because they did not have a very good year, right? They missed out on the big ones here, but these two teams, they tried to make improvements. They've tried to get better at this point. There is talent in these teams, admittedly. And the best part of it, and one of the reasons it's going to be match of the day, is I think they should be pretty evenly matched. And that means we should have close games. We should go the distance. A little bit confused now. Like I said, the pool has changed, so that throws us a little bit up here. We're unsure about whether or not they will adapt as quick as they can.
This G2 team, I mean, towards DreamHack, they looked good. They looked like they were starting to put those pieces together. The one thing that was missing was that structure. You bring in Kenny, and that structure started to form. And for Cloud9, they make the change with Gwyn trying to pack punch. I heard that it wasn't the greatest day of scrims yesterday, but, you know, scrim bucks is one thing to bring up, but I don't want to go too deep into that one. It's something that both of these two teams should be scared. You're playing for what seems like second place in this group, and there's a shark in the water of 5 fears. They're hoping that you come in vulnerable, and if you show weakness, they are going to punish you. That is a team, like I said, they have nothing to lose, and they should be worried.
I'm very interested to hear the drama about this scrims yesterday. So while you guys get me up to speed on that, we're actually going to head to a quick break. When we do come back, though, we will have our first match of the day for you guys. It's going to be G2 versus Cloud9 coming your way right after this.
It is definitely him. I'm more of a just run and gun. See who's on my screen. If he's there, he's probably gonna die.
He will take his time, make sure he guarantees that he has a good gunfight that's worth, you know, a higher chance of winning it, and I'll go a little crazy. So I'd definitely say him for sure.
I would like to say myself, but it is him. I feel like he's a smarter person, so, you know, we'll go with him.
Definitely be me. I feel like he has it in him, but I feel like he's a little bit less vocal. But me, I'm saying anything that comes to mind. I'm trying to think of everything that's happened.
I'm might have to go with him as well because, you know, my heart's always racing. I'm always trying to find someone, get in the moment. He's always trying to just, you know, think about the situation, go more methodically about it.
Definitely be him. He's so silent, just taking all the gas from his teammates. So I'd definitely say him for the coolness.
I might have to say both of us, but if I gotta pick one, it's him. I just think he's just a good overall player, team player, likes to gas up his teammates, so we're gonna say him.
I feel like he would definitely be the person to give credit, but if I'm doing the thing, I'm gonna take all the gas I can get. I'm gonna be screaming on top of my lungs. So I'd definitely say him to give gas in a big play like that.
You're looking at him. I mean, I guess that's kind of what they pay me to do. Just get as many counter kills as possible. So I'm gonna say myself.
I'm gonna have to say me. I think I got huge potential to drop a big amount of kills. So I'd say for in between both of us, I think we both can do it. I think we both do it a lot, but I would have to say me to drop a big number of kills.
It's definitely him. You know, he's definitely in the moment, just super calm, and he's like, you know, relax, we got this, even in a high pressure situation.
Is definitely me. I feel like if I have something in my head, if I have something planned, all I tell my teammates is just trust me, trust me. Both of us, I'd probably say me.
I don't know if you can even say anyone in the world's better than myself in aiming, but yeah, we're gonna have to say me.
I'm gonna have to give it to him. He plays on a high sense. He's snapping on everything.
I think it's gonna be me. Like, I mean, no one can kill me, so like, it's gotta be me.
I'm gonna have to give it to myself. I feel like what I do on the map, how fast I am, and the plays that I make, it's 50-50, but I'm gonna choose me because it's me. I would have to say just your personality. I feel like when you are in the game, when it matters the most, I feel like you are the most energetic and you want it so bad, and I feel like I can see your passion seeping through you when we're in those big moments. I just appreciate to be able to sit there with my guy and be able to see you want it so bad.
You know, I just think that he's a super personal person. He can talk to anyone, can hold a conversation. Just feels like he just has a good heart overall, and just a good person to be around.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Mac and Vivid of Omit, and we have got some fun questions to get through. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Absolutely.
Come on, man. All right, here we go. Number one, who is more likely to trash talk the other team?
Probably me.
You think so? I think it depends what you verify trash talk as. Like in team comms of you're just talking trash, just talk trash with them, probably him. But out of game or after a match, probably me.
Who's more likely to pull off a crazy clutch play or a highlight reel moment?
No, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Who's the bigger jokester when the cameras are off?
I'll probably say me.
Yeah, I'd say Mac.
You big prank guy,
Not prank, I'm just pretty carefree.
Yeah, right on, man. Love that. Who's more likely to oversleep and be late to practice or even a match?
I want to say neither of us.
I don't think either of us would.
This is good. This is a good thing. Everyone sort of says that, which I think at this level, it shouldn't be. That shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah.
But honestly,
I don't
great.
think either of us.
Who grinds the game harder?
Me.
Reese.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who's more likely to ignore a strat and go rogue in game?
I feel like it'd be you. I feel like you'd get a little inkling, nah, that's not right. Let me just do what I think is right.
Who shows more emotion after a big win?
I don't know. I feel like we're both somewhat on the same level.
Yeah, I feel like on our team together, specifically in this one, we've probably both been around the even, but traditionally or throughout our careers, I feel like I've had more emotion after wins than you have, besides big win, when you won your chip or stuff like that. But
yeah, I'll get
in general.
Who's more likely to rage quit after a game?
Yeah, I think it's.
Are you the bigger rager?
Nah. I don't really quit that much. I'll get mad, but I'll keep it in. I'll just keep going. I won't really.
You're not messing with the stats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right on.
I'll keep it rolling.
Who carried who in the last tournament?
I mean, I guess it'd be him.
We gotta pull up the stats.
Yeah.
We gotta pull them up.
Okay. Last question. Who's more likely to say, "We're still in this," when you're definitely losing?
It's not me. I'm sitting there damn, this is over.
I'm our last hope, I guess. Keep that in mind.
That was the last one. So, guys, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming here. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Have fun.
watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in the mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex-play me real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They see a pretty bird and bird, I want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry river, shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Real boss, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They see a pretty bird, I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
Water, water, running as fast as you can. Slow down, can't keep up. Don't think I have any more left. Out of breath, out of breath. Tired, tired, I can't take the pain no more. Yet you insist on making puddles on the floor. Been here before. Been here before. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? as if my brain completely froze. Colder I go, colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If I've rock bottom, I've hit a new low.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh for the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 World Cup. We have our first matchup for you, G2 Esports, versus Cloud9, happening behind us very shortly, and cannot wait to talk all about it. My name is Lottie. I am joined by Seymour and Brycey. Gents, this is our match of the day, happening right at the beginning of our day, which is really exciting. Seymour, what do you see in terms of potential from this matchup? Just to remember kind of what we spoke about a little bit early on before the break.
This is kind of your moment to show what you've been working on.
Right.
You know, in the off season between, the end of the year into EWC, this is both teams missed out on the end of the year. You're trying to work on things, trying to get back into the EWC. This is your chance to show it for your first match, especially in a matchup against another CDL team where you're trying to get into the at least top 2 for this group to play Optic. This is an important match for them. This is something that you don't want to falter.
Indeed. Brycey, I've got to ask you, in terms of rosters, who do you think has a stronger roster? Not necessarily who uses the roster best, but who has a stronger roster?
All right, I'm going to put this solely on the fact that they were here first, Cloud9.
Okay.
More prepared, faster to the stage. Clearly, that shows us something. Don't know what, but, statistics are made up 78% of the time, so...
All right, well, I'll go with it. Funny that we're seeing G2 arriving first, though, technically here. But, no, you are right. We did see Cloud9 actually setting up a little bit earlier on, seeing them right now also arriving to their destination to be able to play on the setups. It's a warm day here in Riyadh, but then they're going to have to get a little bit warmer on the sticks because, this is a big Titan matchup for them. You mentioned potentially second in their pool, kind of gunning for that spot here. Who do you see potentially taking that one, if you had to guess?
I mean, G2 looks good. I think that they were heavily underrated towards the end of the year. Obviously had some issues to work out in between the roster change bringing in Kenny, but the one thing that always felt like it was missing for G2 was consistency, and that's what Kenny brings to this team, the structure to find that consistency, and you started to see it bring the best out of Nero, Geo as well, and same thing, with Estriel, who all these players, it was the story of it's jack of all trades, master of none, and for the game modes, they have to figure out a way to find that consistency between all three, and when you put Kenny into this team, he's going to be the one to lead you.
Indeed. Talking about Kenny, though, Brycey, what is it about this season for Kenny that just really had him on the back foot pretty much the entire time?
Start.
Yeah?
Really, really, really bad start. It has looked better since moving into this roster, admittedly, right? You have to say, we were expecting Kenny to bounce back. There was too much talent in Kenny. We know that he's been, Rookie of the Year. He's been MVP before. He has won championships. And then the start of the year was about as bad as a start it could be. The statistics were dismal, and that's putting it politely. Moving into this new roster, he has looked like a better player. I don't know if this roster is setting the world alight, but it's still got to be better than it did at the beginning.
Yeah, indeed. I think for me, the one thing that I think is missing on this team is a superstar in a certain game mode. I think we're seeing kind of like an average kind of look across most of the players in game modes, and they're getting across the line. That's great. But, if you're taking from the likes of Mercules on Optic, he had phenomenal stats and control. That was where they were lacking, and it really propelled them into greatness. But then also kind of picked it up in pretty much every single map and mode and became a superstar, but also allowed his other teammates to shine. So I just think they're missing that kind of superstar potential in certain game modes, and I think it's just something that's going unnoticed there.
I think for this team in particular, I put that onto Nero. I mean, we look at him as a player. He has his incredibly high highs, but sometimes we see how low the lows can get for him, and it's finding that middle ground to be more consistent and towards the top side of his performances. If he could find that, he's definitely the one to really pop off for the team when they need him the most, and when he's performing, they do well. So I look towards him to be the X factor for this team, to pick things up in the EWC, and to try to light the way in some of those superstar moments, the clutch plays that we're looking for.
Now, speaking of superstars, on another side here on Cloud9, we do have Sib, who actually, the roster was built around starting things off for Cloud9 heading into this season. Bryce, do you think that is still the case here? Is he still that superstar that had this roster built around him? Is this still the dynamic we're looking at with Cloud9?
Sib's an interesting case because we have seen him be a player that teams will look to bring into their roster to strengthen, especially in slaying. I'm unsure it has panned out the way they wanted it to this year. I'm more excited about seeing Gwyn onto this roster. Gwyn, massively hyped up in his debut a couple of years ago, and then did not have the greatest of seasons either. Like I said, this all feels a little bit like a redemption for these teams. Didn't make the end of the season this year. Now, hoping to do something amazing at this event. The Dark Horse run, the ability to say, hey, we did something meaningful this year. But it's on these two. Like I said, roster changes come through for Cloud9. I'm excited to see it. Whether or not this is maybe a better structure for them or a more comfortable structure for Gwyn, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's something for Gwyn, that you look at the end of the performance towards the last portion of the year. Obviously, he's a player who can get it done and he can play really well. It's just when it comes down to a lot of teams and roster changes that we do see, it really boils down to the system that they put in place. And, you know, there is a chance that, you know, you can come into this team and they could be fantastic, the best ever, but there are chances that it just doesn't work and it doesn't gel the way that you want to. And I'm hoping it is the former of the two, but you really never know.
I couldn't agree more. I think you know, you are looking at two different kind of facts here. There is one that Gwyn is a phenomenal player, and I think you could also single out anybody that has been in Call of Duty in history is a phenomenal player to be at the top of their game, to be competing on the biggest stages in the world. But it's about where you put them in, like you said, that kind of dynamic and how they can flourish in that dynamic. Do you see Gwyn kind of flourishing in this case from what you know from the rest of the team in terms of C9 and the way that they play the game, the way that they have been playing the game? Does he slot right in? Do you see him being able to propel them, but not only that, then make him better too?
I think that they can. You look for somebody to make Gwyn comfortable in this case. You needed somebody to set pace in this game, and he can be that player, especially towards the end of the year. He was putting up ungodly numbers for Carolina Royal Ravens, but it's just you put him into this system. You look at the team to really work around him, to put him in those spots, to let him shine. And if you do, you know, Gwyn is one of those players that we've seen be Rookie of the Year before. And you know, there's no reason why he can't do it on this team too.
Brycey, how do you think that also adjusts their pacing as a team? I think pace has been quite a key kind of factor this season, especially in Call of Duty, in terms of the way that a lot of teams have been playing and the pace build-up that we've seen of teams who have made one roster change, for example, like Optic. It's really changed a lot for them. So how do you feel about the pacing?
Well, that's what everyone wants, right?
Right.
Hollywood dynamic, you get in there, you have a bit of a honeymoon, like, hey, we're playing really well for the first 2 weeks, and go to an event that used to be a very real thing when you go through all of the kind of the history of Call of Duty. Truthfully, I don't think it can be worse. I think I'm hoping they managed to gel in these couple of weeks coming into this tournament. It is, like I said, and I'm going to put this in the nicest term possible. Some players are playing this tournament to perform the best they possibly can because they want a career next year, right?
Yeah.
Realistically, a lot of people will judge the last tournament you played at as when the next game kind of turns over. Who am I picking up? Who played well? Well, I remember the last event. They were great, right? That is a factor into this one. They are hoping, and it does mean something. Like I said, not only do we have an enormous prize pool for every single one of these teams, but it is a competitive tournament, and these players will want to win. Yeah. So I've heard rumblings online of people saying, "Oh, they're not trying." Irrelevant. Yeah. If you're not trying in a tournament like this, or you're not fully prepared for a tournament like this, then you don't deserve to be in the league.
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. Yeah, I fully agree with that. And I think you are going to see who wants it more out of all of the teams that are here so far this, in the next couple of days, but especially on day one, because day one is so important. Speaking of day one, our first match, we actually do have maps and modes for us for this first match. So let's take a look at them right now and see the series layout, because I'm interested, considering we've had a couple of adjustments come through very last minute, how this one is going to shake out. And of course, a lot of our coaches having to really go back to the drawing board and figure out what they wanted to do vetoes-wise. So, Seymour, I can see your face already. So what are you thinking?
I thought we were playing the rewind hard points. It's something that gets through. I thought I thought rewind was out and protocol hard point was in. Well, but
who knows? Who knows
at this point? Rewind and dealership, the first two to open this one up. I think that this is a start that really favors G2 Esports, especially that dealership towards DreamHack when they were trying to make the run to make it towards the end of the year in Kitchener. It was their map that looked just unbeatable, especially in Game 5s. They played it a lot for their Game 5. They won it so many times, and I think that to bring it out right away, this is going to be a good start for G2.
I like to see that, and obviously that third map, the potential swing map here as well, Hassie Control. Bryce, how do you see that one going down for the map 3?
I think it's an interesting one. Hassie under control for me does kind of flip pretty quickly from some of these teams. We've seen absolutely blitzes going through where teams just get rolling from the beginning, but most of the time it really depends on the break here. If you have a bad break, you don't really get an opportunity to do an awful lot on this map. As many controls into this game, as you well know, it's been a bit of a weird game mode for most teams this year.
Yeah, it has indeed. Also, the other thing I'm curious about, which obviously I don't have the knowledge or details on right now, is I'm curious who had the picks, etc., with the vetoes, because I want to know who's trying to get through in what way. Is it through the SNDs, etc.? Who is typically the better SND team out of those two here, Seymour?
I believe that it is going to be G2.
Yeah.
I think that was their bread and butter when it came towards the end of the year. It's what was carrying them through some of their matches, especially those Game 5s that we did see. For Cloud9 on a roster change, you put Gwyn into the system and he's going to be good. And you took Capsule out, and Capsule was a phenomenal search and destroy player. I think that's going to impact you a little bit, but in place of that, I look towards Krem to be a player to kind of really lift that team in that area. And I don't think C9 is going to be bad per se in the searches. I think that G2 just looked exceptionally polished towards the end of the year, the end of their year, and it's going to carry forward.
Now, another thing I do want to talk about while we are waiting for the game to start is the dynamic with coaches coming into this tournament. It's a little bit different from what we are used to seeing in Call of Duty, and that's of course the fact that the coaches can be behind them and they can actually speak to them at certain points in time of the series. Mixed feelings about that, I think, in the community, but Brycey, what kind of thing does that give us here, especially with the dynamic of the game in the series, and also what that might do to the gameplay itself?
Well, it should only technically make the teams better.
Right.
That's what it should do. Some teams who already have very good comms may not find that influence as much, but it's much about mentality. I mean, a good part of coaching realistically should be about personnel management. You're not going to tell some of these players what to do every single second of the game. If you think that, you are deluded. They play thousands of hours during the day. They know these games like the back of their hand. A coach will have minimal influence on that exact thing. But what they might be able to do is keep the conversation going in the right way. If it starts to wane, maybe be able to G them up a little bit. They're not going to be calling out very specific things unless there is a player who is lacking on the comms. It should strengthen weaknesses. It will not change the fundamental way these players play.
They got the reins now. You know, they're standing behind the team. You have a fifth pillar of support now for your team. And as long as they're going to be involved in that conversation, I don't imagine they're going to be stepping on their toes, like Bryce said. And it should make these players better, especially when you talk about who's going to be the better search and destroy team. Look who's standing behind Cloud9. I mean, you got accuracy up there, one of the most clutch players in S&D that you can think of. So there's nobody you'd rather have in those scenarios being behind your team. And I mean, for Search, they're not going to be talking the entire time, but you think about S&D as a game mode, all the way to around 11, things get chaotic. If you have that extra voice there to reel you back in so that you're level-headed in those scenarios, it can make a breaker series.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. That was really where my head was going. What does it do to S&D in particular as well? Because you know there are so many different coaches with our players who have the most nerdy strategies. I think just to name one, Sender, he loves a nerdy S&D strategy, and we've had that talk so many different times over quite a few seasons now of what he brings to the table S&D-wise. Listen, what he strategizes on and what he tells the players are two different things, and what they listen to, again, is a whole other thing. But having that in real time, that is a big, big game changer. That is a big difference maker. Brycey, do you feel like it will elevate an S&D to the way that I'm hoping and praying it will?
Possibly. Maybe some of these teams will be talking about the breakoffs and they will be trying to change it onto the fly here. But it's such an interesting conversation. Obviously, I've been around for quite a long time. And realistically, coaches back in the day, there were a couple of good ones. There are a lot of bad ones. That structure has changed in recent years. Now players do more VOD work. They make sure that they get their prep gone down properly. There are heat maps. There are statistics to back them up. Coaches, by and large, have to be a lot more on the ball. But I still say I think the players are more knowledgeable about the game. I don't think it changes that aspect of it. What I do think it might change is those teams who maybe struggle with a bit of a head loss or their comms get too frantic. It's an opportunity now for the coaches to see whether or not they have that aspect of the game. Because normally, the coaches do not have any influence, right? This is the point where, is a coach good enough? Do they have the skill set to manage personnel in a high-stakes, high-speed game? Not all of them will be able to. I'm sorry to tell you this, but even the ex-pros, being an ex-pro and being a good coach does not mean the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? So I am curious to see whether or not it is a help or hindrance. Obviously, this is unique to this event, and I'm curious to see how it impacts the team and what it's like going forward.
No, I like actually where your head's at there. And honestly, on the same token, I'm curious to know what you think as well, Bryce. Who do you think, currently looking at the coaches across all of our teams, who do you think that really fits on well to? Who's already got, would you say, who has those kind of tendencies as a player-coach person? on these teams?
Right. If you want to be honest with it,
Yeah.
truthfully, I don't know.
Okay.
But a lot of this conversation has already happened. People are saying, well, people like Rambo Ray, who is known as a very much cerebral player and also back in the day used to lead certain aspects of the game. Unsure. Like at this moment, it is pure subjective. Are they going to be good enough? And you might say, hey, this player did X. They were known as a leader, or they were known as kind of one of the more thinking players. Truthfully, though, it doesn't matter until we know going into it. You have to be part of a team. You have to have that ability to not impact their comms in a negative way and know when to talk and what not to do. For every single coach currently at this event, that is their own journey to make. And obviously they haven't had that much experience. You've got to remember 2 weeks they've had to practice this to get things correct. I suspect the majority of them will be taking a bit of a backseat.
Yeah, I think that there's one team in particular that I want to hear the comms for, especially in a hard point. I cannot wait to hear the Boston Breach comms with Shawnee behind them. It is going to be so fun for some of these. I think that there's a lot of coaches that will be more vocal with their teams. He's going to be one of them. I think that you look at a player like Accuracy, who's going to be behind this Cloud9 team. He's going to be very conversational. I actually think that both of these two teams on stage right now are going to have some great minds behind them, especially you cannot downplay Looney whatsoever in the career that he's had across Call of Duty.
Yeah.
But then you think about, you know, somebody like Optic, when you have either JP behind the team or Karma. I mean, those are two players that you feel really safe with just listening to. It's going to be fun to see how these coaches have impact.
It certainly will indeed. Well, that's enough rambling from us up here. Our first game of the day is ready to go. It's G2 versus C9, and boys, it's over to you.
All right, let's get into this one already. It's the first pop here on the rewind, and it will be a bit of a start here for G2. And they will look to start strong, but as we all know, P1, it's okay as a helm, but it's all about P2.
This is immediately something where you look towards this Cloud9 team to try to flip this map right away. You can see G2 are putting a lot of focus on not crossing through P1 too far. You can see Geo is going to try to pick off some of these spawning players, but they've done a fantastic job right now, Bryce, of drawing a line in the sand, dominate P1, and see if you can keep that bleeding going into the Money Hills.
Well, this is where it does get a bit impactful for these teams, and obviously things are happening on the map here, and we'll find out exactly how it is all going down. A little bit of adjustments, a little bit of a stall. Unsure what exactly is happening. It looks like the players may have stopped at this point.
Yeah, I don't think they're playing anymore.
No. Unless they're really talented and playing one-handed, maybe they're a lot better than they gave them credit for. Seems like we may have a small delay to kick things off, and if I was a guessing man, I'm thinking that we probably had that mini-map issue.
That would be a good guess. I'd say, I think that this is going to be one of those things that we got to roll with across a couple of these delays. But for this one in particular, I was really impressed with the start that G2 had off that. I mean, they were doing everything right, barring maybe Cloud9 had a little bit of an issue off the gap there. They weren't all, put together, but G2 dominated the start of that game. They looked good, and I think that off the brief initial litmus test that we do get, not too bad from this G2 squad.
Well, we didn't get an awful lot to see as we go through it, so hopefully we will find out exactly kind of what is happening now. I imagine a restart. We see some of the players still locked into their screen, but also conversations with the coaches going on. Nobody seeming particularly pleased at the moment, but with only 30 seconds of gameplay, who knows?
I know a lot of asked, the question of who do you think is the better squad, but right now, off of both of these, I got to talk about their SNDs. Where do you think you rate both of these two teams against each other?
Oh, against each other? Well, to be honest with you, one of the things we talked about beforehand was these two teams, I think, will probably be quite even coming into this. Obviously, Cloud9 with a bit of a roster change. I think G2 have been underwhelming all year. I was hoping to kind of maybe see them excel a little bit more in some cases, but it's one of those teams you're like, oh, they're also here. And again, this is the point. The pressure is on for both of them. They want to have a good result here. Yeah. They were what, 9th or 10th during the season? But now this is an opportunity to be better than that.
And if you can break through that into the Saturday and Sunday, make a deep run, it completely changes your narrative. It completely changes the way that people are going to be looking towards you, especially into the Black Ops 7 year. And for a lot of these players, this is hard work because you think about as a team in general, you miss out on the end of the season. That just means you have more time to go over what those mistakes were. And I think for both of these two teams, they needed that reset. They needed a chance to just sit back, reset, figure out those mistakes, go into EWC with a brand new look. And that's why I'm putting a lot of emphasis on how important this match is on both sides, because you needed to have that lull in just playing match after match to really isolate what the issues were. And I'm expecting that they're coming into this tournament with an answer to that.
Well, you'd hope so. The only answer I'm really looking for at the moment is what's happening. When are we coming back? At the moment, it looks like there are members of staff on stage, so clearly we are experiencing some sort of issue, because this could have been a lobby restart. Both teams obviously not leaving the stage yet, so that leaves us hopeful that this will restart very, very quickly. The key thing to look for here is the fist bumps.
Yeah.
Once the fist bumps impact, that's when you know. That's a little trade secret for you all watching at home.
I think I just want to see these players continue to talk amongst each other. I mean, we talk about how important it is for the coach to keep up the mentality, the vibes across both, you know, Cloud9 and G2. But at the same time, you look at everybody's going to be chatting with each other on stage. These players are going to be lifting their spirits across the entirety of these matches. And I'm looking at this Cloud9 team, and I'm just seeing those mouths move right now. They are chatting about everything going back into this one. They know they got shut out in that map one off their initial break-off. They get a second chance at it. So, I mean, if you look at it from that perspective, hey, you know, why not take another chance at it?
Well, maybe a different break. Maybe we talked about the coaches beforehand, you know, what are they going to bring here? Well, they might say, all right, we have to go to a different hardpoint break because that last one either went great for us or bad for us, but it doesn't really matter because the other team now knows. So maybe you're confident enough to go for the same chow again or not, but also you got to remember nades and tacticals will be flying straight into those points. So a little bit of conversation, different break, different way, different timing for these two teams. We just wait here on the technical pause.
I think the one thing that I'm really excited for this G2 team, and it's one thing that I was waiting for them to showcase in the year, was you know, players like Estriel and Geo who come into the league in MW3, like on the brink of MW2 making it there, and you know, they looked good, but for this title in general, putting them on the same team, I mean, these were Rookie of the Year caliber players back at MW3 that we were looking at across their respective teams. For Black Ops 6, it's been good, but it's where I referenced back at the start of the year, it seemed like this team was a jack of all trades, master of none. I mean, you had, you know, players who were good in each individual game mode, but they then falter in other ones as well. And when you look at, you know, this team in G2, I'm hoping that they come out into this respawn, they show that they've been working on a couple of these things, and they have that consistency across it, because, again, I mean, one thing, especially in the off season that we were talking about, is that you got 5 Fears in this group. G2 lost to them in an online tournament, that 5 Fear squad. And 5 Fears are going to know that. They're going to look at that and take that momentum, take that excitement back into the match when they do play against G2. And you have to think that's going to be pecking at the back of your head once you're into that match, once you're in that server against that team, knowing that you've lost to them in the past. It can happen again.
It certainly can, and the issue this time might be a little bit more severe, of course. If you do go out of this tournament, your key will be crushed. So obviously don't want to lose that, as both teams have brought their keys here. That kind of gives them the right to compete at this event. Losing that key means you are completely out. Obviously, the winner of the tournament does get to kind of take I think it's 3 of those crushed keys and then put them into their own trophy case. So it's an interesting dynamic between these two teams, is obviously playing for more than just pride.
I love that. I think the system is so fun to watch, and especially for this year of EWC, we've seen it just get elevated even more. They moved the Crusher into the stadium, which is so cool for the teams to be able to do that in front of the crowd. Everybody showing their reactions, their raw emotions towards it as well. And then you add the, you know, excitement of being able to put other teams' keys inside your trophy or around your trophy inside the resin as well. It adds that extra, I want to say, like, competitiveness against each other. You know, then you know that you were on their minds once you're in their trophy and they wanted to beat you at the same time. But I think that you look at these keys, Both of these teams want to avoid it being crushed. It's going to be a hard road to keep it uncrushed, especially for the narrative that we've set for both of them.
All right, looks like we've reached a point. Both teams have headsets on. Coaches are now talking. They look a little bit more locked in. So that, to me, in my infinite wisdom, looks a little bit more solid. Unfortunately, on the Cloud9 side, it does seem to be something happening with the player station. So at the moment, G2 look ready. Cloud9 still final tweaks to get this one back underway. Hopefully, this is only a minor issue and should be solved any second now. That's at least what we've been told through our headsets. Just a tweak of some settings to get this fully functional and running through. But the teams are ready. They came straight here from the opening ceremony, ready to play.
I can't wait to look back at that opening ceremony. It sounded awesome. I think that the fact that you get to be here in general for these two teams, you know, for any of the teams, it's going to be so exciting. The atmosphere around the Boulevard is just so welcoming towards the teams. They are getting fist bumps from the passing people in the crowd, just on arrival. I mean, you see the content pieces and everything around EWC. These players and their stories are put on display just fully. So I'm excited to see how that just continues to develop across all these players throughout the entire week, to see if anybody in general is going to take that, you know, excitement from the crowd, excitement from around the Boulevard, put it into their performance. And, you know, you never know who's going to turn up in Call of Duty. It can just change from tournament to tournament.
It certainly can. And that is the question we are asking, the question we will continue to ask, and the question that we hopefully will get an answer to very, very shortly. For those of you watching at home, being perfectly clear, at the moment it still seems like adjustments on the Cloud9 side are happening. Hopefully that will be resolved pretty quickly. Not as much staff here as there was beforehand, but it does seem like one side of the stage is ready. The other side just seems to be one person setup, so nothing too major, hopefully.
I like seeing the smiles. You know, when you see smiles, you know the vibes are still good. You know that things aren't totally chalked on either side going into that first match. But yeah, I definitely think that, you know, there's some issues over to that Cloud9 side. They don't look as ready as G2 do fully. So I'm ready to get into this map as soon as they are. And I think for both of these two teams, they want to get it going just as much as you guys do at home. So we're just waiting on that call, Bryce.
We certainly are. It's all a matter of waiting, really. Like I said, there's not a lot else we can do. So while we're waiting, well, here's an interesting kind of part for you. The heat out here is actually something I've never experienced in my life. It is quite unique.
It's different.
The weather outside, it is unbelievable, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. It kind of defies expectation, if you were ever wondering what it was like to come to Riyadh. I can tell you that if you turn your oven on and then open it and you get that waft of hot air in your face, it's like that, but it never relents.
It's always there. As soon as you open the door, you go outside. Even sometimes it bleeds inside too. It is different. I agree. It's something that, you know, even from the east coast of Canada, I'm not used to whatsoever. It's nice at times, but
is the east coast of Canada warm?
It is. It's very humid. So out here, it's dry. It's a different type of heat. I prefer the dry heat, just in general. But this is a different level.
Yeah. It really is, of course.
I think for some of the players too, they're probably...
Well, that's one of the questions we spoke about a little bit. Obviously, this is not something that we normally would discuss too heavily on broadcast, but you got to remember a lot of these players have traveled, especially from North America. The travel day from North America is, from what I understand, incredibly long. So these players obviously trying to get back into their routines, trying to be comfortable so they can play at their very best. At the moment, they all seem pretty fine. I know actually some of the talent are really struggling. Some of them have not been sleeping very well.
Yeah, I mean, can't say the same over here, at least for the desk. But no, I mean, what? You're traveling from even Toronto for myself. It was a full 24-hour travel day for some of these players, even coming from the west coast of America. You just imagine how long that travel day is going to be. Yeah. You get, you know, the rehearsal day, the media day, to see if you can get over that jet lag to get into today. And it's almost roles reversed. Yeah. And that's why I like when we don't always have tournaments in North America, because, you know, sometimes we have to deal with, you know, European players traveling over and having that jet lag. And now we get to look at the North American players and see how they can deal with that jet lag.
They certainly will. And just Just had a little eye on Spart there. I know Mama Spart probably watching at home, very happy to see. But I believe we've been told by production that this issue is basically remedied. I think all the players are loading back in.
Just figuring out some of those technical finishes, seeing if everything is good. You get those ready checks, you get those fist bumps. Like you said, we're looking for the fist bumps, Bryce. Once they come flying out, we know that these players are, and hey, I like seeing some of the staff walk off that stage because it means we are getting closer to this map 1.
Oh. Kenny's still very much in high spirits.
I don't think I've seen this G2 team actually not smile across this entire break. They've been having a good time. They've been having a great time over there, just waiting for this one. It's the difficulty right now of if you're dealing with issues, if you're Cloud9, you put yourselves in their shoes of it was a tough break off into that rewind hard point. You're staggered into now this break, the technical issues, you're trying to fix it. This is where you have that extra layer that we're talking about with the coaches, is that you now need somebody to reel them back into this game, to lock them in. And you can see that the players are getting ready to do it, but having that extra coach is going to go a long way right now after this reset.
Well, it looks like the staff have left the stage. It looks like the players are finally getting locked in. Everybody leaning back forward as well. So that is nothing but a positive sign. We should have this map 1 underway any second now. I do apologize for the small delay there, but obviously players have to have everything perfect ready for them. We want a fair competitive game. We want everything locked in. So let's see. How are these teams ready to go into this next one?
If you were in a position for both of these teams, when you look at being on a reset, how would you kind of deal with that reset? How would you deal with going into that next game?
Well, first of all, the game's starting. What I would say is, realistically, it's only played 30 seconds, so it's basically like a brand new start, a brand new time. And, well, this one now underway here as both teams, again, throw something back into it as well. And that is an unbelievable call from the beginning here. Certainly hyped up from the rip. I actually didn't catch who that was.
That was definitely Sib. 20 seconds in off the break, and we're getting dead calls from that main stage. We're talking about how you're going to lift the spirits, how you're going to get yourself back into this game. Well, right away, Cloud9 not only have the initial time off P1, unlike we saw before that reset, but they've also flipped things out for the P2 Roto.
This is where you'll look to take a little bit of this scrap time. Just try to even up the score a little bit before you get through. That's a big kill by Geo. Will split Cloud9 a little bit. They'll have to keep an eye on it as well. You can already see the spawn out coming from them. Just trying to deflect the pressure. G2 Esports looking to try and squeeze. They already get themselves back into that P2, but they've got to hunt down the players they know are running around.
I love the dynamic that we're seeing from Cloud9 right now. A lot of pressure back over towards Old. You have a player inside Elephant, 2 locking down those spawns. And as soon as you clear out that P2, Spart's going to get aggressive. He's going to be in a position that nobody's going to check for that P5 presence.
Careful, here comes the first couple of chows. Trying to get this one down as well, but at the moment, Cloud9 all good. Just locking it down with a point, and there's the last kill as well, and Kremp sends that one into the stratosphere with the shouts here. They are really looking to push G2 to the edge.
A lot of focus onto Gwyn, Sib, and Kremp. We didn't talk about Spart at all going into this game. 8-4 inside of this rewind, and he is so far lighting it up. One of the newer members in the season for this team joined in, and I'm loving it so far. Cloud9, a fantastic opening to this game. 54 playing 21 heading into P3. Finally, G2 are going to have an initial setup, and the back spawns. It's just, can you win these gunfights?
And that's what they'll be looking to do. At the moment, just trying to hold off. They're not really able to, but at the moment, G2 just picking up the points they need. Big kill here for Nero. Knows somebody's close. Staying alive, just trying to play his life as long as possible to this point. Eventually will go down from a kill. I think it was Gwyn and Kremp who combined to get that one done as the hill goes free.
But a 25-second break there for Cloud9. You have the back spawns flipped out. It is overtime for G2 to see if they can flip these as fast as possible and get set up over towards P4, the money hill of Rewind. But they have brought this game back, looking to flip this lead. They just have one player to deal with, Kremp in the backline. It's a 1 versus 1 for Kenny to see if he can weather this storm. But Gwyn's going to pick that up, and Cloud9 hold on to the rotation.
And so far, realistically, points between these two squads are pretty close. Certainly not enough of a lead yet to write home about, but with this rotation, Cloud9 will look to try and put a button on it. Will they be able to hold this first bit of pressure? G2 Esports spreading out, looking for a bit of a pick here, and the team kill gone down. Haven't been able to get much ready for it as Cloud9. That's a wild chow to go for it, but Cloud9 do get the better of these trades.
Yeah, Nero tries to go for the outer run, see if he can pull a fast one onto Sib, but not able to do it quick enough. Mistakes are made, and that is bleeding through in terms of this scoreline. Back up to a 50-point lead for Cloud9 into the first rotations of this rewind. So G2 doing everything they can to see if they can pull things away. All to nothing right now. Fully snuffed out of this hill. G2, they need this P5 to go their way. This is a snowball so far for Cloud9.
And this is everything they wanted. I said this hill could be key. Give them that lead they need. As we head back in towards P1 for G2, a bit of damage control. Sorry, not P1. We go back into the next hill. But this is good. I mean, realistically, if G2 can hold this, an opportunity to strike back in the points department. So far, so good. But look at the players, every single side. They haven't really managed to reduce those numbers at all.
They just walk in. Nobody's watching. This is every setup that G2 have had has been broken within 20 seconds, and it happens again in P5. Kenny on a solo mission to see if he can break in. Gwyn's going to win a huge gunfight. Reinforcements already here, and there is nothing that can break C9.
Well, they're having a very good time with it as well, but they're still trying to make something happen at the same time, but you can hear the shouts from the stage. Cloud9 continue to put the hurt onto G2 Esports. It has been a miserable time for them since the off. Gwyn is on an 8 streak at the moment, 13-5, still sitting onto this point. Will they be able to shut him down on a 9 streak now?
Whatever it was, that was the issues before the reset. Surely this is showing that they're solved. Cloud9 looked like a different beast, but finally something to talk about for G2. Into the second set of rotations, wipe the slate clean, see if you can get a level mind going into this one, start to put some kills up on the board, but as soon as they do, Cloud9 answer back with a clean 4 down in the feed, and they flip the spawns.
And this is the issue. G2, now the question is, can they get above 100 points? They are being battered all over rewinds. And eventually a couple of kills going their way will allow them to get back onto this point. 30 seconds potentially into the pocket. The P2 rotation will be vital.
And you think about it here, Bryce, you get the P2 rotation, you get 30, 40 seconds off of that. You're nearing in what could be slowly pulling things back in the second set of hills. But this P2 break is going to be super important for G2 just to keep this game in touching distance so far. So you look at this squad to see if they can at least stop the kills from bleeding in, but it's just Gio now to make some issues. He gets 2. It's not gonna matter.
And again, same story that we've told over and over again. Cloud9 looking at dominant position. Cloud9 putting up the kills. An incoming missile from the sky as well. Looking to really put this one out of all contest. Extra will go down to it, but Gio's managed to find a kill here. Hope still alive. G2 Esports trying to get some pressure onto this point.
Gio is slowly picking away at this, but he just has no assistance around these hills. A lot of 1v1s being taken from G2. And Cloud9, they are happy to fight against it. We can see it here. I mean, Gwyn, he is 19-9. Almost a 2 KD right now as he goes down in that gunfight, but fantastic start from the new player, 4C9. He is exactly what they are asking for.
Well, that was the question. We were seeing whether or not Gwyn could perform in a different structure, and so far so good. Really having a great time against G2, and there are points available for G2 now here onto this hard point. But it may be a mountain too big to scale. It may be too little too late, and it certainly will be if they are destroying them like this. And maybe we'll talk about Cloud9. They came into this one with fire in their breath straight away, and you can tell why.
It looks effortless from their side. Every single chow, it's smooth. The baits, the switches, the game one goes their way. And there was no contest from G2 at all in this map. Cloud9 for the debut of Gwyn in their roster. How about that?
Well, that is certainly a statement for them here as well. A re-evaluation of these teams. Nobody expected Cloud9 to come out that powerfully. Nobody expected Cloud9 to really just detonate all of G2's hopes in that very first point.
It really comes down to a couple of these performances from G2 that we were asking for that consistency. The slaying wasn't there. The setups just kept on getting picked apart from hill to hill. Every single time they tried to get ahead of the play, somebody would sneak through, and you're just not communicating or picking up that lane. It seems like there's a lack of a priority somewhere on the map from this squad, but Hardpoint was something that they were hoping to fix going into this tournament. Seems like there are still some issues, Bryce.
Well, let's find out. Is this just a slow start? Is this just the very first map of the tournament? Well, first of all, it is, but is this going to be what we expect going forward?
Sometimes you just have those slow starts. Sometimes you just need to shake off a little bit of that rust. It's a different atmosphere being in EWC. Pressure certainly going to be felt when all eyes are on you. And it's a different level for sure. So going into this second map, we talked about G2, how good they would be in the Search and Destroys. You're going to dealerships, which is something that you were very comfortable with in the past. So no doubt in my mind that they can get that mental reset going. It just seems like they're going to have a couple issues themselves to figure out.
Well, maybe with the coaches on the stage here, G2 will be having a very good pep talk and trying to focus on to this S&D. Redemption just always a map away, as well as tying this game up, but we will see. If anything, I was a little bit disappointed with that Hardpoint. I thought it would be a closer contest to kick things off.
And it was for the first 3 hills. It wasn't until that P5 setup that you saw from G2. No idea how Cloud9 just completely walks through P1, flips it over towards green, and then they're able to just walk in the back door and nobody's watching it. You need somebody to be set up either towards RV or the back of P2 to be watching that. Somebody in a position to at least get that information, but without that information, it just seemed like Cloud9 constantly were able to put together these breaks within the first couple of seconds of these hills, and it's just something that is unacceptable really at this level, at this kind of time of the year, especially for some of these maps that you've been practicing for months now.
Well, we will see. Everybody should be loading into the S&D pretty quickly. Obviously, it's less of a break for the coaches to come. Well, they're already there. They're already in the comms. Don't have to worry about putting their heads on and talking to the team. If you're G2 side, this is all about forgetting that first map. Yeah. It's all about moving on, ignoring everything that just happened because none of it was very pretty. For Cloud9, of course, keep doing what you're doing. I mean, they don't look very happy either, which is the concerning thing.
I think that's just some of the players, because we even saw during the small little tech break that we had between the start of map 1 and the restart is they look like they were chilling, relaxed, calm. Most of the time, we're expecting them to, get loud. And it wasn't until we got into that reset that you actually started to hear it 20 seconds in. Sib makes the dead call, and it seemed like the game was dead at that point. The energy was not matched on the other side, and that's something that I think is going to play a little bit of a part in this match, because you even see it, for G2 and their players just overall, Bryce. I've not seen a single player on that side that is going to be able to match that energy that you usually hear from Kremp and Sib when it comes to them shouting at you across the stage.
Yeah, and I think that level of energy off the rip should have told us straight away what they were expecting.
Yeah.
When you go into a P1 and you shout dead within 3 seconds, well, that's not normal, and it does mean that they're certainly flying high in spirits, or at least trying to get that mental edge, and maybe that's just what it is. Go in, be incredibly confident. That delusional confidence is something that players have spoken about across the years. You have to be delusionally confident. No one can gun me. I'm the best in the game. Obviously, statistically, we know they're not. But for every player in their own head being a competitor, you have to have that underlying confidence.
You have to have that ego, that extra little bit that makes you know that when you take this chow, you are the better player. But I think for Gwyn, certainly that was the case. I mean, we talked about him into that third rotation of the second set. He was 21-10 with 2 minutes in the hill. When you talk about a roster change, just trying to elevate your team and kind of pack a punch them into the next level, somebody like that for Gwyn, that is, you're asking for a lot, and he just gave you it bar for bar. Everything that you can ask for in a player on a team change like that, Gwyn delivers, and I think that That's something that we expected for him, but to see it in real time, it's pleasant to see.
Well, at the moment, we'll find out if this series is all going Cloud9's way, or whether or not the S&D turns the tide. For G2, obviously, will have to make up that point they just lost in this best of 5. Cloud9 continue as they want, and I would say I thought this would be starting pretty swiftly, but considering a sort of player put their hands above their head, maybe not.
Headsets off for Kremp, so we got a couple more seconds to vamp here, Bryce, before we get into this map number 2. And just in general, too, I'm trying to think about, how this is going to ripple and impact across, not just the hard points, but the search for Cloud9. And kind of mentioned briefly while Lottie was here that, having Capsule on your roster, I mean, he is a fantastic S&D player. And I don't want to take anything away from Gwyn. I mean, he's going to be fantastic in his own rights as well, especially when you look at the amount he's able to just play his life within those objectives for hardpoint. You now free him up in a search and destroy, allow him to go rogue alongside Kremp. These are two extremely fast SMG players that can really take over a game. And for a map like Dealership, and the way that it plays, the rhythm that we do see for this map, it really values that individual play. When you can go on an island, be confident, and take those challenges, Cloud9 were showing that in the map 1. G2 have to be scared.
Well, we'll find out. A little bit different here as they get onto this one as well. Nero finds Kremp straight off the rip, though. And can he find Spud? I will tell you now that the colors have changed in the kill feed, so hopefully it doesn't throw you too much, as it has been a pretty good start there for G2, instantly wiping out Cloud9.
Yeah, the kill feed is G2 in the gray, Cloud9 in the orange, but Dealership is Dealership, and G2 are fantastic at this map. Exactly what I was highlighting for Cloud9, and the amount of individual success that you do find on a map like this. That is what brought G2 across the many hurdles back in the DreamHack qualifiers. So you look towards EWC. So far in round 1, nothing changes. A successful defense to open up the map.
Let's find out. This is what G2 wanted. Good start on the S&D. Estriel also looking for anything they can find. Just throwing the shoulder over and over again.
And it looks like this one's going to be a play over towards B. Fast Sip draws first blood. That's going to slow you down. Bomb recovered, but where do you go from here?
Oh, trying to get one as well. They're not able to. Sib shuts down Kenny. Nero and Gio trying to just see if they can get a kill back. This is all going to be about Nero. If he can make a hero play, finds one! Not going to be the second. Kremp will shut him down before he can equal the score. And now Gio alone, outnumbered, no bomb. 40 seconds to go.
Hoping that somebody was flanking. Nobody does. Easy trade. If not, you don't even need it. Cloud9 answer back right away. Big shutdown over towards B, something that G2 loves to do early on. Trying to see if they can poke holes in that defense, and it just does not happen whatsoever. And I like that too from Cloud9. And this is a team that reasonably you look at, you see them oftentimes get aggressive off those initial kills. They don't do that. Sib gets that first blood. They sit, they wait, they allow G2 to make mistakes, and they punish them straight up.
All right, well, back to 1-1 between these two squads, and we will see who comes out on top. Here comes the push already. Kremp has to back down, was about to throw it out the door, has gone forward as well, but G2 Esports, they now know that there is pressure over towards A. Trophy's already going to be down as well. Kremp just double checking he's back here. Looking to get the bomb down here at G2, but also baiting out. That's what they're taking so long for.
They're hoping somebody makes that mistake, see if you can get that first blood, but here comes the full send. Trophy's down, but aggressive is Cloud9 on this attack, and Spark lines you up. Estriel's gonna get caught, everything down to Geo. It's not gonna make any difference. A fast round from Cloud9 on their attack.
Great take there. Secured what they needed to, got the pressure in, took control of the map away, and when the pressure did eventually swing in from Cloud9, G2 just won all the gunfights.
That's a hard thing too. I mean, over towards A, you give up that site so early. Trying to retake that seems so difficult. And Cloud9 were giving you no options to have Spark play so aggressive. He's 3 in a row right now. Gotta keep your eyes on him to see if he can bring that streak even further.
A lot of pressure, a lot of nades. Don't want to get into a position on this one that doesn't benefit them, but already with Kenny holding this one down, they know they have an opportunity for it. Kenny's got to be careful. Someone's going to look out at this as well, but already down to a 3 versus 3. Both these teams ready to strike into it. As soon as bomb goes down, we may see Spark look for it. Kenny's going to turn around. This is the wrong moment for it at the same time. Still alive. Krem's going to fall as well.
And Nero may have just bailed you out. He's going to have the full post plant, force you to re-rotate and clear your spawn. That's exactly what Cloud9's going to do. Nero spots it. He runs away.
Smart. Looking to just try and take control back here. They know they've got 24 seconds well. Gwyn finds one. All down to Nero in a 1 versus 2. He has to play the timing correctly. Looking for one. Already puts a few bullets into the teeth, but still trying to stay alive. A little bit of movement is going to go down to Spark. Maybe too much. Did not know where that second player was going to be. Caused him to second guess. Gwyn will get that kill. That will be the diffuser as well. 3-1, Cloud9.
It's good finesse. Nero does a lot in that round to give you that chance, but losing Astral puts you in such a rough spot with still 20 seconds left. So much time for Cloud9 to sit and wait for him to make the mistake. Unfortunately, the Chal out, he thought he was going to have the timing there. But no, Cloud9 still continue to succeed in these rounds. And on defense there too, for the retake at B, they give G2 that chance off the plant. And I really thought that that was going to be one that they were going to be able to put away. Fortunately enough, though, for Cloud9, they are all over the case right now for Search and Destroy. So now swapping back onto the offensive side. Gwyn's going to get caught immediately. Nice shots from Gio.
Spark, though, actually managed to get a car bomb onto Gio. And now down to a 3 versus 3. For G2 Esports, they do have control of B. They're going for a full wrap. They're going through the spawn here. This should catch Cloud9 out. This is not a normal tactic. And now they have to fight for it, but they've been caught. Kenny's already found one. And this play, this bold play has fallen apart a little bit, but Sib's there! Sibs finds 2! And now it's G2 Esports who thought they had got their way out of it. Might be able to do something as Nero will find back one now into a 1 versus 1. Cloud9 and Nero, they have played the game, but still it comes down to just one gunfight.
Nero's played this well, but Sib even better, setting himself up for all 3 in the round. I'm just going to go for the full wrap here, and I don't know if Sib's going to be ready for this.
Taking on the corners, and there it is. Easy find in the end. Nero just went for the wrap, found the kill, and Sib had to look too many different ways in that 1v1, and, well, timing it is.
I was kind of worried, too, because if Sib clutches that, in general, that felt like a dagger round for Cloud9. Just the double kill, it was pure from Sib. So big moment from Nero. He clutches up, wasn't able to get it done beforehand, but this time he does not falter. So STC clutch on stage. That's going to bring us down into a 1-round difference between these two teams. A big one coming up for G2. See if you can even this one up and deny Cloud9 from pushing even further on the attack. Where do they go?
So far, that's a big pick as well. G2 have already lost Gio. Cloud9 just holding firm. They have B control here. This will be about Spark on the information. Here comes the push towards A. Already, G2 Esports rotating back into this, looking to put some more players onto pedestrian. Finds one, brings it back to a 3 versus 3.
They have all the space towards A, but the bomb is taking so long. Sib's going to catch Nero, and before you're even there for Estral, it's a 1 versus 3. Gets away with his life, brings it into a 1 versus 2. Fortunately enough, you're going to have 2 isolated 1v1s.
Oh, Sib might reach out. This is well. That's going to be a grenade that gets him taken down, but fortunately, the flanker is there in time. It works out, and oh my goodness, that could have gone a different way.
I don't know where that nade came from Kremp, but that was in a perfect spot to give Astral a chance. Tough read on the flank.
Yeah.
And that would have been a big one for Astral to walk away with, but Cloud9, they avoid the even tie on the dealership, bring things back into a 2-round gap, swapping back to the attack. Sib's been lights out for these first bloods, 7 and 4 as well. It's going to be a hit to A.
Here's a big push. They're going for it as well. That is so bold. Nero throws everything he can at the trophy's deflecting as well. Quinn will find 2. Pressure just mounting here as well now. G2 find themselves in a little bit of trouble as they get absolutely slapped off the site.
I'm telling you, these guys are loud on the stage, and the energy that's coming out from their gameplay, it is so fast for the break. The initial kills from Gwyn, that's what you picked him up to do, to get aggressive, to make those plays in such a tight timing. And he works it so well, all the attention towards those AR battles. Kremp slips through the small window. You don't even see it coming, and that is the pace that we look for from Cloud9 on any of these smaller maps to really take them over the edge and push through that ceiling that we know from them. They are putting on a clinic so far in this series.
Sib already taking up preeminent position, but it's Estriel again. He managed to get that first blood, but it all goes down to a 2 versus 2. Sib already finds his second. And G2, obviously this will be map point. They are trying to stay alive as Spark screams into the stratosphere, and they know that was a dominant win there for Cloud9 on the S&D. 2-0 now in this series. A wonderful showing so far.
This is a Cloud9. I expected them to be good, but I didn't expect them to look this dominant against G2. A team that, you know, makes that change with Gwyn, brings him in to pack punch the roster. The slaying was the question if you would feel comfortable. It doesn't get more comfortable than that whatsoever. They are making it look like G2 are a brand new team right now. It's no coordination in those defenses, no coordination back in those hard point rotations. And you are getting picked apart by sometimes just the sheer skill that Gwyn is bringing to this roster. Same with Sib. The fact that he gets away with that double kill in the last round of that search and destroy, it was crazy showings from Cloud9. But welcome back, Lottie.
Thank you very much. Good to be here, actually, in the middle of a series new for me. So much to talk about there. I mean, Cloud9, what a showing. What an entrance to the EWC. And we kind of talked a little bit about pace. I really think the pace is there for Cloud9. Gwyn is clearly bringing a lot to the table. But we also mentioned superstars, and Sib, for me, has been a big superstar so far. Brycey, what do you make of it? Because I think Sib has just leveled up, clearly.
I think it's all kind of from that first hard point, right? That's when you could kind of feel how this series was going. Such loud shouts already from that side of the stage. They've come into this with some fury. And to do that and be that confident off the rip shows you that they feel well prepared. They feel very, very confident. And hey, it's been showing.
You said it yourself, who wants it more? That's one of the biggest things that you need to bring to the table is who is going out there, who is trying their best, who is here and showing up. And quite frankly, right now it's been Cloud9. I've got to ask a little bit about Kenny's performance in that first hard point. Wasn't the start you wanted to see there, Seymour? What do you think was going on in terms of why Kenny wasn't able to kind of, I don't know, pull out the bag that we can usually really see him do, you know, in big tournaments like this?
Well, it was different because they came out the gates strong just before the reset, but after it, it just looked like they were deflated. The communication seemed off. They were letting players through, and you never really were setting yourselves up for areas where Kenny could make those plays. And I think that, you know, you go and you look back at that series, even in that search and destroy, there were just areas where they were double challing together in situations where maybe you could have just held. There were situations where they were making play calls that seemed like you were walking into a trap, and, you know, surprised they were. And, you know, you look at the hard point in general for Kenny's performance. I mean, it's hard when you're getting broken in the first 20 seconds of a hill. I think that it trickles down to just more than Kenny's performance across it. I mean, it was tough. It's been a rough year for him just in general, but the entire team was lacking a lot across those first 2 maps.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed, and I think you're right in saying it doesn't just come down to that one individual performance. I think there's a lot more that goes into that, and like you said, it's to do with how the team are carrying themselves, and often that kind of gets put into the case of a kind of poor KD here. But I've just got to say, I think for G2, they just looked a little bit lost at times, like you mentioned, just doing some unconventional things, and the habits kind of pushing forward from a team that really you wouldn't expect to see some of those most things out of. But for the likes of Cloud9, their rotations look really sharp. They look like they knew exactly what they were doing heading into gunfights. They had the numbers most of the time. And honestly, that really kind of occurred going into the S&D as well. I think they had a really good, solid plan. The only time, unfortunately, their plan didn't work out was that one where G2 had that really unconventional wrap, Bryce, that you mentioned there. And then Sib, unfortunately, post-plant, didn't really have the best setup there, and Nero did catch him out. But talk to me about that unconventional wrap. I'm curious to know what you kind of spotted there from G2 and maybe what they were trying to accomplish with it.
So one of the things in S&D that is almost a fundamental here is that you shouldn't be giving an enemy player 1v1s, right? And when you go for any sort of wrap in that regards, it's so much about timing. You have to be a little bit lucky. You have to try to get it at the right time. Obviously, when you go all the way around, it does give you an advantage. If you can pull it off, you will have the advantage of hitting a player from 2 different angles. But, like I said, you give up a lot for that. You can give up some map control, you can give up your ability to trade, you can give up the ability to have an outnumbered situation.
It's even the round prior to that clutch from Nero, when you saw Estriel and Nero in a 2 versus 2. He jumps into the side window, wraps all the way back into the garage, and you just leave Estriel alone to make that play, to hold them there for that long. Cloud9's not going to let that happen. And it kind of goes through that pace that we're talking about them set. As soon as they see that you're alone, they're going to jump onto that opportunity to pick you from that scenario. And that's where they're really finding value in this series, is recognizing that those timings that Bryce is mentioning are a little off right now for G2, and it's opening up these opportunities for Cloud9.
That's the name of the game. Capitalize on the mistakes, and you will push forward, and that's exactly what Cloud9 are doing. Let's take a look at the maps and modes right now, because that third map, a swing map potentially for G2, is Hacienda Control. Now, we talked a little bit about the S&D here, Seymour, and you were really favoring G2 for that. Hasn't quite gone the way for G2 here. However, do you think that they can polish things up heading into this control? It's something pretty different when it comes to the respawns. Do you see them pushing this one forward and potentially starting to ease into the series a bit better?
But I was going off of full vibes going into this tournament for G2. I thought everything was going to be ready. I mean, you had that downtime at the end of the year to fix some of these issues, get that structure in place. It doesn't look like there's any structure at all in those first 2 maps whatsoever. In this Hacienda Control, if things continue the way that we're seeing them, no, I don't think so. Cloud9 are just running through this series.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think right now it's going to be very difficult to slow them down, and just in terms of the pace, you know, the momentum. I think that's another thing that we talk about often, is momentum against teams, and how much that can really start to I don't know, just deliver for the ones that are really finding themselves pushing forward, and how difficult it can be to slow a team down. Do you see G2 managing to slow down a team like Cloud9, Bryce?
Truthfully, at this moment, no.
Yeah, that's an easy answer.
G2 have looked a little bit flat coming into this series, and Cloud9 have looked exceptional, right? That's probably one of the best Cloud9 performances we've seen in the entire year. So for Cloud9, this series should be wrapped up pretty quickly, but I don't know.
This is a team of Cloud9 who only has 2 LAN wins on the year. 2.
Yeah.
And they're putting a performance like this on. It doesn't even look close. They have leveled up here to a level that we have no expectations on at this point on where this can go. But for G2 in particular, this is where having a coach behind you needs to pay off. And you look towards Looney to really level these players on that stage, get the vibes back up, bring them together, and get that cohesion into this map 3 on Hacienda. It's never chalked. We know that. And, you know, hey, we know this G2 team, in their history, they have comebacks within them.
They have indeed. Well, into the third map we go, Hassi Control. It's over to you, boys.
All right, let's find out how this one ends up going for G2. A must-win map just to stay in the series and maybe regain a little bit of the face that they've shown so far. It has not been pretty.
And Bryce, one thing I think that you can agree on is that it has to really level up in terms of the slaying from this G2 side, especially in this Hacienda. You don't want to be throwing away those lives for free, but off the break, that's going to be 3 quick kills, and Neo or Chiro is going to bail you out with a well-cooked nade.
This is a crucial time here, realistically. Geo is trying to just hold the fort down, keep them on the back foot, trying to punch them back into spawn. Doing a great job at it as well, but already players got through. Gwyn, been a bit of a superstar for Cloud9 so far is 4-1. After already getting the players as well, as they just look to make sure that this is locked and loaded. But we're now finally getting some reinforcements onto the point. Eventually we'll go down to Nero, and all this has done so much so far is just stopping the clock.
This is better. You're trading, you're taking that space, you're pushing Cloud9 back, you're denying these early segments as well, and this has forced Cloud9 to really take a different approach to it. They're going to try to clear up towards Bridge, see if you can get some high ground over towards this B zone, and then jump on together.
A couple of kills going down. Nero finds 2 as well. Cloud9 looking to try and get this one as well. Spark now going to be in a preeminent position, looking for the players off the spawn. Already players like Estrel extending out here to try and find a couple of kills. Very crucial, but Gwyn finds him as well. Time is ticking. They will stop that clock by getting onto B, but can they convert?
They actually have a good setup at the B right now. Kenny going to take care of A. Half a flank forming. Big second one. That opens up Astral to now pinch on that B zone. It's going to force Cloud9 to ping pong back over towards this A zone, but they want that B zone first right now, but it is going to be tough to get this A zone under lock.
Well, they're trying to do it. They're still holding on to A here. A couple of players going Overwatch for their player into the point. Estrel, they know where he is as well. Still going to be weak. Does not get chowed straight away. 16 seconds to go. Back onto the point. They're on to B. Looking to lock it down. These next kills are massive for them as well. Nero managed to find 1. Is it going to be enough? Reinforcements backing him up here as they go to fly towards the point. But so far, it's still going to be G2 who have to make this ground up.
Nero's got to go big here. Big slide in. Gwyn for the trade. Still with the contest. They weather in 15 seconds. 6v6, and you are pushed all the way back. It's a race to A. You got no other option.
And Gio, that is a wonderful 2-piece as Kenny puts that final nail in by taking down Gwyn. Just had the better position. Spark will find 1, but it does nothing but pad the stats. And G2 Esports, a much-needed win on that first round of Control.
I got so worried. I thought the stack at B was going to get the full cap, and I thought G2 were just going to give it up. But a well-timed flank from Nero. He gets in. He saves the day. You have both Estrel and Nero trying to get involved a lot more towards those objectives that was missing back on that rewind. And starting to at least trade each other very well. That's such a difference than what we saw back on that hard point. Not just letting Cloud9 walk all over you. G2, like I said, you don't want to count them out. Still lots of game to be played.
Well, let's find out. Do they get a good start here? That's what they'll be looking for. Spot already going for the challenge. There's going to be players there as well. We'll be calling out to his teammates. Looks like a lot of pressure towards the mid-map, but Gwyn for the win. Has had a pretty good series. Did start off 4-1 here, slowed down as it will be Cloud9 that lost control, but they are pushing into this spawn fast. Gwyn is going to look for this one at the same time. FaZe, no! Going to be overlooked here, and that could be disastrous. G2 Esports have just been given a lifeline.
It's 3 down, but you don't get towards B before the respawning players are able to get into position to at least defend it. So Nero gets shut down, trying to push over towards Patio. It's going to force a little bit of an audible back onto this A zone. Gio not able to get the second one, and it looks like Krem's trying to go rogue. He's going to pick off Nero in spawn and keep these players away from the zone.
Kenny just performing beautifully so far. Unfortunately, not able to get the kills he was lining up for. Was hoping for a bit more breathing room for his teammates, and now we see that Estrel already behind the lines against Spard and just keeping hopes alive here for G2 on this push.
Now, if we're thinking about the longevity of this map 3, Cloud9 got 2 ticks back in that first round, so G2 still have some work to do before they feel comfortable, and Astral waiting and hiding 4 in a row opens up a lane towards this B zone, but now it's Kenny who needs help.
Sib looking for it, finds Gio. Looking to just slay out here. They know they have a potential to lock this one down here. Obviously, you're going to see the slow oncoming tick here on to B point. G2 Esports making this a fight, and Gwyn tries to shut it down, not able to get everybody into it. But they do have the bodies back onto B here. Time will continue to tick.
Yeah, 21 seconds. They weren't able to get that second segment over towards B, so G2 still got lots of work here. 2 versus 2 in the trades. 16 seconds left on that time. Not really positioned for Estrel to just jump in, and Gwyn, he's just going to rip him off that heady and keep that time bleeding.
Just a few seconds left to go here. G2, they want a miracle. Need to find it as well, but unfortunately losing bodies all over the map, and one last player will go down. That's a wipe, and that's a tied game. Cloud9 will fight back.
Fortunately enough, if you look for the bright side, from G2's performance there. You had those chances over towards B, not really quick enough on that setup to get there to assist Kenny in the setup on B that you wanted. Allows Cloud9 back into it, but you still get both a segment at A and a segment at B. That's going to keep you even looking towards the objective, towards those round 5s if we do go there. And I mean, Bryce, it's Control and Hacienda. How many round 5s have we seen across this year of Black Ops 6? So for G2, I mean, not the best offensive round that you can look for in a map like this, but you had chances, opportunities, and at least you got those segments.
Now let's see. Just the beginning of this Control. Still much more to come. But here comes the initial break. Gwyn looking for his first blood. He managed to get one, but unfortunately his team will lose the trades. It is not going to be the fairy tale start they wanted as well. Sib trying to do the same thing, already on a 3 streak at the same point. But at the moment, it will all be about G2. They have the better position on this map. They've just got a full wipe as well, and now they will throw up the defensive wall.
That's 4 down. That's going to be a perfect time to set up. Kenny is firing on all cylinders right now for this game number 3. You have them pushed up into the back quadrant of the map, and Cloud9 trying to work off their spawn, see if they can get over towards B. Astriel, it's his turn now on the flank, looking for the second one, playing his life, burning that time, and doing it well.
They've got a few players that have managed to escape, and this is going to be crucial. If Cloud9 want this, they have to play it perfectly. Right now, G2 definitely have the advantage. Still, trades going down. Kenny getting another one here as he hits 21 and 11. Just a phenomenal game so far from him on this Control, and definitely the difference maker, but bullets into 3 players there and lose the gunfight. 2 down now. G2 Esports having a little bit of a problem.
Astriel still here. Not able to get the secret in time. 7 seconds to touch this A zone. Time still bleeding. Kenny up top. Is he able to get the second one? Place his life. Kremp has to stay on the objective, and he's got Spart watching over him, so still a chance here for Cloud9. Slim, but it's there.
The rest of the bodies trying to take up positions, trying to defend that player onto A. It's never easy. One player slips through, they might get for it as well, but that's a player going to slip. But no, they still have the Overwatch. Sib is just gunning down anybody who dares to look at his teammate. That second tick is now in. Will they get the third? There's only one player who's going to be even close. I think it's going to be Astriel, who may try and make this one happen as well. And he finds one on the Sib, but that's going to be it. Another minute onto the clock. Astriel will find 2 onto his streak, but already that has been broken.
You need these kills right now if you're Astriel. That's your one job, to at least deny reinforcements over towards this B zone, isolate these players on the map. Astriel's at least good for 1. It gives time for the rest of the team to clear out this B zone, neutralize this segment. It's 9 playing 8 with a minute left on the clock. So there's a chance here from both teams to slow things down and look for a way in. And I got my eyes on Kremp. He's going for the full flank.
Kremp just trying to look for a player. Desperate to look for a player, any player. Unfortunately, they find him before he finds them, and only 4 lives remaining now on the Cloud9. G2 will have lost that A point, but it looks like they will win this round of Control. There's only a 2 versus 7, and the players on Cloud9 are good. I'm not sure they're that good.
Well, Sib's going to be double child out. Things going to wind down. Still get the full cap over towards A, so you're walking away with something. Cloud9 off the attack. They look sharp for the moment, but you have to give some at least respect over towards G2 for what they're able to do in the shutdown. Astriel baiting the players over towards Arches, slowing things down completely, isolating the players on that A-B zone for your reinforcements to clear it out, and they do it so well. So many times that we see these players going 4 down on the defense, and I think one thing that is really making the difference is Kenny's performance on this map. I mean, this is lights out from a player you really needed to see a performance like this from. He is flying at them quite literally, and Kenny, he had them in a spawn trap there. 24 and 16, he's playing great in this map 3.
Well, let's find out if Kenny can be the difference maker. Can they find anything else? And already first blood for them as well. Gwyn will get 1 back, but the rest of his team are gone, and Astriel will find a second. And now they will strike already onto that A point. few players push forward as well, and this is what they're doing a little bit better. G2 Esports will now look for the players off the respawn. You don't have to defend that player in point if all the enemy team are already dead. And Nero finding another kill. Geo finds one, and Nero with a heroic second on his 4th streak now means that they are in prime position to end this here and now.
Filthy plays coming out from Nero on that slide. Omnidirectional movement coming in effect all the way towards the end of the year. A-zone captured with 2 minutes and 10 seconds to get to B. This is the best we've seen on a chance towards the attacking side. G2, they want to get this done in 4. They had a good chance to get this one here, Bryce, and they are locked into this map to keep it going.
Already managed to get a bit of back here as well as Kenny. Still 27 and 16, not able to get that second kill. Cloud9, just a little bit of a breath, just a little bit of an opportunity now to punish them, get them back, do not let them get back into B.
Sip on the draw, he's got the jackal out. So Cloud9 able to at least find some stability in this game. Still lots of clock though to be working with, minute 35 to burn. And that's where you look at somebody like Krem to keep all the attention on him. Play that game of hide and seek and see if G2 will fall for the bait.
Let's see. At the moment, Spark just trying to deflect here, but picks incorrectly. The issue they've now got is with so much time remaining, Cloud9 cannot afford to make a single mistake, and Kenny is looking to farm again. Only finds one this time as well, but Gwyn doing the same on the other side. Will fall. Opportunity here now for G2 to get onto this point and stop the clock.
The issue is they've made no progress on B, and there's a minute left, only a 2-life lead. This is starting to become a little worrisome for G2. They've left a little bit too much open on the map. Estrel's gonna make the play. Can he stay alive? No, Spart is there. 3 go down. Geo off the spawn, at least able to clear out Spiral, but Spart's gonna be spotted in secret, and they have to take him out of this position.
Spart's already got one and still dancing around them. Eventually, those 2 players will manage to get hold of him. 30 seconds to go. Maybe one good push from G2, but maybe 2 bad ones if they're quick enough. Sib already taking down Estrel. Players reacting to that one all over the stage. Got to stop the clock here. You can see already Nero going towards the point. Has to get onto it already. Taken down straight away by Spark. The kills are not going their way. And unfortunately, everybody dropping. And it does mean we'll be going to a round 5 as Cloud9 shut this down.
2 minutes and 10 seconds, and it's still not enough for G2 to close out the attack. Nero in the 1v2. No time to make anything more out of that than just a couple of kills at the end of the round. We go to a round 5. Bryce, objectives are tied right now in this game. And that's going to leave things open for round 5. Who's going to get the defense? It comes down to the kills. Obviously, Kenny, he has been carrying that load for the team, farming Cloud9 across a couple of these rounds in play. But for the rest of them, has it been enough to give G2 this last defense? See if they can force this game 4, keep this series going.
Well, here we go.
It hasn't.
That is an interesting one, and it does mean that they have to change something up. Here comes the push. Already Gwyn finds that first blood. He's done it a million times. He gets straight out by Nero straight away. And if you're a G2 fan or a G2 player, you're right now thinking we've got to do something different. We managed to get A beautifully last time and then did nothing onto the B point. Will they go for B a little bit earlier here and try to get the blender going? They were in a good position, but Spark ripping Geo there still continues to open this map.
That's the thing. You just haven't seen any team get a good setup over towards this B zone. Every single time you do, it seems like the rest of your team is far behind you and just late on that setup. Geo's going to find another double kill over towards this A zone. It's at least going to stall out the time. Spart blocking off arches. That is funneling G2 over towards this A zone where Sib up top, he is having a field day.
Just looking for it, Sib just throwing bullets through wood. Already just trying to keep the pressure back onto him here. G2 Esports making a little bit of progress though. Nero and Kenny up onto this map here as well. Gwyn's going to be the player out in the trenches. And you couldn't ask for a better play here for Cloud9. He has been doing so much work across this map, but he will fall as well. And now Cloud9 reinforcing in depth. G2 Esports still looking to get this A under control for the extra minute.
And there it is. capture comes through, 3 life lead. Now for G2, you just cannot over-aggress into this B zone. You don't want to jump the gun. See if you can catch some of these players on mistakes, open up some kills, and then get onto the setup.
Yeah, looking everywhere for players, has been spotted a little bit. Kremlin Spark already cutting down his options as Sib takes him down as well. Just one player going to be left out into this field. It will be Nero. He is alone. I don't even think they're really reacting to his presence. He will get on to this point. This is a good play. This will pull players away from putting your players into spawn. Unfortunately, it has not worked.
No, your spawn is just trapped right now. It's another 3 down. Spark on the aggressive angle towards the tree. Quinn with a nade to back him up. A minute on the clocks. Lives have completely shifted in favor of Cloud9, taking over the series once again, silencing what looked like the G2 comeback. And you got to dig deep to figure this one out. G2 are throwing lives away.
They only have 6. They are still in spawn. They need to trade somewhat efficiently going into this one, but Gwyn finds one and the second. Doesn't have the bullets for the third as Kenny takes him down, but it doesn't really matter. It's now a 2 versus 12. Cloud9 have destroyed G2 Esports in this final round of control and in the series in total.
This is the Cloud9 we wanted to see off this change. Lights out performance to kick off EWC inside of Group A. They are going to move on in the winner's bracket for this GSL group and send G2 down to have a little bit of a rougher go in the start of this tournament. What a change of pace from this team with Gwyn on the roster. They look reformed.
Yeah, 100%. Looked way better than we were expecting coming into it. I thought this would be a closer match, but truthfully, only the control was close. Everything else was all about Cloud9. And this begs the question, the most important question. How good are Cloud9 in the entire tournament? How much further they want to go? Realistically, this is a great sign for them.
And that's the question I had even after map 2, is this is how you're playing. You were dominating through the search and destroy and the hard point. How much further can you go throughout it? It's the unknown for this team, considering when you look at Cloud9 in general over the course of the year, it's been despair. And now you look into EWC, Gwyn is on fire, and he is backed by a strong support system with Sib playing well, with Kremp playing well, and for Spart to be playing levels, these are levels of Spart that are reminiscent to MVP Spart all the way back in Vanguard. So he is looking great for the team, and everybody is polished so far.
They certainly are indeed. I've got to say, that was incredibly impressive. I was not expecting a 3-0 in that fashion. Yes, it got a little bit dicey for that control towards the end a little bit as well. Obviously, major defending rounds for both teams there as well, which is kind of a normal Hassie control type of tendency there. But Cloud9, what a way to start your tournament here. What an incredible, incredible change Gwyn has made to that team in so many different facets of it as well. I'm really excited to get to talk to one of the players in a little bit, just to find out how they're feeling about this change and what it does for them in particular. But as we look back on some of the highlights here, I'm just so impressed with every single player that we saw coming forward. And like you said, you mentioned Spart there as well, and how it's leveling up kind of teammates that you wouldn't think would need the leveling up into this regard, but it really has done that. And Gwyn has had such a good performance.
It's like a weight off their shoulders when it comes to a support system like this, when Gwyn is just able to take that slaying away from some of these players, let them focus on what they do best. It goes back to the conversation of doing your 25% for your team, and you even can take a little bit off of that now that you have a coach behind you, and this whole team seems composed, excited. You hear them getting loud, and off the top of that, it's like that energy isn't going to get too overflowed because you have accuracy behind them, and he's always going to be there to kind of calm you down a little bit. So there's levels to this Cloud9 team that I'm excited to see how far it goes.
Yeah, so am I. I will say on the other side of things, though, for G2 Esports, I'm happy that they kind of had a little bit of a better showing on this map, especially on control. It was a swing map. It could have gone a different way, and really it could have been the start of something a little bit more new in terms of this series and hopefully having a leg big up there, but it just wasn't meant to be. But after mentioning Kenny earlier on, Bryce, I've got to say, Kenny did have an absolute banger of a map then. I was really impressed with how he came out of the gates firing, because I really do believe that was a large part to why their defending rounds were so good and why they kept it close.
Yeah, slow start for Kenny in the series, but it was a very good control for him. Where they needed him to be, he was. Unfortunately, one player does not make a team, and realistically, Kenny had a great game, but they just didn't get enough done. And realistically, going into that with the final kind of defense, it was defense all the way through. Nobody could really crack B, and you can have a good performance and still not win, and that's a case of it there.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. When it comes to G2, obviously they do have, again, like you said, another crack at things, but also in this tournament. What do you want to see come out of G2 right now? What mistakes they need to learn from pushing forward here?
I think realistically for G2, you cannot start that slower. It's almost like they were just being beaten in the trades over and over again. Some of the decisions they made, it almost looked like the players were half a step off. And maybe it's just the first game of the tournament. Maybe it's just that Cloud9 looked fantastic. Only time will tell, but they are not out of this yet. You've got to win 2 before you lose 2, and they've only lost 1.
Yes, they certainly have only lost 1 indeed. I've got to say, I'm just really impressed with Cloud9 in general, and I think the question that you both posed on the desk about how are they going to contend with some of the other bigger fish in this pond right now? And I am very, very curious about that. How do they kind of perform when it comes down to the optics, the LA Thieves, the phases of the system here? Because, you know, is that a true contender, do you think, for this championship?
Well, that's the thing for this Cloud9 team. You look across their season, they've only played Optic twice this year. So the fact is, we don't really know how this team fully plays against a team like Optic, and having a chance like that in this group after looking that good, I think that Optic are going to have their hands full a little bit more than they expected with the team. You know, barring, you know, we don't see 5 Fears pull off the most miraculous thing ever.
You never know, though. That's the thing. You never know.
No, I do know.
Oh, you do know? Okay.
The result,
Sorry,
it did
guys.
not go well.
He knows. He does know.
It did not go well.
He does know. We're actually going to head to an interview now in a moment, so we're just going to get the desk switched up just a touch. And while we do that, I just want to show you who we're going to be talking to, because Gwyn is the man of the hour, and rightfully so, Bryce. When it comes down to this young man, we talked about a single roster change and how important that can be. Gwyn has been incredibly important for this roster. Dude, first of all, congratulations. First one out the way. I've got to ask you right off the bat, what was it like making this team change so shortly after our last tournament, knowing this is the final step of your season, this EWC? It's big stuff, huge prize pool. How are you feeling about the change yourself?
Honestly, I feel really good. I really just wanted to play with like just a new environment. I really needed to be rejuvenated, and I feel like Dante and Kyle Crimp have really just like picked it up and gave me the energy I needed. And I feel like when we're firing, we're really good.
Oh yeah, you're certainly good indeed. Gwyn, we actually discussed on the desk how important a dynamic can be for a specific individual player, and how it really makes or breaks somebody who has an incredible set of skills. Do you feel like this roster has been the best so far? And I know it's early days still, but the best so far in terms of dynamic for you to progress in the way that you want individually?
I do. We have a lot of energy, and I'm a more quiet person, so when I have energetic people, it kind of makes me more energetic, so it really helps. And the confidence they give off, like Dante just knows he's the best player, so like when I see him, I want to be the best player too.
I love that, Bryce. I'm going to open up to you. I won't steal all of the questions.
So it's kind of an interesting career you've had so far. I've kind of been a fan of yours since you came into the Call of Duty kind of stratosphere, realistically. Bit of a roller coaster season for you, though. Obviously, there's been a lot of criticism leveled your way, but that performance is probably one of the best ones we've seen from you all year. What have you worked on? What do you think is kind of the key for you moving forward?
Honestly, it's really been my energy and comms. Like, I was really quiet on Carolina, which is, I got to take that on the chin. Like, I was not as energetic as I should have been, but like I said, Dante, Kyle, even Chris have really like stepped up with comms-wise, so like it makes me want to come the most, and I feel like my comms have really improved on this team a lot.
Oh, awesome, mate. And you could tell the teamwork was certainly there, and you were a very key figure on that last control as well. I'm just going to give you this quick last question before you go in. What do you think is the strongest part of your team for this tournament?
I think it's just when we're all shooting, we can shoot at anyone. Dante's one of the best ARs in the game. Chris has won an event. Kyle's an up-and-coming sub who's really fast, and I feel like I'm in the middle of all that, and I can do whatever I need to do.
Awesome, love that.
I like to hear that, because that was the next question that we had basically for your team was, can you compete with the top contenders that we do have here at the EWC? And if you guys can shoot with anyone, safe to say, I think you can. So thank you so much, Gwyn. Best of luck going forward as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, though, we do have our second match of the day for you. It's going to be Surge versus Team Orchid coming your way right after this.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hello folks and welcome back to the EWC. We're here for the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 World Cup, and coming up next we've got Vancouver Surge taking on Team Orchid. Another banger of a matchup. Really excited to see how our Challengers teams do, and this is really the first big look at a Challengers team coming out of the gate hot, going up against one of our hottest, I would argue, which is Vancouver Surge. And Surge have been looking so good. Joining me to talk all about it, I do have two wonderful human beings, Seymour and Enigma. Enigma, first of all, nice to have you on the desk.
Yeah, wonderful to be up here. Obviously, it was never going to turn down the opportunity to get to work with. Of course, Seymour, you and me have done many a year together, but to finally work with you, my friend, is wonderful. So, yeah, getting to stand up here in this incredible setting to cover over some of the world's best. Very excited indeed for today.
Love to hear it. It's my absolute pleasure. It's also my pleasure to watch some top-tier Call of Duty with you guys. And when I think of top tier, I do think of Surge and the season that they have had. Let's talk about this Surge team. And the first and foremost is Neptune, right, Seymour? I think you're thinking of Surge, you're thinking of what did they change up to really start to make a massive difference to their season. And it was Neptune literally trying his best to play Halo not that long ago. I would know. And then coming into Call of Duty, just lights out gameplay, blazing the way, and really has just been burning that trail ever since. So Neptune, for you, what has he done specifically for that team to elevate them so?
Well, first off, you have to respect the grind that Neptune's been through, just in and out of the league. He has to have one of the greatest comeback stories that we've seen so far. The way that he's able to make those at least jumps, like you said yourself, but for him to come into the Surge team and he is just completely freeing up, like we see Gwyn do, so much opportunity for other players to just make their plays, and the amount of playmaking that Neptune does have into just getting aggressive, finding a double kill, playing his life, and just being that annoyance on the map that he tends to be. It's just making, you know, 04's job a lot easier. Nasty and Abuser, they're able to move into certain forms and pick up those lanes for the team. And for, I mean, Surge, you look at their season, and yeah, 2 04 losses in finals is rough, but you look towards the end of their season, and that was something that you can look back at as a team, and the journey that you've been on since Madrid, and be proud of against that Optic squad. And you look in towards EWC to take that and to just continue to rise, because at some point you're going to break through that ceiling and be Silver Surfers no more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very glad that we're talking not just about Neptune, but in terms of the whole dynamic of the team, because this is where he's gotten so much better. When he first moved over from Halo, of course, he was this superstar, dynamic player that put up these huge moments, but it was all about where that impact came as a team, was that opening up your team. So just making you look like the superstar. He kind of was called out a little bit for it, went and put the work in the lower ends, has come back, and now it's a case of he has that pressure, he has that ability to be an annoyance, as you phrased it, of course, but he's also deciding, okay, this is when I need to put my tempo up, and this is when I need to slow down, let my boys into the play. And that is where he suddenly turned into this top-tier caliber player.
And they formed this team to build around 04 and Abuser into the league. And I think that Neptune just makes 04 look even better in the roles that he's trying to play, where, you can interchange both of them to be those superstar players. In the past, we've looked at Neptune to be the guy to do it all for certain teams. He doesn't have to do that with 04. He's able to just do what he needs to do and then rely on the rest to do the rest.
Very true. It also would be remiss to not mention Nasty last tournament. That was, quite frankly, excuse the pun, nasty. I mean, he just came out so good. It was just unbelievable. It's everything that you could ask for from a player at one of the biggest tournaments that you have in the season. And my goodness, did he perform. It was almost heartbreaking, gut-wrenching to see the way that they unfortunately fell short right at the last minute. But what a performance out of him. I'm expecting a lot out of that guy.
I think that you look at Nasty and just the career that he's had, and just in general, you look even past to all the way into the London Royal Ravens when he first had his debut into the league. The first very tournament back in Vanguard that they had elevated the Royal Ravens to have one of their best land placings that they ever achieved. And then you go forward into when you had 100 Thieves at EWC last year. He makes the finals. It doesn't pay out the way that you want, but you can see him breaking boundaries for certain teams, and he's done that again with Surge.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good to bring up Nasty for a couple of reasons coming into this series, of course, because it's Orchid. This is a lot of the British boys that he basically grew up with and gets to play against. So a couple of different storylines factoring in there. But where Nasty has been so important for this Surge team is in that search and destroy. He's been the person that's turned that team from being unable to rely on that mode at all to seeing it help them eke out different series.
100%. I think, you know, when we're looking at some of the other teams as well, Team Orchid, I think one person comes to mind on this roster in terms of turning things around potentially for them, was kind of thrown away, so to speak, from some of the upper teams, is Beans here on Team Orchid. But he's once again with Vance, another European player who we know and love. And I'm just wondering where Beans slots into here. Enigma, you know, how do you look at this roster and think about how this will work on paper as opposed to actually seeing it dynamically work on screen?
Yeah, so this is a tough one. So obviously there was a bit of a conversation about Orchid dropping their player Henry and bringing in Beans. And of course, that's a very valid conversation potentially for another time, because at the end of the day, you would be crazy to not pick up Benjamin Beans if he's available on the market. If Orchid come here, they don't perform very well and they haven't taken that opportunity, we'd be talking about it in that light instead. So this is a very fair move. You bring in Beans. The one thing about this team, it's going to make them very interesting in terms of roles, because Mythics was their flex at Champs, looked superb. Now he's likely to move back to that sub role, and that now ends up putting Beans into a certain spot. So it's all about how they play together. However, Beans and Harry played together in MW3. They were brilliant, a very aggressive, high-slaying AR couple. So whether or not they can bring that back here could be the difference.
These guys are friends inside the game, outside the game. You expect them to gel immediately. Beans is going to have no problem being on the squad. And you have all the questions from the community on what happened with this roster change and, you know, what was going on. But at the end of the day, you look at Beans and he is going to pack a little bit more for this team, especially when it comes down to the slaying that Beans had throughout the entire year. He was fantastic. You put him now into a situation where this Orchid team in Tier 2 for COD, they're one of the best search and destroy teams that we've seen coming out of Europe. And now you add a player like Beans, that's just going to level up other game modes outside of the search and destroy. So it's going to be fun to see where this goes.
It really is. And I actually love the conversation, especially what you posed there at Enigma as well. It's just the consideration of if he's on the market, you've got to grab him, right? It's Ben Beans, right? That's what you need. You need Ben, you need Beans together. This should work dynamically. But that's the question. Do you bring the individually skilled player on? It moves and shifts things dynamically for the squad in different roles. Maybe they're a little bit more uncomfortable once again coming into things. How does it work? Do you take the individual skill over potentially disrupting the dynamic of the roster?
It's a great question because this team have also been together for so long until they made this change. And the player that they ended up dropping is one of those famed fourth men. He kind of goes between a lot of different rosters and then slotted in brilliantly here, allowed them to do so much. So it is going to be that question. Also, it's an element of prep time. What did you get? Did you get good practice coming into this event? If not, you haven't got time to figure out those timings, and you're against one of the most high-pressure, high-intense teams that you're going to play in this entire tournament. So we're going to get a lot of questions answered very early, but one of the things we want to see is, of course, even if this series doesn't go your way, just evidence that you are looking like you're taking strides towards competing against at least some of those mid-tier teams here.
Beans is going to bring a lot of that. And not only that, the energy levels that he will bring to this team too, because we saw it in Cloud9 last game. We heard it from Gwyn, how much that's able to at least bring the best out of some of your teammates. This Orchid team, just in general, they're pretty tame. They're pretty quiet overall. And when you look at them with Beans on it, that completely shifts everything. And he's going to bring that out of them to just be more energetic, to be faster on the map and bring that excitement into their gameplay. And I think that's going to make things a lot more faster for them just in general, for that pace of play that we always talk about. And I was looking to see if he was wearing his Shrek Crocs. He's not wearing his Shrek Crocs on stage. I thought he would be, but unless I just I totally missed it, but
I mean, there's an opportunity to add on to that a little bit as well, because we're coming to the Call of Duty coach conversation.
Right.
This is people coming in. Of course, I saw you speak about that in the open to the show. Marky B, this is an opportunity to prove that this past year, you know, although it hadn't gone your way, you are still a fantastic person in this space. You've still got a great mind for the game.
Yeah.
So if this team are going to learn, adapt very quickly, you've got that mind to kind of help shape you, but also fill in any gaps that might be there right now, especially when we're talking about things like SND and Control, stepping in and kind of going, okay, gentlemen, this is what we're looking to play out here. They don't need to try and remember a deep playbook that they might not have managed to so far, because he can be that brain.
And he was there too for champs for this team. We're standing right behind them, helping them on their path to EWC. To get here, Marky B was right there, helping them, guiding them, and it's just going to continue for this squad. That's a great point, because you're thinking about the coaches and what they bring. Now that he's able to talk to the team, he is going to be just another former competitor, but also a former teammate to some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his story is quite long in this space, isn't it? And certainly someone that a lot of these will look up to. Again, there is that element of being European. You know this yourself. You know the opportunities are limited, and you end up in this situation where you have this camaraderie about you. So to have that fellow European behind you who understands how desperate you want to take this opportunity, he's right there. He's in the thick of it with you. He's going to help lead you.
I remember speaking to Menban's Mr. Mark Bryson back in 2017. They were just wee lads, as Mark would probably say. But they've been together a long old time, whether it's on the same roster, a different roster, competing against one another, competing with each other. There is a familiarity there with Marky B behind them, and also just a European feel on that team as well, which is going to bring them hopefully closer together as well. But speaking of, I do want to see what the series layout has in store for us today and see what the vetoes have come our way, because I'm curious to know how these are going to unfold for the teams and who it might be favoring. So Seymour, in your wonderful book of stats, what have you got for us here as you lay your eyes upon this?
I mean, you look towards a team like Orchid and what's going to favor them now when you have Beans, Harry, and Mythics on your team together. Three very strong assault rifle players. Immediately jumping out to me is going to be that Red Card, Vault, and Rewind to open up our first 3 maps of the game. Red Card in general should be able to slow things down for them to do that triple AR setup. And then you move in towards a Rewind, Search and Destroy, where those opening first bloods do tend to come from that AR line, trying to win fights towards the outside. That immediately jumps off my screen. Strong's maps for Orchid.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird one for me, because I kind of flip it a little bit in terms of looking at this series in the long run, because when you are one of these underdog teams, you're looking to kind of like wear down this opposing team. One of the most clutch teams that we have at the top level of Call of Duty is Vancouver. They've become the squad that doesn't game 11s, round 11s, sorry, get round 5s in control, those kind of situations, 30-point hard points. They've got stamina. They will see things through. I look towards the back end of that series, and that starts to lead, for me, towards Surge. So I agree with you in the sense of, like, we've got a great opportunity here for a series at the start, but you have to take that if you're Orchid, because the back half might be long for you.
There's going to be lots of areas, even in the Rewind, Search and Destroy, for a player like Neptune, or players like Neptune in 04 to take those routes. Same thing with Vault Control, but if it's me and I'm pointing anything out here for Orchid to take this series, it is in the start of this this game. If it does go to that protocol Search and Destroy, it's going to be difficult, because even earlier on in the year, that was a very good Search and Destroy map for the Surge.
So essentially what I'm hearing here, folks, is that we need a really hot start for Orchid here. They need to come out of the gates absolutely blazing. Hopefully the vibes are carrying them through those gates and into the first map here. But they need to get it done, essentially, against Vancouver Surge and not let them breathe. Surge, though, I think there's always a point where they can interject into any single kind of moment, map mode that does not favor them, because they are so clutch, so icy in those moments as well. So, I don't know. I think this potentially could go the distance if we are seeing an Orchid who are raring to go and looking red hot.
I hope so. I think that it's going to be just like Cloud9. I want to stand on stage and I want to hear Beans within the first 20 seconds get loud. Do anything to just fire your team up. Because you look at the story for challengers across this entire tournament, nobody is looking at them to put dents in these CDL teams. And, you know, you go into it and you want the magical upset. And in the group stages, it's going to be very telling in some of these earlier maps on, you know, what level they're going to be bringing to a team. You just got to think about it in your head, just how exciting it would be to watch Orchid take down Vancouver Surge after the season that they've had in this game. I think it's something that a lot of people who watch Tier 2 Call of Duty would look at and they would just rally behind.
Well, I mean, to follow in behind that, of course, Mercules has now opened up a whole different conversation. Wasn't long ago that we were all talking, oh, was there any talent down there? Well, there damn well is, ladies and gentlemen, because you turn up and absolutely smoke some of the best players we've ever had. Now it's a case of, well, how much more talent is there towards this bottom end? Well, this is an opportunity to find out, right? There's an opportunity to show yourself. And again, for a lot of these gentlemen on this side of the stage who are European, we know we have a couple of rosters out there that tend to play around European teams. So this is going to be a great shout for them to kind of go, we belong up here. We want to fight with the very best in the world at all times, not just for these big events here.
And you think about somebody on stage right now for this Orchid team who everybody thinks deserves a shot and needs to prove it against some of these top teams in Call of Duty. It's Mythics on stage. I mean, how many times are we going to talk about Mythics this year, previous years? As an AR, he has been lighting it up in Europe. He hasn't had his opportunity, and it's games like this, it's tournaments like this that are really going to determine that spot in BO7 if he's going to be on one of those starting rosters. I'd love to see him just come out and shred the competition.
I love to hear that. Tell me more about Mythics. What kind of AR type is he? Is he opening up rounds? Is he opening up routes for his teammates? You know,
he's a force.
Getting heavy into that?
He is a force on this team, and you look at him, if he is going to be going into that flex role again for the squad, allow Benz, or if they're going to switch it up with Beans for this team, he is able to fluidly switch between Jackal, AR, whenever he needs to. And with a team like Orchid, who are going to have 3 ARs naturally on their team, trying to figure out who's going to be the faster sub, Mythics is going to provide that for your team with Beans, with Harry, and it's going to be great.
Okay.
Well, I mean, one of the best things about these squads at the minute we saw with Mercules, it is ability to be that flex player, to come in and play different roles necessarily, not just when it comes to that AR SMG. It's also inside those roles themselves. Mythics is able to do literally all 4 out there on the map. I think the only thing he doesn't do is IGL. So you've got this player then that's able to essentially slot into any squad. He's high pace, high intensity, and that is where we have been as a competitive meta now for some time. Those high engagement, aggressive players are able to very much lock down things for your team and open up systems for the rest of your squad to thrive in. So we keep mentioning his name. We will keep bringing him up for some time now, but at the end of the day, we can talk as much as we want. It's up to him to put the proof out here on the main stage. What an opportunity.
Alongside a team like Orchid, too. I mean, you look at the players you're playing beside. I don't want to kind of frame it up too much like this, but it's almost like a passing of the torch over in Europe with all these veterans surrounding you. You got Marky B beside you. You got Bance alongside you. You have Harry, who's been up and down within this Call of Duty teams. You have Beans, who just came out of that Koi squad as well, and they're just going to elevate him in general. He's going to be a sponge. He's going to be listening. He's going to be improving, and there are so many more chances for him to get a spot.
Well, fellas, although I am enjoying thoroughly our conversation about both of these teams here, we're going to head to a quick break. We're making sure everything is good to go and set in stone for our players to get into this next matchup. We'll see you guys on the other side.
I just
This land is calling.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We got Vancouver Surge playing Team Orchid ready to go on the B stream. And anyway, I'm excited for this one because we've talked up this Orchid team so much, gave them the gas, gave them their flowers. No pun, they're an Orchid, but they got a tough task ahead of them because, you know, you don't want to take this Vancouver Surge team lightly whatsoever. They are at the pinnacle of competitive Call of Duty right now.
No, without a shadow of a doubt, this Vancouver Surge team are fantastic. We've talked a lot about the strengths that they have, how they've looked better and better and better. One of the examples being in Surge. This is often a mode where if you are the underdog team, you're coming in looking to maybe 2-3-5 that whole situation, and you end up in a spot instead where Surge, okay, they were pretty bad at SND throughout one point of the year. They got a lot better at it throughout the back end of the year, particularly in our last tournament. So you end up in a situation where if you're Orchid, you're thinking, okay, well, how do we take away? You want to prove yourself. You definitely want to step up and show. Your first outing here in Saudi Arabia could not be a much taller task. And so we look to things like you said before the break. It's a case of, okay, well, can our vocal leaders get up? What kind of impact can Marky B have from behind? There's a couple of different things here that hopefully factor in well for what is definitely an underdog team. You can see Harry here, essentially, just trying to get in the mindset, trying to lock in and make sure he's good to go. It's very relaxed on the left-hand side of the stage, but you can see that the gentlemen who are the underdogs are raring to go to get into this one.
They've been laughing, carrying on this whole time, been standing on the stage, just listening to them carry on. It's been great, but yeah, we got to see this Orchid team really step up in so many different ways. And I think when you're going into our last tournament, you're looking at this Vancouver Surge team, where do they need to improve? The big thing was control as a team. We saw it in the grand final that they did improve it. I mean, they had a respectable final, and honestly, it was something that they can look back at with pride, that they really stood against one of the best rosters that we do have in Call of Duty right now, and they looked dang good. But for Orchid, when you look at the way that they play against this team going into it, it had to be like the search and destroys, the controls. Hardpoint still seems like something that is a little bit of an iffy statement, but we saw in the maps and modes that at least they're putting themselves in the right places. Bring that red card in for a hardpoint on map 1. If Orchid can come out the gates hot, they could step up in that red card hard points and really shut down some of these big playmakers on Surge. That's where they're going to find their value, is slowing down the pace that's in front of them.
Absolutely, and I think that the one person that I'm looking at a hell of a lot for very good reason is going to be Beans. He gets subbed in. There was a whole controversy about it, so all eyes are on him and where he sits. And it's a whole conversation about what his year would have looked like if it hadn't been for issues that he faced and therefore had to be subbed out, brought back in, now dropped. It's a whole thing, and then it's a case of, okay, well, if you're going to take someone else's seat here at the Esports World Cup, you've got to really step up in those moments, and he's got to be that player to slow down what is a very strong Vancouver team. So I think that that's the player for me, and as well, if you are the other gentleman alongside, you're looking to lean on his recent experience of being up against these players himself and saying, okay, how do we counter this? How do we play them? How do we shut them down?
And I think we were kind of making that comparison, especially when you go back into the roster that Beans did have with the rest of Ultra, is we were looking at him to fill that space that kind of Mercury's left for that team, you know, be that flex player, fast, that playmaker, the Wonder Kid, as we saw for Mercury's. And for Beans, maybe you just weren't able to be that player. Well, on Orchid, you don't have to be that player. Mythics is right there. He could do exactly that job for you on this team. And if that's the case, it should be a lot more comfortable for you to be that pop-off player, taking that spot. You know, being in this roster, you should have a lot more familiarity with your teammates as well. It's going to fit like a glove right now for this Orchid team. And I think that's where I look at the value in this team, is that everything is kind of pointing towards a very comfortable team at the Esports World Cup to come together to play against those top teams in Call of Duty.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we get a look in here at some of the way in which they look around each other. You know, Bance hasn't stopped smiling since the moment he got here. They're very comfortable amongst each other. They're having a great time. And I think that's part of it. You could easily come in here, get stage fright, get a little bit shaky leg, and very much so make this a long, difficult, arduous tournament for yourselves. Instead, you come in, you're very relaxed, relaxed. You feel like your prep's done. You've got this superstar alongside you, and as a unit right now, that's how they've got to come out and play. So yeah, it's all about this first couple of breakoffs, though. It's going to be a case of, okay, well, do you have the ability to stand up here and make yourself known and force Vancouver to respect you? Don't have them walking away with this nice and early and thinking the series is going to be a quick 3-0 and we're all walking away from here.
Look, I want to see Ben Bance on the main stage. You know, I think back to all the way in Boston in MW3 when he was playing his first ever LAN Open in Challengers. And you think about there's like that image that was passed around with Bance, you know, head in his hands in the corner, like after one of his matches, and it's just like, he wasn't cut out for the passion pit, as we saw. You go into Black Ops 6 in the year that he has been phenomenal for this team. In the playmaking roles that he does have in S&D, you know, just trying to be that vocal leader for the squad while being a sub at the same time. It's a very difficult thing to do because you have a lot of pressure when you are the sub to not really be that leader, but to be the playmaker, to follow what is being told. And he's doing it all right now for this team. And it's a very different dynamic to what Vancouver Surge has, because it's quite opposite when you look at that, where you have Nasty, who is, you know, he is that very vocal player. He likes to get loud. He is going to be the one calming you through all those scenarios in S&D. And when it's not Nasty, you look towards somebody like Abusa, who's going to be as well just alongside him, calming down these players, giving them those openings, being that support system for the subs when they need them. That's what makes Vancouver so good, is that like they have players behind 04 and Nasty who can step up and just pop off at any moment when you don't really expect them to.
No, I mean, the thing that you mentioned there that I really like is the balance in the comms when it comes to this Surge team, because you do have two quieter players in 04 and Neptune. You have these two players who like to get a bit motor mouth in Abusa and Nasty, and it's the way their roles are different. For me, Abusa, a very island player for Vancouver, so he gives them this whole picture look when you're talking like, okay, I'm balancing myself off of Nasty, who's involved in the thick of it, and you end up in the situation where it's like, okay, we've got this whole view of everything that's going on, we're able to break it down, especially when we're talking about S&D, because they love their aggressive flanking routes and such, and you've got these two bouncing back and forth. You add Rambo Ray into there. That is a legendary name, but ladies and gentlemen, we are off and underway. Map 1, Vancouver Surge against Team Orchid.
I want to just get into that comms of Vancouver Surge with Ray behind them. It's going to be exciting. But we're at the gates of Red Card. We are out. Vancouver Surge ready to take it to one of our challenger teams here with Orchid punching above the belt. And it's Vancouver Surge off the gates with a little bit of time, repping the Orge on the mini-map. And you're looking right now, Orchid, they have the better side for the rotations, but they got to get a lick at this hill.
Yeah, I mean, at least keep Vancouver off of things nice and early. Again, it's not all lost in the first hill, but it's very much so a case of not allowing Vancouver to feel completely comfortable out here, not allowing them to feel very free. And Nasty already playing for that rotation, putting pressure on the back line. As Harry's picked up there, you can see that kill feed light up in orange. One of them is a team kill, but Orchid scrambling for P2.
And you already have Net04 as well pushing up. He's got the aims in hand. Gets a kill, turns around, plays his life. That's going to set Orchid into a little bit of distress. Nasty on 3 in a row, soaking up that hill time. Surrounded, finally some talk for Orchid. They're in the hill.
They are indeed. Managed to break back in, but do you read the spawn in behind you? You kind of want to flip this hill out at point and start to play P3 side, but this was earlier than anticipated. Vancouver Surge will start to put out, at least turn the hill neutral for a moment. Neptune's going to be here on that AR, flexing on over to help his team break back into this. But for now, it's all about this setup to try and flip a team out. And, well, Vancouver, they try and get on the hunt, but Orchid are cutting that down.
It's going to come down to a lot of these future hills. You mean you're looking towards the second set of rotations for Orchid to really get hot here off the gates. Vancouver, they got the pace. They're able to play off that mystery, and so far they are playing so well when it comes to breaking this hill and keeping Orchid out of the objective. They flip the map again. Suddenly, you are in trouble right now. Team Orchid, they got to fight through old, get through these streets, and look at this position that we're seeing as well. Busa sticking around. He is going to catch a lot of these players on rotation.
Yeah, it's a great couple of plays here from Vancouver because they start to feel that they can't get out goal side, so they start to play out through middle instead, put some pressure on Orchid. That breaks their defensive line down. It lets them hit that quick rotation over towards 3. Orchid are here, though. They're going to fight for it in the steps.
Beans. Already for the first one, has to go for the reload. He's going to pick up the Jackal, though, goes into Neptune, rips him off. Surge are looking to manipulate these spawns, pin them back in the spawn trap, and things are getting worse for Orchid.
Yeah, indeed, but you do get those close spawns in the back, which is a slight silver lining as long as you can get into these kind of positions where you can get out. Bean's going to be a big player here to try and relieve pressure. Got to squeeze out as his teammates fall around him. Mythics trying to play his life, trying to be a bit of a nuisance around the hill. Will find absolutely nothing of purchase. So Beans has managed to squeeze out and find one, but that kill just sends you back to Sender, and you will be spawning in close again.
And all this time, Surge just soaking it up. A couple kills for Orchid again, but you're just playing for scraps, and that's not good enough. A race over towards the 4th hill. Ban's going to get caught. A couple kills for Abusa, but that is just only going to slow things down. 0-4, he's already reached over towards this P4 hill. He's got the setup, and you got the high ground too if you're Surge.
Yeah, and right now this is what we were talking about at the very top here. Orchid already looking under the thumb of this Vancouver Surge pressure. Nasty's going to control things from steps. Finds one. You've already spotted this goal side spawn in. It is more kills in the feed, and if anything, the only player that can kill Vancouver Surge is going to be Vancouver players themselves. Yeah. Orchid are in a real tough spot nice and early.
I mean, Neptune and Abusa coming out hot. 12-7, 13-7, 0-4 right there as well. And Nasty not too far behind. Everybody raring to go here at EWC for one of our Canadian representative organizations. And it looks good on this red card when you thought Orchid would be that team to really play well on a bigger map like red card. Vancouver are ripping it away from you.
And we start to see that rotation then over towards the end of our first set of hills. It's 122-30. Orchid must find something of purchase here, but the best you can really hope for, it's much similar to the P1, is to keep it relatively neutral. And right now, that big fight going on in bar, going to between Neptune and Bans. Bans comes out on top, so that might give you foundation, but your teammates fall elsewhere, and every bit of good work that I could have set up for you just all falls apart.
Yeah, now it's on to Bans. He's in behind. A couple players turn, they line up 3 down. Finally, Orchid have a chance to get into this hill, have a setup, and Surge flipped out.
It's that spawn out for Orchid that just allows them to collapse in through the back of this Surge setup and gives them an opportunity then. But this is something that's been handed to you. You must seize with both hands, managing to stave off pressure for now. It might come in through connector though, and you've also got that close side spawn from 0-4. They're looking to set up some sort of pinch here.
Harry's in a good spot. Another kill coming through. Mythics on the other side. 1-2 punch. You're missing a little bit of this time back at Old, but Harry's still going to fight for it, and this is where you look towards Orchid to see if they can start to find some stability in the rotations. Now you're going to have a little bit of priority into these next few hills, so can they keep the ball moving?
Big job here for Beans in the middle. Sees that his teammates are finding kills, but that's over by Old. He's looking to try and get round the back of this Surge counter line and stop them, basically hem them in, force them to run through the bottleneck that is the middle of the map. And as he finds one, he's looking for his teammates to activate elsewhere. He's still going to be here to apply this pressure, and this is the best spell for Orchid so far, but they've still got a long way to claw this back.
Beans for the read, but not going to anticipate player on the pinch. Bans hops out of the hill. Nasty going to trade him out. Nobody in for now. 36 seconds, plenty to fight for, and Nasty has the snap. 32 seconds still, and you are all over the case right now for Vancouver. Back into the hill.
Just refusing to go away ever. Vancouver, as typical as ever. High pressure, high engagement. Nasty's just going to tuck himself off into a corner here. Almost an antithesis of everything that's going on as his teammates find all the kills. And I think that's a stick as well. And that's 4 dead in the feed. So that's going to give you the easy rotation over towards 2. Team Orchid are going to have to spawn deep out towards Garage. So they've got a hell of a lot of map to cover. It's going to be at least 2 waves needed before they even get close.
I'm going to anticipate 0-4 after the hill flips. He's just going to push forward. He does that. Unfortunately, Harry does spot him. Still able to play his life. Slip away. That is delaying so much time off this retake. Busa next up. Good shots from Harry. They should have it pinned down. Still trades out for Vancouver Surge. Nearly a 100-point game, but Orchid, they get 3 down. They need to turn this into time.
Yeah, they've actually done very well here. Mythics in particular finding a big 2-piece. Just the ARs managing to find so much of the kills crossing the whole car park section, but Mythics now surrounded. He gets collapsed on, and that's what Vancouver do. You undo them so much, they then set up 4 players to surround it, swarm the hill, collapse, Orchid bullied straight back out, and now the problem for Orchid is you're spawning back P2. You need to get players out through the middle, otherwise you risk getting completely pinned in and Surge continuing to run away.
And realistically, at this point, any time is good time for Vancouver. You got such a big lead that you just continue to push ahead. 20 seconds, 30 seconds. It's just not what Team Orchid want to be giving up. You got the rotation over to P3 to worry about, but even still, Vancouver, they're going to be the first ones there.
Yeah, you are indeed. You're going to get Beans pushing in close. He's going to try and work it with the Jackal, slips inside, finds one, keeps an eye on the right angle. Going to get bad timing on it though, and that's a big two-piece that will give his teammates an opportunity to get out of the back spawns and support him.
Looking at Finesse, able to get a couple shots into Neptune. Trade isn't there. Neptune rechallenges it. 4 down again, and you're in the back spawn. So things go from hard to tougher now for Team Orchid, trying to fight through these power positions. 3 down again in the feed, make it 4 from Abusa, and you have nowhere to go right now.
And it is clinical. It is ruthless out of Vancouver. You have Nasty holding up the middle. Abusa decides to play out that far bus side, and you just pin Orchid in from all angles. There is no mistakes being made, and despite bits and flashes and moments where Orchid do start to step up, it is not something that lasts for very long as Vancouver continue to remind them that they are the upper dog here. And for Orchid as well, you've now got to get out of this spawn. Abusa continues to apply pressure on the front line. You're already rotated in for 3.
210 to 92. Orchid, they got to kick it into gear right now as it continues to look worse and worse. Rotations in for Surge. They're looking to put this win away. You have Neptune soaking up this time, but a couple players to worry about. Mythic's Wallbang's going to take care of him. Rest of the team providing support. Everybody getting knocked down one by one. Enigma, this is clinical.
It is indeed. Not long left now. Bance is going to try and find something to set up a bit of hit from the stairs. You do find 3. 04 is going to be here. That's 4 dead, so that's going to get you a break in, but it's got to be absolute perfection from this point onwards. And Vancouver, they'll set themselves up. They've got plenty of time here to work this hit and slowly break down Orchid.
I mean, 15 seconds. At this point, you're just looking for some confidence right now for Orchid. What can you take away for that map too? Of course, we've seen breakdowns before, but to see something like this from Surge, it would be unheard of for what we've seen across the year. Over to P5, you do have Beans there, so something to talk about, but they need to support him.
Yeah, Mythy's going very big here in Tick here and in this connector area, just trying to shut down all lanes of early rotation from the Surge. And, well, you do find a couple more kills. That's Beans for 2. Abusa's going to be here, though, to shut you down. You don't manage to pull it off. Harry, quick trade. Neptune dives the point, and this could be the last stand for Orchid in this map.
Everybody's in. 10 seconds. Good nade as well. He is diving all over the place. Nothing to stop him. All he wants to do is jump in your face. 246. Things counting up. Orchid, it's too late. The game is packed and shipped away from you. What a showing for Vancouver for their first map on this B stream. 250 to 114 on red card.
And we talked about a couple of things that we really wanted to see at the start of that hard point. It was high energy out of Orchid. We didn't really get that. They felt flat. We looked over here. Of course, we're in the venue inside Riyadh, and we can just see that there's just not that energy. You hear screams towards the end. That's coming from the Vancouver side of the stage, of course. The thing is, we can tactically break it down, and no doubt we will do our best, my friend. But quite frankly, when the slaying statistics look like that, Neptune 33 and 21, you look at the other side of things, the SMG, Bans 18 and 31, that tells a lot of the story there. They just couldn't keep that pace and pressure.
I think just from the start, I mean, we started to see it as well in the second set of rotations in towards the last bit. Every single time you go to a hill like P4, like P3, Surge were there first. And then you talk about when you did have those rotations for Orchid, it's just a matter of you weren't able to lock down those angles to stop the approach from Surge and shut down those early break attempts. It was just constant pressure all the time. You felt like you were in a turtle shell almost, but there were just too many cracks in it.
Yeah, well, this is what it highlights between the difference of Tier 2 and Tier 1 Call of Duty, especially when we're trying to plug the gaps here if you are this Orchid squad. It's that constant pressure from Vancouver that comes in. You get an opportunity for Orchid. There was a couple of moments where we're like, okay, that's a very good play. You managed to get yourself out. You managed you look like you got a rotation locked in. There's always someone pestering nearby. There's always someone applying some sort of pressure. And if you're not used to that, that becomes very frustrating. You don't really get your systems in place. You don't get your plays where you want them to be. And that's when it starts to spiral. And we just saw a couple of back-to-back hills from Vancouver that very much so told the story of that one.
I thought we just saw Ray about to walk off the stage like he wasn't supposed to be back there talking to the team the entire time. Too used to the old ways, in with the new. Now you got some conversations that go into the Search and Destroy, and you got to think about this Surge team. They were already a good Search and Destroy squad, especially when we saw them in our last tournament. But now you put together a coach who is just going to keep you level-headed, allow for you to really delve deep into that strat book. He gets to talk every single time that we go into a new round, not between the rounds or during the rounds, it's between the rounds. And that's going to put that kind of chess game, that mind game now against an old foe that you used to compete against, Marky B on the other side.
Well, the thing is, there's so much to kind of unpack here because we talked about it a little bit at the top of this one. We come into it, and quite often, if you're another team here in Call of Duty, you're trying to 2-3-5 it. So you got to take away some of those SNDs. And the thing is here, if you're Vancouver, they have a ridiculously good system in Surge nowadays. Neptune and 04 play a lot around each other for those first bloods. They are very aggressive on offense and very much so sitting with their ARs on defense. Very happy to play what is around the fundamentals of Surge. You've then got a Booz who's often that lone island player, if you will, and Nasty will flitter between wherever he needs to set up his squad for success. He will play off a lot of that early intel. And you end up with a system where this Vancouver team, I'm looking over that Orchid squad, I'm like, how do you pick this apart? So many other teams have tried recently and they've not even gotten close. So where do you suddenly find what is a desperate couple of rounds early on?
It has to be the info gathering. When it comes down to those early portions of the round, how well can you dictate those break-off strategies from Vancouver Surge, figure out where those SMGs are going, and look to isolate them into situations for that first blood. First blood's going to be everything for this Orchid team. If you can catch one of those players who are trying to make plays, that's going to make, obviously, your job easier, but at the same time, it's going to put a leash on them for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think there are two ways that you can build into this if you are Orchid. I think that you bring up some good points, and I think that is a case of, on defense, I'm looking for you to be extremely passive. You're looking to welcome Neptune and 04 in, almost bait them into your cave. Okay, gentlemen, you want to get aggressive, we'll just set up 4 players to cut you down the second you arrive. That is something where sometimes they can overstray, so you've got an opportunity there. There's also that mid-round set situation where you are Vancouver, because you've got such an aggressive play and your ARs can't necessarily keep up, there's gaps between them. That's, though, if Orchid have had time to not only figure out getting beans into the system, not only do their homework, but also get it applied in before we get to the Esports World Cup. And I think we're going to get those answers very early. Again, we go back to what we said at the start of the hard point. You've got to come out here and force Vancouver to respect you. Otherwise, I don't see much of a route back in.
At the same time, yeah, you want to be passive, but you said it, you have to make them respect you. And at some point, you're going to have to put your foot down and figure out how you're going to get aggressive on these attacking sides, how you're going to, switch up the pace of play on defense and throw those aggressive defenses into the case. And at least we saw that a little bit on the red card situations where you had Beans take out the Jackal and you had Mythics right there with him in the sub as well. So you look at a map like red card Rewind, where you can have those situations to change that pacing up and down. It's not an easy map to just play passive on defense and kind of like get the job done. So there's options. I think it's important for Orchid to show that they do have those options in their strat book, and you don't want to let Vancouver Surge walk all over you, but you do have to make them bend to your will at some point.
There indeed, and of course, First Blood's going to be a large name of the game here. For Orchid, it's actually going to be a B approach very early. The thing is, for Vancouver Surge, they are very good at this. Essentially, lock down one site, very comfortable at retaking the other. So for Orchid, you're trying to bait out a kill at least before you set up this post-plant situation.
Bomb not going down just yet. Vance aware for the flank presence. Good shots roll forward. The help of Beans, that's going to be 2 down. 4 versus 2 on the retake. Surge working from the same angle. Nasty, the first one, going to be spotted. Vance the information. He plays his life back down. Feeds it over to Mythics. Get aggressive into the play. Now it's Abusa in the 1 versus 3. Backs on down. See if anybody else wants to get fancy.
You've got to make sure there's no mistakes here from Orchid, and well, Beans does slide out and take it. One that you absolutely had to. I was starting to ask a couple of questions there, but that's a great play from Orchid. You get forward onto your bomb site, but instead of rushing that plant in, Vancouver Surge then collapsing around it the way they like to and set up that pinch play, what you end up with instead is they're going, okay, we're waiting for one of you to kind of overstep there. How much have you not respected us coming into this? We're going to catch one of you straying, and when we do, then we've got the numbers, then we can get the bomb down and play in that post-plant situation. So a great job from Orchid, nice and early.
Yeah, fantastic from Orchid. That's exactly how you wanted to flip the script from game 1 into game 2 now for this series. You come out strong with an attacking play over towards B. You start to set the tone for what Vancouver Surge should expect. And well, for us, I wouldn't expect anything else from one of the best teams in Surge that we do have from Challengers.
Slowly does it here for Surge. This is not as aggressive as they typically like to play. Maybe just trying to get a bit of information nice and early, and it will reward them with a first blood. Harry being very isolated there in street side, and then you flood A, and you have company as Bance finds one.
Okay, so 3v3 in the retake. You don't want to sell. You have a flank coming through, and it's a good read actually from Beans to anticipate that. However, there is a chance for Neptune to go and see if you can trade this one out. Jumps over, that's bombed down. Another 1v situation. This time it's Nasty, isolated in the courtyard. Orchid get a second in a row.
Yeah, do a very good job, especially being a man down early. They don't panic. That's the important thing there. You get Bans picking up that kill over in A. That suddenly surprises Vancouver seemingly, as their typically aggressive play turns into something a bit slower. Maybe just trying to figure Orchid out nice and early. They're trying to find out exactly how this squad play. You can see them coming here, coming in from Nasty. And of course, with Ray in behind, you've got an opportunity for that extra level of understanding and dictating those future rounds. But for Orchid, this is what we wanted to see. Stand up, force Vancouver to recognize you're a part of this series. But where do we go from here? Can you keep it up?
That is the big question right now. So far, so good. Early nades not gonna, or they do connect onto Beans, but are just gonna turtle up in towards their spawn. Lots of aggression from Vancouver Surge. They've pushed all the way up through Sidewalk, and they have left Neptune a little bit ISO'd over towards 18.
Yeah, that's gonna be a first blood on the board for Nep. Pulling out that SMG, and well, Orchid, they're just hemmed in a little bit here. This has been a wide line from Vancouver. It's that play on street side that just trapped them in towards A. So they're forced into this spot. They're going to have to take it, and that's another on the board.
Now 4 up top. Good shots. Now looking to finesse for even more shots just above the head of Mythics, and that is going to give things away. 2 versus 2. Bomb still in the hands of Mythics. They got a full red carpet rolled out for them at this B site.
Orchid here probably can't believe their luck a little bit. The fact that they get handed those 2 kills for free. Mythics will now get that bomb down.
This is going to be fast.
Yeah, you're going to get this hit coming in really close from Vancouver. Mythics tucks himself into the 18, looking to push forward here, and does find one at least. Turns into another 1v2.
I like this call to play his life. Abuse it, tanked up 13 HP. Mythics just does the rest himself. What a play from Mythics. The fact that you do not fly, you saw it.
Yeah,
and he had the urge to just jump at that player to dumpster. The fact that he gets that call, back down, player life, wait for the chow, it's perfect.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to fly at that, but just bides his moment, finds support from his teammate, and cleans that up. This is much more like it from Orchid. Vancouver, again, they've looked better and better through S&D. The deeper the year has gone, but now staring down the barrel of 3 rounds in a row, having lost. And Abuza here, he's going to look to control this street side, which is where Orchid have been profiting most so far.
See if you can shut down any aggressive push towards the sidewalk. It's a fast hit onto A. Everybody from Orchid has been back down. Do they get the fast plan out, though? That's the big question. Harry draws first blood. Stuns, no chows. Neptune sticks it for the plant. And he gets his life.
It's all about the retake. Orchid trying to set this up. You are going to get that support in from street, so you're sitting there right now trying to assess how to find these numbers.
Flank coming out, and that's Mythics just getting active, keeping the numbers for Orchid on this retake. 4v2, 4v1. Mythics, he is jumping into action and ripping you apart. 7 in a row. This is disgusting.
Yeah, this is a showcase from Orchid here in the Search and Destroy, and they do a wonderful job of exactly what I said. They play passive on the defense. They allow Vancouver to think that they've got this A control. They start to overstray a little bit, and you end up with Orchid going, okay, well, we're now a man up as well. You plant that bomb, we'll happily retake it for free. They're struggling to make progress in through street side, but you highlighted it. Mythics finds that flank through Gens, gets himself in around the back, easy kill, and that splinters the entire Vancouver defensive post plan.
That's the guy we highlighted to off the start that we're saying. Mythics, he's the one that we got our eyes on to be the playmaker for Orchid. Can he step up and be that superstar? Search and Destroy, well, he can.
Certainly showing here 7 in a row as well. RCXD to play with should you need it. It's a slight change up in the play. You're not going to get in through Elephant. You're trying to control Gens instead. Mythic's going to make a lot of noise. Neptune will find the first, and there isn't the trade. Neptune turns and burns.
All right, it's about time. Finally, some momentum for Surge into a round. Bomb down, 1 versus 4. 4 Bants, as he's able to at least bring it into a 1v3. Surge have to be careful not to sell another kill. As you can see, everybody playing shoulder to shoulder across it. It's going to be a tough one for Bants. Nasty not going to give him the time of day. This is Surge now. You look to what is next. 3 rounds down. The hardest is over. You get the first one.
Yeah, for Orchid, it's a case of you've built up enough of a gap to not worry about that round necessarily. tried out something a little bit different. Probably go back to what you tried in that first round. 4 players in towards that B side, but it's red this time and clean from Vancouver. Neptune with a beautiful play to open things up. The thing here for Orchid, of course, now you go on that defense. We've just seen how good you look when you play that passively. Do we get a change up here, or do Vancouver instead decide to try and bait out that early blood, something they are currently trailing in?
Can I add that this is the professional debut of Mythics too? So he is looking so comfortable on this main stage. Bance and Harry again keeping this round open up. They are lighting up the kill feed for Orchid. Flawless on the round. It's like that last one didn't even happen.
Yeah, exactly. Blink and you miss it, ladies and gentlemen. If you decided to take a sip of your water, you might have come back to see that Orchid have taken yet another. And it's not passive play. Again, they've kind of set up ARs in a line and gone, okay, gentlemen, we know you like to run forward. We've got a firing squad waiting for you right here. And for dead as quick as you like. 5-1 Vancouver. Under a bit of pressure right now. Not sure if they're feeling it, though. Glancing on over at 04, who couldn't seem to give a care in the world. But for Orchid, this is a way of building a bit of momentum. Again, proving you deserve to be in the series and that a couple of people should be paying attention to you individually.
Oh, Vancouver, I mean, what do you got in the tank for this rewind? Because it is a tall road to get back into it. Aggressive hit over towards B once again. Nasty, hands full for this, but he's making the call to see if the team can get back into it. Trophy's gone, stuns out. Nasty isolated, but the nade is going to trade. Neptune is there for the follow-up. 2 versus 3.
It's incredibly unlucky for Orchid, but we'll have to come back to it. Bean's about to get caught by a boozer and falls. So Harry then in a 1v3. A great player, an AR that we've covered very highly here in Europe, but you will find one and then Vancouver will swarm. And that's exactly what happens there. You're unlucky with the sense that the nade takes out the card, because if Bance gets that kill and pushes through, you've got a great setup there for Orchid to just kind of hold out from so many different areas around that B bomb, especially if you then manage to get it down into the post plant. Nade goes up and then it ends up turning into a bit of a spiral. But Vancouver do a great job there of something that they sometimes struggle with and something that they've improved on through the year defensively. They're more passive, so they're closer in proximity and able to set up that pinch in through courtyard.
So here we go. I mean, you get the first one back, and you slowly are trying to chip your way through these rounds. It's going to be a tough one, I'd say, for Surge just in general, but it's not impossible.
Oh, no, absolutely not. We've seen far greater comebacks through far closer foes. Neptune gets that stun out early, and notice the change up from the all-out aggression into the passive play. They're trying to find that blood.
No movement, though, from Surge, really aggressing into either site. Posted up, waiting for a mistake, and Orchid aren't giving it to you. Look at the angle from Mythics. He plays his life. He gets away. RCXD on the map, and that's going to clear out P5. So information for Orchid. They get through. They see these players on Surge, and now it's Bull and Surge's court on where to go with this bomb.
We are burning through time, though. 45 seconds left only on the clock, and Bean senses that there's going to be a hit coming in. Steps up at the right time, but shoots incorrectly. Vancouver will find that blood and get themselves into the east side.
A little bit too excited to get that first kill. Opens up a chance now for Surge for the round. Bomb going down towards A. Do we have an opening for the retake? Mythic's going to get fast into it. Trades out to Neptune, 3 versus 3. And it's not going to stop just yet. Bance fast as ever to get right into the face of 04. And it's all down to Nasty to clutch a 1 versus 3 with 30 seconds, but it's not going to happen. And Orchid have tied us up against the runners-up from our previous tournament.
Yeah, and at the end of that one, we hear the gentleman get loud over there. Malky B straight out of his seat to congratulate the gents for the plays that they just pulled off to tie us up. And Orchid, I mean, they must have done their homework. They've come into this group. They recognize exactly what Vancouver's strengths are, aggressive on that offense, and so often they sat their ARs in a line and welcomed them into their lair and found those kills, leading on the Bloods in the end 6-3. It's hard to come back from that. We get a quick look at the scoreboard here. Mythics, the man that we talked about, 10-3, 6 non-traded, and very much so a huge part of the victory.
That's impressive. I mean, it's like a spider web being woven by this Orchid team, and then you got Mythics, what, like a Black Widow or something. He's sitting there just waiting, venomous, to strike at any moment. And it was solid as ever for the Surge, as we expect from one of the best Surge teams that we know from Challengers. And that's going to tie us up in this series. It's going to set us up for a very exciting Map 3 coming up after this break. We'll see you soon with more EWC. A shocking turn of events as Team Orchid has stolen away a map against the #2 team coming out from the Black Ops 6 year into EWC. It is 1-1 tied now as we are heading into our swing map mode combo of Control and Enigma. I mean, looking back at this series, going into a respawn again, you got to be a little bit worried for this Orchid team after that map 1.
Yeah, and that's it, right? It's a case of what bleeds over. Is it the momentum from winning the S&D, or is it a case of Vancouver remind you just how damn good they are when it comes to respawn and just how damn good they've been ever since Neptune walked into this team? Is that relentless pressure and pace? There was a couple of moments that we saw from Orchid, flashes in the pan, moments where you can see what they're trying to achieve, but just not able to get there in time before you were smothered by this Vancouver squad. So we look to Control then, and this becomes far more static, which will help Orchid kind of set that tempo a little bit. There's not that dynamic rotation stuff going on, but instead you've got to control 2 different points. And I wonder for Orchid, if you end up in a spot where what you consider instead is to lock down one and not consider the other.
That's the big question, and you know what we've seen a lot through this Vault and the evolution of Vault across the year has been the way that subs really control this map. A lot of teams, especially on defense for this, and I'm curious if, you know, Vancouver or if Team Orchid will showcase it in this game in general, but we tend to see a lot of quad sub setups off that defensive break, get aggressive, take control of the map, and set pace. And for either one of these teams, that's something that I'm really expecting, just to get fast, aggressive, especially out of Surge again.
Yeah, well, we're about to find out, because on the defense is going to be Vancouver to start things off here. And they will send 2 bodies towards A, but 2 to watch over B, expecting that flank hit coming through. 04 will open things up against Mythics as Orchid push onto A.
Clinical. Off the break for 04, now setting up a flank chance. Looks like he wants to go double dip against Mythics again. Punishes off the respawn, leaves the rest for the teammates, and they deliver a clean off the break for Surge.
Yeah, terrifying start here for Orchid. Immediately pushed back to poolside, trying to find a couple of perches out of ARs. We do get 2 bodies through onto A, so this is going to send a couple of Vancouver players in your direction. For me, if you're Orchid, I think you send a body over to B here and just force Surge to scramble, let your boys out of the spawn.
Anything, just anything would be good off this break so far. Beans looking to get active. He's going to get aggressive, gets his, but traded out immediately, and it's back and forth for Orchid. This is not what you want. You have that initial segment over towards A,
oh my God!
But when Nasty is doing things like that with the sub to you, how do you break this?
I mean, that is a real dagger out of Nasty for sure, because the Orchid pressure was there. You do get that body onto A. One tick has come through. I'm looking at Harry, though. You're coming in towards A. And for me, I don't know if this is the case. You want to get over towards B. You want to have these Surge players scrambling. This hit is the same. You do find a couple of kills in the feed, but Abuza answers back with 2 to wipe it unless Bans can do something here.
It is so staggered from either side right now, and for Orchid, the time is getting low. 30 seconds. You have to go towards A at this point. Try to get that extra minute on the clock, and it looks like Surge are actually going to give that up.
I like it. I think that the decision on transition is an important one in Vancouver here. They're willing to give up that A point. 3 ticks is nothing to be too worried about on the defensive side of things. And what you have is the aggression coming through from Nasty here to move on through to Trophy to try and lock down this entire street side.
And this is where, you know, for Orchid, it really opens up the map to see if you can get some of those ARs into power positions to really light things up. Off the respawn, you slow things down. Let's see if they can take control of their spawn once again. Mythics hunting for this player into the back. Nobody's able to lock down Nasty. It's over the top. Mythics for once flies at the second. Good shots. No actual kill, though, as it is racing around Mythics, who has just not been able to get anything going. 2-7. Bance 2-7. They have been shut down fully in this round.
Yeah, they have indeed. There is going to be some bodies onto this point for Orchid, but they're bouncing in and out, trying to move these Vancouver players around. It doesn't happen. Great plays out of Nasty and 04 to continue to put pressure onto the back line. But now if you're Orchid, you surge on forward. 35 seconds on the clock, so something's got to start to come together. And if you're Vancouver, you've got a great line putting you all over this point, and Orchid can do nothing. They are dead. They are all eliminated, and that will be all she says for map 1.
So let's bring, you know, some silver linings into this one. You get the A zone. You know, maybe you looked a little bit good off the break for a couple of the ways that you really handled, you know, players like 04 trying to get into your spawn. But when it came to A gets captured, you move over towards B. You just were not able to take control of those streets. And when you lost control of those streets, you then lost control of your spawn. You put so much focus onto trying to get Nasty away from the back end. You chased him for so much time off that clock. Nobody overextends. you're lucky to get that 3 segments off that. That was near perfect for Surge, it felt.
Well, to be honest, it moved so quickly. I didn't even take a quick look at the lives just because of the situation there for Vancouver. You know, we still thought we had plenty of time, and instead the pace, the aggression again from Surge, just meaning that we're bleeding through lives so very quickly. But, well, they come out here. They're going to try and set up this B hit early, handing A over, and, well, Orchid now going to figure out a bit of a retake.
Yeah, Beans, he's not going to get fooled at all. A little misdirection, but you do shut down that flank presence still. Vancouver bleeding their way in towards this B zone. You have some forward presence as well from Nasty. He's trying to work at least in and around Art. A lot of attention to take him away from this position. Still a segment going to be gained. Nasty, he's rogue. The chase is on. The kills come through. And hey, you've shut it down right now if you're Orchid. So now step 2. Can you get any momentum on this defense?
And you're seeing this hit come through still for Vancouver. They want B. They're continuing to prioritize it. The one thing you have, though, if you're Orchid, mid-map control. You did for a moment, at least. That was going to allow you to put some pressure on. It's now going to be on Bant on the flank as his teammates try and do something from Art.
Harry's got to get a kill, it feels. As soon as you show Buza, he's not even going to be seen here. Good shots out. Nasty goes down, so over towards A. Looks like Beans is going to be at least keeping a little bit of these players on their toes. Couple kills come through for Orchid. They shut it down for now. The second segment didn't even get captured over at B.
Yeah, I thought it did, but you end up bouncing off too early if you're Vancouver. I think there was supposed to be a moment there where B comes through, you transition over to A and clean that up. Never ends up working out. 30 seconds on the clock, and right now Orchid be very happy with the defensive line that they've drawn.
Yeah.
It might be missing 0-4 in through the back, and this could open up a Vancouver offensive play.
It's like a shark in the water, but he is going to shoot a little too early. Neptune was there to assist. Noise off the door. Again, misdirection for this Vancouver Surge team to see if they can get over towards B. Look for the second segment. Good nade in for 0-4. Takes care of Beans, and he is lighting a path now for the rest of the team. Flank coming up from Harry. You need him to get some good shots here. 0-4 backs him down. The B zone gets captured, and you still have a chance if you're Surge.
Yeah, and just in the moment where it felt like the round was going to fall to Orchid, Harry does a great job down in the vault, but his teammates fall elsewhere, and as Neptune gets a 2-piece, Harry's here to answer. Finds one onto a 5 spree now. Where do the rest of the bodies come in from? Harry needs support, doesn't find it. 2 kills on the board for Surge, and they're stacking.
Mythics trying to get into a position now to see if you can make this play happen. Good shots onto the first one. Fusage just laying into the middle of the floor. Easy cleanup. Looks like Vancouver going to try to aggress through Lion. Harry is there. And suddenly things slow down for a moment for Orchid.
That breakneck pace will be tempered off for just a moment as we look at 50 seconds left on the clock. It's 8v7. Orchid down by that 1 life, trying to find a way to nick one off of the Surge. But look at that play coming in from 0-4 and Abuza. They want to set up to surround this, find that kill in the back line. It's going to be a big hole from Beans to try and bat that away. But they're actually turtled in right now, and 1 big wipe for Vancouver. This round's over.
Harry's going to try to reflank through double. Couple good kills from Orchid. 6 versus 5. You can see that very tentative was Abuza to make a play. As soon as he does, he's going to be taken care of. 0-4 now alone. How much damage can you do? 2 kills. It's nice, but it doesn't seem like it's enough just yet. 4 versus 2 in it. Mythics flanked out. Neptune going to shut this round down. And Surge, they keep things going for themselves on this attack. Taking it in what seems like objective, not even lives. They get all 6 segments.
It's a real dagger for Orchid because the start of that went perfectly. There was a moment where we're looking at 1 segment coming through for Vancouver. It's all over and done with, and Orchid march on through to round 3, feeling very pretty in the lead. But there's just that moment where Harry does a great job controlling Vault. The reinforcements can't come through from there, but the rest of the AR battles go all Vancouver, and as such, Orchid crumble under that pressure. The transition over to A, then Harry's on his own. He's basically on an island trying to hold off 4 players. Never really comes through and pushes them into that life situation where you're trying to nick one away from Vancouver, and it's very rare. These guys hunt in packs. They don't often go alone. You don't get handed a couple of freebies, and as such, they mop it up from there. Vancouver on game point.
And it really just feels like the Orchid in the respawns, they want to match pace with Vancouver, and they just cannot do it whatsoever. So many times that you're trying to catch a timing, but instead you leave areas of the map open for these Surge players to make some routes out of nothing. So Orchid need to go into this one a little bit careful for an attacking round. Again, you're looking for A at the start of this one. A couple trades come through. Beans is still here. First segment locked in. Second one to go now.
Well, the problem last time around for Orchid was that transition over to B. They were not able to catch Surge out, and Beans is actually firing really well right now. He's had a slow 2 rounds, but 3 on the board will allow his teammates to stack at A. But this is where Surge backed off last time. They were happy to hand it over, and that body over to B now should force Surge to scramble a little bit. So I like what you're trying to do. Harry continues to work the point, on to 23 and 12, has 3 and the point, and now you can move on over. But all of a sudden, Vancouver just start to collapse around, set the bodies up. They're not in a great place right now, though, but Orchid also don't have the reinforcements to hit 2 minutes. They got to figure out and work this defense.
This is Harry looking like Lucifer right now. 23 and 13. He is undeniable at this moment for Orchid, and he needs assistance. And you look towards Bance to see if he can step things up in this round to assist in that column. Well, he's going to get over towards B, stop that clock, and start this progress on the zone. Bance, another one, looking for this first tick. He gets it, and unfortunately, he's surrounded by players, but that's a moment for Orchid. Gets him closer to the finish line.
Yeah, there was actually a huge kill off screen by 04 and Mythics. He was trying to work his way in through the backside of P4, but 04 does find that kill. Then you get reinforcements, and he's bumped along to try and support the hill. So a system in place here for Surge on this defense. Again, very happy to give up A and play around B, but Beans will find a nade kill. Unfortunately, then traded on out. And this is the thing for Orchid right now. You're not going to get anything clean. It's bits and pieces. It's pinstripe feeds. And as such, you can't really get that full send onto the point. And Neptune nice and close, nasty over the top. This is going to be a difficult minute 15 for Orchid.
Now or never, it seems. Orchid have to start working over towards this B zone flank. Will get picked up. 04 with the nade cooked. Gets it off first, but that's 2 down. Stack now soon. 3 kills. You got to get on this point. Stack the point, and this is yours. Orchid, they're here. Another kill from Mythics. Nobody going to get there in time. We are not done yet.
We are not, indeed. I said it would be a long minute 15 for Orchid. They heard that, suddenly turned on the afterburners, find the 3 kills. It's a big play out of Harry to lock down the vault yet again. Feels very at home there, it seems. And suddenly that can be momentum. That can be wind in the sails to come straight back into what felt like a map that should have been over by now, quite frankly. Vancouver, then maybe take their foot off the gas just a little bit, just overstray when it comes to defending that B zone. Perhaps didn't need to step as far forward as they did. But Orchid, they recognized that mistake and were more than happy to make it theirs.
And it was just the way that you were able to kind of hem a couple of those flanks, make sure you're watching those routes that were being run. And even towards the end there, 04 was in a position to make a lot of damage. You had that last player waiting. And 4th man in line, walks the flank, gets the job done, makes your job a lot easier. On the defense, though, I think one thing for Orchid that needs to be shown here is the value of your life. Last time, it was just too many solo chows towards that. It could have been a solid defense, but it just came down to the lives too early.
No, big kill from Beans here to trade that out. Otherwise, B's wide open. You don't have art control. What you do end up doing is losing to Nasty out by Palms. Harry's going to be here. He's had a fantastic map so far. That nade's glorious to send Nasty scrambling clean up. But you do still have pressure coming in from who else but Neptune and Mythics with a big kill in art in order to continue to give you that defensive foundation. A is starting to move. There's 1 tick in so far. But Orchid, well, they're stuck in that moment. When do we transition? When do we give up A? When do we set ourselves up for B? And right now, they haven't been given that opportunity to really decide themselves.
Well, this is the moment.
Yeah, this is the moment.
This is that time. Yeah, you don't want to go back into that A zone. It's like the trap card set, laid down. You do not want to lift it over. Bance, he's going to look for a couple kills. And I mean, right back to that red card. I don't know what's up with Neptune, but he's diving on in everything. So back over towards this B zone. He's looking to cause some issues. Finessing across the planter. Not able to get the kill. Mythics with a big one, shuts it down. Allows some breathing room for the rest of the team.
Yeah, big fights here. This is what Vancouver love to do when they're trying to play for B. Just constantly reinforce mid, constantly fill it, and ensure that they've got that part of the control. Therefore, you have this defensive team that are kind of bottlenecked in. They're trying to keep one eye on the flank at least, but they have to focus forward down that B street. And Surge then trying to find a couple of kills to allow them to flood on forward. But it's being answered well by Orchid right now. It's still 90 seconds on the clock and just 1 life between them. Oh, it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now it's a wide open B zone to see if he can start to get some progress. 17 playing 13. Orchid off the respawn. Now pressured by Nasty. Over towards Useless. He's going to take down Bance trying to get out of his spawn. And 04 and Art now. You are spawn trapped. You have the double stack. Things going to go fast and you can't even cross the open road. It's done. It's over. Vancouver Surge taking the swing map mode combo in an emphatic round 4. They did not give him a chance in those last moments.
Yeah. That's how Vancouver love to play on the offense there. Just constantly reinforcing and filling that mid area, constantly applying a bit of pressure up B Street to make sure that the attention of the players in on the defensive side are on them. And then just picking 1 or 2 players away. We have the numbers, let's flood, play around trading each other. If we can get into ARC, perfect, and then we are set up well and truly. And they do a beautiful job of it. Orchid, again, it just feels like they're having flashes, moments where we're like, okay, that's the team that can really contest.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, Neptune and his cohort suddenly turn up the pace, and it feels like this is a massive gap between these two squads.
It's like the communication has to be so flawless just to track the position of these players. You saw it for a second from Mythics. Neptune tried to get in towards Art. He turns around, he takes him out. But, you know, as the round goes on, things get a little bit hectic, and that's the really tough part about a game mode like Control is it starts to ramp up as you lose lives, as the pressure is on to start to make those plays and take that space back. And when you overstep like you did for Orchid at the end there, it's almost like everything fell into place for the perfect scenario. Nasty inside of Catwalk, 04 inside of Art. You were trapped in your spawn and like trying to get from the back of P4 across the street into that B zone. In a spawn trap, it's one of the worst things to do. So that is an F-tier experience when you're on Vault.
It is indeed, and it's a difficult one because in your heart of hearts, you kind of know it's over. You've still got to try and descend. You've still got to try and put up a bit of a fight, but once Vancouver get themselves into that kind of position, we know which way it is headed. As we glance on over at the players setting themselves up then for this map 4. And you see so much energy coming out of Rambaray, for example, in behind. We've talked quite a bit about the Call of Duty coaches coming in. They're able to now communicate between rounds or between maps, and you end up in this spot where Ray's just reinforcing, keeping them locked in. Don't underestimate this team. They're known as a very good challenger squad for good reason. On the opposite side, it is calm and collected. I think that if you are Orchid right now, this series, I mean, you take away the SND. You're feeling quite good about that. You've also had moments shown flashes in the pan, but if we are going into a hard point now, we think back to that map 1. Yeah. We wanted them to come into that map 1 and immediately beat their chests, come out swinging and show that they're a force to be reckoned with. That didn't happen from there. It felt very one way. So I think in map 4, again, I'm asking for them to come out here and remind Vancouver they're in the series.
I hope they watch this back and hear what I'm about to say. I'm unimpressed with how loud they are on stage.
Yeah.
I actually think that Vancouver has been the louder team when it comes to the energy that they're bringing to this game, and that was unexpected, wholeheartedly. When you look at the players who are sitting on this Orchid side, you go into this hard point, I mean, backs against the wall. There is no excuse right now. You got to start bringing the energy, bringing the vibes. I know the pressure is on to really perform right now, but it's like you just got to let loose right now. And see if you can reach that second tier, see if you can level up inside this game in your own right, because you're going against a team that is just faster, more experienced when it comes down to the year in Black Ops 6 and more accomplished this year as well. So that's a lot to really struggle against when you're going up against, you know, a caliber of team like this. So going into this map 4, especially considering I'm pretty sure we're going back to a rewind now on a map like that. So many routes that 04 Neptune can start to take over. And if you're going into something like a P5 on rewind, we just watched Nasty with a sub in his hand picking apart and dueling out against players like Bance and Mythics all game long. So when you have a player who's able to flex like that on Vancouver Surge, that's going to make it even harder on a map like Rewind.
Yeah, well, I think that this is the big gap between the two teams currently in the respawns. Orchid's SMGs are struggling, quite frankly. I mean, we get highlights there, Bance 7 and 17, Mythics at 10 and 19. These are two players. I mean, this is arguably the best version of Bance we've seen since Cold War. For Mythics, this is a player that we've constantly spoken about as that flex player able to hop onto any role and be a huge asset to any team. You're stepping in against Neptune, against 04, a duo that, quite frankly, are terrifying. Of course,
Surge was
able
good
to flex in as well. It was good, but like SMG-wise, when it comes to these respawns, it is, again, that pace, that pressure that is constantly there from Surge. And I go back to what I said at the very top when we had Lottie up here with us. Neptune is fantastic at understanding when he needs to have that aggression and when he needs to go on this flanking route that really upsets the opposing team. And right now, Orchid just doing not enough of a job to kind of counter that, whether that be coming out and trying to match pace, as we've seen them try to do, P2, or that counting of bodies, that understanding of, okay, we're missing this player right now. That's so much harder when you're against a squad like Vancouver.
And we do have to give 0-4 his flowers, too, on this team. I mean, alongside us, that sub-duo to Neptune. Last year, when he was brought into the situation that he is with Vancouver Surge, there were growing pains, and we were wondering if 0-4 really was that guy towards EWC alongside Hook as his sub-duo. You started to really see him blossom with that support that he had, a lot of weight off his shoulders to be that playmaker. And Neptune this year has been that same caliber of teammate, almost to a little bit more of an extent that we've seen, you know, Neptune really take over maps on a different level at times for this team, especially earlier on into the year for Vancouver Surge. But for 0-4 himself and the way that he has evolved over last year into this year, he is also making plays like that. It's just interchangeable when you have Neptune and 0-4 both able to recognize those moments, you know, when you don't have to be that takeover player, when you just need to play your role. And they do it so fine on the map. It's just, it's really hard to deny them of their accolades.
Yeah, well, the best SMGs, they don't only just apply pressure to the opposing team, they relieve it on your own. They understand, you know, they take a good look at that minimap and kind of like, okay, where are my team? Where do they need me to be? Not where it's just about me going and slaying out. And I think you have two of the world's best there in 0-4 and Neptune. And so it's difficult for Mythics. Well, yeah, very true. It's certainly younger than us, but you have, you know, two of the two players over there, again, in Bance and Mythics. This is a tough task for them. They are being asked to step up against that caliber of player. But if you want to remind everyone that if you're Bance, you should be back up on these kind of stages, or if you're Mythic, you deserve your opportunity in the first place, you're being handed an opportunity to certainly do so here and tell everyone exactly who you are. We get a quick check-in here with the fellas as they get themselves ready. And you can see, you know,
it's a footballer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he does give off footballer vibe in that jersey. Beautiful jersey, by the way, coming out of Orchid. But you can see here they're locking in with a game plan. And against that star, I feel like we're, you know, going into that P1 on Rewind, you want to be sending all your bodies in. Yeah. You want to be making sure Vancouver feel your presence.
I need this Orchid team to bark a little bit. And I need there to be some bite behind that bark. Not just in the game, but out the game. I want them to get loud against Vancouver Surge. They took map 2. They pushed us to a map 4. Can we get a map 5 Surge? I need it in my veins.
And you get 3 kills, though, out of Surge immediately to bully Orchid back. You get a spawn out, though, out of Bance, and I don't know if that's going to be red, because can you set this up, for a pinch situation? Well, it's not going to matter because all your teammates fall on the front side, and the problem you have now is Surge already starting to look like the team that can set themselves up for P2, so when you get that rotation come in, Orchid will at least find a little bit of time here, but Vancouver, they're on the preferred side, so it's about how Orchid not only break first wave, but also then start to rotate in themselves.
It's just been met by the iron fist that has been Neptune and Nasty across this P1. Finally, a lapse in the kills for Orchid to work into this first hill, get a little bit of the scrap time, see if they can push forward. Beams with the pistol out. Oh, he's got backup too. Somehow he's got a route out as well, but he is trapped. Both of his guns need to get reloaded, and he is on the run playing his life. For the rest of the team, they have stepped up. They've been here. Harry, 2 kills in a row, and they have the spawns in the back being blocked.
Yeah, Bance was doing a huge play there. He was getting spawns out. Abuser ends up out. You end up with a situation where you now got to reinforce. You get them back in if you're Surge, but Mythics is continuing to be a bit of a nuisance. Unfortunately, because of that spawn out for Surge, when Orchid then die, they spawn so far away that they cannot reinforce. But you find a couple of kills. You start to get Harry and Bance in on that flank side. That's now going to be trying to cut down. Surge trying to be playing on a pivot here. Mythic finds the timing, breaks on through, turns it neutral for just a second, but batted away, swatted yet again. So you got to consider that rotation. If you're Orchid, you got to set up.
It's the same thing that we saw back on that red card hardpoint. Is you can get the kills around the hill, but you just haven't been able to uproot them from that hardpoint just yet. You have the rotations over towards new. On red card, they were broken within what, like 10, 20 seconds constantly. This has to be where you put your foot down.
I like this, though, from Orchid. You're not playing necessarily on top of the hill. It's not just one wave and you're done. You've got an opportunity to squeeze out and force Surge to approach you from one direction. It's 2 big kills in Courtyard, but then you're trying to do too much. Nasty finds 2 to push in, and that's that break we're talking about. It happens so quickly. Bance will be last resistance, and, well, the boys in blue, they will break back in. Nasty on a 5 spree. Orchid have got to figure their own way in.
So many layers just not sewn together. And Orchid, they give the opening up. Nasty on 5, soaking up this hill time. Can he make it a 6th kill? He cannot. Harry's going to trade him out, hop into the objective, and it's Neptune's turn, but Bance takes him away. 24 seconds that you'd love to get.
Yeah, this is important. Scrap time for Orchid, and they're not even being given that for free as Nasty finds Beans in the point. And it's now this line being drawn in the sand. You get a spawn out, though, if you are Nasty. Actually, sorry, he may have still been alive in previous, but he then gets in, finds 2 around old, and that will now force Orchid to spawn all the way on the opposite side of the map. He's going to continue to apply pressure from the dumpsters on for himself, potentially making that 5 as he lines up a couple more, and Surge looking great right now.
Byron, I mean, he is so good right now. You look at the way he is shooting 5 in a row again. That's back-to-back 5 sprees coming out from Nasty. And you are bottlenecked on this approach for the retake. BO6 not even needed. Neptune with AR in his hand. He's going to take care of the business towards the back alley and back to square one for Orchid.
The thing is, you haven't even gone close to touching this. Nasty with 3 beauties around the dumpsters, and we hear them get loud behind us here in the arena in Riyadh, and Orchid are scrambling. We said we wanted to see them come out here, apply pressure. I don't think you've gotten a sniff of this P3 at any point. And Surge continuing, P4, as we look towards P5, then you're going to get Orchid drawn up, but you just don't know where any of this is coming from. You're set up in individual fights, potentially, especially if you're banned. You're going to be isolated in laundry, you fall, and now you lack numbers.
Beans looking to back up, stun out, beautiful from Neptune. Again, just the bait and switch from both players. It's not even going to come down to that. Mythics is surrounded 1 versus 4 for the hill time, and it's another instant break from Vancouver Surge. Bance, it's his turn to see if he can activate, but not able to slip through the net just yet. A wave of kills once again. Beans traded out. And Vancouver are all over it. Comms are flowing right now. We can hear them from that stage.
Yeah, they sound great. They feel great. And, well, quite frankly, they look great. As you get another wave of Orchid pressure batted away. You're going to get a little bit of a setup here potentially for a pinch. You've got to work your way in through Courtyard, though. If you are Mythics and Beans on the front side, you're trying to make something work. If you're Bance and Harry, you lose 1. You give up the intel. You got to hit this together realistically. Vancouver Surge have 2 bodies in the point.
Up top, Harry. Good shots in, but a little bit more to do when you get your rotation over towards New. Double kill for Orchid. And here's your chance. 39 playing 177. It is never over, but got to get into the hill to start to cut this lead down. Harry in trouble on the outside. Rest of the team bunkered in.
And big play from 04 as well. He's flanked in. He's looking to apply pressure through Elephant. So you end up with Orchid then trying to flood out to the hill. Just stay alive for a moment, get your boys back in. That never really happens. Harry will find one on the outside. But Vancouver threatening to go over 200 here, while Orchid haven't even crossed 50. 2 kills will get you back inside at least. But you never stay very far away. Nasty tucking himself into a corner. You've got to find him before you can set up your own defensive line and ever get comfortable.
Here's a couple kills. Another chance, though, for Surge. They're grouping up for yet another retake, it feels. Neptune backs up for the moment, but off the regen, looks like you're going to spring into action. Good shots from Beans, not able to lock down that kill. Assistance from Mythic, so the trade's coming through, but all up to Beans to try to make anything happen, but bait and switch in. That's the double shot. And you are down for the count.
Last time the rotation in for 2 was with Surge, but Orchid found plenty of pressure and purchase through street side. You're not being handed that here from Surge as they relatively spawn out. You get a close spawn out of Bance that I don't think he was expecting. Mythics is there as well, so suddenly Orchid being handed an opportunity here then to get up nice and close. You didn't get the opportunity to lock down P2 last time. How does it look when you do? Well, Surge, they're trying to find their way again with 2 bodies up through street and 2 in the front. That fight that Bance has got in his hands is a huge one.
Mythic's just looking to play his life. Need some support here. Good route being run from Bance all the way in behind. Does he get here in time? He's not needed just yet. Spawns in the back, going to be frustrated. And look how far you're spawning if you're Orchid. Bance, he's going to join them as Surge have uprooted you from this P2 setup. Looking across 200 points on Rewind. Striking distance of a series win. And the Orchid, they got to dive deep.
They have indeed, and the thing is the rotation's actually better out of Surge, really, when you consider the mid-map presence. You do have Beans over on the point, but your boys are isolated away from you. They're cut off. The reinforcements aren't coming. Neptune's going to apply pressure. He will fall at least. So your boys do fight their way out if you're Beans. But then you get picked off by a Boozer, so there's nothing really happening for you right now in terms of positives as Surge continue to flood forward. And we saw them break quickly last time. It's even quicker this time out.
An efficient trades. Beans on the route. Nobody's going to be watching it, but he doesn't get there in time. Not fast enough. Trying to be quick on his feet. 0-4 for the crossfire. Nice shots in. 30 seconds from taking this map, and the split spawns for Orchid. Not going to make it easy to break this hill together. However, they do get the shots in. Nasty alone inside Burger. And it looks like Orchid, even in a tough situation, they get through.
Live to see another day, but it feels like you're just delaying the inevitable at this point as Bant continues to try and apply pressure. 14 and 22 would be a moment to really pop off. It never happens. That's 3 dead for Surge. That's a break back in. You can't wait it here, but you can get pretty damn close.
Spawns out for 2 of them, so pressure's in, and Surge know that, so the attack comes through. 0-4, a double kill yet again. 244, now pushing in for Vancouver Surge to take the series and take the game against Orchid. They get it done. 100-point club, a statement made on the stage.
And for Orchid, it is painful in the respawns. You show who you are in the search and destroy against a team that have gotten better throughout the year, but if this is a case of coming up against a Titan, really. And there was, again, moments, flash in the pans, but some of the scoreboards that we're looking at there, we can analyze it all we want, but quite frankly, if you're losing 2 out of 3 gunfights, there's only so much that you can expect the rest of your boys to pick up. It was never looking comfortable. When you were trying to break, you had these waves of defensive Vancouver Surge players flying at you, ready to fight you in mid-map, which meant you never had that full 4 to really hit the hill again. If you ever did break into a hill, you had people tucking themselves away. Neptune or Nasty in a corner, constantly just buzzing around you, being that thorn in your side that meant your defensive setup never even came into play before the next wave of pressure comes in.
It's at that point, it just keeps on going and going. And you're trying to play ahead. You're trying to think towards these new hills, but it's just never the setup that you're able to get. And Vancouver constantly getting those breaks. I wish I could see that break percentage that they did have against this Orchid team, because in the red card, in the rewind, it was sublime hard point from the Vancouver Surge, certainly earning their merit on the main stage as one of the best inside Black Ops 6 at this moment in time. Gotta give some respect towards Orchid. That search and destroy, it was fantastic. Just not good enough when it comes down to the respawns. And Andy, we gotta welcome back Lottie to the desk now.
Hello,
after
lad.
that. Did you enjoy the series?
I actually really enjoyed the series. I actually thought that Orchid had a lot of fight in them, which I was really pleasantly surprised by. I just think those hard points were way too strong from Surge. And I think that was the thing that was a miss, honestly, from Orchid. I think they had a lot of bite back through the rest of the series, and I was really impressed with a lot of it, but that hard point, it was such a struggle every single time. What is really missing from that respawn, as opposed to in the control for Orchid, where they just cannot kind of translate a same respawn over across on hard point against Surge?
I think Andy kind of hit on it so many times, is the fact that you have that superstar potential out of Neptune and 0-4. As much as I love the boys on Orchid, it's just not even comparable towards what they were providing in terms of pressure, in terms of slaying. And then even when it wasn't 0-4 and Neptune making those plays, how many times do you look towards Nasty with a sub in his hand doing the dirty work for the team?
Well, we went back to a P1 at one point and ended up in a situation where Nasty's on his own, but then he took himself off towards the bookcase, and he's that player to just constantly be like, well, you're never comfortable, boys. Feel free to try and set up your defensive line. It ain't coming, and by the time you do finally get something going, my gents are here to make sure that you feel us yet again. So it's that constant, just a pressure. Again, you don't really feel towards the top end of Tier 2 in Call of Duty. You can't really practice it without playing against squads like that. There were moments, there were flash in the pans out of Orchid, but you've got to be better if you want to see the deeper stage of this tournament.
Yeah, you certainly do indeed. I also think it's just the capability to be able to flex in and out of who your superstar players are, which is like just so interesting to me. I mean, the first hard point, we also saw Abuza just having an incredible showing as well. It just, I don't know, I think the Surge roster is so dangerous for other teams to play against, because you just don't know who's going to show up on what map or even what series, which I think that makes them incredibly dangerous. So excited to see every single one of them performing out of their minds, and I truly believe they only get better as the tournament goes along.
It's just the one thing that we keep on saying about the Surge team is that they're young, they have something to prove, and they're proving it again and again, even when people doubt them, when they look at them and they say, hey, you know, was this just a fluke, a one-off thing? And no, they do it again, and then they do it again, and then you look back and what do you know? They're there again in the top spots here in Call of Duty. And for EWC, it's that expectation of, yeah, you know, when we looked at the power rankings, we had them in, you know, they're competitors towards the top side of our top 3, but man, they gotta be favorites at some point, because they have been non-stop in grand finals this year. They've been beating the top teams constantly, and you look at the performance that they had here, you patch up a couple of those search and destroy issues, you're right back into that same form.
Very, very true indeed. Well, actually, I'm very excited to talk to somebody from Surge right now, especially after that incredible win against Orchid. We're going to bring in our interview, which is of course, the legendary Rambo Ray, and I'm very excited to be talking to the coach of Vancouver Surge because I want to know exactly how this has been happening for them. Okay, we're not actually going to go to an interview yet. We're actually sticking with things for a second. I think I'm going to maps and modes for a second just to recoup what we've had going on. We'll figure it out, guys. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. But we do have, of course, a really exceptional looking kind of things here when it comes to the series layout, and Surge just looking hot across the entirety of it, especially on those respawns. Search and Destroy wasn't quite how I think they wanted it to go. A little bit lackluster there, 6-2 against them. But things to be worked on. I actually do have the wonderful Rambo Ray with me joining now. I wasn't sure if you were coming on.
I'm here.
But you're here. Ray, great start to EWC. Fantastic stuff. Your hard points are looking just unbelievable. What have you been working on? You know, from the last time we saw you in the last tournament to now coming into EWC, have you had some key things that really kind of you're working towards to really start to push forward and be really dangerous on?
I think that I mean, it was kind of the same mentality going to champs, is trying to like plug the holes in our map pool to try and come into this event where we don't have any weaknesses. The practice wasn't necessarily the best in certain ways for that, but generally speaking, I think the things we were good at before got even better at going to this event. So hopefully that compensates for some of the aspects that we were lacking. But no, I mean, the champs was incredible. I think all these guys needed, especially getting some wins in the finals, needed that. So hopefully all the cumulative stuff during the year is leading to this. So hopefully we get it done here.
I hope so too. And Ray, I've got to ask you, you know, I managed to talk to you so much last event, which was absolutely incredible, music to my ears and pick your brain. But this time around, you have quite a significant role in terms of being the coach. You're behind the guys, you're able to speak to them in game. How has that been for you to try and, I don't know, start having a completely different role as a coach and be, you know, basically the fifth man on the team?
I'm going to tell you what, it's a lot less stressful because I actually get to be there, not just watching. We have some element of control of what's going on. But no, these guys are great. Like, I think a lot of the community has kind of talked about that, not in the most positive ways. I don't necessarily think that the coaches are going to be able to do all that much, especially the time that we had. We only got to practice for like 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
Our team specifically in Respawn has incredible communication all the whole. So I'm more so trying to instill like leadership things, bigger picture, counting names, the stuff that's kind of a little more difficult for the players, and just make sure they're, I guess, the mental aspect of things. If we're ahead in a game, just understand where we're at, what we need to be doing, and just keep it simple for them as much as possible. And then the search and destroy, I think that's the one that's probably has the most room for help because of the fact that the coaches obviously are the ones that probably do the most prep pregame.
Yeah.
And it's something that, again, with the time we had, probably didn't get to where we exactly wanted to be, but I think the more reps we get through this tournament will actually help us, and especially tournament, like we know tournament search is so much different than scrim search. So I think, again, it's work in progress for me too. It was the first time, and I haven't competed in a long time, so seeing the game from a player perspective, we don't get the city map and all the mini map and all that thing, so it's definitely some adjusting, but so far so good.
Love to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of wondering, especially about that search and destroy too, because I mean, Orchid, they came out, they looked good against you guys. Is that, you know, maybe a change in the whole dynamic for Surge with that coaching role, or is that just, you know, maybe a tough map for you guys?
That's one of the maps I think we worked on the most, and I think that I've noticed through the years doing this. Again, you do things that work well in scrim for Surge, and you go into a match, and it's not necessarily like play for play the same.
Yeah.
They played really well. Like, I think it was more them just kind of doing their thing. We kind of threw 2 rounds away, which has been an issue for us this year. And I don't get to talk during the round, so it's like, I just play together. Come on now. But it's fun. I mean, it's something that I think we're going to be working through this event. And again, I think our good maps are incredible right now. So we just have to kind of find a way to get these maps that have been given a little issues through the year to get a little better.
A little more reins on the plays.
And again, like obviously they're an amateur team. We kind of had a good understanding about what Respawn would look like with them.
Yeah.
So getting a rep like that, even though we lost, losing in some way is a learning aspect for us. So winning is teaching, losing is learning, for all those who remember that one.
There you go.
But yeah, hopefully that can instruct us and we can have a further conversation, because we're definitely going to be playing that map again through this tournament.
For sure. I'm looking forward to you guys playing it again. I got no worries whatsoever. You guys looked fantastic through the game. But for the event in general, I mean, this is your second time here. What do you think of the event?
I think it's awesome. I mean, they built this city for esports. How could you not like this?
It's sweet.
The travel, a little rough. I'm not a huge fan of the 24-hour travel day, especially from Vancouver all the way on the West Coast. So, but no, it's great. I think I think there's something about traveling somewhere where you don't typically travel, and the camaraderie. It's almost like a more of a community thing because we don't really know where we're going, so we kind of go from hotel to venue and venue to hotel. But we hang out with all the other teams, all the other players. It's just a really cool event. I think we can't say good things enough about what they do. So shout out to EWC for that.
Love to hear it. Honestly, I think my biggest takeaway right now, Ray, is the fact that you seem to be having so much fun up there.
Oh, this is a blast.
And I just love to see this. And I appreciate you coming on the desk talking to us. I hope this will be one of many more. And I've said that before in famous words. And it did happen. So
it did.
Crossing fingers. Thank you so much, Rambo Ray. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Best of luck going forward. Folks, we're going to head to a quick commercial break now. But when we come back, we have plenty more action coming your way. You don't want to miss all of the Call of Duty that is to be had here at day one of the EWC. We got Team War going up against Boston Breach coming your way right after this. Hello folks and welcome back to the EWC. We're here for the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 World Cup. And we've already had quite a few series go past us so far, which has been absolutely amazing because we love it when we see lots of Call of Duty on our screens and not as much filling from us lot, because you guys don't want to hear from us, really. Although if you do want to hear from us, I'm up here with Enigma and Bryce, and my name is Lottie, and welcome to the best part of the show, clearly. Folks, I'm really excited to talk about our next two teams, which is Boss and Breach, going up against Team War. And firstly, Breach. What a turnaround that they have had the later part of their season, my goodness me. The last tournament we saw them take down the likes of 100 Thieves, they took down Miami Heretics. I couldn't believe my eyes with what had happened with them, and so far in their season it really looked abysmal, to be perfectly honest, but the last tournament, something was in the air and it was clicking for them. Enigma, what do you think of Boss and Breach in general?
It's a weird one. They're one of the only teams to have not changed since the Esports World Cup of last year. They come in and there has been a whole period, hasn't there, of like, you need to be making changes. This is a depressing year from you guys. What the hell are you doing? And they've invested in this project behind Snoopy, in chemistry and believing in each other as this bit of brotherhood. And well, they kind of shut us all up with the impressive performance that they had in that last tournament. So it's about momentum for me. Can you bring that in here? Was that a flash in the pan, a bit of a fluke? Were you a bit bracket blessed? How do you look when we start to get into the Saudi Arabian LAN?
You know, the questions that I'm having, Brycey, quite frankly, is when I look at something that is so, I don't know, just off balance in terms of performance, where you come in, you really can't even get out of Dallas at any point and have an abysmal tournament, and then you come into the last one, quite frankly, one of the biggest ones we've had in the season, and you start to pull things out of the bag, like beating the tournament favorites, for example. You know, what changed for you? What did you notice?
Truthfully, I don't think it was anything too kind of magnificent. It just looked better and it was a much more consistent performance. I mean, don't get me wrong, for me, I would love to say this is Cammy because I'm a big Cammy fan, but I can't really give him that much gas into this regard. I think the team's just looking very, very good. Snoopy looks great. Obviously, a player with a somewhat tumultuous past, right? Like he's been criticised quite heavily in previous teams. Came into the Boston squad, and people, I think he's uptick. I think people have seen a different side of him. For me, it's definitely a team that could do very well at this tournament. There are monsters, though, swimming in these waters, and Boston Breach will have to perform at an even higher level than they've already shown to beat them.
Yeah, and there's a couple of things that they are doing. I mean, we look at this foursome here, Snoopy, Awakening, Cammy, and Purge. Purge in himself, I think that we've kind of had him down a little bit over the last couple of years. It's like this, almost on this borderline of like, can you be this superstar slayer kind of thing? I actually think he's a far more intelligent player than that. He's doing a lot of selfless things around the map, a lot of the intangibles even that you want to bring into a team that you can't really teach or buy at times. It's one of those things that you kind of only learn when you see that player out there in the thick of it. But also they figured out control. They've always been a pretty decent S&D team. Their hard point still needs work, but control has suddenly come online. It's having that swing map available to you, that route of a 2-3-5 that has suddenly turned them into that better squad.
Certainly. I've got to say, I actually had the pleasure of interviewing Purge at the last tournament, and I will say the confidence coming across from that lad, it was just oozing out of him, which was fantastic. And that clearly also translated to on stage and his performance. He was phenomenal in the last tournament. I was really excited to see how he really had stepped his game up, and I do believe that is a big part of why they were so good in the last performance in the last tournament, because you sometimes need these superstar players. We're going to say this so much. It's going to be like a buzzword or a drinking game or whatever, because it's going to be so difficult to stop saying superstars. And that's just because we're full to the brim with them here in Call of Duty. It's just so many of them come across the table, but it's about how you utilize them at the right time and in the dynamic of your team. And I think so often we overlook that. It's like you can have the best individual players in the world. If you don't know what to do with those individual players, or they don't know what to do with themselves, it just doesn't work properly.
No, it doesn't. And I think credit to the coaching staff a little bit as well in behind the scenes, right? We've obviously got this whole conversation going on right now about how much those coaches can have impact. With how much they improved before our last event, we had a big window where you could sit down and put in plenty of practice, and they got in good practice. But now it's a case of, okay, well, you've got Magic and you've got Shawnee in behind you. Shawnee, a veteran of this space, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a case of like, okay, well, what can you add to this squad in terms of getting them over the hump against tough teams? I don't know when we look at this War Squad whether or not this is going to be the test to find out, but I mean, we just saw Vancouver Surge go up against Orchid, lose that S&D, and they were talking about improving their map pool and so on, so maybe this is the same case for the Breach.
Yeah, fantastic transition, by the way, Enigma there. Team War, like you mentioned, I've got to say things are looking a little bit worrisome based on the notes that I've got on this team. Of course, they've had some last-minute changes and unfortunate situations coming across. Obviously, DiamondCon, he actually goes to G8, and then we have Linz, who couldn't be here for personal reasons. You know, these are things that kind of thrown your way as a team that you really need to overcome. And Bryce, you know, there's been many, I'm sure many situations like this in the past in Call of Duty history, but as a team, how do you feel like they're going to be bouncing back from these kind of, you know, things that they just really cannot foresee happening?
I think realistically, it's always the case with any team that kind of undergoes this roller coaster that you basically just have to remember it's all about on the day, right? Every single team knows this. We've spoken to the very best players in Call of Duty esports, and we've spoken to the worst players. Every single player knows it's not about how good you are on paper. It's about how you play Call of Duty on the day. We've seen upsets in recent memory. We've seen Titans fall, and we've seen new legends arise. The truth is it your day or not? That's all that really matters, because we don't care about the rest.
Indeed, that is true. And they also do have 2 Real and Assault coming in too, who have also been very consistent. Enigma, how do you feel like that duo might actually help to alleviate some of the pressure they could be feeling because of the circumstances?
They're definitely the most experienced duo on the team, so it is a case of if I'm on that stage, I'm looking to them and kind of being like, okay, can you help alleviate some of the pressure that we're going to face on this Breach squad? Can you shut down some of the strengths of the opposing team? And I think for Assault as well and 2 Real, you know, they've had spells up in the top tier.
Yeah.
It's a case of, okay, well, this is maybe one of your last opportunities to ever stake that claim that you should be there again. You come out here, you fall flat. They're going to recognize that pressure's on them to come out and deliver. I think there's actually another player that I'd love to talk about though here, and this is going to be Neum. He's a player that I think should be in a lot of people's kind of potential shopping lists through the summer. He's very much so burst onto the scene a lot through this season. Surprised us all, impressed us all. But it's a case of, all right, well, you're jumping into a new squad. Obviously, we've spoken about the roller coaster they've gone under. Can you deal with that pressure? If you come out and look good here, all of a sudden, that turns a lot of heads your way.
Indeed, look, breakout player, love to see it, and we've had quite a few of those who have been the difference maker on teams as of late and as of recent. So excited to see what he brings to the table. I'll certainly have my eye on him as well. We have the maps and modes, the series layout for you guys on the screen. We've got Vault kicking things off on hardpoint. And we've got Hassi search and destroy here with also a Hassi hardpoint on map 4 and a protocol control right slap bang in the middle with a rewind potential SND if we go the distance. Enigma, what are you thinking when you stare down at the barrel of this series layout?
I'm immediately looking at that vault and saying that this might be quite difficult for War. We've spoken about the changes that they've had to make. This is a map that requires a very intense system. It requires you to understand how to play around that P1 where it's all SMGs. Do you play 4 off the break? Do you just decide to get straight up in the face of your opponents? But how are you locking down that P3 to P4? We know how important that is. All your AR is going to understand it. You're going to have that communication between you and the ability to play and make sure that you're not being flanked in by a Breach team that have improved through the year. And you really want to, because quite frankly, the one place Breach struggle, hard points. You got to big in this map 1.
Yeah, I think that big map 1 is going to be a huge turning point for Team War. And quite frankly, I do feel like any underdog, to be honest. If you have a really hot start, go as you know, start as you mean to go on, excuse me, is the correct phrase there. But yeah, I think that hot start is going to be imperative, not only just for the quite frank, you know, reason that they are looking at that being their best kind of chance at this, but also the fact that we want a hot start for the underdog. Brycey, when you're looking across that, is there anything coming to mind for you that you're looking forward to seeing and potentially a roll of the dice there for our underdog team?
Yeah, so it's the kind of same story that we've spoken about before. There is another aspect to this match that we always talk about, right? Any team that's like a challengers team or a semi-pro team, if you will, going up against a pro team. The conversation is thus: how good are the pro teams? What's the gap between them and everybody else? And where do these teams stand? Well, Boston Breach look like they're in the upper half of the pro teams. Team War, yeah, obviously upper half of the challenger team. Is that an intermix there? Realistically, we just saw a similar thing play out on this stage. Orchid absolutely got whooped in the respawn, but their S&D was okay.
Yeah.
They're one of the better challenger teams as well. So the question is this: are Team War that good of a challenger team to take on what is a pretty good pro team? I am not confident in it. That is the truth here. Team War, while they are a good team, this is another league. It is difficult to do.
You know what, Bryce? The reason I love asking you some of these questions, because you always give me an honest and frank answer, but it really does deliver in storylines. Quite honestly, sometimes you just can't sugarcoat it. You need to say it as it is. And you're totally right. I think one of the big storylines for us here over on this stream was how do these challenger teams stack up against the Call of Duty Titans? And by that, I mean the regular season pro teams that we have in Call of Duty. And so far, we have seen that they are able to nibble at the ankles but just not quite take full-on jaws bites out of these teams. And that is a big issue, especially day one. You need to come out blazing. I'm looking for some upsets here. Yeah. And you're right, Orchid was definitely, I think, the best chance that we had at this moment in time. I'm not sure Team were up to that standard of Orchid, especially when you have the likes of a player like Beans coming on board, who has really done an entire season with his pro team as well. It just doesn't kind of make sense in terms of the balance. But hey, who knows? I've seen stranger things happen. So we'll have to wait and see. In terms of that conversation, that argument, Enigma, how do you feel about that? And in terms of the imbalance that we're seeing?
Well, we're in person here, so this has got to be a case of what's the energy like? How are you feeling in the room? We talked about it before that previous series. Map 1, we're like, okay, we want Orchid to come out and get in your face and let you know. And, you know, everyone's got a plan to get punched in the face. Go and punch them. They didn't. They did nothing of the sort. It felt very flat, and as such, they got run over. You've nothing to lose here if you're War, quite frankly. I'm with Bryce. I would not be putting any sort of hope onto this Team War squad, not at all. But that gives you the opportunity, all right, we're all or nothing then. We've nothing to lose. Throw the kitchen sink at them. Make us question a couple of things and see if Breach can withstand that bit of a falter, that bit of wobble, that bit of pressure. If so, we might get an interesting series, because War, they do come into this. They really like their S&D, so if you suddenly steal away a map 1, you go into a map 2 feeling confident. You never know, as you've said. We've seen stranger things happen, and as you said, it's very much so on the day. So yeah, it's very... I want to see these 4 gentlemen alongside their coach getting up and getting loud and letting us know.
I'm kind of curious as well, while we have a little bit of time, while we're waiting for the game to start here, you know, whether or not the coaches and having this brand new dynamic, this 5th man, so to speak, onto the roster has actually made things a little bit more difficult for the Challengers players. We were talking about it earlier, and you said a lot of people feel like this has elevated teams in a way. I don't necessarily think that it can elevate some of our Challengers teams. I think if you think of the likes of the coaches we have in these pro Call of Duty rosters, I think there is a significant difference between not just the player standard, but the coach standard as well. And I think that could also pose a little bit of an issue when you're looking at the likes of Rambo Ray, who's quite clearly giddy to be doing this. And he was hyped to be that 5th man. He couldn't wait for it to happen. So I don't know. I think there's also that imbalance to consider as well, Bryce. What do you think?
It's interesting. It's basically the question you're asking me here is, pro teams have a lot more infrastructure than the semi-pro teams. That's basically what it boils down to, is money, right? Realistically, the pro teams have staff. They have more staff. They have more opportunity. The players are completely full-time all the time. If you are in the semi-pro Challengers side, you don't have that same kind of opportunity. Realistically, it is a difficult one when we deal with coaches. I'm not completely familiar with every single team's coaching style and staff and how that works down. But by and large, technically, yes, the pro teams should benefit more because they have a full-time staff with them anyway. I will say, though, I do respect quite a lot of the Challengers coaches that I do know, because they do a lot of this out of passion. They put a lot of time on the line for these players without always getting that monetary reward. And obviously that's disappointing to see, but I hope they do the best they possibly can and that it shows when we go into these games.
I do too, Bryce, and I also appreciate that frank opinion once again, because you seem to be the only one that will ever give it to me on any analyst desk that I'm ever on.
Well, they've got to get me for some reason.
And it's welcomed, truly, it is welcomed. I'm excited about this matchup. I really want to see Team War just really give it everything they've got. Like you said, Enigma, I just want to see them throw the kitchen sink at it. When it boils down to this versus on the stage, I don't know, how many eggs in a basket have you got for Team War to really give this a good shot, especially in this game 1?
And if I'm holding a dozen, I'm only putting 1 in that basket if I'm talking Team War. But again, you know, come out, feel good here on your Vault hard point. You know, Niam's birthday as of yesterday, I believe. So, you know, you should be feeling pretty good about yourself. But otherwise, it's all about, you know, making a strong start. And we get a quick glance there at how that will look when we break off. And it's map P1. You know how aggressive that's going to be. You want your SMGs getting involved. It's hard to build a case. Bryce is right. As much as it's a very frank opinion, it's very correct. This is tough to really scale because Boston Breach came on so well in our last tournament and have flourished so much, especially as well Wake kind of stepping up in pace. He becomes an extra thorn in the side. And we go back to that coach conversation, which is like, you're no longer looking at 4 Titans across the other side of the stage. It's now 5.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. And I also love the fact that you brought in Awakening as we are just making sure everything is good on the stage. Yeah, I've got to say Breach, before obviously this incredible journey that they had the last tournament, their ARs were struggling. They were on that struggle bus. They had a ticket pretty much every single time we saw them, and it was looking dire at times. I like how they turned things around, and I'm still wondering exactly what has changed for them in order to do that. Is it the step up of superstars that we're seeing? Have the ARs just had big discussions where they were like, well, we're just not fulfilling our roles correctly. We're not doing things properly. Let's make sure we're shooting and creating pathways and entryways for our subs and our flex. Like, how do we go about this dynamic and this switch up? And to be honest, the ARs have been improving quite significantly. In your opinion, Bryce, do you think Awakening has done enough, though, as an AR?
Okay, so I'm going to answer that one very quickly.
Yes.
Awakening is a very talented player. Obviously, his career has been up and down. I mean, I know Nameless loves him and everything, but I'm actually going to contradict myself earlier and ignore your question because I want to talk about something else.
Okay, go on then.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I want to talk about Team War. So, from what we've said so far, the narrative has kind of been that they are not really in the chance here. That's kind of too far from where I was going. If I'm honest here, they are the underdog. That is undeniable. But what I will say is I've never considered the challengers teams that far below the pros with the talent that they normally have. And this is the variance that you can have on the day. Boston Breach are a good team for the pro teams. War are obviously qualified for this, which makes them a great team for the challenger teams. They have the capability to breach this gap. I don't want people at home sitting here thinking this is going to be a blowout.
Yeah.
It has the potential to be, but I would still say there is a chance. It is a Call of Duty chance, I'm going to call it, much like a puncher's chance in boxing. There is a Call of Duty chance that Team War could certainly prove an upset here. It is not out of the realms of possibility. These players are not bad players. They are good players. This is a good team. But today, they have to be great if they want to go further.
Well, it's a reminder as well of a very good point sense of that you brought up there and you kind of touched on. It wasn't long ago that we were talking about Breach as this team that needed to change. It was at the bottom of the barrel. So how big is that gap? Was the last tournament just simply this one-off step up? You hit it at the right moment, the right time. You come out here, Map 1, do something. If we're asking that question of whether it's not just a flash in the pan, suddenly they might start thinking, okay, well, this isn't really, you know, we're not hitting that form that we had through the last tournament. So, yeah, I mean, there is an opportunity. I love that we're calling it a Call of Duty chance. I think that you should trademark that one, my friend. That's a very good one.
It's a Call of Duty chance. It's difficult, right? Because I want to be honest. Yes, Boston Breach are the favourites here.
Yes.
100% they are. But Team War is still a good team.
Yeah.
And I think when we look back historically on Call of Duty's history, challenge teams have famously always had a bit of a struggle against the pro teams.
Yes.
That is a historical fact. It is not an opinion. They have struggled. These teams have got wins. The challenger teams, when they play against them, from Pro-Ams to the open formats we used to have back in the day, there have been defeats, there have been victories taken. Also, with the recent history in this game specifically, we have had major upsets from teams we consider different tiers. This is still a very much open game for both sides, but obviously it will be Team War as the underdog. Boston Breach just need to nail this one home and then look to the rest of the tournament because that's where their minds are.
I just want to say, if you were feeling guilty, you could have just told us that. That's a very long-winded way of saying, oh, God, I feel really terrible about what I just said about Team War. No, I will say, Bryce, Enigma, I totally agree with you there. I think the conversation, just making sure that this is not, you know, we're against Team War, they're terrible, this is going to be awful. That is not the case whatsoever. I also do think that there is some weight in also saying that their chance may be lower, as well as because of the roster changes that have also occurred for them. We got a Boston Breach who's coming in with no changes, 0. They're very happy with where they're sat at right now. We have Team War who've unfortunately had some really, really difficult circumstances to have to deal with as well. And I think that also plays into challenges in a way as well, because we do see a lot more rotating roster changes, pickups, drops in challenges than we do in the professional Call of Duty League that we have. So it's just interesting to kind of see that dynamic switch and how maybe a little bit more consistency from challengers teams might actually bode well for them.
Yeah, and absolutely, I fully agree with you. We're very good with consistency when it comes to Europe, and I'm a huge fan of it. But what I'm also a fan of is seeing the map get started, Bryce, and we're off and underway here for Vault Hardpoint. It's Team War against the Boston Breach.
Certainly is. Well, we're going to have a look at how this one all gets locked down. And Boston Breach not having the greatest break-off they could possibly have. And this is one of the things I was trying to talk about. Like I said before, what I said about Team War is they are the underdogs, but there is always a chance here, and Assault is looking to try and put the hammer down. I don't normally judge an awful lot of P1, though, so just hold on for a minute.
Yeah, we won't be holding our breath, but this is indeed the start that you wanted. Neem and Assault with 3 each to kick us off here as they find plenty of purchase around P1. Is of course starting to look through for that P2. Boston Bridge will be spawning in on that side, so it's all about locking it down, ensuring that you don't let any flankers through. Assault's going to be here to put up a bit of a final fight, try and clear mid, will be cut down, but there has been no clear rotation made by the Breach, so it's whether or not War can apply early pressure.
Here we go. The rotation is critical for these two teams. A good start coming in through it as well, and you can already see Boston lighting up in the kill feed. Got to be careful here, bit of a split spawn. They're going to know the players are now going to be towards the back. Really needs to win that gunfight. Snoop does want it, but he's been out of the fight for maybe too long, and you can already see Team War have taken advantage.
Yeah, this is what Boston were missing indeed. Just don't get themselves rotated in. You find War spotting that gap, splitting it, and well, Wake will find too, but it's answered out front, in through the back though, Boston. So an opportunity then to hold. How does that look as War apply from the front?
Oh, so far so good. It's a hard hit for them as well. They should be able to catch this one as well, but Bing finds the first one and the kill's going their way, and nobody turns, nobody turns as Bing finds 3. Comms there. Serious issue for Boston Breach. Nobody found that spawn towards the back in time.
And Coach Bink comes online because that's 4 in a row, and a break at a big moment to remind Breach that you will not be sauntering through this one. There's a big rotation now on towards 3. Breach players spawn in, start to head on over, but War drawing up a line. You already have presence in Trophy from 2 Real, so can you look on over? And this mid fight is huge for making sure you've got that mid entryway.
Well, now we watch, we wait. P3, never the money, but always a bit of a contest fest. Assault looking for it as well. We'll find Cammy as well. I will say at this point, Team War doing a great job of keeping this tempo in their pockets. They really have not let much get away from them.
Purge here, just going to try and fill mid, turns, burns, and that's 3 in a row to ensure it's all locked down. 4th going to be on the point, so you know that they're all dead. You know where they're coming from if you are the Breach, and that's an opportunity to not just set up for now, but to consider your placings for obviously chaining into that money hill later on.
Well, that's what they needed. Purge to turn up, and he certainly is hitting pace just in terms of interaction so far this game as well. Still staying alive, still piling on the time. There's going to be his 5th here on this streak. Looking for more, dancing back and forth. Unfortunately, being in this position means he probably will go down sooner rather than later. No, backs off because realistically, Team War have allowed him to, and Snoopy catches 2 as well. They are putting them right back away from this rotation.
I love this decision from Purge. You will get that spawn in though over in L, so Breach will be, War will be able to apply close pressure, but that'll be shut down immediately. Purge awakening over the top as well, 3 dead, and this is where it suddenly feels like a little bit of a moment where Breach find their rhythm and their flow. What can War do to cut them out of it? Well, right now you've got to figure out getting through this first wave of Breach pressure.
Here we go, Purge still alive on a 9 streak now as well. There's a 10th, and it really is a purging. Boston Breach flip this one all around as there comes number 11. They have heated up in dramatic fashion, back off the back of this one, and somehow Assault wins that gunfight. That's the least 50-50 gunfight Purge has had in that entire streak, and yet somehow he gets taken down, but that is a money hill and a half. Boston Breach now leading by over 60 points going into the next set of rotations.
Yeah, absolute perfection. I mean, Purge goes on that huge spree, but it's that 3 in the middle to really open things up, chain things in then into 3 and 4, and that will give you a healthy gap. And War now scrambling to try and find their way to find some sort of foothold here as Purge finds 2 more and is going on a tear. You called it a purging, but he's well and truly putting War to the sword.
Oh, here we go once again, and maybe this is just the confidence Boston Breach really needed to accelerate. Slow start, fantastic mid-game so far. And now it will be Team War fighting from the back foot. P1 still very much up for anybody's here as both teams play for positioning. Nobody wants to get into this kill box quite yet.
And Breach will actually spawn in trophy side, so they might be hitting, they might not be aware if you are War, so you're going to have to turn now. You're fighting on all fronts. 2 Real's going to be weakened up, surely going to be cleaned up, and no, he actually gets coverage in from a teammate here as Assault finds Purge wrapping his backside. 15 seconds left on this for War. You were hoping to kind of push on over towards 2, and 2 Real getting 2 full light side will allow you to squeeze out and put some pressure on this backside.
Now, second time Team War have done this, taking that early pressure onto that P2. But they lost it last time against Boston Breach, and both teams being a little bit loud here, we can hear on the stage. Will they be able to get this retake again? Already Bink trying to deflect the pressure. Knows where Awakening's going to be. Does have backup as well, though. Cammy going to be in the backfield. Pressure from the front at the same time. And you can see it's just kills all over the board, but it's all going to be Team War. They win every single gunfight, and that's going to lock down this hill for them.
Yeah, do so well as well, because I don't think you read that Cammy's coming in through the back. Purge now going to try and use that Hellstorm to break this open and finds nothing. So a complete waste of the investment. You're then getting spawn killed if you are Awakening. And well, for everything that Boston Breach did off the back of that 12 spree from Purge, War have answered back. They are well and truly in this and could take the lead by the end of this P2.
Well, they are going to, because this really isn't going to be that good of a push here from Boston Breach, I don't think. They will send bodies into it, but it's not going to be contested. Bink just cutting them down as they pop up from the windows. And now we go over to P3. Team War taking back the lead, even after a devastating P4.
And this is where Breach suddenly came on last time. Lock down the middle of the map, control that P3, especially late, and make sure you're set up for 4. But this is where Purge is at his most dangerous. He gets into this mid area with his Jackal and try and shut him down if you can. War will have potentially an opportunity to find him if Neum can get him through that vault route, but otherwise it's all on the front.
Purge just floating, waiting for players who know he's going to push him as well. Still winning these gunfights, taking away an alleyway that they could push from. Purge waiting to see if anybody gets through. He just watches over Cammy, and now he'll go back to mid again. The spawns have flipped a little bit. Keep an eye on T-Real. He'll hold this. 25 seconds to go, and Team War will look now for P4.
Yeah, potentially over-aggressive from Boston Breach there as they squeeze forward on P3. That gives War nowhere to go except for into Art Spawn, and as such gives them an opportunity. So it's handed over. We've seen you fight your way back into this game. What does it look like when you go for P4? You couldn't break last time. A hold typically considerably easier if you get your ARs in place. And Assault being one of them, I like the decision. Back up, play your life, let your boys cover over from the balconies.
And this is a very important break. This first one onto P4. Assault, though, already catches one. Neum catches Awakening as well. Outnumbered, outgunned, and outfunned. Oh, my goodness. This is flipping again. P3's been good for Boston. P4 was fantastic for them last time. But now they find themselves outside in the cold as Assault catches 2 more on the timing. Boston Breach are looking fragmented.
And it does feel like that little bit of split push is coming through. That little bit of a slap in the face has come through. Breach being reminded about how good War are. Reminder, Bink is their coach coming in for this. A minute in the hill and an SMG in hand, looking good with it. You are going to get close if you Breach, but you're just not finding any sort of actual breakthrough. If it was a great money hold last time from the Breach, War have answered back with their own. Final 15 seconds, and you've already started to get that push out from Neum to relieve your pressure to get towards P1.
Well, they're trying to get into this, and not even scrap time available for them. And already Neum is out. Will his pinch be perfect? That's what they're waiting for. He wants to know when these engagements happen. Can I strike now? Can I catch them on the flank? Already going down. He will strike. He's in the backfield. Neum should be able to find a couple of here. Finds one at least, and Bink will find 2. And he finds the second. That's exactly what they were waiting for. Team War, underdogs no longer. They are leading as we approach this 200-point mark, and the game could very much be in their hands to lose.
And Neum's 24 and 20, and timing about it will find his way into that point. You do have P1. It's all about, again, watching for this P2. War have had to break it twice. They've achieved that successfully. You do not want to continue to put your eggs in that basket, though. And Purge now getting that wrap in through the backside into this one. Finds 2. And, well, the spawns will continue to hold in for War. But right now, again, just slowing that down, understanding exactly what you need to control. And that from Neum, potentially over-aggressive, will, though, be slowed down as this pressure comes in through mid. And now War well and truly in the lead and looking comfortable.
Boston Breach just not finding the kills they need. A lot of time there for Cammy, but he just hasn't been able to get into the fight as much as he would like as they've left him onto those points. But Team War, they can smell this now. They know this is already a big scalp to take on. Map 1, the hard point, and they just need 34 seconds to do so.
You've got 2 bodies in the point. You are spawning close. You're a little bit worried about that pressure coming in through the backside. It isn't arriving just yet. It's all going to be from mid if you are Breach, as you set up to do one last hit here. T-Real will find the first Bink with another, so you're lacking numbers. If you are Breach, you are all 4 wiped, but you get the close spawn. You can hit this again.
Unfortunately, this is a difficult hit. Will they call this as well? He has pushed out. They're going to know this coming through the back as well. Bink just gets 2 in a collateral. The third one for Bink, but that's all he needs. A 5 streak for him as well. And with 4 seconds to go, they cannot make it. Team War upset map 1.
And if you can hear it, ladies and gentlemen, it's loud out on that stage. And it's only coming from the left-hand side, Team War bellowing as they sign off with a map 1 here, 250 to 161. None of us saw that coming when Purge went on a 12 spree through the middle of the map. No one saw that coming when Breach went and changed P3 into P4. But War well and truly lock it down, go huge, and well, we sub in your coach. And who's going to understand the systems better than him as he helps set up his boys and they march on forward?
And that is certainly an unbelievable turn of events. Boston Breach beaten on map number 1. And this is what I said, a Call of Duty chance for any team to win on the day. For Team War, a momentum, a monumentous shift as well in terms of mentality. Confident coming into it, but the nerves certainly would have been there facing against a pro team. Pro team no longer. All of that pressure already evaporated. They know now they can bleed.
And that's the important thing, right? You're shark in the water, you smell that, you understand now we have a great chance in this series. And it's all, again, that if you have a plan, so you get punched in the face. Breach now understand. They will not have many opportunities to make more mistakes. War will capitalize on them as we get a look back at that map 1. And a story that, again, for Team War, I thought by the time Purge finished that 12 spree, we were done. This was going to be a quick 3-0. This was going to be relatively over with. And the clear understanding between the 4 of them of, well, we may as well just continue to send at this. Neum has himself an impressive performance, but Assault drops 3,600 damage every bit a part of that victory.
Certainly was. And you got to put it realistically, once Purge went on that 12 streak, thought, well, that's it, Boston are off to the races. They're having a great time here as well. But every single hill after, they just weren't winning key gunfights. They didn't have the rotations they wanted to either. And Team War just kept clawing back over and over and over again. And realistically, once Boston breached, once they completed that hill there, they just did not get an awful lot of points for the rest of the game. They just weren't able to capitalize on it. Their P4 to P1 wasn't great. They kept losing that P2 rotation. P3 was their highlight. It's where they got the majority of their points on that last set of rotations. But when they lost P4 again, you're like, well, this is just going disastrously for them. They're just not getting to any hill.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those moments where if we're looking at this whole pro, semi-pro conversation, for Breach, you're expecting them to be the proactive team, them to take the initiative. Towards the end of the P4 that Warhold, Neum's already on his bike. He's on the opposite side of the map, sets up that pinch to collapse in towards P1. And it's moments like that where Breach suddenly go, where the hell did he come from? How have we missed this? We're supposed to have an extra voice in the comms. And then they understand that they're all at sea. And, well, War, they well and truly capitalized. Beautiful stuff yet again from them. And, I mean, this starts to open us up to a couple of other questions, of course, around this series. But as we get a look continuously at these highlights, Assault popping off in big moments. We talked about him and 2Real, the experienced duo in that lineup. They've been up in that top echelon. You've got Neon, this superstar, starting to come through. Bink, as a coach, he comes into that setup. He's playing a lot around that hill. He's trying to just be the glue guy for the rest of the team. Honestly, that system was perfect in terms of pulling Breach apart.
Yeah, and it worked so well. You can see here, well, I mean, that's just a play from Neum, realistically, not appearing at the same time. For Bink, obviously, they lined up for him into this case and didn't even really need the help of the teammates, just continued to rain bullets down the choke point. And at that point in the game, it may have been too late to do anything anyway, but confidence overflowing now from Team War.
It is indeed, and it's all about tempering that as we march on towards our second map, which is of course going to be that Hacienda Search and Destroy. And there's a couple of different storylines going into that one. Of course, we've talked about the roller coaster series that this may now become, but it's a case for, we spoke a little bit to 2Real before coming out towards Saudi Arabia. They said they want to be a fantastic team at Search and Destroy. That's very tough against the Boston Breach team that have been good at Search all year long. And also we go to Hacienda. This is a map that Breach love to play on. They're very strong here when it comes to their first bloods. The defenses are pretty much flawless, and they love to change pace a lot. They tend to go very aggressive one round, then slow it right down the second round. And that, for me, when it comes to War, it's a case of, okay, are you going to be able to play those mind games? Despite walking away with map 1, you want to carry that momentum into 2 and start off well.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, I mean, I always think SND is a big swing map for every single team and every single matchup and basically every single way. We've seen SND specialists before, but I think nowadays you just have such kind of definitive games in SND. We always see it kind of be a bit of a, how do I put this, a bit of a contest. If you're a good S&D team, obviously you can go the distance. Most of the time, you steal a respawn, you get further on. But it seems like there are so many divides nowadays of teams that are good at respawn and good at S&D that it's kind of strange. It's not been as defined back in the past as it is now. Obviously, if you're Boston, you want this S&D. Team War, they know if they can go 2-0 up in this series, they will be smiling from ear to ear. but it is still a big ask for both teams.
It is. And pressure starts to mount. The celebrations, they've calmed, they've quietened. Suddenly there is a hushed air in here as War potentially recognize that that upset is actually on, and Breach very much so recognize that that is on. We take a quick look at the gents here. We've spoken about the way the system works. It tends to be quite a couple of players here. You do have people like Purge starting to become those vocal leaders, those intangibles. And during that break, that little bit of downtime that we've had, it's very important that he's gotten into the ears of his teammates. Relax, boys. It's one map. It's not a series. It's completely fine. We just go again here and do our thing in map 2.
Well, we'll find out. There was definitely some conversation going on with the admin staff there. I did think since some fist bumps came out and the players were looking to get ready for it, but I'm just curious to see where they go. There's another fist bump. That does look like we are about to get ready for this S&D. Everybody lock in, lean forward, and work out what your first break's going to be.
For the Breach on this Hacienda search, they love to start offensively. I haven't actually managed to get a look at who is going to be on the offensive side, but this will be actually offensive for Breach then, so this is comfortable for them. This is something they love to do, and you're looking to get Purge in through this middle here. He loves to flood into wine and find his route through the back, but he needs coverage from his boys.
Got to be a little bit cautious. Big already finds one though, and that is unbelievable. 2 Real takes down the second. Advantage here. Snoopy gets one back at the same time, but should be caught by 2 Real and will be. Purge now in a 1 versus 3. 2 Real should back off of that one and does. They can now play with him. They know where he is. They know they already have the advantage and they have map control. Do not give him the 1v1s.
They also have bomb down as well. They should understand here that they can just drop off, force Purge into their web. And he does find a fight, but Assault cuts him down. So a great start from War, continuing that momentum off from map 1. And you see a play there, potentially a bit of homework coming through actually from Team War. They understand what Breach wanted to do. The 3 players over the top are going to try and cover over Purge, allow him to slip the net a little bit, and they never get close.
Here we go. It's always a bit difficult on round 1 to judge things, simply because the no trophy systems does change a lot of breaks and a lot of timing for these players. This one will go back into the playbook and they'll say, right, round 2, different routes, different opportunities. Now they have that little bit of a buffer with the trophy systems that go down, but it will be Team War on the attack this time and hoping to get that second round already sorted.
He's going to try and watch for this bit of mid-map control. But his boys are well and truly off towards the races here at B. Typically for Breach, very good at setnating it, ensuring that they get that early intel. Doesn't come through. Awakening's going to step over from Boathouse and doesn't find the kill. So bomb goes down. Watch those boys start to collapse now. Actually, Neum's going to stay out. So keep an eye on his route as he may collapse in through the back to counterpinch this.
They're looking for it as well. A lot of pressure coming on Assault. It's going to be under trouble and looking for that first kill. There's so many bodies here. Everybody pile in and Assault gets away with it. Cammy left in a 1 versus 2. Can he find the kills in time? No, he cannot. That is traded. That is done. Team War take the second round, the S&D.
Absolutely love the play there from Neum as well. The fact that he's willing to arrive late to that party. So often that person out on the outside towards well side will drop back through their own spawn. They then become just a part of the 4 bodies trying to hold down the site. But he understands that his boys are going to be trading that situation out. If he arrives correctly in through the middle, kind of a callback to the map 1 where we see him wait for that pinch, wait for that opportunity to collapse. He does exactly that and is a part of that final kill. So great work here out of War. Very much so seizing the initiative in these early rounds.
Here we go then, Boston Breach on the attack against a jubilant Team War side. This is a heavy push as well. They're looking forward towards A. Nobody's found anybody either, but they are stacking this side of the map. Snoopy in an advanced position, but Cammy already getting picked off first blood. And now they're wondering, where do we go? What do we have?
Well, very little is going to be the answer, not even the bomb as it falls in the hallway. A 1v3, Purge again last alive here. Potentially a little bit separated in these opening rounds on the offenses. And well, he's going to get spotted crossing the courtyard. Some beautiful return shots, but will be cleaned up by Bink. So War 3 in a row here. And well, Breach looks stunned, understandably so. I think that you're expecting, you know, you've been drawn against this team. They've had all these last-second roster changes. This should be a walk in the park. Anything but as they stare down the barrel of 3 rounds lost in a row and a map 1 loss.
And for Boston Breach, this is looking worse and worse by the second. They will now be getting frustrated. They will be upset. They got quite handily beaten on that hard point. They've come into the S&D and have yet to draw a round.
There's a heavy defensive aggression over towards B. They do not want to let that play slip the net this time round. But War, it's more of a flood to A anyway. There was some mid-map presence, and when you saw nothing, you recognized the play coming through, but Purge is very aggressive on it and finds the first two.
Finally a bake for Boston Breach. They managed to get it, but it goes back down to a 2 versus 2 already. Oh. Awakening will find Liam, bring it back to a 2 versus 1 as Awakening finds a second. Boston finally get that round on the board they needed. And it came off the back of Purge finding 2 onto the bomb. It was not secure enough for Team War.
Now, perhaps over angsty to get that down, maybe seeing that little bit of nerve come through, that little bit of inexperience, not understanding how quickly Breach could cross the map. Needed that player potentially up high, just watching over the middle of the courtyard. You don't really have any intel there, and once Purge gets into that Archer's area, he has himself a field day. So War, then you finally get answered back. You are going to be on the defense here. It was solid last time out, but Breach, they're changing it up. They're flooding A.
It's aggressive. Already those trophies down, doing the work they need to. Awakening, second trophy down for them. A huge commit here for it as well, but Awakening might get bad timing. He does. 2 Real takes advantage at the same time. And somehow Snoopy gets him and they don't get the trade back. Down to a 3 versus 3, but Boston are pinned. They don't know where to go. Snoopy finds another one that might get something out of them, and Cammy gets one more. And that could have been bad for Boston, but at the moment it's Team War in the disadvantage. There's a 1 versus 3.
Assault needs to find one of these exits realistically. He's going to get wide swung here, and yeah, a double child will clean it up. I will say it's potentially, I hate to call him out because obviously he's a coach subbing in at the last second here, but overextensive really from Bink. He starts to chase into a fight, becomes isolated from his boys, and is basically in a 1v2 in that moment. And from there, it all falls apart if you are War. But still, it wasn't around 4 Breach where you felt entirely comfortable. You see those 2 trophies go out. It's bad timing for Wade because he loses that blood. But you end up in a situation where if there isn't that overextensive play, they didn't really have the progress towards the bomb site that they wanted to on that aggressive playbook.
Well, it worked out for them. Could have gone bad, but all things that end well are all good by me. So we'll see whether or not that continues for Boston. They haven't committed here. This is the same play they made last time. So basically, Team War are trying to draw them out towards A. Get in towards A, sneak into B, get the plant down, play post-plant. And they're going to do the exact same thing again. Awakening is here earlier than he was last time. Liam, I don't know if he saw both at the same time, but he will. Oh, Snoopy, that is a wonderful kill from him. They needed that not to have that massive disadvantage. And also, it puts them on the back foot. Team War now know they have to look 2 different directions.
And you're actually going to get the Snoopy drop in through the mid here as well. So as Bink finds one, do you read him coming through? The answer is no. And well, Breach have come out swinging. Went 3 down. We talked about how they were getting more and more frustrated. But they've started to put those pieces together here. 3 rounds in a row. And well, how the vibe shifts in the arena. It's a lot more active on that side in green. War suddenly having to figure out whether or not they've got depth to these plays. They've tried that play, as you said, to pull them on over towards A, then get that bomb down towards B. First time, not a problem. This second go, well, they were well and truly countered.
Double flank almost went disastrous. I cannot emphasize enough how big that kill was from Snoopy. It was a turn and burn, had a little bit of warning as his teammate went down, but if he didn't make it, it was a 2 versus 4 all from the front. It just would not have worked. The 1 kill completely changed the tempo of that round, and Boston have swung back into this S&D in dramatic fashion.
Sending 3 off towards this B bomb site. They will be met by 2 though, and I think that stun catches one of them, so it slows the push. And well, I like this play. They don't overinvest. They're not trying to force it. They understand that War have that ground. Let's try and re-hit this from middle, find ourselves a bit of purchase.
Well, here we go. Again, Snoopy. Aggression going forward, a little bit of map control from them as well. You can already see Team War moving though. Ready to envelop this, and he did get the bomb down but loses his life, does not get away clean.
And bomb down is going to force War to flood though. They are giving it a moment just to respectfully try and find a bit of more purchase on the kills. Purge here though with a wrap in through the back. He could be the difference maker as he finds Assault.
Looks for 1, trying to put the pressure on as well. And this has completely worked for them. Boston Breach, 4 rounds now in a row. Lost that player on the plant, does not matter at all. There's Purge on the flank, and realistically, I think the rest of the team was actually in a better position than you gave them credit for. They did lose a little bit of site control, waiting for Purge to hit that flank, and then everybody died at once.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Purge gets out, the fact that he slips the net so freely, there's nothing there to read that if you are Team War. And as such, you end up with that play collapsing in through the back. It's glorious out of Boston Breach. A post plant from the playbook. And now up 4-3, leading in this one.
And Team War are wondering what on earth has happened. Really good. This is a massive jam. Oh, a three-man challenge. Tyrio's like, oh, I'll have a little bit of a look, but already down he goes. Put that one out of the playbook. Boston Breach called that one and said, all right, well, we've got 3 here against you, and they just were not expecting a target-rich environment. And what a turn of fortune. Boston Breach firing on all cylinders now as they go 5 rounds back-to-back.
Well, Boston Breach have done such a good job these last couple of rounds of just shutting down those bomb sites. And I think they read actually what we're going to try and do here is punch us through the middle and split us. And so they call it, they counter it, and it works out well and truly in their favor. Target rich is definitely the way to describe that. It's 2 real rounds that corner, no chance given. And Boston Breach now on that point.
They're leaving Cammy as what I like to call the hook. One player over here just watching your flank. The rest of them straight on to B. Cammy already backing up. Put that trophy out towards A as well to kind of bait them to think there's a player there for a little bit of time. But Cammy waiting on the flank, hasn't caught anyone quite yet. We'll have to get into this fight in a few seconds once this first push comes through.
Could be all on Niam here. He might get in through the back of Purge. Big fight, does find the kill, but your teammates, I mean, they're hitting this at totally different times. And, well, it will all fall apart 2v3 with 20 seconds on the clock, realistically.
Cammy's already moved up to give him a bit of mid-control. The RCXD is going to come out from Assault here. He needs to find one. He does. He gets Snoopy as well. The rest of them moving into this one, and Assault finds his seconds. Cammy now in a 1 versus 1 against Niam. He's dipping, he's dodging, he's diving, but Niam managed to find it as well. Cammy swings a little bit too wide on the shoulder, and Team War stay alive. Assault made an amazing play. RCXD, and then he went for the chow. He found his second, and somehow the unwinnable has slipped towards them.
Also understanding, if you're Niam at the start there, recognizing Purge loves those boat routes. He loves to swim out and get himself inside boathouse. And Niam doesn't go through that traditional route up through the steps. He instead plays far out and finds that first blood, allows him to continue to hit through that route uncontested. Doesn't give Purge the opportunity to stab them in the back. And as such, just helps them with that fight. But you're right, goes to Assault. All flowers handed over. He makes that big play, gives you an opportunity as you finally stem the bleeding. But it's got to be fully cauterized, otherwise Breach will close this out here.
Well, here we go. Still game on. Here comes a push. Team War. At the moment, distribution means they're heading towards A. So there, Cammy's been seen. Bink knows he's going to be there as well. Already trophies working overtime to try and keep players alive, and that is a bit of a bad name. Fortunately, it's not a Semtex, it's a name, so it bounces.
You find that blood if you Assault on Purge. That was catching Purge trying to hit a wrap in through P2, in through the backside here, get that flank going as he so often likes to do. You still have opportunity to draw that defensive line if you are Breach, but you're going to be spread. And a lack of intel as well as War decide what we're going to do, put that numbers advantage to use, roll up together and hit A.
Cammy going to be the first one to find anything here as well. Does find it, backs off, quickly plays his life. He is being chased down as well, though. Cannot get back out as Snoopy finds a second. Down to a 2 versus 2. Snoopy is going to be weak here as well. They haven't planted it yet. They're looking for him. They're going for the kills. They're going to find him as well. 2 Real has found both of them. He might be able to get them at the same time. It's going to be a huge flank. It's 2 Real. Finds one, not the second. Snoopy now to 1 versus 1. Looking for Assault. Assault just getting out of there. That bomb is not in a position yet.
It is recovered. You've got to go, though. If you are Assault, you've got to make a decision here. He's trying to bait Snoopy into thinking there's a plank coming through, and it might well be now. And Snoopy closes us out here on the Hacienda Search and Destroy, puts that time to great impact, just bleeding it down, giving Assault no other decision, and forcing him into that bomb fight, of which there was only going to be one winner. Breach answer us back here after a slap in the mouth in map 1, and to be honest, they're stunning all the way through the first half of this, but they rolled back as the pro team they are and showed up big here, that deep playbook that they have so often showed on Hacienda.
Certainly could have gone wrong for them. You saw it going back and forth in that last round. Snoopy managing to get away with it, but I thought 2 Real had that one in the bag. Realistically, he saw both players. He hit the flank, found the first, and Snoopy was just so tucked in that corner, he was not able to turn in time to get the second. And Snoopy staying alive in that one. Assault could not get his trade either. And that's the way it goes sometimes.
Does indeed. And a moment there then to assess the series and where we lie after 2 maps. 250 to 161, you are reading that correctly. Team War come out and stun here, but Breach answer back, ties us up, looking ahead at 3 other maps. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, so we'll catch you on the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to EWC. We have a game on our stage right now. Team War and Boston Breach are throwing haymakers, and so far all tied up. Fantastic first hard point from Team War. Boston Breach, though, looked like they could take a bit of a beating in the S&D, but fired back with 5 rounds back-to-back and have got this series all tied up.
Yeah, and it was very important for Breach to do so because S&D has been their bread and butter basically all season. It's the one where they've really hung in. We now move over to a Control after this, and this is where they've suddenly come online recently. They'd really struggled through a lot of the year, kind of factoring in with that respawn element of not being good at hardpoint either. And while hardpoint, we are still seeing issues as showcased in this very series. The Control just seems to be somewhere where they've really profited from the dynamic situation when it comes to the point of ingress. So for Boston here, it's a case of continuing that, but I think here, you know, we're tied up 1 apiece. War plenty in this. They have looked great, especially in the back half of that hardpoint.
Well, let's see if they continue into this next respawn. That'll be the question. Still, Smiles, still happy on that side of the stage. Really wanted that S&D run they had in the first bit to continue. 3 rounds back-to-back. Unfortunately, after that, Boston adapted and fired back like the caliber of team they really are. And for me, this leaves this entire thing wide open. For Boston, they will not want to lose another respawn.
They will not. And I do wonder as well, looking at this series and the map pool that we ended up with, this is Protocol. Boston banned this more often than not, so I wonder if this was supposed to be a testing of the map pool. Could we figure out a couple of strategies coming into this tournament? I think they would have expected to be in a 2-0 position right now, making that decision, but they've ended up instead tied up at 1 apiece, so I wonder how much of that decision they regret. We will find out, of course, by the end of this, or whether or not the test that you get will help you perform better through the rest of the tournament. Again, these 4 have been together for so long, grown so much recently. They certainly have it within them, the capacity to learn as they go. And they certainly want to figure that out, though, with a victory here in map 3.
Well, here we go. Let's see the break. Let's see how these teams are going so far. And Snoopy already pre-firing, almost catches a player there from War. But everybody is still looking for these first couple of kills. Purge will find Assault. Snoopy checking the coast is clear. Might challenge player here as well, but just a bit of a positioning. Pink! Oh my goodness, almost got away from him there in the end, but not quite.
Yeah, just about survives that one. Didn't look too pretty up here on the casting booth. And well, the first tick, I don't think it actually fully came through. I think you got a half step on here to clear this up, and you bait a couple of players in. And you start to find plenty of purchase in those kills. Players coming back off the respawn if you are War. You do find a little bit of something, but you're looking a lot at 2Real here to kind of stop this Boston Breach wave that's hemming you in.
Well, here we go at the moment. Just trying to get onto the point here. Bing is going to hit the flank. I'm unsure if they know where he's going to be. There should be an easy couple of kills for him. Finds the first. Looking for a next one on the rotation. Isn't going to get it. Purge shuts him down before he can do any more. Purge again in that kill feed. But it's just going to be enough. 2Real takes down Cammy and tries to push his advantage. At the moment, War are holding.
They are indeed. Boston, I wonder how much they regret not clearing that B capture. They stepped off before that segment fully came through. Assault tries to check over the helicopter and will be back down. Just about stays alive for a moment, but Purge continuing to be a thorn in the side here. 7-2 start. Just needs a little bit of support in from the teammates, but 2Real, he'll match him in the middle. Cammy will trade it back out. You're not far away if you are Breach. We've only 20 seconds to really take another swing at this.
Well, they need to make these kills first. That's the most important part. Make the kills, get out, get map control, and then commit. Unfortunately, that time is ticking away. They don't have the kills or the positioning. They will jump onto the point, though, and 2 from Cammy. It might be enough. Quiet series from him so far. Has this been enough to turn the tide?
Second tick comes through. Cammy with one and Awakening with another. So it's likely about that transition over towards B. The defensive line won't be here for War. And you hear Cammy break in through glass, but he might be able to slip away. Huge fight with 2Real here that could give you plenty of advantages in terms of positioning. And those kills will now let you onto B and Breach with an opportunity to squeeze War.
Can't find Cammy. They've got to be watch their backfield. They know he could be in there. Obviously, we can see on the minimap he is not, but so far fighting from the front. Neon, that's a huge 2 to get as Snoopy falls as well. Team War will stabilize on that push. They've done enough.
Purge spots 2Real underneath here, 4v5, so imperative here that he doesn't get caught and fall, but you see that double hit coming through. Snoopy, Cammy, they play off the back of that information, make it a 3v4, so essentially an S&D in front of us right here, but only 30 seconds on the clock. Breach have got to go.
Neum in a great place, shutting down everything down low. They're unsure if they want to take him on. 25 seconds, Boston Breach. The calls must be perfect. Where are we going? How are we doing it? Team War, they know they just need a hold. And Neum again, I keep seeing him in the kill feed, and it's at important moments. Snoopy finds the first one though as well. Assault throws his shoulder, but it's going to be seen. Awakening takes down Neum, and they are back on the point.
That's how you hold. As Assault tries to find the look over from the top of the turret, you run along the barrel, you check one way, get shot from the other. Potentially a window there, but it is closed as Boston Breach, see that off in eliminations. And, well, there was plenty of reason there to believe that they weren't going to get that round through. It looked slow when we started talking about A, but it was that moment where they get pushed up in the spawn, managed to find a couple of kills. You did eventually get out if you're War, but it feels like that was the dagger that slowed all the progress you'd made early on.
And in C War, I mean, there are flashes of potential there. There's so many opportunities. I will say I think Neum was a highlight for me, just over and over again, finding crucial kills. 10 and 8 doesn't sound that impressive, but the quality of the 10 was very, very good. But unfortunately, on the other side, Cammy had a great 10. We saw him open up proceedings to get back onto that 8 point and give them the time to win that round.
And that war wages on as Cammy finds Neum in the first, a headshot at range. And Snoopy then finds Bink. Snoopy finds 2 Real, and all of a sudden, you've only got Assault stopping yourself being trapped in here to that spawn trap we've seen so many times through the year, the one that bleeds you so heavily. As Snoopy continues to just find his roots here through the arches, now looking over towards Heli as well, will be eventually cut down, but not before Purge can then arrive.
Awakening. Finds 1 kill. Purge looking for it on it as well, but that actually opens up the map completely. Boston Breach now floundering in the backfield. Cammy will find 1, but unfortunately he is massively outnumbered. Oh my goodness, Assault gives him a brow to shoot and he rips it asunder.
Holding, eyeing it up here if you are Breach. Just trying to figure out where War are making this play from. There's going to be kills down low, actually, and this is something that Breach didn't do much of last time round. So War trying to get creative, and they need to. With 30 seconds on the clock, 3 lives down, they must find a break. 2 Real will find the first onto Purge, so is this the moment where the flood comes through? It looks like the attention started to turn towards B. Huge fight over there as 2 Real finds Snoopy, and that could start to send a couple of players scrambling, and Breach, they have to make sure they close this up here. This could get very messy.
Awakening tries to overextend to put a bit of pressure on towards the back here. He's going to work. A bit of a headbutt going through as well. Purge still waiting to try to get into position here, but 2 Real kills Neum, and that could be bad because that is a horrible trade for them as well. Bink is going to try and find Purge. He loses that gunfight at the same time, and what could have been wonderful for Team War turns into a rout, and they are now coming out of spawn with 11 seconds to go. Dreams almost in tatters.
And 2 Real's just got to put his head down and go at this point. I don't think there's enough time left on the clock. 3 seconds, you'll get into top grandmas. You will find 1. Do you dive? Do you touch? No, is the answer. A half second later, and you make it maybe, but it felt like delaying the inevitable. Boston Breach, 2 rounds up here. I think if you're Team War, you're surprised at this because you had the opportunity to close out that first round. It was in your hands, your destiny. You could have controlled it. And instead, the fact that Boston hold firm on the defense, that doesn't surprise us, but that offensive round has got to be a stinger right now. And I felt like we saw it towards the end. You saw them start to make those plays under the map. You start to get into the bottom side and become a bit more creative if you are War. But it's too little, too late realistically. And, well, by then, Breach were able to just mop up what they'd done so well of through the start of that round.
Well, for Boston, 1 round to lock down this next respawn. It's everything they want, but still an attacking round to go. Not the easiest to complete if you do not get a good start. That has been quite key on this map many, many times in the past.
Snoopy finds Bink, who was trying to slip the net just a little bit. And Assault then picked off as well. You're already on to B if you are Boston Breach. You then find Purges at A as well, so you're starting to push up. Bink just going to try and be the thorn in the side at B, and well, 2 players can essentially step on B, 2 on A as well. War scrambling. They've just got to pick one, put all the eggs in one basket, and send. And Wake, well, he's cutting down any reinforcements through bottom grandmas.
At the moment, it looks like they backed up a bit. Boston quite happy. Awakening and Cammy combining, but eventually going down as well. That's not what they wanted to. Should capture A regardless. Locking in for this one. 2 minutes on the clock. Boston have only lost 4 lives so far to get this.
Purge here just squeezing at tower, finds a big two-piece just before we transition over to him, and it opens up the rotation for his teammates. You can see him flexing onto that AR and putting it to great effect here. Awakening on the point, could receive some pressure, does get found by 2Real. You're halfway through that second tick. The numbers do arrive though, but if you're War, you're 7 lives down. Breach have a minute 50 to play with this, and a lot of opportunity to just dwindle through the lives that remain. Shots like that will certainly do it.
Cammy is gunning. 20 and 11 so far into this one. We said he looked good so far in the first couple of rounds, and he has continued to do so. Pixels getting ripped apart every time he sees them. Finds 2Real as well on the reinforcement. Snoopy now back onto the point. Awakening finds a third, and only one player left to be the hero here as Cammy finds him as well. Assault cannot catch a break, and that should be all they wrote as Boston Breach 3-0 Team War on the respawn control.
Well, we said that recently you had improved dramatically at this mode if you are Breach. A sudden understanding between them about how they want to play it, about transitions from A sites to B sites, when they have to make impactful plays happen. But the thing is, it was all about the protocol. This is a map that Boston didn't like to play. They'd banned it so often through our competitive year, and yet they step out here and show the biggest gap that we have seen so far through this series. Pro team stepping up and standing tall. And, well, how the moods have changed, my friend, as we glance over to Team War. A little bit of disbelief on the faces. I guess it's not about the loss. You're kind of walking into this one, very much so the underdog. It's the manner in which it comes through, because it's a 3-0, and it felt like a 3-0.
Yeah, no, it really did.
Yeah.
It really felt quite one-sided. Obviously, highlights for Team War, probably that first round. They had the opportunity to shut it down. Unfortunately, we spoke about him before, Cammy looked like he was shooting very, very well. He opened up the A point, and then after that, Cammy continued to do what he does best. Cut down the reinforcements, rip people off headies, and once that starts happening, the players have a lot more latitude to run around. Snoopy can find gaps, Purge can continue to slay out, and Awakening joined his brother there with the AR and said, all right, let's put these boys to bed.
And that they did. I mean, you got to think from these Team War players. You're coming into this. You've gotten that map won. It's very much so a jubilant moment. But from midway through that S&D, it has been kick in the teeth after kick in the teeth. And you try to come off spawn there. Cammy's got that mid lockdown, as you said. He is cutting you apart before you get close. This is where you look towards your vocal leaders. This is where you look towards the person who can, especially in this kind of environment here on LAN, tap you on the arm and say, don't worry, gentlemen. Remember, we're the underdogs here. Whatever we achieve together. Got to come out swinging in this 4, but I mean, it's jubilant on one side of the stage, that's for sure.
So this is something I didn't get a chance to say in the pre-show here. So there's an interesting thing with Cammy, right? I'm a fan of Cammy, obviously watching Cold War and going all the way back then. One of Cammy's biggest flaws is his confidence. And then people at home moan on this, it's his confidence for Cammy. It's always been confidence. If he's comfortable in a team and he's happy in a team, he will do very, very well. If he's not, he's going to look bad. And it's as simple as that. Basically, you can always tell. A confident Cammy is a dangerous Cammy. He doesn't always have that confidence. It has plagued his career year after year. At the moment, I just saw him smiling. That is a wolfish smile. That is a dangerous smile to see. If he is feeling himself now heading into this next hard point, it is a danger to behold.
It is indeed, and we talked about how well he was shooting. I'm fully with you. This is the Cammy from Cold War when you start to see that smile come across your face. And the thing is as well for Team War on the opposite side, just staring across being like, okay, that guy's feeling himself. This is going to be a tough game coming up. But in this environment as well, you can see, you know, Shawnee stood in behind, pats on the back, celebrations all around the room. Breach looking great here as we finish map 3 and begin the load up into map 4. Trying to find some positives, I guess, for War. Neum still looked very good out there. Felt like he had some impact. He is a new player coming into this. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard. He's the only one that goes positive on Team War. It is tough reading for Assault, which is very flip from map 1, where he put up 3,600 damage and, quite frankly, ruled a lot of the roost. But Cammy, the standout, 22 and 11, 2,400 damage out here to help lead his team on the way to victory. And, I mean, the amount of offensive kills as well there, 18. It's not that he's just supporting. It's not that he's just picking up lanes. Huge on the point and making sure that they saw this out cleanly.
Well, let's find out. Hacienda Hardpoint will be gracing our screens in just a few moments. For Team War, something to look forward to. Their last hard point was great.
Yes.
It's not been wonderful so far for the rest of it, but hard point was great, and they'll be clinging on to that, saying, okay, we're back into this, let's get it on. On the other side, Boston, bad start, great last 2 maps, and a devastating control. So momentum is technically on their side as we head towards this next respawn.
Yeah, and all important, especially when we eye up this 4th map. You feel like War must come out hot. If this suddenly turns into a quick 60, 70 point lead for Breach, it starts to smell of a series that will only see 4 maps. Can you build off of that map 1 victory? Because it took them a while to get going if you were War. It felt like Breach were going to run away with it at one point, but we're off. We're underway on Hacienda. And of course, for P1, we're flooding largely into middle. And the first couple of kills are pinstripe feed. It's trades all over the place.
Well, you see everybody into the, what essentially is a kill box, if you want to give it the technical term. It's windows all round. Dangerous place to be. Boston Breach, though, looking to stack points as quickly as they can. Never expect too much from P1, if I'm honest, but they're doing a very good job of it.
Yeah, they're just Purge controlling that top hallway, ensuring that the boys on the point aren't really troubled, to be honest. And as Awakening finds Neum as well, Purge is on his bike. He's in through the back of P2 here. You don't read this if you're too real. You're so aggressive if you're Purge, and a flex in the truest sense. And Aim's in one pocket, a Jackal in the other, and Assault's going to be back down as the rest of his boys arrive in through the front of P2. And that is as clean a rotation as you can hope for.
Well, let's see. Boston looking to make this money. And at the moment, first kill's going down. Looking for it as well. Cammy trying to hold the line desperately, but he's going to be outgunned by Bink. Still, sucking points here, Boston Breach. They have not been cleared out yet as well. Snoopy clears the back line. They've turned this into a head, but that is a massive reversal. Boston almost faltered onto that point, and now they have the advantageous position for the next 30 seconds. A little bit of a split push coming in here as well, but the advantage is to Boston. Better positioning, better gunfights, better points, and that is going to be a money hill as we go over to P3.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Purge just punches that path all the way through, and Snoopy, the decision to just continue to refill that back line. So many teams try and get a bit over aggressive in terms of stepping out towards P3, can hand over a large amount of that back 20-25 seconds, but Breach make sure they lock it down, and it's quickly become that 80-point game that we said if you're a Team War fan, you really didn't want to see. 2 of your players have 1 kill right now. Assault has 2. Wanted a 3rd, doesn't find anything really. You will get Neum answer back. Could find something here onto Carry to make it a 2-piece, but I mean, you're swarmed, you're isolated, you're alone, and you are cut down. You do at least find kills over towards the new hill, but for how long did you start to see Boston swarm?
Trying to get back into it as well, but this is a great break by Team War, trying to put the pressure. Unfortunately, Boston have a Snoopy, and this is turning into a massacre. This could very well hinge on these next couple of gunfights, because Boston will be looking to put them to the sword, and there's 100 points to 9 already. And for Team War, they're wondering where this has gone so wrong so fast.
I mean, in moments like this right now, you're arriving in ones, there's no creative hit, there's nothing to try and play potentially through middle or patio or try and pinch this situation. You're going to start this rotation over towards 3, you're going to be hotly contested for it. I feel like a lot of this is going to come from Assault because Cammy finds Neum, the doorway is there, but Assault takes enough damage that he's backed on off.
And there it is, 10-3 for Cammy. I told you it was a dangerous smile, like you've got to believe me, I've seen this guy play for many, many years. And at the moment, Team War are hoping that the momentum will shift at some point. Boston continue kicking them in the teeth, hill after hill.
It's going to be a front hit. If you are War, Neum's going to try and also then provide support through the middle. The trades do go War's way, and 2 real with a big 2-piece. So an opportunity to try and find 30 seconds then. You do get Boston looking at that play in through Lambo and in through mid. That is going to be a big moment here for Neum to try and support here and ensure that the reinforcements from Boston aren't getting there. But Cammy finds 2. Purge gets a beauty of a turn and burn. And just like that, Boston break it straight back open.
And that was a nightmare. Cammy got good timing. I don't know if you were watching the mini-map, but he managed to get through mid before a player could catch him. There was a player watching that cross as well. He did not get him, and then he turned, burned, and they were taken out of that point. Now we go back into P1. The game should slow down. They should be looking both sides for them, but that is already 3 down. Team War really struggling on this hard point as we look at it, 157 to 24. It's a madness.
And the air's just been sucked out of one side of the room. There is a clear lack of belief from these Team War boys right now. You are trailing 140. You are sitting on the precipice of losing your first series. And, well, for everything that has been a positive, that feels a long, long time ago for Team War right now as Boston continue to turn the screw. They are now in for P1, 30 seconds left. Look for P2. Neum is beginning that well rotation, so could set up something from the backside. He needs his boys to do something at the front, and they just aren't.
And now for Team War, the story is this. Jubilant, map number 1. Not so great map number 2, but despair has now settled into their stomach like a cold river stone. They feel nothing but ice creeping up that spine as they start to realize, well, it turns out there are levels to this game. Oh my goodness, do Boston start throwing their weight around?
And it's beautiful as well. You're inside the point, you're back to back, you're fighting on all fronts and you find everything. Bink and Assault will manage to come up with some answers as Assault bursts through the door to at least break. So that's a great time to do it with 45 seconds still left. Does feel a little bit like delaying the inevitable, but if comebacks are going to start, if you are going to rise from ashes, it's got to begin somewhere.
It would have to be one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen in a hard point between top teams. 196 to 26 or something along those lines. And they'll look for it, they'll fight for it, they'll get this time with the P2. It's a hard break now for Boston as they're all going around the front, but Snoopy finds one. They're trying to get the bodies into there, but it is a choke point and they pay for it. Over to P3 at least.
And Cammy here looking to cut off any sort of well rotation. Hopefully going to hear that player coming in through mid as well, who is too real. Do you get the timing if you're Cammy? Well, you do catch a shoulder, so should be able to calm that one on out. That's going to hopefully help Snoopy out, who's got a 2 to fight up top. The answer's no. Cammy's going to try and hold close. Purge is going to try and play around your patio, but there's plenty of numbers here for War if they do manage to find the kills.
Cammy finds 2 as well onto this point. 18 and 10 now from him, but realistically, great scores all across the board for Boston Breach. They can end this here. It shouldn't end here, though. That's the key. Realistically, Team War should be able to contest this at least.
Wake on the point, finds that kill. Stepping off there will mean that we will at least see the next hill. And War, well, they're hoping to extend it ever further as they find 3. Cammy turns. Look to set himself up, but Neum with 4 in a row finds that break. And it does continue, of course, to feel like delaying the inevitable, but every kill, every little blow that War can find is confidence being brought back in here. And looking over towards that rotation, Turiel may have slipped the net here. He's making a water play, but he's got to time it with his boys arriving if they can. And, well, it's a solo here. It's 2, in fact, and that will break down that rotation.
It certainly is, and they've pushed out both sides. They don't even want Team War to see the point. They don't want them to even imagine that hope could burn, as everybody now has to run a gauntlet. Turiel already finds Snoopy. Middle going towards the open here as well. Awakening, holding down one side, Purge the other. Bodies now flying in as Cammy kills everybody, including his teammates. And now they try to get back into it. Somehow Team War have found a way through after that team kill and are keeping this game alive.
Love the decision from Snoopy here. Skynade goes up. Find our way to re-hit this. We've still got 30 seconds. That's lots and lots of time to work this one through. But an answer from Turiel towards mid-map will give you, again, more just time if you are War. It's a break from Breach. Nice and early. 10 seconds to go, and this one's done.
And Cammy looking to try and get these last couple of kills here. Doesn't need to. They find everything into the kill feed. 6 seconds to go. A dream here for Team War because they cannot find their way to the point. And Boston Breach blow Team War out of the water on the final hard point.
Well, the dream was there for just a moment as we reeled.
Cammy looked furious.
The death of the map 1. And yeah, I mean, I don't understand that. I glanced over, I heard it, I looked over, and yeah, Cammy looked disappointed. I don't know if he wanted that to be 100-point clubbing or what, ruthless in his nature. But you're right, a confident Cammy is a very dangerous one. For Team War, I mean, you came here massively as underdogs, of course. Coming in as a challenger squad, you've had to make 2 changes, and you get this situation where you've walked away over map 1, a very good start to the SND. All feels a long time ago right now, but when they VOD review this, looking at their games later on, there's at least plenty to be proud about, if not the result you wanted.
Wow. Welcome back, Lottie. That was certainly a show by Boston Breach.
It was indeed. I tell you what, it was a real story of 2 halves there. The first half, I was getting caught off guard. I'm not gonna lie. I was sitting there watching, thinking, "Ooh, I'm eating my words here." We were just talking moments ago about how there's an imbalance, and this might be a little bit tricky for Team War and Breach. They're just too strong. And my goodness, what a beginning from Team War. Incredible stuff, but I will say a completely different hard point to begin with from what we just ended with. And I will say, like, I'm impressed from both ends of it, to be perfectly honest. Team War, with how they came out and handled things, considering the cards that they have been dealt coming into this tournament. But then the way that Breach were able to bounce back was pretty significant, and it really did come down to the S&D for me. A little mistake there, I think, on the side of 2Real. Allowed Breach back into it, and I think kind of handed to them ever so slightly, and it really was a blessing in disguise. Whether or not they would have been able to continue a comeback after that, you know, going 2-0 down in the series, is a whole other thing. But I will say Breach handled it very, very well and capitalized on the mistake, and that's all you can do is win what's put in front of you. But yeah, very, very impressed. How are you feeling about Breach seeing the kind of second half of that series, Enigma?
I think they look good. I think that it's the improvements in the control that I continue to like, because S&D, again, it's been their bread and butter all year long. We're not surprised to see them look strong there. In fact, if anything, I was stunned to see them lose the first couple of rounds. But they're getting better every single time we see them step out for that control, and that's what they can rely on when it comes to bigger matches down the line. Hard points, we still need a little bit of work. Yes, you look great in that map 4. I think War were walking a little bit wounded at that point. But for me, Breach, that's the 2-3-5 route continues to be the thing that can punch them deep into tournaments, and it seems to well and truly still be on.
Yeah, it does indeed. I've got to say also Cammy having a fantastic last map there. And good to see him. I know you're a big Cammy fan, Bryce, so this is your time, fella.
I knew that last map was going to be good for him. Like I said, I looked over. There was a wolfish grin on his face, right?
Hungry.
And as soon as I saw that, I went, yep, this map's over. That guy is feeling it, and it's obvious. Like, he's putting up numbers, he's putting up time. Rest of his team did very well as well. Purge, you can't really ignore either. A combination for them, but the most dramatic thing, actually, if you want to talk about Cammy, the most dramatic thing was wolfish grin in between map 3 and 4. End of map 4, yeah. Furious. Yeah. I really want to know what happened, because Cammy looked incredibly angry at the end, and I don't know whether it was like, yeah, we've got this, or what's going on, but just seemed incredibly angry. I don't know, because he didn't get as much kills as he wanted to, or something. The game ended too soon for him. But yeah, most damage, best KD. They had a decent amount of time at the point as well. But realistically, a great bounce back there from Breach. Terrible map 1 for them. They really let it go in terms of rotations and fundamentals. The rest of the time, back to their best.
Yeah, and I think you can't really, I think it's hard to kind of, push on them or hop on it too much with the fundamentals. I mean, that's going to be lacking, clearly, in terms of the circumstances coming into this. It's really difficult with, what was it, a couple of days notice of Linz not being on the roster, having, I believe it was a week before that, having a second change, or the first change, so to speak, coming in from that team as well, a week to scrim there, and then to change things up a couple of days before. Fundamentals aren't going to be the easiest to nail down in such a short space and time period there. So I've got to say, hats off to him for that start. It was a really hot start and caught Boston Breach off guard, and to be honest, that's exactly what you have to do if you're in that situation. So I've got to say, more power to them, but Breach looking absolutely incredible, to say the least. But while we get ready for our interview, I was very curious, Brycey, on what you did think about the series overall for Breach. Where did they go wrong in the beginning stages of this? Was it a slow start? Were there fundamental errors for them they need to clean up on?
Yes, it was a slow start. Realistically, let's talk about the hard point. There was obviously the Purge 12 streak, right? Looked fantastic. It was great. Great chain P3 to P4. Unfortunately, after that, they never were first to a point. P1, they weren't there, obviously, because they're coming off the P4. That happens, right? P2, they didn't get it. They didn't break it. Going to P3 again, just started bleeding points all over the place. And in fact, they actually overchowed on P3, and it flipped them out towards P4. And they just never got back into that rhythm. It is a little bit of a breakdown from them in terms of strategies and fundamentals, something they fix in the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I'm actually interested to hear from them as well, because we do have an interview ready to go. We have Snoopy joining us very shortly on the desk as well. While we get him in, we are going to talk a little bit about that start, because it wasn't the hottest start for Boston Breach, but they were able to bounce back, and I think that is signs of a really, really good team, if I'm perfectly honest, and that's exactly what they're going to need to do if they haven't got the hottest start here at EWC. The way that they continue on is the most important, and with that being said, I have Snoopy joining me. Hello, how are you?
Good.
Good. I bet you're really good after that, because, my goodness, what a match that was. Snoopy, first and foremost, I have to ask you about that beginning hard point. A little bit uncharacteristic. Team War are struggling with a few roster problems and changes, and they've kind of come into things, I think a little bit down in the dumps, but they managed to do it to you in that hard point. So what happened? What was the talks afterwards? What went wrong? What were the main things that you needed to work on there?
Yeah, I mean, props to them for winning that map 1. Honestly,
I don't know, I feel like we just came out a bit slow in some things. Obviously, it's the first match of the tournament, so, just getting the shot, a little bit warm.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I think we just, kind of the small mistakes that costed us. But we knew we could beat them. We knew, our potential. So, yeah, we just stayed confident and, we ended up taking the win, so.
You certainly did indeed. Yeah. Obviously, the S&D, a little bit of a rough start in that one as well.
Oh, yeah.
But you turned it around. I mean, 5 straight map wins is huge. Round wins, excuse me, on S&D is massive. Really difficult to do. I think you have to make sure that your head is in the game mentally in order to do that. What's the team talk like, enabling you guys to get so many round wins in a row in order to even take the map?
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like that's the most important part of S&D. Just staying composed, saying, even if you lose a round or you choke at 1v2, 1v3, it doesn't matter, there's the next round. So you can't really stay too locked on the past.
Yep.
And just focus on the future, focus on the next round.
Yeah.
Just focus on what's in front of you. And that's what we did, even though we started 0-3, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, just stay composed, and that's what we did.
It was impressive. Before I let Brycey jump in, I have one more question about S&D.
Yeah, of course.
Did having the coach behind you, being able to kind of chirp in when they needed to with that S&D comeback, did that help you guys?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a great addition to this. It's kind of like a test. It's the first time that this has happened in Call of Duty, so, well, in recent times. But, yeah, I mean, it definitely helped us. Sean was, calling out some strats. We're all kind of, discussing. So, yeah, he kind of gave ideas sometimes, and we were kind of just agreeing or maybe disagreeing. But, that's the point of it, so.
The fifth man.
All right, yeah, an extra voice at the end there. All right, let's talk a little bit. Obviously, you've had an interesting career so far. A little bit up, a little bit down going forward. Boston did not have a great start to the year, but much better now. What have you worked on and improved to kind of show this recent uptick in performance for you and the team?
Yeah, well, yeah, we've definitely been through a lot this year. Obviously, we stuck to the same 4 players, We became really close friends. We're just chilling together. We just do fun stuff together. So I feel like that helped us out a lot, just being the same team, getting to know each other more. I'm glad to be able to be playing with them. I learned a lot from them, and I'm still learning too. So yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to be able to just keep going, even though, there were some bad times. But we learned from it, so that's the most important part. And yeah, we're just going to keep going. Hopefully we take that dub.
Love that. Teamwork makes the dream work. Staying together works.
It certainly does. I feel like it's confident and humble at the same time. Snoopy, it was an absolute pleasure having you on the desk. Thank you so much. GG's, well done. And best of luck going forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we have more Call of Duty action in store for you. Oh boy, do we. We've actually got a long evening ahead of us. So make sure you're strapped in, ready to go, because coming up next, we've got P7 Esports taking on Team Heretics. And we'll see you guys right after the break. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, here for the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 World Cup. We're going to be crowning a champion in the next couple of days, and I cannot wait to see who that is going to be. Will it be defending champs FaZe, or will we have a new victor on our hands? So many questions and lots of answers to be shared. My name is Lottie. I'm going to be desk hosting alongside the wonderful Seymour, who I haven't actually had the chance to share a desk with until this moment in time at the World Cup. So really happy to have you on board and work with you. And Bryce, well, I've known you for a very long time, and I will say I am always honoured to share a desk with you. It's so good to be here with you.
Well, thank you very much. You won't be in just a second here, because I wanted to bring up the fact that obviously while you are now very much in America most of the time, that is the most British opening I've ever heard. Hello, mates. Welcome to the stream.
Well, I am British.
Sometimes you just have to bring it
I
out.
haven't quite lost it
Just
yet.
drop the full British accent on the opener there.
Yeah, just dropped it on him. Why not? You know, every now and then I just need to make sure everybody knows where I'm from. Just give it a little nudge. Talking about nudges, though, I think this one is going to be full of them. I think when it comes down to this next matchup, Heretics versus P7 Esports, I think if history has a chance to repeat itself, we might see a Challengers team hungry for a win this time around. We'll talk about P7 Esports to kick things off, though. And I'm coming to you, Seymour. I want to ask you a little bit about this team. When you look across this roster, what can you tell me about them? What sticks out, and what do viewers at home need to watch out for?
These guys have reaped the Challengers circuit for years to come. And, they've been in and out of the league. They've been playing fantastic this year, but years previous. And it just screams consistency. I'd say you look at, somebody like Brack alongside Standy, who started off together on this roster way back in the first Open that we had, all the way back in Dallas, and they win the first LAN of the year. They were at the top, and they continue to be at the top, making it to the finals as well in the later ends of the year. Unfortunate end that they didn't really expect, but it just shows that through the whole year, it's just consistency, and that's what you expect them to bring into EWC.
Indeed. I got to say, my eyes always go to players that I have known and loved before in Pro Call of Duty, and that is Standy for me. Bryce, I got to ask you a little bit about this young man. Do you feel like he's grown, matured as a player when it comes down to moments like this coming into such a big tournament that is the EWC?
That's a very loaded question. I think realistically, Standy is a very good player. Has struggled to find consistency at the very upper echelons of Call of Duty, but still solid, still talented, still a force to be reckoned with. It's always one of those kind of interesting conversations about how good are players comparatively. Because if you're a fan of the sport, realistically, this player is terrible, even though they're still the best top 60 player in the game. Standy is still up there and able to compete very much so. I know there are certainly a large number of fans that would love to see him back in the league.
And I think even for Standy, when you talk to this team, you talk to the coaches behind them, they've been very adamant that he's been working on his communication. It shows when we do any sort of listening with this team or listen to the streams that they do put on for any scrim when they do.
Yeah.
He's vocal. He's a lot more vocal than he's been in the past, and that I think has allowed him to excel in this title more than previous, especially in Challengers. He's there for the team, and I don't want to say a leadership role, but he's very much more vocal than he was in the previous years, which I like to see. It does show, in the sense of the question, a little bit more maturity.
Yeah, I've got to say, I love to hear that. I think, you can be as individually skilled as you want. If you don't have good comms, it can come to bite you. And I think making sure that your communication is solid is just a huge, huge factor for being the best player and being on the best team that you possibly can. So love to hear that about Standy. Let's actually take a quick look at their oppositions, their competitors. That was me joining competitor and opposition at the same thing, a composition. We do have Team Heretics here, and this roster is nasty. Looking at them in the last tournament, I was so impressed. They're definitely one of my favorite teams, to be perfectly honest with you. I just love not only the mentality of this team as a whole and how every single player is so motivated for one another. Just talking to them, you can hear how badly they want to win as a unit, not just individually. And really that stems back to some of the storylines that we saw from last tournament, Seymour, which is, of course, Rencor and bringing up his pal Super on the stage at one of the biggest moments of his career so far. And of course, that is Rookie of the Year. So talk to me a little bit about how this dynamic is working for you at the forefront of this team and why it's beautiful to watch.
I think it's really inspirational when you look at Call of Duty just in general, where everything has been towards, you know, more European players, North American players, and then you see a team from Spain who sticks together through thick and thin and makes it all the way to the top of their rankings, and now you look at them as a team who just never give up. You bring in 2 new rookies, you just level up and get better, and this is a team who, as soon as you find that break through the mental block that it seems is those later portions of tournaments, they can be championship players, championship caliber players. And this goes all the way back to the story that we've seen from them since the inception of Team Heretics all the way back in World War II. They never gave up on sticking towards Spanish teams, and it's so good to see it pay off.
Indeed, I got to say, Heretics are quite a momentum-based team. You can hear right now behind me potentially the dulcet tones of their fan base, who, by the way, have come out. You might see a couple of heads bobbing, oh yeah, this side and this side, yeah, bobbing to the beat of their own drum, pretty much, singing fan songs. They are here to support their boys, and there is nothing quite like, there it is, a gorgeous jib shot of the fans. There's nothing quite like the support of your home crowd and your fans in the same room as you right now, or basically like off stream, essentially, who are just cheering you on. That's the first that we've had so far in the studio. So I just want to say, because I absolutely love them, Vamos, baby. I'm here for it. I'm here for the Heretics.
No bias on the desk.
No bias at all. But 1, they gave me a scarf, and 2, I love the fact that their fans turned up because it's just unbelievable stuff.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about momentum, that's exactly the momentum that you need on your side, for sure. Speaking of that, though, let's talk about the maps and modes and the series layout, because, of course, that's going to be a big deal and a game changer in this entire matchup. So when you're looking upon these, Ricey, what is sticking out to you here? Is there anywhere that you see P7 potentially taking some control here, or are Heretics running away with things, or do you see a completely different combination in terms of P7 being able to really take a hold on this series?
So...
He always slows me down.
Heretics realistically are a very good team. They have been an absolute rocket ship of consistency improving over time.
Right.
And I actually want to jump on the point you talked about with Vancouver and Super. They passed the eye test, by the way, for like the last 3 years in challenges. We have spoken about them over and over and over again, and then people are surprised, like, oh my goodness, they're really good. Yes, we know, all right? We have told you this over and over again. The Heretics are a team that proves there is opportunity for players with talent if they can get picked up, right? When this team first formed, way back when, nobody thought an all-Spanish roster would work. Nobody. It was like, this isn't going to work. There's enough depth here for them. They've stuck it out. They have continued to get better, and they will continue to get better. Is this a tournament they finally go over the top? I am unsure. They have yet to show us that they are an elite tier team, and that is a difference in opinion where there are no weaknesses for them. Still, they can bleed. Still, they can have some opportunities. I think this will be a really good benchmark against P7. This is what this game is. It's a benchmark. How good are P7 coming into this? We know from the recent results they're pretty good. Heretics showed up last tournament. Can they show us even more here at EWC?
It's the big question, too, because you remember all the way back to EWC last year, Heretics actually lost to a challengers team in groups.
Yeah.
And that's something that obviously these players in general aren't going to be thinking about, because we've reshaped this roster with Rancor and Super, but at the same time, it's a history point that you don't want to repeat right now against not just this P7 team, but also Omit, who are also in your bracket or in your group, who are also a force to be reckoned with. So this is definitely something where you look at this, and this team, I wouldn't expect them to come into this with the ego of we are the better team. These are very humble players. It's going to be a very well-fought battle.
It certainly will indeed. Well, momentum is on the side of Heretics, but sometimes that can also bite you in the behind as well. What will happen this time around is heading into game now, so boys, it's over to you.
All right, let's get right into this one. As you can see, the teams heading into the blender that is going to be P1. And this is basically ex-CDL versus current CDL teams, and we'll see exactly how it goes down.
And one thing I think is going to be a really big level up for this P7 esports squad, Bryce, is the fact that they not only have Mr. Atur behind them, but they've also brought Major Maniac as one of the coaches for this tournament. One of, if not the most clutch players we've had in the history of Call of Duty. So if that's something to keep them level head throughout a really tough matchup versus Team Heretics, I don't know what else would be.
Well, we will find out. Obviously, it's a good start for P7 here in this one, of course. That first P1 into the rotation, if they can make it work. But at the moment, the Heretics will draw a little bit of first blood here, but it's still very much up in the air When you see these two teams go for it, they have a little bit of control towards the back. It is a slow burning push from both sides as they do not want to give away unnecessary kills.
I have the back spawns right now. If you're P7, Standy gonna get shut down though in the hard points. And you see this for P7. Not only are they gonna retake the hill, but you got Prolute cutting off the rotations. He's working towards top catwalk, and he's making it really hard for Team Heretics to get off on a hot foot.
And that is a wonderful start. Prolute really just changed the momentum of P2. Everything cut down for Heretics. Fans' voices dropped to a low rumble. Here comes the break. It will be a push now. Heretics do want to get back into this one, but that is a good couple of kills here. Prolute and Brack answer back as well, and Brack tries to stay alive at the point. Isn't going to happen. There will be scrap time on the plate now for Heretics.
It's just scrap time though for now. You have a couple players from P7 off the spawn going to fight for Old, and I'm not sure if I agree with this play. It seems like they want to isolate some of these members towards New, but Super doing a good job at playing his life, making it easy for the players off rotation to reinforce this P3 hill. And they actually get the better spawns for this, so they're going to have top gold control watching over Rencor in the hill.
Rencor, that's a big kill to win as well. Trying to get a bit of time off of P3, bring this game back into it. But we do know that P3 to P4, that's the key, that's the momentum flip. And Rencor just trying to get the right angle here onto Brack. Does the same thing as well. Going to be in a bit of trouble though. There are players all around him. Super will find the first. That is a wide chow onto the second, as it's still all about positioning as Uli goes for this push all the way through.
All right, now for P7. Yeah, you've kind of bent a little bit across that rotation to P3. You can see Heretics putting a lot of focus on this P4 spawns, and in doing so, they've actually kept this P3 a little bit contested. Pro looking to fight for some of that time, but as long as P7 have about a 30-point lead, that's going to give them some time to work a break for the setup that Heretics will have at the Money Hill.
Here we go. You sacrifice scrap for this. Must not break on this first rotate. Rencor, ready up. ADS. Here comes the pressure so far, not a lot. Sandy will be the first one to test the waters. Rencor guns him down easily. P7 have got to be careful here. They do not have a cohesive push quite yet, and that's going to be a problem. They don't have the angles. Rencor finds two. Eventually, Prolute goes down. That's the first domino.
And this is the reason why you make that risky play to give up old time. It is such a good hill to rotate to. Now you're eclipsing the lead that P7 had. It's finally a chance for P7 to maybe get a break towards this for the last 23 seconds. Yuli with a double kill gets them in, but Heretics, that is a job well done to bring you back in this game.
Well, so far it will be P7 with the lead going into it. Heretics are not committing bodies to this. And P7 also know this. Brack is going to be out. It's all going to be on Brack, but already goes down to Rencor. They have shut that weakness down already. Yuli already finds medals as well. Sandy finds a second one, and Heretics had this rotation. Fortunately, a couple of kills gives it back to them. But this is a bit of a reset for both teams. Nobody had everybody into that point yet, but it will still be P7 who have to break.
Yeah, Heretics have the setup that they want. Riyadh trades out, still favoring over towards the Heretics. Prolute in trouble, slide down, good shots, but no kills to boot. Bates his life long enough for Standy to get active inside and keeping P7 in this one, keeping Team Heretics out of the time for the moment, but they have yet to take a route. Nobody's trying to break these spawns, and Heretics are going to be feeling good as long as they can draw the line in the sand.
Well, so far, P7 looking to bleed a little bit of time off of it. Super finds two as well. Now, you are right. This is all about this P2 rotation. Last time around, Heretics let this one into the wind. Prolute cut them asunder with three. Hasn't had a good game since that point. But can he make magic again? Is he a magician?
Oh, I mean, right away, that's 4 down. Doesn't get better than that for Heretics, so no. You cannot be a magician off the start. Heretics are going to have the setup and the initial time, should even take this lead quickly away from P7 Esports. But with that, you get the spawns up. You already take control of Catwalk. If Super goes down, the pressure is going to be there, but he holds his ground.
Super trying to hold all the angles he can. You can see him trying to hold back the tide as well. Finds Brack at the same time. Everybody down. Lines are going to be clear. Stanley going to get that back spawn for his team as well. They need to know this is going to happen. Rencor already ripped Standy down to bits. They're going to watch this next spawn coming, and now they know they are spawning out. Heretics will try and hold on for as long as possible, and Rencor was on a 5 streak before he fell.
This is just a good job of playing your life inside the objective. P7 can't get a lick of time here or even a chance to break off this P2 Hill. It's been near flawless for Team Heretics, and Metals on 3 in a row, soaking up the scrap time now. You got the rotation to P3, and Heretics are there again. Ever since we've rotated to the second set of hills, Heretics have been all over these rotations.
Fundamentals just locked in, solid. Slaying also good here for Heretics. P7 taking a bit of a backseat in these last couple of hills. Can they rejuvenate themselves? It is a battle on P3. Bodies and shoulders in abundance as everybody looks for their pound of flesh.
Shots in, Metals. Is he going to take these spawns away yet again for the P4 side? Yeah. Heretics, they know what they need to do. They have a good enough lead that, again, you don't need this time. You saw how much you got off that P4 setup. Why not try for a full 60? And P7, they recognize that. They're going to try to get active, but again, 4 down clean. It was a rocky start for the Heretics, Price, but they have found their comfort zone.
This is what I talk about, fundamentals. You can see Heretics making the right moves.
Yeah.
And it is giving them the opportunity to find these strings of kills over and over again. Another Heretics kill feed. Sandy will fight back though. Only going to get a second of scrap time, but the same old story. P7 will now have to go for a hard break. It will need to be cleaner than it was last time.
It was 40 uncontested seconds last time you were at this hill, so it's got to be quicker than that. But Metals with 3 in a row, 160 to 98, and you're sent packing yet again. Metals is in a great spot now to deny any presence onto that statue, and with Super up top, there's no way you're crossing the street.
And now they're trying to get back into this for a bit of scrap time. They've already got a player out of the point for a few seconds, and now they're getting close. This is exactly what they needed as well. P7 Esports rocketing into it, but Metals and Riyadh reacting, trying to get more kills going down at the same time. Towards the back, they know he's going to be here. Pistol going to be out, and Stanley gets gunned. And Riyadh's like, all right, who's next? Doesn't matter. Metals takes that kill away, and the Heretics continue to pile on the points on P4.
This is a walloping across the second set. 80-point lead for Team Heretics heading into the third set of rotations of Vault. And yes, you're here if you're P7, but you desperately need something to go your way in this kill feed. Riyadh trying to find a break. He's going to have some assistance. And Metals the turn on for 4 in a row. Another 4 down, and it's an effortless break on P1.
And now you can see the Heretics' confidence swimming like an ocean. And they refuse to even let them get anything going forward here. For P7, it looked good to begin with. It has not looked good so far. They continue to pile on with the slaying game, and P7 cannot find a crumb, a biscuit, a cookie, nothing on this point. And it's over 200 for Heretics. P7 Esports barely over 1.
Standing on the slide in, you need this break to go fast. And not only that, you need ult, you need to fight through and flip spawns. That's not even going to work. You don't even get past go. You don't collect $200, not even a second of time there. So Heretics put themselves in a striking distance to clean up game 1, what has felt like a shutout since P4, the first set of hills.
And it just has been a Heretics game. This is what they're doing, confidence flowing, they keep on pushing. They have made a little misstep here though. Maybe too many gunfights for them to get through, and pressure towards the back as Super does get 3, but it includes his teammates, so trade not really going well. Riyadh already going to be dropping the hammer from above, doesn't need to find anyone, the rest of the team picking up kills at the same time. For P7 Esports, this is a long way back, and it just doesn't look possible.
Here are the kills in 30 seconds. It's just going to be barely enough to put it away, so you do have to hit it this one more time if you're P7, but it has not looked good on the break attempts, and it's not going to look good this time.
Well. Heretics making a statement in map number 1. Killing sprees everywhere. The KD's incredible. P7, welcome to the big leagues.
And look at how elated the crowd is for this team. It is echoing through the arena. This is going to provide a little bit more pressure for P7. You talk about it, they have been reapers through the Challenger circuit, but Bryce, now that you got a fan base like this, just echoing in your ears through the comms, that is going to be tough to deal with.
It is. It's a confidence thing. My favorite thing about Heretics is this, and it's always been this. They don't care who they play. They've never cared who they play.
Yeah.
The bigger the team, the more they rise to the occasion. The smaller the team, they're still going just as hard. It is a wonderful consistency that is actually absent in a surprising number of players that play this professionally. The Heretics don't care, they want to win. It's all about that momentum, that hype for them, and trying to prove themselves every single game.
And even though they've proved themselves so many times this year, you're right, it doesn't change. You show up, you play, you do your job, and you do it good. It was a little bit shaky at the start of this game, but as soon as they got those fundamentals in, you rotate over towards P4, give up the P3 scrap time. It just seems like P7 could never catch up, and you never really saw P7 go above and beyond to focus towards those big money hills in P2 or P4. Heretics, they're not going to give you any mistakes to play with, and I think that's the missing ego that you love to see in these players, is that you're right, whether it's Optic or P7, it doesn't matter. It's still a team that you need to beat at the end of the day.
It really is, and you saw as we go through the replays here, that was the turning point. All tied up at 88 apiece. Unfortunately, from that point, a new gear was raised. Team Heretics took over the map from here, P2 to P3, locked in a P4, and P7 had no idea what was going on.
You even see Metals, he's 8 and 11 at that hill, a minute 30 of hill time. It's the selfless plays that bring this team just into the heavens of this Vault game, and I mean, for P7, you had moments as well. I mean, every single time you're grouping up for this P4 break, you're doing the right things, playing together, trying to get into those positions to at least battle against those power spots. But it's as soon as you get in the gunfight, Heretics just weren't losing those battles at all. And it was making matters even worse. So either that comes down to maybe you're used to winning those fights, maybe you're used to being able to slide out, rip somebody off a heady. It's just, that's a wake-up call right there. And heading into the Search and Destroy, I don't expect P7 to stay down for long, but that's a tough pill to swallow.
It certainly is. And Heretics just fought really, really strongly. And I do think this is going to be a momentum game for them. They've got that very dedicated fan base that are going to be here. And, you know, don't get me wrong, it's not as big as some of the Heretics fan bases we've seen, because obviously this is a slightly different situation for them, but these fans are loud.
Yeah.
They are very, very loud. I don't know how much you can hear of it on stream, but trust me, there are times when I can't hear myself.
I had to turn you up.
Yeah, and we've got a microphone, and we're above them on the stage. They're not that far from us, but my goodness, have they got lungs.
It's not even that. You know, the other side streams are gone, so it's the fans here for the Heretics, and they are letting P7 know that they are not alone in this arena. But this is something that you go into the Search and Destroy now for P7 Esports. It's been their bread and butter for the most part, especially when we were looking back at Kitchener and their way to that final stage. This is where you look at each one of these players and their history screams, we are good at Search and Destroy. And that's what's going to test this Heretics roster. Now you do one thing, you add Major Maniac to that roster, and I don't think that there's really any better player to take you from a loss like that and reset you going into a game 2. And I think that, you know, the Sergeant's going to drill in that you need to start strong in this SND.
Well, we'll see. It is the great equalizer between squads of all calibers. And you can see them locking in. P7 ready to go to war one more time against the Heretics. They do not want to let this one slip any further. It looked like a pretty good start from the hard point, but will the SND be the same?
Well, we saw dealership earlier between G2 and Cloud9. Cloud9 wiped the floor with them. P7, let's see if they can bounce back. And it is so far so good on the defensive side. They stopped the attempt over towards B, but it's going to be a fast rotation back to A to get the bomb planted.
They're waiting, trying to bait this out. There we go, there's the first nade. They know it's coming as well. They don't have trophies to protect themselves, and he's hoping to get a little bit there onto Uli. 2 versus 3, they need a kill somewhere.
They're going to go all the way around. Yeah. I love this call, and P7 are almost eating into it. Fortunately enough, they will be able to fast rotate if they get a catch of it, but no, not anymore. So,
oh, they come back.
Oh, this is actually going to work out for them.
Easy catch. And Metals, unfortunately, committed back to the side as well, and now he's just hugely outnumbered. Uli just playing his life until he gets it. P7, a 3-man wolf pack round the back works out, and they take that first round of S&D.
I don't want to take anything away from it. You kind of got lucky on that Team Heretics did move back. You go for the bait play, you get quiet, try to see if you can take away that presence on the A site and get that bomb planted. But, I mean, for P7, that's what I like to see, commitment to the play call. And you called for the rotation over towards A to flip that map, and you do exactly that, and it works in your favor. So heading into this next round for P7, let's see how they fare on the attack.
Aggressive, straight out the gate. P7 committing to this, taking out cards, getting to the point he's going for a fast plant as well. They're not expecting this. There will not be the trophies and the artillery to take him out of it so far. Here comes a trophy.
And look how deep this post plant is. In fact, you're going to full clear through B, get the rotation, and you have middle map control, you have B control, and Heretics don't know where to look.
They've really been run off this map as well. They're now having to fight from the back at the same time. And Product doing a good job to get out of there, looking for the kill, and Riyadh somehow finds him as well. Back to the 3 versus 3. Renkor finds another one as well. It will be Standy, though, on the flank. Brack runs away. They're trying to play time here. They've done so well, and Brack will look for this. Timing is now everything. Has to win that gunfight, will not. Heretics, what a retake after they were being run around the map.
It all comes down to that fight with Riyadh and Prolude. You walk away with what seemed like an impossible heady to rip, but the shots were clean, and you bring things back into a 3v3. Renkor dives into small room, and a lot of P7 just gambled on all those island plays to win your 1v1s, and you don't. Heretics, it's a ball of rage to bring themselves back into this dealership on that retake, and that's something you look at, that you should not have won that round, but P7 fed right into their hands.
Well, certainly did, and now we're all tied up, but I agree with you. I thought that round was over. Heretics were panicking. You could tell there were so many players all across. But now this is a bit of a headbutt as well. There are so many players going to be in here. If Super dives in, he could be in trouble. Still throwing it, still backing off as well. Calm play there from Super.
They're going to flip this B site as soon as the aggression comes in through mid. So you have window control. If anybody chows, Ariel is going to rip you a new one. So the respect is there for the B plants in, and Brack just cannot get any eyes on it.
Oh, Brack finds Real though. 42 seconds left to go. Renkor almost thinks he should probably chow this. He's trying to get this kill down. He needs that player out of there as well. They're giving up the bomb site. This is dangerous.
Yeah, but you retake mid, and Brack's going to be the one to hold us down.
Super finds Prolude as well. Back to the 3-3. Femels with another one as well. Renkor in the window, but no. Stanley finds one. Only finds another. Super finds one. 1v1, and Super wins it. Oh my goodness, the Heretics players are not missing. Over and over again, numerical disadvantage, and they walk away with the round.
I mean, I can't believe they just full retake mid and then turn and burn from Super to get both players on 2 separate fights. It's why this man brought him on stage to be the shared quote-unquote rookie of the year for this team, because even when I asked Renkor between, you know, our previous tournament and EWC, he said Super brings it so much to this team, not just in firepower, but the leadership calls that he has, and that is a dynamic that you don't get from many players.
Well, let's see how this continues. Heretics taking the lead in this S&D. It does look like P7 are about to make a push into B here. They're checking their lanes. There's not a lot of pressure from Heretics to stop them.
Landscape now. Standy, the angle was not cleared, and Metals with free shots. Brack's going to trade it. Steal numbers, though, for Heretics in the retake.
Trying to get out of there as well, but now down to a 1 versus. That's it. It's a clear. It's a Heretics retake again. They are not putting a foot wrong whenever they need to.
It needed to be some communication on Standy on where to walk or where to stand, because you had no control of middle window. Nobody's going to be watching that angle. You walk out, give your life for free. Brack does trade it, but you're just opening up some timings for Heretics to slip into these advantages and pick you apart on these retakes. And whether that's a lack of communication on those timings being missed, or just players who think they know exactly the play to hit, and it's just not working out. But that team cohesion that we saw in round one, it has quickly left the building.
It very much hasn't. Here comes all control through the mid at the moment, but what was control has now become a little bit of a trap. They're unsure where to go from here. And Rencor going down as well takes away more options.
Prolude's got to be careful on that one. Headshot multiplayer on the Jackal, and nobody's going to calm that Riyadh's inside of office. So Prolude's going to try to pick things up. He goes down 2 versus 2. Super on 5 in a row. Riyadh on 3.
Brack just overwatching here. I think he's just going to play across as well. That's information. Wants to get back into it. His teammate Stanley trying to get back into this fight. Riyadh going to be careful here. Stanley should be able to take him down. It does. 1 versus 2. He's going for this one as well. I'm not sure this is going to work out. They're wondering where he is as well. And, well, they eventually catch him. Just unable to get away with it that time. The Heretics P7 lock in and get the round.
We finally see a moment where P7 stop, communicate, and hit the timing together. Brack plays the information, reads that the 1 versus 2 is going to be very available for Standy as soon as he makes that flank. And I like that play call from P7, finally showing that they're working together in these rounds. This could be a situation where maybe that panic is inside of those chaotic moments where Heretics seems to thrive. P7, they need to find some structure in these rounds to deny Heretics from those miracle moments. And it looks like we're getting a fast plant to A once again, Bryce.
They're going for it. Look, same strategy, same break. Trophies down this time gives them an opportunity to do this a little bit safer. Last time they lost this on the retake. This time they are deep. 3 players all ready for gunning. RCXD going to go out. Medals takes down Super as well. That's a disaster. And Uni will have already sewn this round up, surely. Heretics now at 2 versus 4. No control. Not much hope. They've got 1 back.
That's the time here that you're worried about. 24 seconds to make these plays. Another one from Metals, but the trade right behind him from Brack's going to have to be a 1 versus 2 for Rencor in the span of 10 seconds, and that is a very difficult play to make. So P7 find themselves back in the search and destroy. And yeah, it's a lot better. Changing that, instead of sending a player on the deep flank through B, having that middle map control, it's just full send to A. You get that setup. You're kind of bunkered, but you have the trophies down and you're comfortable in that zone. So yes, you're graced off the team kill, but it's a lot better of a setup at A than we saw in the last time they were there.
And for Heretics, realistically, that strategy will have to be identified. You cannot allow them to keep getting that plant down. I know you got the retake the first time around. Either you're going to have to put more pressure in, commit more tacticals, commit more grenades, or do something to give yourself a better chance at that retake.
Well, it looks like P7's turn to retake this A site. Nobody in the middle of the map. Does look like we're going to have a chance to get a quick flank. Prolude going to open things up. That's the green light to go, but Metals with the trade. E plays his life, gets away. The RCXD, though, keeping P7 in the driver's seat.
Still holding it down. Rencor really wants to get Prolude here. He wants to take it down. He's going for it. It looks like it's going to be an aggressive push. He's trying to find. There's too many bodies for him to shoot, and unfortunately will fall to Brack. Super gets 1 back now in a 1 versus 2. Yuli's going to be behind him, knows where he should be. So he's like, wait, where have they gone? Where have they gone?
I know exactly where Super is. 2 versus 1. Buddy system. Hold hands, trade things out. Not only does Super have to clutch this, but he's got to recover that bomb. 33 seconds. Lots of time to play with.
Well, enough time now has passed that neither team is 100% certain where the other will be. They're going for the rotate back here. Oh, he's going to get caught. This is unfortunately going to go down. Super will not be able to do anything about that. P7 take that round. And they are fighting back majestically as they take the lead in this S&D.
That's 3 in a row. So slowly but surely, P7 are battling against what has been a very difficult series since that map number 1. But they've stopped the bleeding. They've figured out structure in this game, and that start from Pro, you get that first blood, everybody hits the brakes, you use the RCXD off a little bit of chaos to get the trade inside the bomb, denying that plant from going down, forcing Team Heretics to overexert themselves to get anything done. That is a good one from P7, now up by 1. See if they can make it 2.
Looking for a bit of mid pressure. This is all on Standy. They've left him on an island and doesn't make the kill, unfortunately, and gets taken down. It's a risky play. They left Standy there to make the kill. He just couldn't get the bullets on, hit a couple of kneecaps, but nothing else. And now they've lost one of the tools in their arsenal.
And you still have Yuli playing alone at A, denying any chance for a flank, but nobody's going to be watching mid. It's going to make it tough to get this bomb down, Bryce.
Rankle finds one back. 2 versus 2. Just a little bit of a shoulder here. Rankle identifies the players are there. And this worries P7 just a bit. Like, well, we've given away a bit of information about where we're going. They haven't rotated yet. They're actually holding, waiting for the push. This might be a late rotate off.
They're going back in. No, they haven't read this at all. Prolude has 21 seconds to do anything. He's got the bomb, but if you want to plant at A, you got to run there. And Rancor's watching through the middle of the map. They know exactly where he is. 13 seconds. This is near impossible.
All right, but he's going to get it down. Just one kill. Just one little hope as well, and he will get offers at the same time, but it isn't going to be enough, and Heretics tie the SND up again.
That was such a good call from Heretics. You lose a situation where you're up in a 4-on-2. A bank nade from Brack destroys a car, picks somebody up inside the garage, but as soon as you shoulder that B site, you get the kill back, you get out, flip it over towards the shed, and you force away what is a very scared P7 attack over towards B. I thought they would have been a little bit more, I'd say, they just full send it for the rotation if they want to give up B, but the fact that they give it up and go back, just Heretics are all over this, so confident.
It's an aggressive push. Heretics looking to get a bit of B control. There are going to be 2 players from P7 that are here. Nade's going out, Trophy's going to be down as well. A huge stake. How on earth Riyadh has found that? Bomb now going down. Heretics, heavy advantage.
This is a round that you want to get if you're P7. After being up in the lead, losing 2 in a row is going to make this one tough. Trophy systems destroyed, and you still haven't got that trade.
Those does go down, but unfortunately that trade is good for Heretics. 3 versus 2. Now a 1 versus 3. Prolude. 23 seconds in a dream. Unfortunately, they are not giving him time of day. Here comes the double chow around the corner. Heretics regain the lead here on the S&D. They are now on map point.
His team is just so resilient every single time. That first blood from Riyadh, you didn't see him until he just pops up inside the garage to shut down any presence you had over towards the back shed. And P7 have really struggled at locking down the information on where these players are and what routes their SMGs are running. Heading into the 10th round of this S&D, you look to see what the team can rally behind on this attack, and it has to be more confident than what we saw in the last round. It looks like it's going to be a dedication over towards A, but similar to what we saw before with middle map being watched and the B flank.
This time they've slowed it down. P7 have adjusted, but will that adjustment work? Here the RCXD going out now to clear some space. And it's still a game of hold.
This is a situation where if Standy doesn't see anybody, you might be calling for that rotation over towards B. He's going to start working his way, but that opens up a route for the flank, and they're not going to be ready for it.
Got to be careful. This could be a good trade. Here's one. Will he get it anymore? He gets a second as well. Riyadh almost gets the third. It's not going to be good enough. Heretics, though, advantage here on map point. All they have to do is not trade badly, and Heretics will take this map and go 2-0 up.
How do you clutch this one? Middle map under control. Standy aggressive, though. He's looking for any moment. B site open for the plant, but Standy needs this kill.
Bomb down. Rankle finds Brack already. Standy alone, and down. And the Heretics fire back again. 2-0 now in this series, putting P7 to the sword. It was a good show from P7 for most of the time, but most of the time is not good enough in this competition. And now the Heretics just 1 map away.
And you think all the way back to that round where you had the 3 versus 2, you missed the retake, and you just allow Heretics back into the round over at A. And since then, Heretics, they just did not give up that lead 1 bit, Bryce. I think that for Heretics just in general, we know this team is fantastic at S&D, but the break attempts that we saw every single time, P7 just missing a timing, and then somebody from Heretics finds that weakness, they expose you, and you have Riyadh running amok, you have Super clutching up 1 versus 2s, you have everybody drawing first bloods for your team, and you saw so many moments where P7 just get caught off guard by the sheer skill and speed that these Heretics are bringing to this game right now. And even in the last one, for the plant that you had at B, I got no idea why Brackful sends it all the way into uncleared territory. Redcore happy to rip that kill away for the 1v3.
Yeah, and they got, I mean, you got to give it to Heretics as well. Even when they didn't have the advantage, it just looked better from them. And they really knew exactly what they wanted to do post-plant as well. And that's just a massive aspect of the game here on S&D. Your breaks can be good, but the way you adapt to post-plants is really a difference maker.
This moment from Riyadh, that felt like a dagger in the round. You almost brought yourself back from it in this 2v3, but yeah, Brack just sending it after the plant. It's that situation in the post plant that's the difference between this P7 team. It seemed like it was very adjustable, very audible on what they were making for their calls, and nothing ever set in stone on where to be. Very disconnected, very isolated. 12 and 6 from Riyadh. He was fantastic. 4 first bloods, 1,500 damage as well. Brack was right there for the most part, but you see, that's back-to-back rough maps from Stanty, and you need him to step up against a team like Heretics desperately right now.
Yeah, you do, and obviously having a bit of a rough time. We talked about it. I think Stanley's still a very talented player, but Heretics are on a roll. They really are. But will this roll into map number 3? We will find out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to EWC. We are live with a game here and it's all Vamos Heretics as they are 2-0 up in this series versus P7 Esports. It has not been completely one-sided. The Heretics have looked stronger. P7 have had opportunities. The hardpoint maybe not a glowing part on their resume, but the SND could have gone either way potentially.
Yeah, I mean, that is a situation for P7 where you get the dealership. It was your bread and butter back in Kitchener, and it's just not feeling the same ever since you went onto that stage against Omit. Now against Heretics, the Search and Destroy challenge gets leveled up even more. And you had that stint through the middle portion where you go back to, you get 3 rounds in a row, you looked like you had a handle on it, and it just gets ripped right out from under you. I think that the one thing that I see from P7 very often, I guess just in general through the series, even the hard point I saw lots, is the individual chows from them. It seems like every time they want to make a play, you never see all 4 players really on the same page for these plays. And you go into something like Control now, that is, you desperately need that to change.
You certainly do. And coming off for the break, you'd hope P7 have locked in, maybe had a great team talk and said, all right, we need to make this win. You've got to remember the groups are at stake for all of these. And for P7, they're like, hey, maybe we can take this one. The goal, if you haven't seen it, is basically called GSL groups. Easy to understand if you think of it as a mini bracket. Basically, if you win 2 before you lose 2, you're all good. If you lose 2 before you win 2, you're out. So essentially, every game does matter very, very much because you only get 2 opportunities to lose, and if you lose those, you're out.
And even for this group in general, this is the group of death, I'd say. You got 2 challengers teams in here with P7 and Omit, and then FaZe and Heretics. So if you want to make it out of this group, you have to either beat FaZe, who is undeniably one of the best Call of Duty teams in at least the CDL era, or you have to beat Heretics, who have just been feeding off of nothing but passion throughout the entire year, just trying to break that ceiling that has been how high can the Heretics go in Black Ops 6. And right now for EWC, this is the end of the road. You're leaving it all out on the table no matter what team you are. And I feel like for Heretics in general, you've got to top 4, but that's not where you're feeling good. You want more right now if you're this team. And, you know, you fix a couple of aspects when it comes down to the mentality of the game and how you handle, you know, day-to-day changes. And this team could be golden.
We will see. Only time ever tells us the answer to these riddles, these questions, and these moments of opportunity. For Heretics, this is maybe just another step on their journey. They want out of groups. They want a chance to face against the big boy pro teams again, to disrupt that narrative that while they are good up until a point, they then falter. On the other side of the stage here, of course, P7 down by 2 will not only look for this reverse sweep, but a chance to prove themselves in the eyes of many fans. Most of them ex-pros, all of them ex-pros actually.
Yeah.
All of them ex-pros that have been removed from the Pro League for one roster change or another. Victory at this event would be one of the sweetest rewards they could ever get. But at the moment, it is not looking that likely. Momentum on the side of Heretics, fans on the side of Heretics, score on the side of Heretics. The journey is long, but the rewards are still up for grab.
I look at the players on the stage for P7 Esports. They've been there, they've done that. They've been in big moments, they've fought against pressure for the entirety of their career. And they dream big. You even think back to, you know, somebody like Standy, who's part of the Minnesota Miracle. It's never over. And who was alongside him for that ride? It's the man standing right behind him right now on that coaching desk. The man who said it's never chalked. So you go into this game 3 with a different attitude, a different mindset. I'm looking at P7 to start strong.
Oh, here comes a big push from them already, but Brack will find the first, and that's exactly what they want to do realistically, but it will be Heretics that walk away with that first deluge. You can see Standy's already pushed through. He wants to farm them off the point, keep them staggered over and over again. It's only really Metals who's gone down. Eventually, another player from the Heretics will do so as well. Rencor looking for some kills to keep this churning. At the moment, though, it will be P7 with a slight advantage. They do have bodies out onto the map. They can still prevent them from getting on a point.
And Heretics didn't get that first segment, so still some chances from P7 to deny the progress on the objectives. Looks like it will be locked in, at least for that first tick at A. But P7 right now doing a great job at least locking down a lot of the space on the map over towards Arches, denying any chances over towards B for a stack.
Here comes the next wave of fights. Both teams just trying to keep it up as well, but Brack, that's huge. Finding 2 as well. And now for Team Heretics, it is regain here on the map. They have lost control. Rencor already finds 2 though, and that's opened it up. Realistically, P7 may have to send a player back. It's all on Rencor now to try and farm another player out as well, and he finds Brack for the second time.
What a call there. 5-1 from Rencor. He's just trying to be an issue right now. Allow for the players off spawn to have a little bit of an easier job to break out of that trap. It's a dash over towards A with 17.3 seconds. Lives are even, Bryce, for Heretics to steal this round away.
And Rencor just not able to get the timing on that slide. Sandy catches him. Riyadh has to get off the point as well. This is danger time now for Heretics. They want to make the kills at the same time. Riyadh somehow find that one. Rencor found another one. And Heretics wiping them out on the points they need to be. Only one player left alive. It's going to be Brack. Brack looking for him. Finds the first. Looks for the second. Not going to get it. Rencor, big kill from him. Minute back onto the clock. Heretics stay alive.
Rookie of the year, Rencor. He goes big when it matters. And you're just thinking of your P7, not like this. Over towards B already. Progress getting worked on. Brack in a 1 versus 1. He's got the stun on towards outer fences, but he needs to take this win. Trying to delay for the rest of the team who are winning their battles elsewhere, but you have to deal with the pressure on B right now.
They can't get it. Medals are staying alive for so long onto this point. Their clock has been stopped. The B ticket already been gotten as well. Eventually, Heretics managed to get past the blockade. And one of the things that they are having issues with is Medals. I've never seen him go 0-7.
I mean, 0-7, but you still got a chance to light this one up. Super's in a good position for a flank, and nobody's going to be ready for it except for Brack. So good pickup there. And I guess all eyes on Medals to see if he can find a kill.
Medals just trying to stay alive. Finds it as well. Finds Yuli. Could be a very big kill here as well. Standing going to go down. Comes flowing from Heretics. You can see it by the way they're reacting to the kills going on across the map here. Got to be careful. Super's going to be on top as well. Medals finds another big kill. This is massive for them now as well. Prolute trying to keep a premier position up the top at the same time. He'll find only 1. And now he will have to make a move. He needs to give his team some sort of relief to break this deadlock.
The stacks in, 2 players here. Off the respawn, the reinforcements arriving. Medals on 4 in a row. Looking for the wall bangs, the pistol. Not going to lock down that kill just yet, but 3 versus 3. Make it a 3v2. P7 still a chance to walk away with it in the 2v2. All down to Prolute and Medals. Wow! From 0-7 to 5-7. And each one locks down the zone.
Incredible play there. You could see him really turn it on as soon as he started finding kills. The story told was very, very different. And now Heretics in that first round onto the board. Momentum still on their side.
Everything feels like it's on their side right now. It is just a situation where P7, you had it in the palm of your hands. It was that moment from Medals too. 0-7, he delays so much time over towards that B zone, just contesting, allowing for those fights to be a little bit more even off the respawn. And how many times do we see Rencor winning some big battles on the opposite end of the field in P7 spawn, just continuing to go blow for blow against each other? This feels like a heavyweight matchup, and it's haymakers on either side.
So far, P7 have kind of struck the first blow there. They're getting straight onto B. At the same time, Rencor looking for one up the top, and a little bit of a wobble from both sides. Not able to get a clean kill going down. First tick already flying out as well, as Rencor's going to get bad timing, but the rest of his team do not, and they clear the field.
They're 4 down, and it's not a situation where you can really incite a spawn trap, but next best thing, the lanes are covered. So it is step by step for P7 Esports to see if they can work into a situation to dive onto the zone. But as soon as you get to the top halls, Renkor's there with an AR. He's not missing. And it seems like whatever happened once you find that first kill, if you're Medals, he just went from 0-7 to 8-8.
Well, that is a turnaround and a half. And They're now looking to lock them back into spawn. Done a pretty good job here. Super with the last one alive. He'll look for one more trade before he gets taken down, or at least cut off this alleyway, allowing the rest of his team to get into choke point positions. But Brack makes a big kill on the medals. Brack will be looking for one more. If he gets it, he should push into the spawn and try to keep on farming these players. That's what he's doing, just checking every single one of his corner, looking for somebody, but it does get caught. Oh. That is unfortunate timing when he needed some luck.
Just looking a little too high on that staircase. Rancor trying to get things back into a spawn trap situation. Alongside him will be Metals. And through the double doors of Spiral, you got 10 seconds to hop onto any zone, but it's a 10 life disadvantage. It just gets worse and worse when you keep looking at different stats on the screen. But Heretics, it is a beautiful sight for the fans in the crowd. 2-0 up in the control, 1 round away from sweeping P7 in the group.
And the fans know, and they are jubilant here at the side of the stage. Heretics, just 1 round of control away from sweeping P7 completely. And it does feel like destiny has already been written. It feels like the words are on the page. The reporters have put out the headlines, and it has been written into the history of Call of Duty. But P7, while all hope looks lost, there is always a chance. There is always an opportunity. They would have to go for the super reverse sweep, which means 3 back-to-back rounds in control, and then the next 2 maps as well. It has been so rarely done in Call of Duty. It is almost a myth in itself.
Well, can you turn it into reality right now when you need it the most? And Metals, nothing is stopping him ever since he started to get active in that kill feed. 3 go down, you're over towards B. It's a double stack for now, but that's still going by really fast.
And Metals just isn't dying. From 0-7 to 12-10, the Heretics are just kicking a puppy at the moment. P7 are not even fighting back.
It is just lights out ever since they got going in this control. The series just in general already over towards A. P7, they need something to go their way. It just looks gloomy on their side of the stage.
Beauty in the Premier position, should be able to get 1 and does. Not going to be able to get the second. Too many guns against him here. Realistically, Heretics need to just condense a little bit. You're doing a very, very good job. You're winning the kills here, but you could have ended this already. They've just got to be careful not to be overzealous. So far, the second tick is going to be in. 1 more tick, and this game is over.
And it looks like it's being delivered on the way. Last chance for P7, and it is now 14 lives playing 22. You have no control towards the top of hall. Standy gonna get away, but you got so much work to do right now. He's doing his best, but his best just doesn't seem good enough.
And there we go. That is the end. Surely it is done. Heretics thrash P7 in a dominant fashion here on the stage. P7, there was a whisper of opportunity in the early game. Unfortunately, Heretics are loud and shouting, and they have taken them to task.
I mean, I love the boys on P7. They have grinded their way through this year of Call of Duty. They have surely earned their chance to be on this stage at EWC. It is a tough sight to see a loss like that. It is hard not to rally behind this Team Heretics roster when you got the crowd behind them, when you got the storylines developing, and the performance that they put on, it is second to none, no matter who they're playing against.
This is it. This is what I said is different about Heretics. It is one of the reasons that you should be a fan of Heretics regardless. They play everyone like they are walking out to the Super Bowl. Over and over again, they never take a step back. They never take an easy game. They never relent, and they've done it once again.
They have indeed. I'm very out of breath, though, from cheering with the fan club. Cheering with the fan club, out of breath. Quite frankly, it was incredibly exciting.
Oh, it's fantastic.
3-0 of the day, looking so, so good. Heretics, they started with momentum on their side. We talked about this, how potentially it's really something that they feed massively into. But of course, I think just to be the devil's advocate here as well, it can be something that's going to bite them a little bit later on. As I take a massive deep breath as well. When it comes to the kind of bigger, better teams and the Titans that we've seen in Call of Duty in the pro side of things, I do think that they struggle because of momentum against them. You need to pick up momentum per map against them and kind of foresee going back and forth in a series. Do you think that they have what it takes this time around to go up against some of the Titans like them?
I think that every time they take the stage, they have what it takes to play up against them. There is some blockades in their mind that holds them back when it comes down to, you get to that Sunday, suddenly maybe it's inexperience when you're in those big moments against them, just trying to get clutch that win at the end of the tournament. But it also could just come down to some over-aggression, just some eagerness to get there at the same time. I talked to Redcore leading into this tournament. He said that a major thing that they play with that is always the advantage is that momentum. They feed off of it, and when it's gone, they need to find some sort of mentality to just lock down where they're good at, harness that, and hold on to that even when they're not feeling the most momentous in the day. It's something that you definitely can see working out.
Indeed, I want to also talk about just a massive moment there as well for Males. I mean, he starts things off in that final map, 0 and 7. And I was thinking, oh dear. I mean, they're still doing well attacking wise. They're still, you know, they've got A, they're over to B. The fact that he can hold down that B zone all on his own, questionably one of, you know, and arguably one of the most difficult zones to capture, especially by oneself at the time. It is incredible. That was a tremendous effort from him. You know, ducking, weaving, just really reading every single player that was pushing him and never getting pinched and never getting overwhelmed by it. I was incredibly impressed with just how icy Metals was in that situation.
It's just, it's what you bring him in to do. And there's at one point when you look at Metals, especially coming into this team last year, it was fantastic in Search and Destroy, absolutely lights out. A lot of it came down to how can you improve in your respawns, and that's one of them, just playing your life, making sure that you have a presence even when you're not shooting your gun. And he did that exactly in this map that sets apart where P7 just could never lock down that kill. It gave so many options for Rencore to get big moments. It gave options for Riyadh to have those big moments, and same thing with Super. And it's that teamwork, that cohesion in Black Ops 6 that really sets some teams apart.
It certainly does indeed. Brycey, I haven't spoken to you for a hot minute right now, but what did you make of Heretics overall in that series? And, you know, what do you want to see coming out of this one? I know it was against, you know, a Challengers team, a team that we haven't seen in the Call of Duty kind of pro era that we've had this season. But, you know, what would you make of them overall as a team here?
Heretics is the same story every single time. They play everybody well. Their problem is not that they aren't good. Their problem is that for some reason, when it comes to the very final of a tournament, they basically play the way they always have. And there's a few mistakes they kind of make. They get a little bit overzealous. They maybe not make the right decision every single time. But the thing is, they are still better than probably the majority of teams, especially in this tournament. The Heretics will always play teams well. They will always take maps off regardless of the team. There is not a team at all in Call of Duty that I believe will consistently beat them 3-0. I think the Heretics are a good team. I'm looking forward to see how they stack up again, but it might be the same case of they're good, but not great.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, they're one of my favorite teams, and I'm very excited to be interviewing somebody from Heretics right now. We're going to get our interview in because we do have an incredible player, and that is Riyadh. He's coming onto the desk to talk through that last matchup against P7, and I'm really eager to know kind of how him and the team are feeling coming into EWC. Riyadh, first and foremost, GG's, man. What a showing for the first one for us here up on the desk. Heretics, you guys are looking formidable right now up there on the stage. I've got to ask you, what is the kind of vibe like with the team coming into EWC, and how are you feeling about potentially going all the way this tournament?
I mean, the vibe with the team is we're just like really confident. We know what we're capable of, and I'm pretty sure like we showed it a chance, even though we got top 4. And for me personally, I'm really confident on the team. Me personally, I feel like the last couple of months I've been playing on a great level, so I'm feeling great.
Honestly, I can see the confidence oozing from you guys on that stage. And to be quite frank, every time you talk to one another or in an interview, we can see how confident you are in one another. Yeah. Speaking of confidence, what have you been working on to gain even more confidence coming into EWC? What have been some of the key things that you're trying to hone in on?
Something that we have been working on is just to maintain composure when things start to get tough, when like a map is super close and we need to calm down to regain and make sure like we're doing the right thing. We have been working on that stuff like for the past couple of weeks.
Bryce, I won't hog the interview. Go on.
All right, this is kind of a question here when we go against. Are there any teams in this tournament that you just think you don't play great against because they kind of it's not that you're worse than them, it's that you're just not a great matchup for them. And how have you looked as a team internally to try and fix that?
Personally, I don't think there's any team that we don't play well at all. Maybe I could say Thieves, because their playstyle is like similar to us. And I don't know, well, we have been, honestly, we haven't been trying to fix our playstyle just against them. We have been trying just to fix our game against every team.
Love to hear that. Love to hear that. Adjustments coming through, and I love to see that from you guys. You're one of my favorite teams. Every single player I love on your roster. Absolutely fantastic stuff. GGs and best of luck going forward, man.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks, we're heading to a quick break. When we come back, though, we have plenty more Call of Duty this evening for you. So you better stick with us. We have 3 more matches coming up. And we've got Vancouver Surge going up against 100 Thieves. This is a grudge match. This is a revenge match. We'll see who comes out on top this time. And we'll see you on the other side of the break. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup live from Riyadh here in Saudi Arabia. We're here, of course, for the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 World Cup, and we're quite a way through our day one here in the studio, and of course, on our secondary stream, making sure you guys and all of you fans out there are getting all of the coverage possible for your favorite teams. Talking about all of the action and casting over are the dulcet tones of Enigma and Brycey. Fellas, welcome back to the desk. Welcome to what I think is going to be one of the most epic matchups we will see today, depending on what our other games as they get filled in will be like. But this is a revenge match. Could be some blood spilled on this stage today, and I'm kind of hoping it will be. But we do have Surge versus 100 Thieves, and this really is a revenge tour for these two teams. I'm really, really curious on your thoughts here, Enigma, because I think, you know, 100 Thieves, the last time we saw them at the last tournament, I don't know whether or not they were playing up to the standard that they were holding themselves to. Was this a fluke? Is this just something that happens to some of our best teams? They just come in, they just don't have the tournament they're hoping for? Or is Surge really just ascending in the way that I think they hope and we hope as fans?
So I had a good chat actually with Scrap and Ghosty yesterday. I interviewed them for a piece of content, and they went pretty deep actually into why it just didn't work, and basically their practice was really bad. Didn't get enough of it, and what they did get, it wasn't quality practice. And we've spoken about the teams that performed well in the last tournament, and the top four, which were, of course, Optic, and then Surge, and then, you know, the Heretics and Vancouver. This is a case where it's like, those four teams all got great practice. Sorry, Boston Bridge, I think I repeated Vancouver twice. But it's a case for Thieves where they're like, okay, we need to make sure that we come into this tournament fully prepared, ready to go, and they very much so have knuckled down on everything that they saw was wrong. Do I think that the last tournament was a fluke? Absolutely. This team is going nowhere, and they're here for blood on this one.
I love to hear that. I think with the 100 Thieves, yeah, they just didn't have the tournament they were hoping for in the last one. Arguably one of the biggest ones of the season. They were a super team when they formed. That is what they were on paper. And honestly, it was kind of held up to that standard for a good majority of the year. And I think you're going up against the likes of FaZe, who took the other two majors of the year as well. I think they've done particularly well on the year. Now the question is, how do they finish it? How do they end it? Do you see this team being one that can adjust easily with mistakes? Because that's another big question, is have they had to do much adjusting this year? They certainly have after this last tournament, but are they able and capable?
I think so. So here's the thing. I hope Thieves do well, mainly for Nadeshot's health. I hope he's all right. I hope he's doing well, brother. But for me, the prep must have been wrong going into the last tournament for Thieves.
Right.
That's the only thing that really makes sense. They are too talented to be blown out like they were. Now, with that mistake made, it means the hubris is gone. It means, oh my goodness, we are now behind the pack. We need to fix up. Fortunately, talent in abundance. Just so much of it floating around. Standing next to them, you get better at Call of Duty. That's how good this team is. They should be looking to bounce back here in dominant fashion. The problem is, on the other side of the stage, is not a team that is easily beaten, apart from in finals.
Yeah, you know, you're very true. I also do think there is just an element to sometimes you just have a tournament like that. It's really unfortunate timing. You're looking across the board here. You've got Scrappy, who's the MVP of the entire season. You've got the likes of Envoy, who's just made some of the most incredible routes in SND and pushes forward for his team constantly, always saving the day in certain times and moments. Then you've got Dan Ghosty, who's just communication level at 100% every single time. Just absolutely perfect. And then, I mean, you look at Hydra. What can you not say about Hydra? I mean, he's got everything that you could hope for as a player. He is so aggressive. He is the aggressor, and he makes such a big difference on the team. But I do think that there are sometimes occasions where you have a lackluster performance, and it happens across, you know, the span of a few days, and that's exactly what we saw last tournament.
No, absolutely. I mean, every team kind of has that banana peel moment, right, through the season. To echo something that you said earlier on today, it can be very on the day. That most certainly wasn't theirs. And I love that you're calling out the hubris, because we saw a lot of the strategies that they had through the last tournament, and it was a repeat, basically, of what we've seen in the tournament before. So it was like, okay, well, how much practice did you actually get going into that? So yeah, it's an opportunity for them to kind of figure that out, come into this and prove that, first of all, they deserve to be called the super team. Like, that is a title that we reserve for the very best, and they need to very much stand up to that. But also the pressure of, we're talking a lot at the minute about roster mania potentially coming just around the corner, a lot of potential free agents on the market, and all four of those players are playing for their lives right now. I think probably only Scrappy and Hydra can sit there feeling pretty comfortable. After that, I don't know how warm your seat's feeling.
100%. I think there are going to be questions posed if things don't go their way coming into this EWC, but we'll have to find out as it occurs and whether it occurs. On the other side of the stage, though, kind of feels almost sad to call them and dub them this, but the Silver Surfers compared to the super team that we have on paper. But of course, it is Vancouver Surge. And let me just give you some context behind the Silver Surfers. These guys have made grand finals several times now, but unfortunately have always taken home the silver medal, have always taken home second place. That is extremely unfortunate. They are getting to the point of an absolute victory and also looking so good while getting there. Very convincing stuff, but just falling flat and falling short where it matters most. Brycey, when you're looking upon this roster, we've already seen them once today. They looked clinical, they looked fantastic. A couple of things they needed to shape up on S&D, but we talked to Ray about that, and he's not troubled by it whatsoever. He thinks mistakes are actually something that's going to make this team a little bit and to learn from it as they go along. So how do you feel about Vancouver Surge, especially going up against 100 Thieves once again? Can they take them down here?
I think Surge is a great example of a great team. Right? The sum of these parts has become greater than most people would have expected. That is the truth here. You talk about these players at the start of the season, you told that this was a roster that was chasing grand final after grand final, and nobody would have believed you. It just wouldn't have been. But what they have done is shown that it is not about the names on the sheet, it is about the score at the end of the game. And that's what they want to do again here. If they can find this win, while it may not matter in the grand scheme of things because we are coming out of groups, it will certainly show everybody that they continue to be one of the greatest forces in Call of Duty esports at the moment.
I love to hear that, honestly. That is like some motivational words. Hopefully they've got that in their ears, because that's what they need to hear. You know, do you feel like, Enigma, there's an element of mentality that comes forward based on what Bryce is saying? Because he mentions, like, it's not just about the names. You can have the most famous names in Call of Duty on your roster. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work out for you. And we've seen that several times this year. But when it comes down to mentality, you know your individual skill, and the way that you just perform as a team and how you are synced up is everything. With a mentality for this team, do you see them being able to do this once again? They've taken down Juggernauts before many, many times.
Well, I think ever more so on LAN. You become very much so a band of brothers. You are a family for the time period that you are here. So that mentality is very important. And also, it kind of shows just how much that the individual parts have become a greater sum because of the change that they made early on in the season. They were floundering, quite frankly. You made one change and suddenly became this team that you are now. So they have a system. They very much trust on over each other. Neptune and 04, they're like a little pair of brothers. They run around together and make sure that they mop up anything in front of them. They trust their vocal leader in Abuza, and he plays off on that island system by himself, which they very much will go, okay, we know that you're going to do your role. That lets us do ours. And I mean, all of these teams that have superstars on there, they would bite off an arm to take away a system that is as good as Vancouver's just because of how smooth they make it look out there.
You know, something that I find incredibly interesting when I think about two different teams, especially a team like 100 Thieves and Vancouver Surge, is kind of the way that they treat their system within their players. You know, do you have players who are very sensitive? Do you have players who take criticism well, especially adjusting mid-game, mid-round, whatever it could be, in order to find a solution to maybe a problem you are hitting within a series to get the job done? Or do you have calm, collective individuals who know what it takes to win? More to your point, Bryce, it's like, this is the game we are playing. I know what we need to do to win. I recognize I've made a mistake, and I can move past it and adjust to it. And obviously, I think, I don't know. Characteristically, I don't know if I'm just stepping into this one completely, but 100 Thieves strikes me as a team that might be more hot-headed just because of some of the names that's on that roster. And famously so, we've got the likes of Scrappy, and we see what he's like on stage where he lights up versus opponent. But what do you think they could be like in-game with each other? I know that's a difficult question for you, but I'm curious to see what you think.
Okay, so it's an interesting question. It's a very open question. So here's what I think. Realistically, I have spoken to some of these players at length, probably more than some others.
Yeah.
Scrappy is an interesting one because he exudes confidence at all time, but I've also seen Scrappy be a little bit nervous at times. This game isn't going to be one of them, by the way. The only thing that really will be bothering Thieves at the moment is what happened 3-4 weeks ago, right? That bothers them. They are still chasing every championship they can get. For them, after winning 2 big tournaments and then failing at the one they wanted to go for, they are now looking for redemption. They will have hopefully humbled themselves enough to put in an inordinate amount of work to get this done. Now, when you've got that much talent on one team, yes, tempers can flare. But realistically, they are now all united in a common goal. This is all about moving forward. I don't really care what happens to the roster after this tournament. This tournament is now. I want to see them at full force. What happened between the great wins back-to-back to the devastating loss where they fluked and got blown out of the water? And what happens now?
You know, it's a great question, Bryce, just being thrown right back at me, which hopefully you and I can ask potentially a coach later on. We'll have to see who takes the cake in this series, and we'll can ask that very question itself. Enigma, we're going to have a look right now at the maps and modes and the series layout. Anything that is striking you here? We've got Rewind twice with HP and Search and Destroy. Then we've got Vault Bang in the middle with the control. Hassi in Hardpoint and Protocol to finish things off SND in this game 5. Do you see it going the distance potentially?
I think if it does, that's a bad thing for Thieves. They are a squad that struggle, although admittedly they don't get to many Game 5s. They certainly have a negative record when they do achieve them. So then it's a case of looking at the map pool. I think there's some testing of map pools here because often we see Rewind being banned by the Thieves. We see Protocol, S&D straight. They do not like to play Protocol at all. So if we get to that Game 5, it'll be a very interesting matchup there against a Surge squad that are known to be an extremely clutch team, having recently just basically taken pretty much every Game 5 that they get to. So yeah, a lot to kind of find out here, a lot of questions potentially being asked. And I think this is both teams kind of testing the waters a little bit for maybe bigger matches down the line. But right now, I'm looking at both of these squads, and there's a redemption arc on the line. There's proving that you deserve to be that team that's the second best and up there to contend, and everyone should believe in that. So I'm interested to see that there's going to be a map pool like that. I thought we'd just be going with our favorites.
Yeah, no, it is interesting with the veto system. Hey, look, things can change at the drop of a hat. Also, considering the change as coaches being on the stage, and I mentioned actually Sender earlier, and I mean much earlier, hours and hours ago, that I was really excited to see what he brings to the table in terms of S&D and his coach calls mid-game. And I want to kind of see what S&D LA Thieves come out with, because I think this could be a massive level up for them. Sender really is quite a nerd when it comes to Search and Destroy, and he always has a strategy up his sleeve. If he can make those mid-round calls and adjustments, you know, after seeing something that potentially doing wrong and they need to adjust on that he wouldn't have been able to do previously to that till post-game and potentially going into the next match, yeah, really intrigued.
So, I was interrupting you there, and you can kind of see what I was doing. There is a reason. Normally I wouldn't do this, but there is an update actually going on another stream that I thought you would be very interested to know.
I am.
Yes.
Very interested.
Omit versus FaZe is currently going on.
Oh, gosh.
And it's 2-1 to Omit, who just 3-0'd FaZe on the control. So the games we thought we may have later on have changed. We thought FaZe were coming here. They might not be.
Wow, okay, that's, yeah, that is some news for sure. Very, wow, 3-0 in control.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
I called Omit as the surprise team of the tournament, and that was before I got to see the groups. And then I thought they got thrown into a group where, unfortunately, you've just ended up in a situation where I think you walk out of any other group. This one, FaZe and Thieves, I'm probably looking there. The fact that they are on that very precipice of taking down the FaZe squad, I mean, it says a lot about where we think FaZe are at the minute. There's an interesting conversation there, but Omit leading that one.
Yeah.
Damn, that was...
I might curse that, you know. I did actually say something about that earlier on in my delirium of this morning with lack of coffee. But I had said I was curious to know if there would be an upset, and if there was an upset, I could see it being something like Omit versus FaZe. So this is interesting.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe my words hold more power than I really realised.
Well, yeah, I mean, if FaZe don't make it out of groups of this tournament, that roster doesn't survive getting off the stage, let alone into roster mania. But obviously, that's just an update on that one. Again, another big game coming up here, Vancouver versus the Thieves, and I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be our game of the day. We had a game of the day earlier, but obviously we weren't really expecting this one to grace us, and this is ridiculous for a game.
Yeah, this is now my game of the day.
No, it's my game of the day.
I'll
pick it, yeah.
Well,
Seymour has all the
fine.
rest.
Okay, fine. I can maybe choose another game later on of the day, of the night. But I will say this is an absolute banger. When it comes to the revenge arc here, though, for LA Thieves, do you see them doing this in this series? Do you think Surge have their number now, and it is something that they're feeling pretty confident with? How do you see this kind of being swayed?
I think it's very important that the Thieves do come out and take this, because you don't want to have a bogey team. You don't want to have a squad in that bracket that you look at and go, we don't know how to play them right now. We do not want that opportunity to, we want to make very early claims here that we're actually able to match up with you completely. Because the thing is as well, in the last tournament, it was a 3-0. Like, it wasn't close. It was not pretty. And Thieves were very much bounced out of there. So you're looking across that table, and no doubt, you've got someone like Scrappy. He's looking over, and he's like, I want to be able to tell those players exactly what I think of them, get into their heads, and remind them that I'm the MVP this year for very good reason. And well, I mentioned it before. There's 4 players on that stage who have, no doubt got questions about where their futures lie. They want to answer them far cleaner by the end of today.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. As you can see, Ray is in just the best spirits. He has just been bopping around that floor. Every single match we've seen so far, he is just smiling ear to ear. He knows how confident he is in his team. I think that speaks volumes to me. That is everything that I need to see as a player on that stage, is that I look back and my coach is smiling, happy as Larry. Nothing can shake his mood, and he is feeling fantastic about the team. We're also hearing some choice words behind us as well, as the guys are clearly quite loading into game right now. Nasty with the coffee. He's getting fueled up, ready to go for this one, because it's a long evening, gents. It really is.
It is indeed. If you could send one of those my way, that'd be absolutely superb. But yeah, I mean, you're right about the fact that Ray looking great in the back. You want to feel like when you're a player, you've got that protection and that love over from your coach, and they're certainly getting that. Sender early on was having a fight with a chair that we can see just peeled off there to the right-hand side, so not sure what that was all about. But he's getting very loud, trying to get his boys pumped up for this one. And so many things come into the start of this. We have got both teams, of course, with plenty of storylines, no love lost at this stage of the season, and these opening hills are going to tell us so much about what we need to know, but no more waffling about it. We have now got Vancouver Surge against 100 Thieves, rolling away with Map 1.
Go on, lads, take it away. Why not?
All right, let's get into this one. It's sure to be a fun time as these two titans of Call of Duty Esports will go to work. Of course, P1 never normally the greatest kind of opener, because both teams playing for position, playing for kills, and just basically shaking all the rust off.
Now indeed, as we get these couple of exchanging blows. Of course, at the minute, just about finding your footing, but Scrap will get himself a nice little 2-piece here, and then some damage into a Boozer as well to help with the trade. So, opportunity to find that flow. Envoy 0-2, trying to work his way over towards this new hill. Might slip the net for just a second, actually. Spots 2 back Elephant and finds those 2 kills as well. We'll start to look towards setting up this P2, but he's going to have to deal with Nasty if he's going to steal those spawns away.
Envoy just not able to get that gunfight towards the back here, and at the moment, you can see these two teams really not wanting to give away too big of an advantage. Just trades in abundance around the hill, but it will be the team of Surge that do start to turn the tide.
Nabuza going to push out through Laundry here to rid Ghosty and start to get that defensive setup in place. Something Surge do so well. Some teams, they get themselves that defensive hold, they just draw a line in the sand. Surge, they want to get pushed out as far as they can. All about that pressure, but Thieves, they find kills over by 18-Wheeler, and they're not far from pushing up here.
Boozer on 5. Just continuing to slay out, continuing to put pressure on. Surge now already on this rotation. This is looking clean from them.
Hydra and Scrap actually spawn in on the other side of the map, over towards that P2 side, and well, Surge actually find them, so no longer an opportunity to set up that pinch for a moment. That will evaporate, but Ghosty's going to hold into mid. Got Scrap trying to play out through P4 side, and well, it's just clean for Surge right now. They're finding everything that they need to. The gunfights are going their way, and they're already up by 40 points.
See, a bit of a fight still going on for them as well, and people are now going to be asking, where are Thieves in this? As 0-4 on a 5 spree, a Boozer on a 7, and Neptune on a 4. The phone is ringing. Thieves, pick it up and answer. Do something onto this map. You just need some trades. It is ridiculous that there has now been 17 kills unanswered. These 3 players are just soaking up time, kills, stats, and every sort of platitude. My goodness.
I mean, we've had multiple pro against semi-pro teams today, my friend, and oh well, this feels like the widest chasm between 2 teams we've seen in a hot minute. Thieves here need to find their footing, and very, very quickly, as a Boozer just walks in for 2, a 10 spree, a Hellstorm, the ability to just continue to lock this down. He jumps up over the top of the dumpsters and gets all the information he needs, and his boys are in for the next hill as well. This is becoming embarrassing.
Rotate to rotate. Vancouver Surge are showing Thieves that they are not good enough to stand alongside them. And with an 80-point difference, Thieves will now need a break. They will need some sort of fire in the blood to get this one going. Unfortunately, a Boozer is shooting rockets. Nasty staying alive. Ghosty trying to do something with low health here as well, but alone, isolated, does not have the reinforcements. They do not have the trades. He is throwing bullets at Nasty, but none of them are connecting in the way he wants.
And you can just feel the frustration in moments like that. He just wants a quick, clean kill, and he most certainly doesn't get it. Hydra will bounce in for at least a couple of points. 100 Thieves here, but 6 and 12 underneath the name of Hydra. Can't remember the last time I got to see that. And this now becomes a fight over towards P5, where Surge are already lying in wait, and the Gens is somewhere that players like Neptune have looked ever more comfortable. You get rid of him, but then Nasty answers with 2, and that numbers advantage is gone.
And maybe just the forlorn hope that Thieves could just be slow. Maybe it's a bad start, but it's going to be a bad game if they don't turn into another gear. They need to start finding some kills. They need to break this relatively quickly and get back into it. Neptune dancing, but unable to dodge the bullets that come his way. You can see the Thieves are trying to up the tempo now, get back into these trades, be more efficient. It is no longer just a one-color kill feed, but a Boozer who has been unbelievable so far continues to be so.
Every time the 100 Thieves manage to find something, there's an answer back instantaneously from Surge. You will finally get bodies onto the point and start to clamber together a couple of points. This has been the best passage, you could argue, for 100 Thieves so far. I don't think it could have gotten much worse. But Surge will now start to set up for P1, bottleneck that connector. And, well, a couple of kills in Gen. Scrap now in through Elephant as well. Might have an opportunity to just transition here from 5 into 1, and by God, they need it.
You can see Scrap looking for it. Does drill down a player as well, but for every great gunfight he manages to get, the trade's not going through him. It's pinstripe in the kill feed. And Hydra looking to do Hydra things, and they have never needed this man more. They need him to hit that Super Saiyan level that we have seen him do time and time again in his career, because they are looking for a hope.
It's lovely from Surge as well, the way they set up that retake. They just probe different little angles and find that blood and then collapse in through the doorway to overwhelm and push Thieves away again. So yet again, we go back and forth, but it's on for that P2 rotation. Neptune's going to be cut down considering it, but both teams are going to be spawning out, so it's a foot race over to New. 0-4's going to tuck himself in for a little bit of time here, but then as spawn starts to roll through, it's actually going to be Scrap who's got the big job over by Burger.
Ghosty trying to set up now for the rest of this. This game is not done. This is not out of the realms of possibility. Vancouver Surge have a dominant platform to take this to victory. But the Thieves are just a couple of hills behind. A good hold here puts them back into the realm of a competitive game. But they must hold this push. It's all Surge that have gone the distance. They are throwing down everything they can. 0-4 wants to kill, isn't going to find it. They now need the trades.
New setup. You try and find your way in. That will get you a kill on Envoy. So you have the numbers to send. A Boozer slides in, picked up by Ghosty, who finds 2. It's traded on out by Neptune. And you get yourself, your bodies back on the point if you are Thieves, but it's not necessarily clean. But that will be as you find 2, draw a better line in the sand. Still 25 seconds to play for here. That comeback starting to build. That momentum of pendulum swinging the way of the Thieves. They've still got a route to go here yet, but Surge will now know they're in a game.
And this is what they were afraid of. Thieves starting to move to more equal ground. Nasty trying to chow here, not going to get the scrap time either. Rotation at the moment technically in the hands of Thieves. They will have the better time. Ghosty has been pulling out all of the stops. Scraps hammering with that AR in hand. He's on a 6 streak himself. They need every bit of superstar muscle that they have built this team into. Unfortunately, it is not going to be so. That is ripped away from them way too fast.
Abuzo with just a superb play, bides his time in courtyard, waits for his teammates to arrive, and then activates to find Scrap in the first and just split that 100 Thief setup that was starting to come through. Envoy went an extremely early rotation to get himself over this side, and it might well just be ripped away from him before you get a chance to see P4. As 0-4 finds 3 in the feed. Surge now mopping up a couple of points, stemming the bleeding that has started to come from the blows of the Thieves. And, well, more kills on the board. You will get ever close to that 200-point marker. Abuza turns, finds the pistol, and finds the kill alongside Nasty. And you've got a spawn flip out for Thieves. Neptune's in the backside. An opportunity to start to run away again presents itself.
Just when you thought Thieves may be bringing themselves back into this game, Surge remind them of what happened last time. Abuza also dropping the hammer. With that turn coming through, they are looking to stagger this team. This is what this is for! Oh! The needle has been threaded, the team has been wiped, and the dreams of Thieves may have just died on a kill feed.
And they won't have long either. To withstand this pressure, they've got to go. You do not want Surge knocking on the doors of victory here in map 1. Hydra will find one at least. Neptune trying to cover on both fronts, needs supporting from the teammates, but look at the Thieves swarm, and they find the kills. They break on in, but of course Surge never far away.
Abuza 29-16 tries to stem the tide. It's not going to be enough. They know Neptune is still towards the back here. Neptune finds one. Keeps his competitive. Team spawning with him as well. Nasty going to be out. Abuza finds a second one as well. Envoy feeling the pinch here as they really look for him at the same time. Pre-fire isn't going to work out, and that's a couple more points over towards Surge, who are dangerously towards the end of this game. For Thieves, it would have to be a legend now written on this map. But 1, do they measure up? And 2, will Surge really let this go?
Well, Nasty's done a fantastic job, by the way. It was over at P5 so early, and he hasn't allowed Thieves to get that defensive setup in place when they tried. So as such, the boys are here in numbers, in mass. 0-4 with 2. The boys break back in. There will be just Hydra to stand up against this wave, and he is swept under. And now the Thieves have to go yet again, or it's over.
There they go, look at the break, Ghost, you'll find 2. Neptune still, though, trying to hold them as well. Hydra will find the 3rd. They are back into the point here. 0-4, first into the fire, first into the fight. Is going to fall to Hydra once again. Everybody trying to fight for their life here. It's Thieves not just on the back foot, but their backs are against the wall completely. 15 seconds and this game ends.
And breathe, if you're Thieves. What can you do from here? You need to chain 5 into 1. You don't want to do it with a teammate coming through. Do you catch 0-4 coming around the back? You do if you're Scrap, but it will be traded. So we look then towards the next hill. Surge just need to trip over the line, really, but Thieves trying to gather that momentum back into their hands. We are into 1, 9 seconds needed for the Surge.
Neptune roaring in the background as Scrap tries to hold off the pod and almost finds a 3rd, but it's not going to be enough. Just 6 seconds to go. Surge know that this is in their grasp. It's going to be a contest from the Thieves. They will pile bodies into her at the same time. Abuza finds one, pistoling everything. Isn't going to get it as well, but Neptune will have his trade. More, though, from the Thieves coming in. Somehow, this game is still going. The Thieves, though, will now have to be perfect.
And Scrap will tuck himself in. Where's your supporting cast, though? Are they here? Surge trying to set up a pinch. You have 2 gen sides. You get a kill in street as well. 1 in through Elephant. And now you will start to send those numbers on forward. Hydra tries to do his best. Finds a huge kill at Elephant. Couple of kills more for Thieves. You should well get over this 200-point marker, something we didn't see coming not long ago. But Surge only have to break once.
No mistakes. No steps backward. They could actually lose it onto this point as well. This could be over very, very quickly. This could be out of the climatic. No, the contest is still going to be there. They do not get the tick. We are going over to P2, but Neptune is here because Thieves had to commit, and it ends with a whimper. But Surge carry it over the line. They will not be upset here after taking a commanding lead. As the screams roar out from the stage, they are letting Thieves know, hey, different events, same story, buddy.
It's painful for the Thieves, the way in which you started your undoing, really. There was plenty of life shown, of course, from a squad that has been dubbed many a time through this year as the super team. You're not ever going to keep a team with that talent down for a full hard point, but to start off the way that you did, a reminder, you spoke about hubris before we came into this series, and that is yet another slapdown, that there is so much talent in this scene that can contest you. Well, a lesson surely must have been learned because they did come online, if not too late. And just as it looked like they were going to build themselves in, all the great work that you'd done through the first rotation, if your Surge, just allowed you to hellstorm and artillery the entire way through that next set of rotations, rebuild your lead, and put you 1-up in this series.
Well, here goes. Surge strong once again. We'll give credit to the Thieves, though. Let's be perfectly honest with you.
Yes.
They had an opportunity. If they'd gotten that away and gotten to that P2, that would have been a different game. But that is the issue. When you go behind by that much, when you have to fight for scrap rotations as much as you do, it means you cannot just go for that easy rotation and try to set up. You will let players go through because you are spreading yourself very, very thin. Is this a case, though, of Thieves just having such an abysmal start that they couldn't make up the numbers? Because they did not get a million miles away towards the end of that game.
No, I fully agree with you. I think that it's a case of if they get in for that P2, we are looking at an absolute slobber knocker of a finish. I didn't think we would get there when we saw Surge pick up, what was it, 18 unanswered kills. I think the actual difference maker is going to be Abuza. At one point, he slowed the play down, kind of slipped the net a little bit, and just as Thieves were setting up for the Dumpsters Hill, he puts himself in courtyard and just bides time, allows his boys to start to push up Burger side, and then find scrap in the hill, and that suddenly lets his boys activate and just stem the bleeding, because if 100 Thieves had continued with that momentum as they were building, that would have been a very different story in this one. We're talking about a comeback for the ages. So a man who we've often spoke about as the vocal leader, the island player, the man who burdens a lot of the pressure of this Surge team sometimes, coming up big just when they needed it. But you're right, Thieves start slow. Do I expect them to continue the momentum they built in the second half of that hard point into the S&D? Absolutely.
As we roll through this package, you can see how close it does end up getting here. Obviously, ends on that P2. If the Thieves were there, if. Truth is, shouldn't have had that bad of a start. Once it started getting away from them, that's when they really had to fight from the back foot. As we go through the statistics here, I will say I did see Scrap really start to turn up for his team. 35 and 34, massive amount of interactions. He was everywhere trying to stem the tide.
Yeah, 4,000 damage on the board for the loss. That's a tough one for Scrap to swallow. And well, look down the board a little bit at Hydra. He doesn't even hit 3K in the end. Very much so unlike him. It's a tough map sometimes, Rewind, for an SMG to get through those lanes if your ARs aren't covering over you. So maybe that's part of the equation. But either way, he'll want to do better looking at the search as we stay on Rewind but move into this new mode. And this is where I become a little bit concerned about the fact that Thieves lost map 1 just because they've had some serious struggles in Surge as of recently. Their First Bloods in particular just have not been up to the standard that they really require. Defensively, retakes, these are things that they've just suddenly become unstuck on. But I mentioned it before, they came into the last tournament with basically the exact same strategies they'd had for the previous one before that. So it's a case of, okay, have you gone and studied? Have you got that proper practice in? If so, this could be a very different looking Thieves against the Surge.
Well, we'll find out. Team talks going on. Everybody getting ready for this one. And still, looks of positivity on the side of Thieves. They know they are not out of this yet. We don't end it after one hard point. We do go the distance. I think it was interesting. I think, obviously, Rambo Ray would love to just be on the comms all the time. Seems very happy in that position. Obviously, a change for this event. And it has had mixed feelings from the community, but hey, we'll give it a go.
Never heard to give something a try. And well, with the Surge, you have got a aggressive play here from 04 up through Burger, puts the nade out. Can you find the blood? The answer is no. And well, progress made towards A for 100 Thieves. The problem is your two boys deeps back are well isolated from you and separated. So this feels like a push on two different fronts.
Oh, nasty. Trying to just drill them down here as well. 3 versus 3. You can already see that, but Scrap finds Nasty. Now backing up. It looks like they might try and take a bit of control. Almost finds I4, just sort of looks at him for a second. Abuza gets him. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Players spread across this map. It's a bit chaotic, but Hydra finds probably one of the easiest kills you will ever do in S&D.
Yeah, complete misread there for whatever reason. 04 gets himself to 18 to look over.
Still looking. That bomb has not gone down. He will check bomb sites. Doesn't see anyone on B, so he knows it's probably going to be an A hit. Can he get in the right position for it? Now it's gone down. unfortunately already taking the bonus and goes straight down as well. Thieves get that round back on the board they really need. And the fans very appreciative of that fact.
A concern for them at a point there midway through that round. You had the situation where essentially you're pushing on two different fronts, very isolated. You almost find yourself in weird pockets of space that was surrounded, and especially losing that first blood as well. Thieves have done very well to claw that one back. So the Surge, who feigned for their aggression on their offensive rounds in S&D, find themselves a little bit unstuck, tend to be more passive on their defenses. And let's see how Thieves measure up then on their own attempt to move the bomb.
Here we go. A little bit of a push. A little bit of a showdown. Neptune does find Envoy. There's the first blood. And there's a bit of a fight though, and Hydra will find a Boozer who just gets caught flat-footed, going for the reload. Tries to go for the beat down, but was not quick enough to get it away at 3 versus 3.
And that bomb has moved quickly to B. Goes down. Nasty's got the coverage, gets the intel at the very least, slips away, finds himself a different angle, but look at that pinch attempt coming through as Hydra hits the backside, but Neptune finds it, that extra AR coming on through, and 0-4 cleans up in the courtyard. It's a 1v3 for Ghosty.
Ghosty looking for one. Unfortunately, already been stunned, already been outmaneuvered, and Surge will take that straight back again. 1-1 now between these two teams.
Offenses on top here. I misspoke at the end of the previous round. It was, of course, Thieves taking their own offense in that round one. So it's who can stand up tall in defense. And again, for Thieves, this has been a common theme recently where the defenses just haven't panned out very well. So it's finding the answers. Both squads finding exchanged blows here, but of course, no haymakers this early. It's simply testing the waters.
Aggressive push. They are going for this in numbers. Everybody up, everybody into position very, very quickly as well. And while they find it, they catch them. Surge were not ready for the blitz.
You get that bomb down extremely quickly. 2v4. Neptune's trying to find an angle from backside RV, and well, 0-4 gets sniffed out, surrounded, collapsed on. Neptune is on a 3 spree, and well, yeah, there was a case of do you try and maybe back off for an RCXD, bait out an exit kill or two. Doesn't even get the opportunity to do that. Clinical from Thieves. Almost a taste of Surge medicine there with the aggression.
Let's see. Chess game now going on. Great Call of Duty minds, both sides of the stage, working out everything from breaks to play calls, post plants and more. That was certainly something out of the playbook there from Thieves. An absolute rush to B point. They get the kills they need to. They lock it in very, very quickly. It will now go onto the other foot. It will be Vancouver Surge who get to dictate the terms of play.
Sending a Boozer off to watch that street as they so often do. And trying to find that information around A. I'm not sure if 0-4 stun catches anything, but Neptune's most certainly doesn't. You have Nasty held off here, but look at this defensive line from Thieves. It's passive. They're happy to give up A and play retakes if required.
Taking the control here as well. Neptune, that's a huge kill on the Ghost. He opens it up a little bit. They've got to be careful, though. They don't have complete map control. They're worried about the bomb plant. Player moving up now slowly but surely. That will be Nasty, who will be required to get it down. Neptune finds one as well. Envoy unable to really get that kill. Eventually does get the trade down to 2 versus 3. Bomb will go down as well. Advantage to Surge.
And now look at this spread from Surge. Abuza's not taken his eyes off Elephant side. Hydra will get a little bit of damage, a bit of a tickle. Doesn't know Nasty's behind the dumpsters. Big kill. Abuza comes through. Envoy will find one, but it is instantly traded. And the Surge continuing to show the pattern of offenses on top here. Well, the FaZe stands in the venue are trying to lift the spirits and find a way to will their team into a lead here. But of course, the Surge never one to be down for very long. Thieves are going to have to find a way to tidy up their defensive woes, and these first bloods as well, currently being led by Vancouver 3-1. This is fundamentals that we're talking about, that if the Thieves can fix, can turn them back into that incredibly strong S&D team.
Here he goes. Thieves going inside, control already, checking a few angles here. Envoy just making sure there's nobody hiding in any corner that can get him very, very quickly. Hydra waiting for the push as well. Big kill if he can make it already. That's the first blood going to go down. Bomb down as well. Thieves now sitting in the driving seat.
And Hydra just survives by 7 HP, but runs into Nasty on the way out. The setup is wide from Thieves. You have Scrap coming in through Gens, but Neptune does incredibly well. Envoy at least gets the trade. It's a 1v2. Nasty's going to be on his burger side. It's whether you can spot Ghosty here. You do. You've got about 15 seconds to play with.
He knows where Envoy is as well. He's got it out, put a couple of bullets into him as well. Now, does he go straight for the defuse or does he go hunting? Hunting it will be. He's hoping for the right timing and no, the beatdown. Envoy reflexes and the gun butt will settle that round in the end. They both called it correctly.
Gets a bit nervy for a moment there if you're a Thieves fan. But you do seal off another offensive victory. It was a brave play call. Happy to get aggressive there, especially considering that you were so far spread. You weren't worried about your map positioning or your post plant in the immediate moment. You were happy to just play off of each other in the ensuing gunfights. To Vancouver then to scoop that bomb and send it forward yet again. Do we get a change in the flow?
Stun check, found nobody as we can see, fortunately because we have COD vision and the minimap. Bit of a push here from Surge. You can see they're just checking out the angles, not being too aggressive. Hydra is waiting by 18-wheeler. And he will wait. He's not going to be stun checked. He's going to be calling this out with a feet. Looking for the kills now as well, but he stands up and finds nothing. Down though, it's down to a 3 versus 3. Ghosty trying to get something back as well. Scrap will come in onto Neptune. And the Thieves put themselves in a better position one more time as Scrap continues to fire on all cylinders. And that is another round for Thieves.
It won't show on the scoreboard, but great work from Hydra there. Just lays in wait, spots a lot of feet underneath the 18-wheeler and gives that information to his teammates. Surge aren't aware that a rotation's coming through from the Thieves, so when they find that first kill, there's all of a sudden a swarm of bullets on top of them. And, well, through Crimson and Hellfire, it will be the Thieves finally taking a defensive round. They are down 4-2 in First Bloods. Still struggling there, but finding ways to overcome in these rounds.
So far, so good for Thieves. And now they are on the attack. Play call, looking like they're going to take street control, maybe get in towards A, but already looking for 04, who's been very, very aggressive, but it will go down to a 3 versus 3 as it is a trade. And now, if you're Thieves, you're rethinking your position. The play call inside hasn't paid out that time around. Neptune up top as well, finds Scrap. Sneaky, sneaky play as he gets a second as well. Ghosty was ready for it, but Neptune even more so. And now Hydra in a 1 versus 3.
Just trying to find a freebie, but look at the Surge converge. Start to play around each other. Recognizing that Hydra is most certainly a player capable of a 1v3. And there's no reason to hand him over a couple of easy ones. So Hydra's going to have to do this the hard way with 35 seconds on the clock.
Thieves have set up a battle line. Non-moving, overlapping lanes of fire. Hydra has already been seen. He's looking for it as well, hoping for an incredible shot and a couple of bullets going through, but 2 guns against 1. They end up taking that one as well. Surge get another round onto the board. This S&D is not over.
Refusing to go away. If there's ever a sentence that it feels like sums up the Surge and their gameplay, it's just forever being there, constantly pushing the opposing team to the limit, never giving them the moment to breathe, to feel like that they can relax, and wearing them down. A reminder, if we go the distance in this series, if we go the distance inside these maps, there's no team better at the minute than the Surge when it comes to clutching up.
Now these teams have fought already for 7 rounds. Going into the 8th, play calls will probably be a little bit more reserved, trying to get things done, but Hydra finding the first. Again, another trade. Neptune will get 2, but get traded again. No blow unanswered for these 2. And when it goes down to a 2 versus 2, it's about who are the better players in the better position, and already a little bit been seen here. Scrap could be caught. We know Nasty is waiting.
Nasty with that Jackal in hand up close would be favored against the AR, but well, the timing goes all over the place. Nasty finds one, Nasty explodes for 2. And that will tie us back up then. A defensive round answered with their own offense. And well, Scrap sees that player deep. He recognizes that this must be an A play, rotates over, and well, it's all timings as Nasty slips the net.
Well, they do say it is precision beats power, but more importantly, it's timing that beats speed. And that's exactly what he got there. Perfect timing after the patience to wait. Ghosty obviously went around the corner, he found both, but won the gunfights, and that brings us back to 4-4. Nobody knows who's going to win, and that's the way we like it.
3-1 hit for Thieves coming through here, but it's actually a full B send here for the Surge. So Thieves have an opportunity. Of course, they don't know that. We get the blessing, but well, the RCXD, I believe, being used to try and flush out A, and it doesn't come to anything. So Envoy have an opportunity to plant.
Got to be careful. Look at the minimap. They are surrounded. They might not know yet, but they will do soon. Scrap already fighting. They are trying to hold the angles here as well, but Ghosty, that is a massive pick onto 0-4. Helps reinforce the lines, helps everything that they need. Nasty's still going to be on the far side. They know he's going to be here as well. They've got a boozer towards the back. They've got Neptune who's going to go for Ghosty. Ghosty looks like he might just got a bad timing. He checked his own flank, but I'm not sure he's going to get this at the right point. They are very, very close, and he will go down 3 versus 3.
It's how you set this up, and well, Abuser will find one by Jen, slips inside, and now recognizing the play, slips off towards Connector, but you don't see Scrap, who's actually just hunkered down inside the A site. So that intel won't be going to Neptune. Do you read it? Doesn't matter, you're dead anyway. 1v2 for the young god.
Surge's big gun. Wants to try and make a 1 versus 2, but he has no time. Cannot check the corners as effectively as he would like to, and Thieves move towards map point. 5 to the good for them so far. And it was a bold play call as well by Surge. They went for an essentially huge map control play. They were all the way around, gone to the flanks. Ghosty shut that down, made them worry. In the end, the clock meant they could not continue to get the trades in. But every round we've had in this S&D has been a battle.
A war of attrition that must come to an end at some point. But is it with a Thieves defensive round, or the Surge, with their famed aggression here, still have plenty of tricks up their sleeve? Neptune 12 and 7 will lead the line.
Neptune going into it as well, does have some backup. The Thieves are deep. They are watching each other's back. They are basically all sitting on top of each other. That's a huge gunfight. Abuser versus Scrap. Neither gets away from it as well, but Envoy finds Neptune. The wall bang through the shelving. Advantage here now for Thieves. The echoes of victory already starting to sound if they can convert this advantage.
I like what the Thieves are doing here. They're happy to force this to be a retake situation. Hem Surge in. Envoy doesn't want to hit this by himself, though. He wants the numbers to surround. Look at Hydra on that big, long flank. Do you read a Boozer? What are your timings like?
Bomb's going to go down. Envoy finds a Boozer as well. Now a 2 versus 4. Now a 1 versus 4. Nasty would have to go God mode. Isn't going to happen. Scrap shuts it down. As everybody erupts across the stage, Thieves find the tie in the S&D. And it means we get to see at least map 4 between these two.
And if you wanted to answer a couple of questions here as the Thieves, Rewind is a map that you have liked through this year, but you still recently have struggled with those first bloods, with those defensive rounds. We started to see that things be fixed as they went on through that map. But also, it's the element of belief being put back into this team that they can fight against this Surge squad. That had been 4 maps in a row that you'd now lost against them. You've answered back, put your way into the series, and, well, you can feel the energy in this room, my friend. You're stood alongside me. Suddenly shifts.
It does. If anything, maybe just a bit of confidence for Thieves. Obviously, it didn't go well for them last time they played Surge, but this time they do have a map back off for them. But this was a close one. Consistent trades across the map. Over and over again, it came down to 3v3s, 2 versus 2s, 1 versus 1s. But Thieves are the better team at this moment, and they tie the series up.
Looking through this highlight package, I mean, so many players played extremely well. I think Neptune's going to finish like 12 and 7 here for the loss, which is an incredible individual performance. I think Hydra's had a couple of plays that won't show on the scoreboard that really helped his team succeed. Thinking about that one at 18 Wheeler where he just lies down, waits, and basically spots feet as players are allowed to rotate off the back of that intel. But honestly, felt like a good moment for Envoy. I think there's been a couple of questions recently about some of his performances, and all the way through this was a big part of whether it was first bloods, big trades, moments that his team really needed him to step up in. He was there.
It really was. I do like the fact that they were so evenly matched and clearly had so much research done that we saw wallbangs, we saw positioning, they knew where players would be, they went for the trades. It was never that clean for either side when they put a plan into action. And that's what to expect. That's what we're looking forward for here. Thieves versus Surge. We knew it should be a good game. Disappointed last time round. So far, looking pretty good.
And getting confirmation, of course, as we take a look at the board. Envoy does finish 11-5. Doesn't lead the damage in this lobby, though. Neptune 12-8. Nearly 1,500 damage is a quite ridiculous performance. And we've seen of him. He's able to literally do it all. Hop between the SMG and the AR as and where the strategy depends. But it won't matter. They will fall regardless. One apiece. And I'm with you, my friend. I think this is a series setting us up here to really shine through today. But after 2 maps, we can't separate these two just yet. Of course, we've got up to 5 to find out the answers to a lot of questions. Is the redemption arc ongoing, or is this the same old Surge story? We'll find out after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to EWC. Here on the second stream, we have a game for you. Vancouver Surge and the Thieves are going head-to-head. 100 Thieves taking that S&D just now. And realistically, this has given us a game on our hands. Obviously, a matchup recently for these meant the Vancouver Surge came out on top. But that story is old history. What stands in front of us now is at least 2 more maps. And I'm hoping for a Game 5.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, my friend, especially with the Thieves fans in attendance here beneath us as well. That's who you can hear getting loud, ladies and gentlemen, inside the arena. If we do get to that Game 5, that suits the Surge based on record because of how much they've been a clutch team through the season. But the Thieves, there's an extra bit of steel about them when they came back out. They're ready for this. They're happy to wage war all the way through the rest of this evening, if so down required. They've, of course, on that redemption arc. This is about revenge for them and proving that they are one of the favorites here, one of the top dogs for the Esports World Cup.
And the question everyone will be asking, everybody who's tuned into this game, is this Surge's opportunity to go further than they have done before, or is this Thieves back on top? A grudge match born out of opportunity. Realistically, these two teams have gone head-to-head before, but the scores are always ready to be settled.
And for this team on the opposite side, Surge, this is about answering back. What's your mentality like? So often through this year, we've seen that it is unwavering. But we know how much lies in the balance here, the mental games at play, the stakes that hang here. This is looking like a much more relaxed Thieves team after that Map 2 victory. But Map 3, the control, this is something that the Thieves have been able to rely upon through this year. They've arguably been the best team in the world for some time at the mode. It didn't save them in the last tournament, and notably against the Surge. Themselves, Comic setting up. Neptune in great spirits as we get ourselves loaded in. Both of these teams looking to just guarantee that qualification on through to bracket play. Not have to play a decider tomorrow. And the fist bumps go out. Couple of sits forward in seats as the players prepare to load in. Again, I interviewed yesterday Scrap and Ghosty, talked to them about the pressures that they face as a quote-unquote super team, as a team that bowed out early last time round. And well, they said it's not about any of that. The titles, the legacy, the claims, that can all go to one side. This is all about this tournament, what lies in front of them right now, and it is a control on Vault.
Well, let's find out. Which way does the wind blow? Which way does history be told? At the moment, just a little bit of dancing, a little bit of positioning. 0-4 going deep, looking for the players already, but will be picked up by Ghosty before he does too much damage.
Back 4 all over the place. 2 kills for Surge here. Hydra will get that kill coming on through. You have not gone very far here if you are this Surge pressure. Neptune just trying to buy time, does get enough so that 0-4 can activate from the top, and he finds 2. There will be more company in Ghosty, and surely that's one that Ghosty's going to want back because 0-4's found the kill and sent Thieves back in.
Aggressive play, just finds the bodies he needs to find. These now will have to regain some map control. Scrap trying to thread the needle here, but will be picked up by Neptune. They are being farmed a little bit in the spawn. They've got to be careful. Hydra will be out, trying to do the same thing on the other side of the map.
Oh, it's a bit of a mess. Goes for the bump and unfortunately doesn't come through, but that's 3 dead in the feed. Ghosty with 2. We get loud. Envoy finds the 4th. That should let you squeeze forward. Bodies now onto both points. Force this Surge team to scramble and go and get themselves into the positions for the fights.
Envoy winning that fight with 5 health. Didn't even care. Trying to go for this one as well.
Oh
the strafing coming in, and it will be 0-4 who picks up both. But now just waiting. Can they get A locked in? They've already got 2 ticks to the good. Not the easiest to see, but I assure you there is.
Yeah, the steel blue or whatever it is that we're rocking at the minute. may deceive the eyes for the moment, but what certainly will not is that the Thieves have secured A, and Abuza now trying to set up a bit of a pinch through the backside. You completely miss Hydra tucked into Hookah, and he's actually potentially going to get in through the back line because he's been missed. So a huge fight over there as Hydra will find 04. So Abuza's now going to find his way in through the vault to kind of split this setup that the Thieves have. That contest will tell everything, but you have ARC control. You're on the point, but do you see Neptune coming?
Neptune's not able to get anything either as well as Scrap hits the high time. And already they are pushing them back over and over again. They have to get past Envoy. They don't really have the time. That is seconds away from being completed. And Thieves strike first in this control. And Momentum has just firmly entered that side of the stage.
Almost with a whimper if you are the Surge. Felt like you had a moment where you bullied Thieves back into their spawn, but just gaps in the setups. Hydra there getting past Abuza through Hookah, through square side, and just into that back line. Upset them so much that allows Envoy into top art, and from there, well, we know, my friend, we've played plenty of ranked. You're scrambling, you're desperate for anything to come your way. No mistakes were made. Thieves with an ironclad grip on that B point to take our first round. But how do the Surge strike back?
Well, that is something we need to see. At the moment here, well, one round is good. Obviously, still an awful lot to play for as well. And Surge not taking this line down. They're already extending here. Scrap trying to hold the line. Knows there will be more bodies against it, but will be cut down. This is all now onto Ghosty. Ghosty trying to find the kill at the same time. And I am unsure what is happening. The players are still playing, I think. I'm not sure. No, wait a second. No, they're not. We have had a technical issue. You can see the simultaneous relaxing of the players' shoulders that happened there.
Outrageously in sync.
And that was the thing. And we saw Ray shaking his head and then saw every single player relax for just a second. And that obviously means we've got a bit of a technical issue on the stage. Trying to find out which team has it. I am assuming it's got to be
Nasty?
Maybe. His headset's off.
Well, we've spoken so much through this series, my friend, about the way the momentum has gone. Feels like it's well and truly in Thieves' hands right now, but a moment like this could just quell that a little bit, kind of recenter the room, give Surge a moment to talk between themselves. Just seeing right now with Neptune, Ray, of course, able to get involved in these comms at this event. So an opportunity for them to kind of steel themselves. All right, we want to do this break-off. But it felt like that was their creative break-off. And Thieves, well, they got a good look at it.
They don't seem to have relaxed completely. It looks like they're at least getting ready to go back into it. And since the staff haven't mobbed the stage, maybe just a momentary technical pause. Team's still discussing, still talking about breaks and everything that has gone down. It's not often that you get this much opportunity to talk to your team in a game like this. Of course, this gives you an opportunity to talk about the various rounds and things that have happened and what you need to do moving forward. I don't know who that benefits more, really. Obviously, Thieves taking that first round, going to be quite happy, but it was all onto Surge to try and do a bit more. And realistically, Surge weren't in a bad position. They'd just taken down Scrap. They've got a bit of pressure onto B. They did have a few staggered spawns going through, but it was quite early in the round for it.
Yeah, it felt like if they'd picked up that kill against, I believe it was Ghosty coming in through mid. So if they'd found that kill, I mean, it looked like B was theirs for the taking. And we know how much easier it is to secure A with 2.5 minutes on the clock than B. That would have been a fantastic break-off, and well, that becomes part of the question. Do we see a very different defensive rollout here from Thieves? Something that stacks heavier into B? Do you get that blind counter coming out from Surge? Do they just send all bodies in towards A? We will, of course, find out very shortly, but the mind games inside the arena well and truly on.
Yeah, plus, very upset at these teams right now because they've got hand warmers, which is unbelievable because it is not cold.
No, it is not.
But hey, anything to keep that dexterity rolling and a rumbling. Players obviously just settled down now. When it comes, there's not a ton more to talk about. You probably don't want to overanalyze things at this point. Just casual conversations about what break we are going to make, what pressure we are going to put on. Teams settle in for this one, but I think we are looking to get this lobby reset and rolling very, very shortly. Nobody's leaving the stage, so that's always a good sign.
And you can see here players just calling about what it is that they want to do. Of course, I mean, I don't know about you, my friend. I'm no lip reader, so I'm not sure what's being said. But no doubt from the Thieves, plenty of talk about, okay, the Surge very focused on B. They took great control with at least 2 of those ARs stepping up, one of them out on outer palms. How do we make sure that that doesn't unseat us on a defensive round? Because you've just stolen away an offensive round. And I say stolen, it was a heist for sure. That you absolutely smashed through Surge. But you don't want to then immediately hand that back. You gain all that momentum, you take a hold of that opportunity. You don't want to then welcome the Surge back into the game for free.
You do not. Still seeming pretty happy. The ever-present cheeky grin of Scrap. Hydra obviously also in high spirits. It looks like it might be Hydra actually they're having the issue with as he tries to get back into it here. Everybody just settling. Everybody waiting.
Yeah, it looks like it could well be Hydra, and a half shake of the head is not reassuring. Nor, ladies and gentlemen, we do of course have staff trying to sort out the situation. Although then again, the fact that there's not on screen suggests that it's not a major issue, and hopefully we will have the French Phenom back in our lobby pretty quickly and ready to go. And the comms start to flow then from Scrap. Is that our sign? Is that our symbol? Well, that certainly is one. That is your key. You are here to protect the Esports World Cup. Ensure that it doesn't end up crushed, or even worse, inside someone else's trophy.
Yeah, I mean, and actually these two teams would probably be the keys that get taken for that one. Big scalps to take, and well, the fist bumps, they tell their own story. That means that they've just loaded into the map, and as we go through the loading process, we'll be seeing that game very, very shortly. Everybody locked back in. Still an awful lot of Call of Duty to play here at EWC. And I'm hoping it's every bit as thrilling as the stuff we've seen so far.
It has been a long day one, but we are being blessed with some great matchups here towards the back end. I'm wondering if we get an update on what happened on main stage. Last we heard, Omit were up 2-1 against FaZe, and we've got to see the winner of that game later on here today. But we are off and underway then, round 2, Thieves on the defensive. It's a very different look for Surge this time, none of that big B aggression, something a little bit more standard. Wide net, you find the first blood, and Envoy's cleaned up as well. So pressure coming through, but look at Neptune, he's already into square.
This is a big aggressive push here. Of course, you know, they had a lot of time here to talk about breaks and everything going forward, but control is fluid after that first wave of kills. Ghosty trying to see if anybody pushes too far, and eventually will get the kill. Much to the detriment of his teammate, but it's all going to be about Vancouver Surge. Now onto the point. Hydra going low, hoping for a pick in this position.
He's praying, I think, for his teammates to be somewhere nearby, just to provide some pressure so that he can spring up from underneath. Does not get that support. 2 kills come through for Surge. That's 2 ticks. And this is that transition moment. Do you decide to send again, or do you just set up for B? Thieves, looks like they're just going to try and hold the outer for now. Allow that A point to fall. 2 minutes on the clock, but you're at least in the positions to contest.
Got to be careful. Envoy in the backfield. They'll be looking for him before they move forward too much. They do not want to leave him there to farm more players. Here comes a double chow. They know where he is. And out they go. And, well, the stun hits at the perfect time as well. Backfield cleared. And now Hydra's like, all right, well, if you take him out, I'm going to do the exact same thing. They have lost control of this one. Hydra will now be the second player to be a problem. And he finds another. Surge is like, oh, my goodness, we have to get control of our own spawn before we do any more. 0-4, looking for Ghosty though. We'll find it at the same time. Players towards the back of the once again. And it's still Hydra. Hydra is still alive and still running rampant into this one, eventually taken down by Neptune, and the tides are shifting. Envoy's now gone back to do it one more time. He will be on the flank, but the rest of the team are struggling.
Yeah, Thieves overextend here. I mean, you do still have Envoy in trophy, so this has worked for you in some ways. There's no foundation for the Surge, but you didn't have your own defensive setup in place either, so that cordon that doesn't exist is walked straight through. Pinstripe Feed, though. That supports the Thieves and their defensive push. 55 seconds left on the clock. Got to start making progress. A body will step on. Envoy's trying to apply pressure, but this backline's being hassled by Neptune.
And they keep overextending here, Thieves, just trying to keep on the back foot, but it hasn't worked now. Surge in the premier position. Abuza will be looking for at least a kill here. They're going to know where he is. Hydra just cleans him up like it's nothing. Hydra for his second, not going to be able to grab 0-4. Will be able to grab Neptune, and the Thieves have fought back valiantly from that position as well. It is not over.
Certainly not, but Hydra starting to find his dancing feet as he slips around the corner and delivers yet another 8 and 5, 4 in a row. And just trying to assess for information here, throw a couple of shoulders. Where's this hit coming from? I can tell you for free that Nasty's going to be looking to play down poolside. And there's a hit coming in through Vault as well. So Hydra here needs to find this kill, and that will allow him through the back now to potentially counter pinch. But Surge got to go 15 seconds on the clock.
Neptune goes in first, does get cut down. Hydra, though, still rocking off of that respawn. The 5 streak for him as well, and that locks it down. I think the Thieves, their overextension, it caused too many problems for Surge. They will go up in this control, having just a wonderful time.
In the end, you succeed with the overextensive play. I was a little bit worried. It did get nervy when you suddenly had Surge players slip the net and get up towards Art, but they never capitalized. You clawed your way back into it, and potentially a couple of lessons learned if you are the Thieves about when you do and how you go about getting yourself into trophy, and never really giving the offensive team an opportunity to set up a foundation. But 2-0 up and looking great if you're the 100 Thieves. No doubt feeling that way as well. As we get glances at the players on stage, a more stern look on the face of Byron, otherwise known as Nasty here, as Surge, well, they've got to find a way to be pretty much perfect or face being behind in this series.
Well, here we go. Hydra, who, let's face it, is on a 6 streak, has not had that strong of a series so far. But hey, it's good to finish strong if he can do so. And they will be relying on him now, looking for a bit of a push again here, but already teams have fallen by the wayside, and they are trying to isolate these players here. Scrap somehow finds 2. He's like, no, I don't care if I'm outnumbered. I am not outgunned as he finds the first. Hydra will get another one. The dynamic duo of these two, the core of the super team, have erupted, a 10 streak between them.
Got to be careful this hit through lights, though. Do you see it come in 0-4 and Nasty deciding to wait up? Actually, they finally split ways, recognize they're trying to do the same thing and find ways to collapse. 2 kills in the feed. Huge fight, though. Scrap continues to go off. 5 in a row. Hydra makes his 8 in a row. These gentlemen are on 14 between them. They are not stopping. They're finding progress at A, and they're so far advanced right now. Surge, they're having to change tack entirely and start to consider setting up for B.
Engine running Afterburner's hot. It's now an A streak again. They are now putting them to the sword. Hydra and Scrap detonate onto Surge into this one. A's gone. B is now on the cusp. The first tick is rendered. And everybody else will now have to catch up towards them. Neptune trying to get through. Envoy trying to catch up by himself as well. A deflection for just a second, but here comes the man. Scrap towards the back. Get gunned and still alive and still running here as he finds even more bullets just spitting out of his rifle, but it is not going to be enough. Their bodies are not there for Thieves. A momentary respite for Surge. Can they convert this back?
Surge actually do very well here because that second tick doesn't come through. You're only down by 1 life and 90 seconds on the clock. It's certainly a winnable position on the round. I don't know how much that makes you feel better for the context of the entire map, but either way, you live to see another day for now as 0-4 finds 1 and finds 2 as Envoy tries to go high, but 0-4 cuts him low. And you've got to keep an eye on Hydra on that flank. Neptune's certainly trying to sniff him out, and as you do, there's more pressure coming on through, but Vancouver have entirety of street side control.
Knows he has to keep fighting this back foot, doesn't want to let it go for a second. And they have just managed to make this more of an even game. How on earth, I am unsure. Scrap and Hydra exploded with power in the middle of that, but it is not over.
Hydra will be found, 45 seconds, 3 lives down. Thieves got to weigh up 1 big hit. You've cleared out trophy, so you have somewhere to play out of. I think Scrap's trying to set up for the mid hit here. We'll get the timing as well, and 2 kills actually come your way. So if you can find this third, if you're Scrap, an opportunity to flood forward. 30 seconds, 2 lives down. Just trying to find that opening, and a boozer, he will find Hydra and cut down that route.
Scrap is not missing, but he needs to continue this for the next 20 seconds. The rest of Thieves trying to get in a good position here as well. Scrap continuing his reign of terror. Hydra, 14-11, trying to get up to the street at the same time. They are putting the pressure now onto Surge. Ghosty already found 2 as well. Scrap on his 4 streak, slides into this point in the premier position. Nasty trying to find 1 as well. Nasty only finds Hydra. 2 onto the point, 1 already back into the spawn hit. Can they hold it? Scrap trying to get him as well. Guns Nasty, now a 5 streak for him as well. Trophy going to be out, but 0-4 grabs him, and that will not be everything at this time, but it will same point. And it will be a cumulative effort from that team to bury Surge on the control. And you saw an unbelievable upset there as everything went right for Thieves. They shifted to a higher gear. It does look like there is some dissatisfaction on the side of Surge. I'm unsure what happened right there at the end.
Either way, the Thieves will care less. They capitalize. They storm it 3-0. We've talked about the mental game that is at play here. This is redemption on the cards as Shane gets the crowd going. But that feels like a huge psychological blow from the Thieves. We not only can match up with you, not only can take maps away from you, but we can remind everyone that we are a super team. And super teams have superstars. And we saw Hydra and Scrap pop off there to really take control. You called it a reign of terror. I'm not sure there are words that truly describe just how much of a tear those lads went on.
16 streak between them and just kept staying alive. I've got to say, Scrap was just turning and burning everybody. That 3-piece he made when he was surrounded was a sight to behold. But this gives Thieves the advantage in this series. And it has been earned in a very scrappy series of games so far.
Well, if the first two went relatively down to the wire after the comeback in map 1, this one, a blowout. Surge looking uncharacteristically uncomfortable. Usually the pace setters through the competitive year, they've been the squad that has been relentless under pressure. But Thieves, well, they delivered it in spades, and in particular, just harassing the backline. Felt like every time Surge tried to get out on those defensive rounds, you had a Scrap shooting you in the face. You had a Hydra slipping between the lines. Anything to just try and upset the rhythm of Surge and never give them a moment to breathe. Getting a look through some of the plays that happened, but keep an eye on that scoreboard top right, ladies and gentlemen. The performance from Hydra and Scrap, really, it is a sight to behold, especially Envoy, you know, going 3-7. We've seen so many moments like that where you see teams are struggling just because that fourth man's not coming online. It wasn't needed, quite frankly. They were so good this core too. And moments like this, Scrap nearly lets that one go, heart in mouth for a moment, but just harassing and pestering and never letting Surge enjoy themselves.
And you could see Surge were desperately trying to fight, but there is no replacement for displacement, and the horsepower was definitely on Thieves' side for the majority of that fight. And look at the celebration. They know blood runs hot on the Thieves' side. I said before we got into this game, for Surge, they want to get a win at a big tournament. For Thieves, pride wounded desperately last time we saw them. An embarrassing performance for them, and they knew it as well. Gutted to go out in the fashion they did. But redemption is only ever a game of Call of Duty away.
It is indeed. And Scrap, by the way, was 16 offensive kills. And I want to go back to something you actually mentioned in a different series, and that was we got a look at Cammy earlier on, and there was that grin across the face that spelled trouble for his opponents. When Scrap is reacting like that, when he's ready to get loud here on the stage, I don't think there's many people that you would want to be staring across at on the other side of the stage. Seeing get excited like that, you know he smells blood in that water, and that is a shark ready to take a hold of it if ever there was one.
I'm going to disagree with you there, actually.
Really?
I am, because when you see on Cammy being confident, here's the thing, Scrap's always confident. I've never seen that man be unconfident, really, for any length of time. Always ready to put in a performance. It's why he came into the league and has been one of the most talked about players consistently. That's why he's been MVP. That's why everybody knows when they sit down to play against him, it is not going to be an easy ride. And has remained pretty consistent across his career. Obviously, last tournament, we'll put that one aside for now. But yeah, Scrap, usually pretty confident when it goes forward. And it does seem like the players are stopping for a second, and I'm slightly unsure why.
Fair enough. Well, we will obviously find out and relay as soon as we know more. But I guess we continue with the Scrap thing. The one thing I will say is off the back of the last event, he looked shell-shocked. Yeah, that was a look on that man that I don't think I've seen since he stepped up to this tier of competition. And just to see that light, that spark back in, you've got to have thought you'd fanned that flame out for a moment if you were the Surge. But, well, they come alive. And we head here to just a moment of respite And I always think in these moments, if you're the team with the advantage, with the momentum, often these squads, they want to just bounce into the next map as quickly as they can. But it can also be a moment to let your opponents wallow in their pity. Continue to feel that pressure that you have placed them under. But, well, my friend, while we assess exactly how these mental games will play on out, it's up to the players to either be washed under the tide or rise above. And we'll find out exactly how they'll do that after this quick break.
That's in my throat, continues to grow. Say it'll get better, how can they know if I'm rock bottom?
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to EWC. Our players are seated as we continue this wonderful game that we have benefiting our screens. So far, 100 Thieves up 2-1 in what can only be described as a wonderful control for them. Surge not having a great time.
No, not at all. And in this break that we've managed to get here, you're hoping that you've managed to get your voices, your abusers, your Rambo Rays into those conversations and say, look, lads, we've just got to play our game, figure it back in from here. Don't wallow in the pity of what was a very tough loss and what will be a difficult one to stomach for sure for a team that we've called the silver surface a little bit here. Potentially harsh considering how good they've been this season, but they want to show that they can beat everybody here and mingle amongst those top talent teams. A big loss to the Thieves here would be a hell of a blow to that claim.
Well, let's see. We've had things heating up here at EWC. Of course, close games everywhere as everybody fights for survival. But the group stage still rocking, still rolling, still having a good time. And these two teams, not really, I'd say, bad blood, but certainly a good rivalry between them. Desperate to get this win over the other, it will certainly put at least a little spark in their step on their journey to the championship.
And for Thieves, it's a much-needed step. That little spring that we've seen from them, especially early on through the season, through the mid-part. Now we take a look over. And the look on Nasty's face, well, that says just about everything, really. Got to make sure you come out here in map 4 looking as good as you did at the start of map 1. We are back on that hard point. That is the map that Surge took. But Thieves, well, they're supported by a small army of fans beneath us that you can hear, ladies and gentlemen, willing their squad towards victory and a route on through to bracket play.
The ever-present roar of passion from throats who have made the journey here to support their team. Is that energy in the air? Is it enough to fuel the fire that Thieves feel? They just need one more map into this one for Surge, a slightly higher mountain to climb. And as we go into the respawn, still very much anyone's game. Two teams right at the end of the lifespan of this title does mean the highest level of Call of Duty you will see.
And we are ready to witness it as we roll forward then into our Hacienda hard point. Looking then to close this out, if you are the 100 Thieves, Scrap going to get up on over the top. This is all, of course, watching for those P2 flip outs if need be, but it's 2 kills in the feed for Surge. Make that 3, so an opportunity to already apply this pressure.
I'm going to be looking because realistically Hydra hit some serious speed in that game earlier on. Now we're looking to do the same thing again here, of course. A good glut of points on P1 is never a bad thing. What they will be waiting for, of course, is this P2, but Envoy knows he's going to go down at some point. It is a sacrifice he is willing to make.
So many questions to be answered when it comes to the Surge as well, because quite often they ban Hacienda Hardpoint. They don't necessarily like playing here. Thieves, it's not their most comfortable map, but it's certainly one they're happy to partake in activities on. And a couple of kills through the backline here as 100 Thieves trying to lock down this P2 gate side. Abuser going to continue to threaten from lobby. Just watching for the cross here. Envoy will step out, and Envoy is cut down. Well read. It will be traded, but that's allowed the pressure from well side to come through, and they are trying to threaten. They want to flip these spawns early.
Well, here it goes. Another push, another opportunity. 04 getting a very important kill onto that one. Slowly but surely this net closes. 04 trying to get around the corner as well. Takes down Ghosty, and that will be a flip. Surge get into this point, and they bat Thieves away. Thieves obviously going to have to go for a headbutt if they want to. They're trying to get bodies in position. Last roll of the dice for him as well, but the trades do not go their way. Neptune's going to be far out. Ghosty trying to get that kill at the same time, but realistically all it does is delay, and that means Thieves will have to rethink this.
Yeah, and only 15 seconds on the clock. 100 Thieves consider instead the rotation as you find Ghost getting exit kills. Nasty, though, slips the net, finds Scrap, pushes on toward Office, relieves that pressure as the defensive line of the Thieves has to cross the map. That allows the Surge out as well. A couple of kills en route. Ghosty's going to cut one down as he tries to touch the point. Tin is secure, but you don't have much in the way of landmass or presence or control. If you're the 100 Thieves, this is going to be relatively close fire.
Ghosty waiting. He's 8-3 at the moment, just having a wonderful time. Ghosty now 9-3 on a 4 streak as well, but doesn't have an awful lot of players to trade off here, so he is going to be a little bit lone and isolated and does go down because of it. Teammates trying to spread out a little bit, take down the angles for him, but nobody there to back him up and allow him to play his life, and it will be a retake by Surge.
It's a great read by Neptune as well. There's a couple of players coming through the front if you're the 100 Thieves, but Envoy actually tries to play out through the middle, gets caught, lands in the lap of Neptune, and he, well, closes that door very, very quickly. You do get that break back in, 3-piece on the cards for Dylan Envoy, but now it's a crowd controlling these hallways on over towards P4. Surge will get there first. 100 Thieves having to weigh up their hits. They do have a slender lead, but they need this break to come through if they wish to maintain it.
Well, so far, so good. Rock secured. And what they've done here, the best thing is that Thieves are now staggered. It's going to take them a second or two to get in a position to take it on, but already that was full throttle. They weren't holding around. Abuza gets one as well now, and again, that's a double nade by Hydra. That is ridiculous. 0-4 now wonders where on earth his teammates have got as Thieves break back into Rock.
Beautiful Skynade out of Hydra. Those are the things you practice for moments like that, and he executes as his squad need him to. So you hold on when it comes to the lead. You will get that contest coming through. You're not overly bothered about contesting this if you are the 100 Thieves. You shut down the doorway push and force the other players into your lap, and Hydra finds two, scrap with the others. And beautiful work from the 100 Thieves here, continuing to hold that lead, extend it out ever slightly, now trying to change 4 into 1.
Well, the French Phenom fired up in the control, and now into the hard point, continues that momentum. And it's something you do not want to see if you are a Surge fan. Hydra on all cylinders, purring as he continues to play his life. The rest of them going down. They do not have control at this point at the moment, but Hydra just trying to keep the pressure on. Gets another one now, onto an 8 streak. Will eventually go down to Nasty as well. Game still pretty well balanced. It will be Thieves in the lead, but how long can they maintain it?
For now, all the kills going the way, and how the hell 0-4 walks away with that one, I don't know, but he'll take it. It allows him to just shift the Thieves off the point for a moment. Neptune to provide support as well in the top hallways. You might miss one in open. He's going to drop down. That is what's left of Ghosty. And now it's about P2 as we look at our final 20 seconds. Surge will be on the right side for that. And we've got to remember, call back to last time. Abuza did great work to open up that playthrough for Gates, but it might be Envoy to be the difference maker this time as he squares up through backside.
This is crucial for Surge. It's all about evening the score. For Thieves, it's about putting one of the nails in the coffin they need to. Ghosty trying to get in position. Will he find this fight? It is. That is massive from them as well as they get back into it. Ghosty tries to get out towards the back here, but 0-4 holding strong. They're looking for the spawns as well as 0-4 continues. And it will be Thieves that have thrown this away just a little bit. They've given it to 0-4 and knocked it back on them. This is what Surge needed as they now come right back into this game. And this could be all tied up after this point.
Handed him plenty of praise after the control, but I've got to ask him what the hell he was thinking trying to challenge from that distance with a Jackal. Fantastic player, absolutely, but an AR is always going to win that. And now Thieves then, they weigh up a hit from the front. You are going to have Hydra arriving through the middle. It's wherever you can time it. And it's not going to matter because 2 kills go the way of Surge anyway. You mop up the last of this, you take the lead, and everything that the Thieves have built becomes simply crumbling ashes around your feet as Surge will their way over and over again back into this fight. Rotation last time was far cleaner for the Surge, but 100 Thieves, they've got that advanced line drawn. They have a body in the hill for new.
With that lead change, will there be a bit of a shift here? Not for, not for this guy, not for Hydra, not for the Phenom. 5 in a row. As he continues to say, hey, watch this. Hydra again looking for prey. Nobody coming to challenge him yet. Here comes the push. Abuza versus Hydra. And that is actually bad timing for Hydra. He will go down to Abuza as they do get a bit for it as well. Abuza will find a second. 0-4 will find a third. Scrap now holding on by the fingernails to this point with what was all theirs.
He was expected to get pushed close, runs out with the knife to try and get that instant kill. Unfortunately, the player he was up against had waited and baited. So you break. If you're Surge then, Ghosty, going to try and contest from Arches, he'll be cleaned up. Thieves are spawning a long way away from this, so it's whether or not you hit it again, you decide, no, we're going to rotate on over towards Rock. Looked very comfortable here last time as they had to break, but what's your hold looking like? It won't matter. Nasty finds one, Abuza with another, Envoy just trying to hold on for a half second, tries to delay, throws a shoulder up and over, and 0-4 finds one, but Ghosty turns for 2. It will be traded out, so it will finally land with Surge, but there's pressure here.
And both teams still continuing to pile bodies into this point. Everybody not got a control on it yet. Hydra laying down. Teammates going to be with him as well. Everybody stacking both sides. Trophies ready to do the work, but Abuza finding two. 0-4 taking down Nasty. It gives a little bit of a breath here now for Thieves, but they will not find any more trades onto this point. It is going to be Surge who wrest control away. And now Thieves, looking so strong earlier on, find their lives and their points going away from them.
Hydra will be sniffed out. 100 Thieves here, gonna send towards this P5 yet again. Scrap gets in, Scrap going to have support as well. Will fall to Neptune, and Neptune finds both. So a little bit of a lead now handed over as Neptune finds everybody. Great passage from him, 4 in a row on the point. That's also going to allow you to get Hall's control, but look at this split spawn for Thieves. They've got a pinch set up for them.
Already onto it. Bleed everything out of P when you can as well. Nasty also finding fights here. Thieves floundering a little bit as they go for this rotation, trying to find something. Hydra will find the first. The players already got off the point at the same time, and it's a long-range gunfight, but it will be Scrap who eventually cleans it up. Thieves will be on it. They will not rest on their laurels here onto P1. It is not secure in any point of the word, but Hydra, this could be an unbelievable flank for him. Finds the first, almost sees the second, but now goes for another one. Challenge towards the back here. All this does is generate time for Thieves.
Continuing to trickle away at gaining these points and slowly erode that lead that the Surge have. That being said, you get back in. And the thing is, this is an important 20 seconds. You don't want to give this up realistically if you're the Thieves. You might not be given the opportunity to do anything else because, well, you've got company in lobby. Nasty going to be backed up by Abuza. Hydra's doing his absolute best through the backside because these spawn controls could be everything for this matchup.
Abuza versus Hydra. This time it will be Hydra. And last time around, Thieves did throw this point away. They cannot afford to do it again. Already towards the back here, Abuza is going to find Envoy. They're fighting from the back foot again. Neptune going to get another one. Abuza going to get a second as well. And again, the same story seems to be told. Scrap is fighting for his life, but it will be a retake by Surge. P2 has been bad for Thieves so far in this one, and it could cost them the map.
Ghost gets caught down at fences as well. Envoy will continue to test from there. Scrap's trying to hit the lobby, but they're waiting on Hydra to activate here. Water side, and unfortunately Scrap dies as well. So Hydra, how's your hit looking? You find one. You've just got to be a nuisance. You find two. You stay alive for a moment. Do you know where Nasty is? The answer is yes, but do you have the execution? Of course you do. The French Phenom bullies his way into the point, and Thieves will live to see another day. Surge, they're already considering that rotation, and Thieves need to do not only a good mopping up of Scrap here, but get all the way on over, and you can see that Envoy's hit in.
Hydra is frustrated, just guns 0-4 down. It's like, I want to go, I want to go. He's actually going to give it up. They're going for the rotation. Hydra's like, I need to be there. I am everything right now. Ghosty trying to hold on as well. Abuza, who has been a thorn in the side of this team, is there one more time, but Hydra for the reinforcement. He's flown across the map, straight into the kill feed, and now 15 seconds for Surge could spell everything.
You've got Hydra, you've got Ghosty nearby. Hydra will clean out office. 8 seconds, you gotta go. You gotta send, the Surge will hold.
And now they're trying to get into this point here. Ghosty finds one as well. Hydra has gone down. It will be the Thieves back into this point. Envoy trying to hold it down, finds Nasty sprinting. Thieves cannot win it on this point, and you know this because Surge are already looking for a better entrance into it. They do not want to give up the rotation either.
Hydra is sniffed out in office. That's 2 kills in the feed. So Envoy, Ghosty, what do you have? It answers nothing. The Belgian brew comes through, and Neptune sends high from the skies. King of the Sea, or all over the top of the 100 Thieves, and that will tie us up here. 2 apiece, my friend. We spoke about it at the very top of this series. We're going to see the coveted Game 5.
Well, there we go. They're talking. Ghosty just lost the map, is talking trash across the map. Oh my goodness, he is not happy. Ghosty is talking quite passionately across this. Obviously, Surge won that map. You don't normally see trash talking after a map if you lose the map. But he is making a point. They are certainly chirping at him. Now he's into the game chat. It's not enough to talk across the stage. He wants to be heard.
Bit of deliberation about a certain agreement there. And Ghosty, well, he's livid. It's cheapish on the other side, so we don't get to see the replay, my friend, but I'm, well, inclined to agree with one side, but either way, it won't matter. We will go to that Game 5. Surge answer back. They've taken both hard points now. And it felt like in this one, 100 Thieves, you had moments from Hydra, you had moments from Ghosty in particular. But Surge never went away. And as soon as they broke that P2, which they had sniffings of in the first rotation, but really figured out how to do that through the second and third, that's where they stole away so many of the points that the Thieves desperately needed.
That erupted after that one in a passionate exchange of words. I was saying exchange, it was one player giving all his words to the other side. And I wonder just how that will continue to play out for these teams. Fans still ready, players obviously ready for even more, but what does this series deserve but a map 5?
Neptune showing moments of brilliance that have catapulted him and his team to the very top of Call of Duty competitive. There was looks from the 100 Thieves that they were going to get back into this. A couple of passages of play where it felt like if they just synced it up together, they would find a way of stealing this one away. But Surge, as is their trademark at this point, that endless pressure, that just endless belief that they can win every map and stem the flow of their opponents, cauterize bleeding at will, sees them through. You can see the reaction from all of them. Vibes high, loading into the decider.
So much to play for as we look over the statistics. I mean, Hydra 37 and 22. It was doing everything, but you did see again Abuza just over and over again making crucial kills that they needed to make. And that was the difference. A close game between these two squads sends us to a map 5. And that map 5 is rocketing its way towards us. Who walks away the victor? Only time will tell. And speaking of time, it is that for a break. Don't go anywhere. Join us right after this.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. Just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed.
losing the page.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to EWC. Game 5 beckons between these two titans. 100 Thieves and Vancouver Surge have gone the distance. Only one can win, and it's sure to be a good show.
We said at the top of the show, there is one team that has risen above everybody else when it comes to clutch situations, whether that be round 5s in controls, round 11s in S&Ds, or game 5s. There are none that are better than the Vancouver Surge. These four gentlemen have ice in their veins. On the opposite side of the stage, in the 100 Thieves, you've got players that have been here many a time before, but as of recent struggles, those wobbles that they have had, this is also walking into a map on Protocol that they do not like to play. So this could be testing for further down in through this tournament, but right now, this turf that they don't like to stand on will be separating them from a victory and progressing on through to bracket play uncontested, or whether or not they must see yet another game in this gauntlet.
Well, here we go. Hyped up, Scrap locks his team in. Big game for both sides. A little bit of pressure, a little bit of stress, a lot of opportunity to be the victors, because everything they've gone through, every step in this series has been difficult for both sides. And only victory will soothe that burn that they've had to do to get here.
The last search and destroy in this series went the way of the Thieves, splitting the difference with one defensive round essentially. It was on offenses on top, two teams that love to get aggressive. But will that be in the tight confinements of computers or up top? Well, it looks like we're certainly getting up high here as Nasty finds the first blood to kick us off.
Nasty just being a bit careful. Scrap looking for any sort of revenge onto this one. You can see the players are dancing around as well. Scrap now coming under a bit of pressure, but he will call that out to his team. Looking for 0-4, and again, another little bit of dodging and diving. Nasty will find Envoy. Now 2 versus 3. Ghosty does get one back. Scrap staying alive as well. They are ceding ground all over the place.
Scrap does a great job here of just ensuring that bomb doesn't get planted, allows Ghosty to come into the play. The problem is, as you try and hit, 0-4 backs you down, finds the kills to close out the round. And Surge, with no trophies available here in our first round, make that B play, the outside play, not trapped inside for a retake that will be met with a hail of frag grenades and semtexes. Instead, they fight their way towards the helicopter pad, and although delayed, inevitable in the end. But again, last time it was offensive round after offensive rounds, both teams happy to take both away. So how do Thieves answer back?
Well, they really did lose map control. That was the key there in round number 1. Now looking for the players across the map here, you can already see the hit has come in. It's going to all be about that bottom control most of the time. Envoy may have caught that one perfectly. Semtex just under Ghosty's feet, but he's okay. Everyone's still alive. Map control a little bit in the favor of Surge here. Keep an eye on that mini-map. It's all going to be whether or not Thieves recognize this and try to go for a rotation.
Envoy finds himself isolated out by the tower, often the lone man in that location. So if Surge have done their homework, they'll know that Thieves right now were waiting on his play to come through to control that boat side to ensure the big door play wasn't coming through. And 0-4, well, he's having himself a field day. Finds Scrap as well. Ghosty trapped in Grandma's, has company in Neptune, but makes it work. Hydra turns it into a 2v2 as well, and somehow Thieves have clawed their way back into this round.
Here we go. 2 versus 2, time ticking away. The one thing you can't beat is the clock. This does mean that Thieves will have to commit. And they are leaving it to the last second. Here they go. Underground. Must check the corners, must go fast. We know the only person here is a Boozer. And he will now strike because he has an opportunity to shut this down. He's actually going to wait for Nasty. He's waiting. 2v2 still. Time on the clock.
Stun doesn't catch you, unsure of positions. Your left corner was cleared for a moment, but not for very long. Nasty will get the trade. Hydra steps out, throws a shoulder, bides time, gets up on top, holding the aims. Nasty then trying to find a way into this and comes out with it. The 1v2 will come through, and a defensive round, importantly, struck first by Vancouver Surge.
Just held the irons. Didn't blink. Didn't try to get caught sprinting. Hydra was hoping for that. And for Thieves, they're disappointed. They took a risk. It has not paid off. Surge up 2-0 in map number 5.
And Thieves then have to start to figure out these defensive rounds. We've spoken about it already. It's certainly not their strong point in Surge. So often relying on their offensive firepower, but they must shut down the Surge, and Scrap will open up with a blood, and Scrap will actually find 2 both side. So Neptune has no support coming big door. And as such, do you back off? Do you stick around? Well, he might have just been told exactly what to do.
Great throwing bullets. Thieves now in the premier position. Surely a 2 versus 4 they do not throw. You can see even really Surge just worried about where to commit. They know that this is almost just a losing battle for them onto this one. But hope burns eternal that maybe, just maybe, they get a bit of luck. I don't think Thieves are going to give it to them though.
A couple of lovely shots out of a Boozer there. Do strike the forehead of Ghosty, but not enough to bring him down. I was hoping for that overextension, and well, as Scrap finds a Boozer, Neptune can shoot up there with the very best of them, but a 1v4 against this team, it won't happen. And that was far more like it from the Thieves. Blood on the board, Scrap gets boat control, and that leaves Vancouver with nothing except an ingress in through elevators, bottlenecked, bewildered, and sent packing. It's clinical from there. A couple of thrown shoulders, a little bit of hope maybe quickly snuffed out.
Well, well, well. Game still running. And truthfully, I don't know who wins this. Talent in abundance on both sides. We've walked the path all the way to a game 5. The difference between these two teams is so small.
Nasty's got a huge job here in the back line. He spots this rotation coming through, plays off the back of that intel. Hydra's actually gotten himself up into the sidewalk arches, and Nasty will actually find the kill as the bomb is attempted to be planted. Doesn't even come through. Hydra shifting, sliding, trying to find a way, and O4 stays alive long enough to get the support. So 3v2 then, bomb dropped, and you know where that is if you are Surge. So how do Thieves counterplay this?
Hydra's furious. Really going against it, but Scrap already finds one. Not able to get a turn and burn though. That brings it down to 1 versus 2, and that's done. Surge 3-1 now in this S&D. And they're just finding themselves a little bit outplayed here at points, Thieves. Hydra obviously found himself in a not great position as 0-4 refused to give him anything other than a shoulder shimmy shake behind that pillar.
Full credit to Byron. He very quickly hits that rotation. He was initially playing up around lockers and keeping an eye on that boat side. He quickly drops in to ensure that the bomb plant is covered over and picks up that kill on Envoy and stops Thieves' progress. So that 2 gap re-established, and it's a big hit towards A for the Surge.
Here we go. Big kill there. Scrap finding one already as well as Neptune gets away with his life. Almost had Hydra dead to rights. That slide was a bit dead, but Ghosty finds another one as well. Down they go. Nasty now in a 1 versus 4. Tides turning once again. It will be Thieves that should lock down this round unless Nasty does something that will certainly spawn a Reddit thread, but it isn't going to happen. Thieves getting along back on the board, and that one was clean.
Spoken a couple of times about how Thieves on the defensive side, particularly with their first bloods, just aren't looking pretty. Feels like Scrap's really taken a hold of that situation. Again, this isn't a map that they necessarily like to play on if you are the 100 Thieves, but he's claimed both side for himself. And as such, it is funneling Surge and their aggression in through various bottlenecks that are making it easier for his teammates. You're going to have to keep that up for a little while longer yet, and you've also got to find a way to get your offenses going.
Here comes the push, and a little bit on the outside. This might be countered here. Nasty's going to be seen as well as Scrap backs off. Does have some reinforcements. Another stun check going out. Does know there's a player going to be there as well. All this information just filtering into the brains of the players, but Envoy will find that first blood. Hits coming underneath as well. Nasty will find Hydra. Down to a 3 versus 3. 0-4 will find another one though, and it will now be advantage to Surge.
And the bomb goes down. Where is your support? Well, it won't be arriving because your teammate falls. So 1v3 for Ghosty, aims in hand. You're worried about a hit from Big Door, and that's not where you need to be paying attention to. Abuser will be out here. Do you get that fight? You do get it isolated, but it will be traded as 0-4 arrives through the elevator. And yet again, a 2-round lead established for Surge. Just keeping their opponents at arm's length here. Every time Thieves threaten to get within striking distance, it is batted away. And just 2 rounds till victory for the Surge. You cannot afford for this gap to be maintained if you are wearing black, white, and red on this stage.
Here we go. This is starting to smell like a game that could go the distance. Surge, though, they win this round. All momentum shifts towards them. 4-3 is way better for Thieves than 5-2. It just is a horrible score to overcome. But here comes the push. Neptune. Aggressive towards B here. Already Ghosty backing up. We'll have Scrap reinforcing him here, but there's a little bit of a fight so far, and this is where they failed last time. Thieves were not able to get a handle onto this. And again, bomb will now go down. Advantage to Surge. There is a player in the backfield. Nasty is hitting the longest flank humanity has ever seen.
Well, the Ratman often gets paid. Might not be needed to, because 0-4 finds one. Envoy cleans that up. Recognize it coming through, but 30 seconds on the clock. Thieves have got to find progress towards this point. And 0-4, well, he clears out Lockers. He also finds Hydra, so Ghosty, what have you got in a 1v2?
Knows where one player will be. Has made his way out to the helicopter. Finds one as well. No! Beaten down! And that might be more than just him in that game. That might be the very soul of Thieves has just been splattered across helicopter. They are now just 1 round away from losing this. Surge are on map and series point.
A crucial difference from the Surge coming through there and how they approached that B plant as to how Thieves did it. Surge sent in Neptune to plant the bomb, but had coverage over the top to keep an eye on that backline. Forced Scrap to back off towards the anti-air turret. When Thieves attempted that, they were overwhelmed by Nasty's presence. And Surge put themselves on the very precipice of bracket play.
Scrap looking, and already 2 down. This could be over. This could be done. The Thieves now have their backs against the wall. Scrap finds one though, brings it back to a 2 versus 3. He's trying to find Boozer as well. Boozer almost gave him time of day. Eventually gets out of this fight as well, but Ghosty brings it back to a 2 versus 2. This game is not over yet, surely, but Nasty finds Ghosty, and now it's down to a 1 versus 1. Scrap versus 0-4. They are close, they are fighting, and 0-4 wins it. Surge put the Thieves down again in a tournament in recent memory. And it is a massive win for them. The Thieves unable to get it done in the S&D. And oh my goodness, all that journey, all that walking through the maps just to get blown out in the final.
And the psychological blow that comes with losing yet again to the Surge for 100 Thieves. Knowing that you will likely face this team at some point during bracket play. If you make it, of course, because now they'll have to play a decider.
Unhappy faces there. They are really not enthused. And I said before, this was a bit of a rivalry. I think it may have just stepped up a gear. Team's very unhappy with some of the conduct that may have happened between it. Ghosty and Neptune obviously exchanging words. I think that maybe we will revisit this story more than once.
And we would be so incredibly blessed to do so. But it will be, at the end of it all, Vancouver Surge as your victors here. 2 hard points and a search and destroy, and that record for them of being the most clutch team in the world right now. If we go to game 5s, if we see round 11s, if we see round 5s in control, trust them to always come through.
Well, Lottie, that was certainly an incredible series. What do you think?
You know what? It's our first map 5, which was phenomenal, especially in the later half of the day, just to keep the excitement going for us. You know, it's a late one here in Riyadh. Wow. I don't know what I was expecting result-wise out of that series, to be perfectly honest with you, but I don't know why every single time Surge win, I'm shocked. I am. I think, honestly, it comes down to the fact that I think there was a couple of times I had noticed where Surge had fallen short in these maps, you know, obviously on their way to this map 5, where I just felt like the fundamentals started to lack just a little bit. And I mean that by saying, you know, chatting to Colin, actually, in the green room, watching it together, the fact that we weren't seeing at times 2 players stepping up when other 2 maybe needed a break for a minute. You know, if Abuza was carrying them in hardpoint, we needed other players to step up in S&D. Same with Control. It just wasn't happening equally some of the time. But I will say the later half of the series, we did see that. We saw a really sharp, polished team that was really outgunning LA Thieves quite significantly at times. And that was really impressive. So I liked the adjustments that I was seeing from Surge. And for me, that's really what took the cake on the entire series, is just that team energy, just perfectly conducted and adjusted really, really well mid-series.
Yeah, I love that you're actually bringing it up, because one of the big things of that series is after map 3, where it is a quite frank sweeping by the Thieves and in beautiful fashion, you started to worry a little bit about the Surge and how they would look coming out after the little break that we had. And that team energy that you speak of, that balance between them, that brotherhood, that camaraderie, they do a superb job of stepping up when it mattered. And in that map 4, taking control at important points at the end, I looked at people like Abuza. He's their leader, that man that you desperately need in your ear when it's not going your way. He makes those big plays in through back side of P2, and that gives Surge the lead in the way back into the series to force us to that game 5. So yeah, a beautiful dynamic between them.
I will say, in terms of Thieves as well, you know, obviously I want to talk about them. I don't think by any means the tournament is falling short for them. I think they still have plenty of gas in the tank. I think Surge quite clearly has a number, significantly, and that's been proven twice now across the board. But Thieves, I like the way I was seeing some of the gunny turn up. The multi-kills that were also coming across on the hardpoint. I was so impressed with that. I mean, Hydra, I have a naughty word in my notes, I won't say it, but he was doing certain things that ended in ING, and it was looking absolutely phenomenal for Hydra. And honestly, the rest of his team, multi-kills across the board there. You know, LA Thieves for you, Bryce, what is really lacking?
It seems that at times the team isn't all firing at the same time, and realistically it's consistency in depth that makes championship teams over and over again. Now, they have done it twice this year, so it's not that bad, but Surge seem to have their number, and I'd probably put it down to the team play. Surge consistently managing to get better trades, and maybe just having a more coherent game plan moving into some of these moves. You saw on the SND again, it almost felt like the Thieves were being cut to ribbons just by 1,000 cuts, and hey, if it works for Surge, maybe, just maybe, this is the tournament to break the curse and go all the way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I do think that the team work and the chemistry is clearly coming across the board, and I do think that that is the strong suit here, certainly in this matchup. I think you have incredibly individually skilled players on 100 Thieves, you can't deny that. But when you put players equally skilled together who are working so beautifully well, and they seem to trust each other, I think the big word and buzzword here is trust. Yeah. Anyway, it's magical, and that's what we're seeing on the screen.
We are indeed. I mean, one of the things as well that we kind of could talk about is clearly the hard work that they have. They all very much chip in together. There's no egos out there on that stage, and the 4 of them, you know, the poetic as always, my friend. Death by 1,000 cuts. That is a great way to sum up the exact way that Surge play. They never give up. They never go away, and it ends up in this endless situation of, if you are the Thieves, you're thinking you've won this over and over and over again. We've bullied them back. Hydra and Scrap are popping off and having their moment. Surge is still there to play. They refuse to die down, and that's why so often they break down their opposing teams and come up big when it matters.
Very much so. He's really happy that you complimented his little phrase there. I could tell a little
some
smirk.
of the talent just need to read a book once in a while. That's all I'm going to say.
God, this is conversations we had earlier. He's exposing me now, amongst others. But I do also actually have a fantastic interview lined up. We have Nasty coming on the desk. As we transition him on, he's just been unbelievable this season, and especially towards the end of it. Just incredible numbers coming up from this young man. as well as results, to be perfectly honest. And that's really where I think things start to speak for themselves. Nasty, first of all, welcome onto the desk. Second, GG's, man. A huge rivalry match for you guys, and it's turning out to be quite the contest between you and 100 Thieves. How are you feeling after that dub?
Feeling good. I'm tired, so I'm glad we don't have to play tomorrow. I'm drained. I've been awake since like 7 a.m., so I'm ready to go to bed. But it was a good Grueler series. It always is against them.
How do you approach a series like this? You know it's a late one. You know it'll probably go the distance. It seems to be that you guys strategize. You know exactly what the game plan is when you're going to this. You got Rambo right behind you. You know, I mean, let's be honest. He's strategizing for you. You know, what's the game plan? What are you guys saying to each other to keep going through a series that is this late?
Honestly, we kind of have a similar map pool.
Yeah.
So we just kind of make sure we play confident, play to win every scenario. You know, they're a really good team, they're fast, so we have to match that pace. If we do and we never give up, like no matter the score, we'll be fine.
Love to hear that. I'm actually curious on how you combat certain situations. We see sometimes when they're heating up, they're getting multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill. How do you slow that down? How do you guys combat that situation?
Good comms, just like, you know, we have to have a little reset. Someone has to say it. I mean, we all do it at times, to be honest. They have me map 4, so shout out my team. Damn, I'm getting cooked.
It happens to the best of us, Nasty, don't worry.
It does.
Sometimes you just need a break for a second just to regain, you know.
Or 11-hour sleep.
It's all right. Bryce, go on, I'll let you jump in now. I won't steal him.
Yeah, I feel like I ask all the negative questions, but I have to ask you what happened in the control. Like, it was a bit of a breakdown from your team there. Just kind of your service thoughts of what went wrong and what you're going to work on to improve so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, so the control spawn's changed.
Yep.
And we've only had like the rep we had against the AM team earlier and this in a match. Practice control is very different to match control. And they did some things that threw us off guard a little bit. We kind of trolled the first round too, but we're definitely going to watch that back and adjust to what they were doing. I think they're ahead a little bit, so.
Yeah, I mean, I did see obviously the continuous overextension when they were on the defensive side. That was difficult for you guys to deal with because you're like, oh, we've managed to dig this player out. There's another one already back here. So
layering.
Yeah, it was definitely kind of a difficult strategy to adapt to. But obviously, hey, the win is still the win.
The win is the win.
You certainly got the dub indeed. Well, I will say, Nasty, an incredible 2 Ws today for you guys.
Thank
Starting off EWC incredibly hot, and you got a really big grudge match out of the way already. So GG's, man, thank you so much for spending time with us on the desk, and enjoy your rest.
Thank you. I will. Definitely will.
All right, folks, we're going to head to a quick break now, but when we come back, we have the final match of the night. And we do have 2 absolute juggernauts going head-to-head once again. These last 2 have been absolutely insane. FaZe Clan going up against Team Heretics. We'll see who comes out on top right after this. Hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're here for the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 World Cup. And I've got to say, the tournament so far has been exceptional. We've had a lot of teams coming across the stage. Day one, straight out of the gates, looking unbelievably hot. So I don't think that's going to end tonight. We have one more match in store for you, and I know that this one is going to be an absolute banger. These two have also faced each other before. We've got FaZe versus Miami Heretics on the cards for tonight, and talking all about it, including casting as well. We've got Enigma and Seymour. Gents, what a game we have in store. For the last one of the night, I think to keep everyone awake, to keep everyone going, it has to be FaZe versus Heretics. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling great. I mean, this is another kind of redemption tour, revenge arc kind of situation going on. Of course, so many questions about FaZe. Heretics have been phenomenal through this competitive year. You've got players on there that we knew passed the eye test a long time ago, my friend. You've cast challenge with me for a couple of years now. And it's a case of they finally get their opportunity. They show up. They remind everyone just how damn good not only the challengers players can be and that the Spanish region can be, but also the European talent that exists out there.
I think this is the first time that we're actually going to have like the Spanish crowd out cheer, maybe a FaZe crowd.
True.
Right here inside of this venue at this moment. And, you know, that kind of begs the question. You said this is a hot matchup. What do you think is hotter? The temperature outside or these teams on stage?
It has to be these teams on stage, quite frankly, and I know it is. It's over 100 degrees outside consistently through day and night. But I will say, after what we have seen coming out of FaZe especially, already today, been taken to Game 5, Round 11 by a Challengers team that beat Omit. Yeah, we're in for some spicy rides, I think, so far. Not only today, but I think through the rest of the tournament as well.
I even got to sit in the arena for that Omit versus FaZe match. It was electric. Craze was going crazy. It was the issue that we were seeing from this FaZe squad is that they look uncomfortable playing.
Right.
And it's such a different atmosphere when you're looking at this team than in the past because they look vulnerable. They look like they're kind of ripe for the picking when it comes to one of those top contenders to win EWC. And it's coming at the wrong moment because you're defending your title right now. And not only right now are you cautioned by being knocked down by Miami, but what a feat this would be for Miami to punch above the belt and take them down when they're looking like this.
It's just a weird one, right? Like, you look at this lineup, Celium, Simp, Abizi, like, you just, when has this trio ever looked unsettled?
I don't know.
This is the most human we've ever seen them be, and the fact that we're saying that about someone like Simp, I mean, that's just outrageous, arguably the best player to ever touch the sticks of this game. So, yeah, it's a weird one, and there's a lot of the fundamental stuff that they're just not getting right. They're really struggling with, for example, holding any hill or breaking any hill when it comes to hard point. Their first blood win percentage is just terrible. This is basically being a team that is just, I mean, you set yourself up for just making your job easy. These boys have been the best at it for a long, long time, and right now everyone else having their way with them.
And I know a lot of people have been giving some backlash with, you know, some recent topics around this team, but this guy right here in his match versus Omit, Game 1, he clutches up for the team for the hard point. Game 5, he is electric in that comeback down 2-5. It's Draza who is holding them together against Omit in those big moments. And again, you look at how much he wants it for this win. We saw it in the Amazon documentary that he said, people don't want me to win. That's fine. I'm going to win. And now you see him on stage. This is a moment where this FaZe team have to turn up here or we're going to be asking a lot of questions.
I love bringing that topic in. I have so many different kind of mindsets on this because it begs the question, where does this uncomfiness come from? Where does it stem from? Why is it even here to begin with? And you talk about some of the accolades of this team. It's unheard of, the history behind them. And not only I know having that rotating AR that they've often had in history, but they're just phenomenal. And every AR they do pick up has been worthy of that role. Now, I don't think it's necessarily the uncomfiness of the kind of villain arc. I think they're pretty comfortable being the villains. They know that, and I honestly think they kind of feed into that. I think also, I won't harp on this too long, but maybe it's a question of title. Maybe this just isn't the title, which is a funny thing to say considering they have won 2 majors. But I just don't see that same dominance and that same comfortability that we've seen of FaZe in COD past.
No, absolutely not. And there's plenty more to talk about it for sure. I mean, they're just that fourth role definitely worth discussing about. Yes. But of course, the team on the opposite side of the stage, this is going to be Riyadh, Rancor, Super, and Metals, the 4 Spaniards. And this is a team with a tale of camaraderie. It's a brotherhood, and we can see that. And you can no doubt hear it as we look down at the Heretics fans beneath us, cheering their side, willing them on to glory. And whether it has been on home turf or whether it's been across the other side of the planet, they have got the backing and the love from their region.
I think it was the only time that I've actually not wanted to be on the desk. I want to be down there with them cheering. It looks like a fun time. When you look at what surrounds the narrative of this team, it's fun to watch, it's fun to experience, and it's what I was saying at the end of their match last time that they were on the stream here. This is a team that you want to root for. This is the team that you want to be the underdogs and kind of have their glorious moment at the end of what has been a phenomenal year. And when we talk about players who have passed the eye test, with Rencor and Super both having a rookie year, we've had players come into the league as a rookie and perform really well. I mean, when was the last time we saw two players on a team as rookies both performing like they are performing?
Well, I mean, you can see the way in which they just love each other so much as well. You know, there's that whole celebration about Renkor's year and his performance, and he's turning around and going, hang on a second, don't forget about my brother here, Super. Like, he comes into this team and takes us from that mid-pack team, that inconsistent team, into a squad that has been battling at the top and taking on juggernauts all season long. He refused to let that moment be about himself, and when it could very easily have been, and said, actually, no, this man right here, this is my brother, we do this together. Familia.
I just like how there's an accountability there and a humbleness from an individual player to say, listen, I'm not stupid. I know that he, my teammate, elevates me without question. I wouldn't be able to do what you see on your screen without him. So I love that, and I think that's just another dynamic of the teamwork coming forward from Heretics. Something that we did see earlier today against P7, and I was really impressed. Our first 3-0, our only 3-0 of the day. And I know Heretics are kind of, I think, a different standard, and I don't mean that disrespectfully against P7, but they're a different standard to that team. I just liked what I saw in terms of teamwork and trust. There were occasions where we saw Miami Heretics kind of lose the battle of lead, whether that be in a hard point, but especially in control as well. We're seeing, you know, Metals going 0-7, but that final attacking push that they needed on B, look at that man pop off. My goodness, it was like he had X-ray vision. He knew exactly where to go duck and weave, wall bang, this and that. It was unbelievable how he was able to ice that up and clutch that up. And it's just moments like that with trust in the team that they can pop off whenever they need to. It doesn't get into their head. That, for me, that's a winning roster.
Yeah, absolutely, and they have been up there towards the very top end, but there is that one thing that's missing. It is a victory, it is a championship, and no doubt with a fan base like this in behind you here in Riyadh, you really want to take this one home, and what a statement it would be tonight to beat this FaZe team.
And you know, I don't want to jump the gun with this this Heretics squad in general. We've seen it all year. Qualifiers, they come out of the qualifiers at the top seed or in one of the top seeds. They make it into the winner's bracket. They perform exceptionally well. They get to those big moments. It's day one.
Yeah.
They're playing good. We expect them to play good early on in these tournaments. I think that, you know, the one big thing that surrounds this team is that momentum into the later stages. I expect them to play good in this match and really perform against FaZe. But the conversation is going to carry on all week for this team. If they keep playing good, that's nice, but it has to go into the Saturdays and Sundays.
It certainly does indeed, but it also has to translate into a series layout, and that's coming our way right now. Let's take a look at the maps and modes for this matchup. We're starting things off with Rewind on Hardpoint. We do have Hacienda, Double Time, Search and Destroy, and Control right bang in the middle, and Skyline, Hardpoint, Rewind, Search and Destroy right at the end as well. So double Rewind, double Hassi, and we have a Skyline in map 4. As we're looking upon this, anybody got any ideas of who this might sway towards, who might favor what here in the vetoes?
Nice and early. This definitely favors FaZe when it comes to the hardpoint. They like this Rewind. It's very much so been one that they've lent on, even when hardpoint hasn't necessarily been their mode through this competitive year. It's certainly been the place they've felt most comfortable. The problem for me, after that, we go to double Hacienda. That's somewhere they've not looked particularly comfortable. So if Heretics do steal away this map one, I suddenly become very worried about it being a very quick series.
I think that for FaZe in general, you're worried about the Search and Destroy. 2, 5, that's going to be a tough spot. It's the hard points, the controls, the respawns where you need to see this team perform. Rewind's a good shout. Skyline hardpoint is where they push that map 5 earlier versus Omit, so that's going to be a comfort spot for them in this series just in general, especially if they're forcing or they're being in a little spot where they need to get that game 5 yet again. That Skyline's going to be feeling comfortable for this team. I think that this really comes down to the Search and Destroys, though.
I think so too. I also want to quickly discuss with you guys a bigger picture outlook on this, and that is you're looking at Heretics on one side. They've just come off a hot 3-0. They're feeling themselves. They're feeling really good. We heard what Riyadh had to say on the desk. He is super confident. On the other side, we have FaZe, who have just had a really, really tough series against a challengers team. This is one of the most dominant rosters that we've had in Call of Duty history. The question is this bounce back on against Heretics, or is it off? Gents, it's over to you.
Well, my friend, if it's going to be on, then it will be highlighted here on the rewind hard point. Again, often a place of comfort for FaZe Clan, but it's going to be a tough contest against Team Heretics, a team that refuse to die, rarely go away, much like Vancouver Surge are on for the series before us. And here at P1, it's a pinstripe feed as both teams wage war.
It's like that fly that's going around right now. It just never goes away.
Right? It's infuriating.
It is. It never goes away. But Heretics off to a good start in for the hill time. Celium trying to hunt down this last player, but he just doesn't know where they are. Nobody's going to track MC. He gets a kill. Riyadh quick for the trade, and look at that. Heretics now putting some pressure on the spawns.
Yeah, Draza just trying to hold the back line. He's going to tuck himself in, and Rancor slams him nice and early and gets himself in 6-1 on a 4 spree, locking down the back spawns as well. Rookie of the year is Mr. Damwell Do It All.
And they are chanting MVP. They're never going to stop chanting MVP below us. Heretics out the gates, and FaZe Clan are feeling the fury. Look at this retake. All the way in the back. 3 players now looking to mount a break fast back into this P2. Super inside, Rancor in the back, and the spawns are going to be so far away. Abizi into the doorway. Rancor now on 6. He goes down. Abizi with the break. Still a couple players to worry about, but FaZe Clan fighting back.
Yeah, and Riyadh's going to not give up this quietly as he sits atop the cop car and waits, gets support in from the boys as well. And that's another bounce back in from the Spaniards. Super, Rancor, that dynamic duo breaking FaZe hearts. But it is still early days in this one. Team Heretics will assemble a 40-point lead as we look towards P3, but it will be FaZe Clan on the rotation there. Big fight for Celium up against Super. And the rotation's been a big problem for FaZe when it comes to their hard points. It'll be interesting to see if they adjust that and try and get themselves some sets up early.
Oh, Draza, it has been tough out the gates for you. Still time to turn things around. FaZe inside the hard point, fighting for the contest. Heretics walk out on top with the scramble that we're seeing towards this P3 hill. Metals turned around. Nice couple kills from Draza, and Simp is going to soak up this time.
We take a moment then to breathe. FaZe in control of this P3, starting to get a couple of points together. You feel that momentum pick up. Heretics have spawned out, so they've got to start to cross the map and get over towards Rancor, who's just holding down backside and gets hit by 2 FaZe players. Simp, Abizi, the Terrors team up and unearth the Heretics from the back of this P4 side. This fight's going to go on. Celium gets beautiful timing onto Super, and while you do get the backside though, the Spaniards are going to be up close and nice and personal on the front.
I mean, it's a great start for Heretics. At the same time, you have to be worried. Way back, you see Rancor's going to spawn up, and he has a chance to punish. Draza doesn't have the read on it whatsoever. Abizi trying to hold things down from the front, but Heretics, they are knocking on the doors for the break into the money hill, and FaZe Clan crumble.
Yeah, beautiful break out of Team Heretics. You do get that quick spawn out for FaZe Clan, but Heretics, they seize on the gaps and find all the gunfights. Rancor's not slowed down much, 13-7 to help lead the line. Abizi will find Super, but you are still finding a way to get in through this back door. Kills out front for Draza as well. You're able to collapse, swarm, you will break in for what is the final 20 seconds, but Riyadh, well, he's considering hitting this himself.
One last chance, why not? A couple players here for the respawns, and you fight through all. You try to take this time away. Abizi's not gonna let that happen at all. Big moment for himself. Still a lead for the Heretics. As we're heading to P5, FaZe Clan, first one's in.
As is tradition here for FaZe this year, they are great on hitting rotations. It's just holding, it's just breaking. Those have been the big problems for them in this mode. The breaks have looked slightly better. Horde's still questionable, but kills in the feed. 6 go the way of FaZe before being answered by Heretics, and it's only going to be the 1 as well. Bit of flow now for the boys in red as they set up. Draza trying to get aggressive, trying to push out container side. now needs to drop back to the point to support. There will be a player still staying alive, and Heretics, they're buzzing, they're threatening, but they're not managing to find their way in.
No, Draza's on 4 in a row. Complete turnaround to the start of this game. You can see it's reflecting now in the score that we're getting. Draza looking for a little bit more, slides out. How about that? 6 in a row. Feeding Celium now back into this P5 time for the rest of FaZe Clan to assist inside on the scraps. 11 seconds you're fighting for, and FaZe Clan finally taking a lead in this map 1.
Yeah, momentum well and truly in their hands right now. So it's all about 5-1. Can Heretics stem the bleeding, or do FaZe Clan continue to roar? Well, MC finds one in Street. Trophy goes on out to protect. Beezy's here to cover. Draza finds 2. Pushing up even towards 18, really getting so aggressive to just push that Heretic spawn all the way deep towards P4. And now the numbers arrive, but Simp and a Beezy, Celium over the top as well. The trio, so many questions coming into this tournament, they're answering them.
That's a moment from Simp that you like to see. Fast on his feet, Redcore, however, roaring into the hard point. 3 in a row, Riyadh in the follow-up, Metals is there, and Heretics, it is electric every single time. Redcore, he is paving the way for this squad. Still work to be done though, as FaZe Clan looking to hold their lead heading into the rotation to 2.
Super's going to hit this, actually, and I wondered if he was going to actually rotate on over for 2, but actually he opens up Laundry, opens up Blue, and allows Metals to support. So that's now going to give you numbers on the front line. The problem is you've got to find a way to hit this head on. It's about unearthing Draza in this back dumpsters. Metals is actually going to get him close, turns his attention at the wrong time, but just by staying alive, by letting his teammates get here, he's doing plenty of work and fantastic stuff. 3 in the feed, and that is the quickest break of a P2 you've seen in a minute.
He might be made of metal. This guy's taken so many shots right now. Heretics flip the lead back in on this P2. They also flip the spawns out. FaZe Clan in the hot seat, trying to battle their way back. Redcore's in trouble. Can he find more than one? He does. And the spawns in the back. It's Draza now. It's his turn, but he is not able to do it.
Take a second. Ladies and gentlemen, catch your breath, because we're about to go again. FaZe, they weigh it up. Simp, he's only 12 and 17, but he provides the early ingress here. Super enters back with 2, Renko with yet another, and that duo, rookies this year, but the veterancy on show and the kill feed as they go massive. Rotations on towards P3. Riyadh's already over there. Last time FaZe Clan got set up early, the early rotations have been the best thing for them so far, but the Heretics are answering back.
They're literally alley-ooping each other into these hard points. It's ridiculous, and this is the first time we see Heretics actually getting the setup over towards P3 now. Riyadh's going to be in the hard point. Big 1v1 here. Draza dunked on, and the rest of the squad there to assist for this setup. Still FaZe Clan, though, have the better spawns. You look at them to see if they can slow things down now, as Heretics are starting to get back into their quick ways off these breaks.
Now the breakneck pace. Heretics just recognized that actually that's falling into FaZe Clan hands. So they slow it down, they get themselves to the dumpsters and mock up most of this first 30 seconds. Then now the backline spawn for FaZe. They decide to invest into that. Well, Super's already harassing your backline. Simps now swaps on over to the AR to just provide that bit of lane support and set you up, but Renko is busting through windows and into the backline. And well, finally, FaZe Clan will lock this down for a moment. 10 seconds on Ord, looking towards Nip. Keep an eye on Super, who's trying to find ways through.
This might be a map-defining hill right now, and you are walking into the iron sights of Metals. Another 3 in a row. Metals on a 5 spree. Heretics break the back spawns in a matter of seconds.
Simp steps up. What have you got? Well, you're cut down by Metals. Riyadh with yet another, and FaZe Clan are so far out of this. You've got to find a way through. Super's holding that back line. Draws are just going to get up close. He's going to try and slip the net. Finds one. Has the back door potentially. Just wants to continue hitting the back line.
Oh, Draza jumps in. Rencore still winning fights, but it's a Beezy now. Into the hard point. 31 seconds, time that you need, and he has to play his life. However, Heretics, they swarm, they take him out. It is not going to net you a win here, but you're going to get pretty close.
FaZe are in an awful position. You do not want Heretics to be going to Gens, a hill that is so traded back and forth, basically a stone's throw, but I don't think they're going to get any opportunity to answer, because Renko finds Celium, and you just turtle up if you're Heretics. You're happy to rotate this late because you can just fight tooth and nail and trade all over the place to mop this up in the end. FaZe Clan have got to be perfect from here. It's Spaniards that draw first blood.
Riyadh stuck in 18. He's going to jump back out. Lovely turn on from Draza. FaZe Clan are in. How much magic are they going to be able to expend for this map 1? 4 players grouped up from Heretics, and they're just going to bang right in through that front door. Selling him on the pre-fire. A couple players here alongside him. 3-on-3 for the hill time. In for the contestant. Sim for the trade. Draws up behind him. They're holding on.
Another wave. Super finds one. He'll be traded by Metals. Metals puts out the nade. It will connect, but it doesn't get the kill. You are there. Beezy, though, contests. Rencourt's trying to get a trophy out to support because nades are flooded in by FaZe Clan. You find 2. Can you find the 3rd? Manages to back up for a half-second. Sips in the hill. Riyadh's cleared out. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1. And the Heretics will take first blood here at the Esports World Cup. And listen to the crowd roar.
It is electric here for the Spaniards. Yeah, you see the smiles on their face, not reflected on the other side of this stage.
No.
That game, it was so neck and neck across the first set of hills. FaZe were able to battle back into the P4. They get the setup. P5 looks great. They had the lead. And then all of a sudden, the snowball. You go to P2. Heretics break from the front. They steal those spawns. Metals goes absolutely insane. And when it's not Metals, it's Rencourt just constantly finding double kills in situations where he has no business winning these fights. It is insane to see from Heretics, but I think FaZe Clan looked a little bit rattled in terms of the speed and just veracity that Team Heretics are throwing at them right there. There's so many times where they get the setups, but it's like they're not ready for the immediate hit that's coming from this team.
No, it's super high engagement. It is incredibly aggressive out of Heretics, always having that angle, always having each other's backs. We talk about brotherhood and camaraderie, and they just sum it up better than absolutely anybody else in the world. But the one big thing that Heretics did, that perfect mid-map adjustment, they recognize FaZe, they rotate early. They're not managing to hold much or break much, but they're rotating early, and that's what's hurting us. So what do? They slow the pace right down, get themselves into dumpsters, and from there, they didn't look back.
It was the one moment in P3 especially, too. It's like slowly finding those kills, then you spawn them out. As soon as you recognize the split spawns from FaZe, that's when they break those P4 spawns and just run away with this game. This moment right here for Heretics, when Rancor's jumping on through, you look at Metals with this 3-piece as well. Why are we peeking that window? Both in the double chow for that. Play your life, hold those spawns, make sure that Heretics can't just walk into these hills like they are.
As we continue through this highlight package, just highlight reel moment after highlight reel moment here. So many great plays coming through, but it's the scoreboard at the end that I'm really going to look forward to seeing, because on the side of FaZe Clan, Draza had himself a game. He was all up for this war. He was willing to contest everything. His engagement numbers are insane. But for Team Heretics, you've mentioned them, Rencourt. We've spoken so often about his duo, Super. But it felt like all 4 players were in the thick of the action at all times. And you speak about that pace, you speak about aggression.
Yeah.
Well, there's not many people that sum it up better than the Spaniards.
You know, we've been focusing so much when it comes down to, okay, how do you bring yourself back from a moment like this if you're FaZe Clan? We've been putting a lot of focus on, I think, the negatives when we can look towards, you know, what has been a positive for them. And it has been the ability to bounce back from situations. Just, you know, looking through, you know, especially that game they just had versus Omit. They lost the search and destroy. They lost the control, but the hard point towards Skyline is where they held on. Now that you lose that rewind hard point, we have to put some focus towards this SND for FaZe Clan, because the narrative going into this is you're going to feel comfortable in the respawn. Search and destroy is going to be tough, but you can always kind of gamble into those hard points to be your comfort zone. You've been taking out of that, and we can look towards, you know, a player like Crowder behind them who is going to try to focus their energy into this S&D, where this was their bread and butter coming into the superstars that they are now.
That's a great point to bring up about the fact that we, of course, have the coaches able to get involved in the thick of the comms. And for FaZe as well, I said this when Lottie was up here. You lose that map 1, that was supposed to be your comfort spot. We're now going into a map that you don't like to play on. You've got to very much so work on your first blood percentage, but particularly the attacking rounds. They do not do well at them typically here. They will get an opportunity to set up for their defense because the Heretics have the bomb here in map 1, up 1-0 in the series. And well, the play actually, it is passive.
You're looking at a BZ to see if he can be that first blood demon. Already on the hunt, backing down. Playing his life, he gets the info. It is a passive attack from the Heretics.
think what they were trying to do there is bait aBeZy in for a free first blood. Basically, welcome him into the lion's den.
It's not a very welcome.
It is not, especially when these four are waiting for you. But it's slow, it's patient out of the Heretics, and well, they assess the information. Looks like B is going to be the target.
Droz is going to spot them. Couple shots in, tags one, but has to back down. So B site is given up. You're most likely looking for the retake now.
The problem for FaZe here is this is one-dimensional. If this first hit doesn't work, you don't have many other options. Renkor's going to be very late to this. Might be looking to set up a pinch, but it goes all over and you do find the fight. So Renkor will still be up in this. This would be a technical 1v3 if you pull it off. But just 20 seconds, you ain't got time.
He's got to play for the chow. Bomb's going to be recovered. He's got time to rotate to this one. Did FaZe Clan get the heads up on this one? He's doubling back, so this is a Giga Brain call.
He doesn't decide to plant, though, or do you get there just in time? You do. But I think that the gig is up. FaZe Clan will be here pretty soon.
It's the right call. Well, he's giving himself a chance. Sim, though, in the corner. Renkor, 9 HP. Has to tuck back away. The regen is in for the spawn on the chow. Sim's going to put it away, and FaZe Clan get the defuse for the round. So it got a little bit worrisome as soon as he gets away and has a chance to regen, but Sim plays it well.
I was a little bit worried when I saw that Simp and Cellium weren't playing together. That gives you isolated 1v1s. Renkor is very capable of pulling that kind of situation out of the bag. But Simp does a great job to read where that rap might have come from the bomb plant. Recognizes it could be an office play. Sets himself up in the middle to at least get the intel. And does enough damage to follow up with the Chal. And, well, Simp didn't have a great map one. And for the first time in his entire career, we're calling him human. He does indeed bleed. So moments like that, a bit of confidence growing into this map.
This is one of the most battle-tested teams in Call of Duty, so I mean, even though you lose that hard point, it's really hard to pinpoint a weakness for this FaZe Clan team over their history. You know you can rely on them to bounce back at some point, so inside of this search and destroy, could this be their way back? Renkor's going to draw first blood.
Again, on the offenses, this is something FaZe struggle with. Just the opening engagements of the attacking rounds, and well, add mid-map to your attacking rounds as part of the problem as well, as you find two, and that is very clean for the Heretics. Dare I say it, considerably more clean than FaZe.
A really good angle from Metals as well. You play yourself tucked into the corner. aBeZy goes for the bait and switch with Cellium. Just a little bit of a missed mark there, and Cellium not able to get the trade, and aBeZy didn't get any shots on that either. It seemed like he was just trying to rush in towards Patio, but for the Heretics, they're going to be able to tie things up early on in this SND, not let it run away from them just yet. And now we get to see if they can, once again, work one of these bomb sites against FaZe Clan, get it planted into the post plant.
The big rush to A and out go a whole hell of a lot of stuns and trophies, and well, this is basically a blind counter because FaZe rushed B and had a couple of bodies in mid, but this transition is going to come through just a little bit too late. Renkor should be able to slip away, but the numbers are here for FaZe.
aBeZy's going to chow it out. Metals hasn't been losing those fights. Another first blood. It's Draza's turn, finishes the job, and brings us into a 3v3. Now Jaza in a position, see if he can find more, tags him up, Cellium is there, and somebody is going to have to break this one for FaZe Clan and stop this trade battle. Simp, he has got a route all the way in behind, looking to track down Riyadh up top. He does just that. 2 versus 1 super, makes it a 1v1, 15 seconds, and he's going to lose himself.
And check the bomb, see nothing's there. And you are going to be good. It's whether or not Cellium decides to stick around for the engagement. But I gotta say, my friend, there was something that happens there. And FaZe start to try and get themselves into a position to potentially retake the bomb site. aBeZy just hops out that top window. He hops straight out dark. There's no support there for the trade at all. There's no attempt to the pinch play setup. There's no timing there. It's so uncharacteristic of a FaZe squad.
I mean, Draza gets the trade. It's just the whole idea in the past. Those are fights that aBeZy just wins. It's what makes him so good. And the idea of he's just not winning those duels anymore, that puts some pressure onto the rest of the team to kind of pick it up, play a little bit faster on those trades. And Draza tried to do that. I really like the play. You know, you jump out there, you trade it, you try to at least play your life towards the back of the shed, see if you can find a little bit more. It's just the rest of the team wasn't in a position then to fill that spot that Draza left. And that's where those openings for the Heretics are shown, where you have Riyadh go into a perfect spot to shut down the rest of the team, and Simp gets caught.
Interesting play here out of FaZe, and a lot of bodies towards B. You get caught by the preset nades, but you actually put the bomb down at A. Saliam, though, will find 2 to stop that push coming through Lambo's side. 1v2 for Metals. He's currently 4-2, plenty capable of pulling this off, and there are going to be split if you are a BZ and Celium, and it's a great effort from the Spaniard, but it is answered back. A very different play coming out of the book. We spoke about how in their last tournament they looked pretty stale when it came to some of their strategies, a little bit repetitive and, well, overdone, essentially, but that's a new one out of the book. Send 3 players up one way and the bomb the complete other.
The great bamboozle. You just never see it coming. And, yeah, I mean, for FaZe Clan, it's just a very well-thought misdirection play. Puts you on the board for that second round, keeping things even. Saliam on 5 in a row, might I add. So playing towards that score streak. If you can get that Hellstorm, especially on a map like Hacienda, in a post-plant, that thing is dangerous. So Heretics going to try to work this play over towards B, see if they can shut that one down early.
Well, the Zet nades will back Heretics off. Cess. And it's quick. It's a rotation. It's a transition over to A immediately. Stuns are going to go up into Dog. Saliam's going to be hit by that, so his position's given up. Do you spot the bomb planter? I don't think you actually did here. So Saliam's backing off. And Super's on patio here. You could find yourself isolated if you're not careful. And look how wide this setup is. Heretics have a lot of angles covered.
That just means that Heretics are also very disconnected and isolated in these individual spots. Celium going to shoulder things out, not expecting Super into the patio. To first blood again for Team Heretics, 4v3. Celium going to answer things back, and there you go for FaZe Clan the break. It's Draza for a second one. Super's going to make himself known. Only 16 seconds left, but it's all down to Super. The chow out. Celium, 7 in a row, picks it up and delivers FaZe the lead in round 5.
Felt like that post plant from Heretics was wide for a little bit too long there. End up in a situation where you've got a lot of intel, you know where the hit's not coming from, and I think once you find yourself that first blood, I think then you're looking to try and get back together. Never really ends up happening. FaZe, they will walk away with the kills in the end. Heretics are finding the bloods. They're currently up 4-1 there, but not putting them to great effect. It's a couple of answered 2 pieces, especially from players like Celium, who are having themselves great games right now. Wonder how close he is now to that Hellstorm. You mentioned it at the top of that previous round. If we could get a look at any point, we would be eternally grateful, because 7 in a row, if you defuse that bomb as well, could be in a great spot.
He's got to be close to it. Although I've seen situations where you look at a player in Surge at like 10-1 and they still don't have it, so.
It's weird. Score streaks are weird.
Good shots from a BZ. Real able to stay alive. Information on the second one too. You know that Team Heretics are backed up over towards the patio, and the bomb looks like it wants to aggress into a situation to see if you can still draw these first bloods. FaZe Clan are dancing a dangerous game.
They bait Metals in, who got incredibly over-aggressive there. Draza is just holding irons, and Renko will be backed off then. And right now for the Heretics, this feels like you're relying a little bit on the Real play coming through the back at top halls. He does activate to find Simp. And that it will be bomb dropped actually as well.
Oh.
So all of a sudden, FaZe looking like they're in a great spot, been undone.
Rancor, he is winning fights that you just don't expect players to win. Timing not going to go his way, and Abizi brings things back into 2v2. Real tucked away, makes the efforts of FaZe Clan even more difficult with the bomb down. 22 seconds. Abizi has to not only fight both players, but play around the objective as well. That is going to be a difficult one to accomplish with only 11 seconds left. BZ brings things into a 1 versus 1. Trying to play that timing. All you have to do if you're Real is hide in a corner and not let him find you, but no way, the timing pays off. All you had to do was wait.
Nabizi goes on the hunt rather than plant, baits out the bomb site, and well, Real, he's caught with his pants down, crossing the courtyard. to give FaZe the first real lead in this. It's been back and forth all the way through. We now have that 2-round cushion. And for the Spaniards, it just feels a little bit individualistic right now. We so often associate this team with great teamwork, the ability to play around each other, a wonderful system. Here feels a little bit individualistic. If they're going to pull their way back into this, they got to do it together. BZ now 5 in a row, his turn for a couple of streaks, and an RCXD in play.
Nades are going to give this away up towards the top halls of BZ. See if he can work alongside Simp on this slide shell. Nothing's going to be spotted. Stun doesn't connect. And you know that these players are hitting the re-rotate. Celium's in trouble.
Yeah, an isolated Redcore finds him and...
What?
Was Rencore outside the map, maybe? I don't know, but either way, it doesn't work out for him. 2v1 then for Super. He's going to have to go back to scoop the bomb. He will have information on where Beezy was, but, well, the more time that passes, the less valuable that is. And Beezy and Simp, well, they're doing the classic. They're going to get together. They're going to sweep this A site. Anything coming. If bomb gets planted at B, we'll just set up to retake it together.
And here we go. Super for the 1v2. He's going to re-rotate all the way back around the office. Beezy might get the timing that you want in for the slide shell. Super's not ready, and FaZe Clan, they do it 5-2 up in the search and destroy. 1 round away from answering back on a devastating loss back in map 1.
Again, it's interesting because FaZe have typically banned this map more often than most when it comes to search. Just not a fan of playing it out. Maybe it's a case of let's test it. Let's see how good we actually are. Maybe they've worked on a couple of things. Either way, they look better. The Heretics fans, they're trying to lift their boys' spirits, but 5-2 down. This is a long road, a dark tunnel. Not much light left in it.
FaZe just did it.
That is very true.
2-5 down. I mean, it is never over for Heretics, but, I mean, you look at somebody who's been very quiet, Riyadh and Super. They've been having performance that you would expect from them. The plan's going to be here 4-on-4 for the retake.
Well, plan's going to be for Rock side, and well, Beezy gets tagged up from mid, so you know where at least some of that pressure's coming from. And well, the Cruise, the Hellstorm, apologies, is going to come in over the top. So that's going to give you all the intel you need. And the Heretics, do you have time to scramble over this? Super will find that blood at least, but BZ finds 2 to answer back.
Riyadh's going to get caught. Oldest trick of the book. Metals evaporated off of this one. 1 versus 4 for Redcore, and FaZe Clan climb their way back in the series. 1-1. We are tied in the last match on the Bravo stream. FaZe a little bit worried after that map number 1 is how much have they been rattled after what was a game 5 versus our challengers representative in Omit for this group. Well, they sit, they wait, they talk things over, and after what was a tough series for the start of their group stage, they go to Miami. They know this one is going to be another difficult game for themselves, an important one on who is going to top the group after this one is done and qualify for those playoffs. And here they are, not giving up.
They're not at all. The thing for me is, I mean, FaZe Clan, like, we've spoken a lot about how SND has been something that they've enjoyed this year. There's still a couple of things that they're struggling with when it comes to First Bloods, especially recently, and a little bit on that attack side as well. Hacienda, not their most comfortable spot, but still, players like this, they've been around the block for some time. Search and Destroy, I mean, Draza was brought in for a big reason. We saw the Esports World Cup last year. Celium's Search and Destroy performance was quite frankly outrageous, record-breaking if anything. But the big thing for me, the big question mark there was Heretics and the way in which they played. All those post plants very wide and separated and isolated. A lot of situations where we're watching one-on-one gunfights that don't need to be taken. That's not characteristic of their play at all.
No, but I think at the same time, you know, FaZe Clan weren't really giving them any opportunities to really group up and play that death ball that we know that they like to play on a lot of those retakes. FaZe were stepping up, playing very methodical, throwing different shots at them in their attacking routes, and same thing with defense, and always changing up their setups and, you know, potential just giving up B and going for the full retake. And you know, when you have Albizi performing in a search and destroy, you can feel happy and comfortable behind that. Not the first blood machine that we are used to, but at the same time, 10-3, you take that all day, especially considering Celium started this game off 7-1, finishes it off 8 kills 900 damage, a part of pretty much every play that he was there for. It was a really, really strong showcase there from FaZe Clan in that Search and Destroy, and it sets us up for a Hacienda Control, a map that we saw Heretics win just earlier today on this map mode combo. It's going to be a big one. See who can take the momentum heading to the back half of this series after the break. And it's been a long day of Call of Duty here at the EWC 2025 Black Ops 6 tournament, and it is our last match of the day between FaZe Clan and Heretics. We knew this one was going to be a banger. Winner goes to Saturday. They get to the playoffs. They skip a chance for elimination. And that's going to take a lot of weight off your shoulders. Now we come into the series, we talk about, FaZe. Their comfort has been a lot of those respawns throughout it. The script has been completely ripped apart, burnt, thrown in the trash. We're not going to see it anymore. We're off script. FaZe Clan looked fantastic in the Search and Destroy to bring things back, but going to this Control, what's the vibe check?
I think for me, it's so much about momentum, right? I mean, FaZe certainly have it off the back of that SND win. It was relatively comfortable. That being said, the last respawn, of course, went the way of Heretics. They have a loud voice in here. That being said, we both applauded the one FaZe Clan supporter who is in here. Absolutely decked to the nine. So fantastic stuff. Getting yourself out here to Riyadh. But yeah, we're taking a look at these 8 gentlemen. And then another big thing for FaZe is their attack rounds. This is where they've had a bit of an undoing recently when it comes to their performance. But we said that in the S&D, and they seem to have fixed it. So how does it look on that third mode, on that swing mode, and the one that gives you the momentum in the back half of a series?
I know Stream can hear it too through the mics. You know, it's you know you're not in Kansas anymore when you got that one FaZe Clan fan and a sea of Heretics fans out underneath you. It's a tough one to play against, but when you're looking to fix some of that momentum going into this Control, Andy, it's just you look at players like, you know, BZ and the performance he just put on in that Search and Destroy. At 10-3, he's doing exactly what he needs to do. We need more of that. And you are going back to Hacienda, something where a player like a BZ can have a lot of influence in those routes that are run. And if he can just continue to be lost on the map, pop out, get a couple kills, then again, just hide in the shadows, that's exactly what you need him to do right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a weird one, right? Because again, we're talking about this trio almost as if they are human, but they've set the bar for so many of our recent years. I mean, if anything, it gives you plenty of appreciation for the likes of Scump, Clayster, Krim, those people who sat that standard for so many years, and because they end up in a position where everyone's after them. They've got to constantly reinvent the wheel to stay up at that top end, and it feels like for the first time they're just struggling to kind of keep themselves at arm's length from everybody else.
Yeah.
It's been one of those. But that being said, there is a ridiculous level of talent in that team that is absolutely undeniable, and you still look at all 4 of them, expect them to still be up there when it comes to grand finals, big events.
And you know, it's been a rough couple of past matches, even for Simp himself, but at some point he's going to turn up.
Yes.
And at some point you're going to realize, oh wait, we've woken up the beast. And when he does, that's when you know that this FaZe Clan are back for that vengeance that we've been seeing in these respawns coming up. But for the Control in general, I mean, FaZe Clan, it just comes back to we have to see them find that consistency, find that level that we know them to rise to at these occasions. And Heretics on the other side, they've been setting pace in the respawns, just breakneck pace every single time that they're in these respawns. And for a map like Hacienda, that's not going to change.
Soak it in, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing quite like LAN. And we head in then to our swing map. Heretics against FaZe Clan here on Hacienda. And it will be started with a Rencore first blood, but instantly traded as we mob over the top of A.
Back and forth trades off the opening super. Just going to jump right in the open. Riyadh not breaking though. He's going to hold on to this first segment. See if you can work a little bit of a capture on it as well. And there it is. That first stick is going to be activated. Riyadh might look for a little bit more when it comes down to it. But FaZe Clan are putting no focus over towards Riyadh. They know that they have a lot of time to retake this A zone. Instead, they take out everybody else. They turn around and then they get rid of it. Now they got to deal with Metals at B.
Yeah, the one problem is though, Selim's in your back line. Your reinforcements are not coming. Metals is begging for it, and they're going to be delayed. And as such, Metals is going to be cleaned up. So Selim won't look pretty on the scoreboard. It will be 0-1 if anything, but it allows your boys to clear out the point. And now they can try and draw a bit of a line in the sand. But look at Rencore, look at Super here. They're in through the back.
Trying to work that flank. Drasa gonna make it very difficult. Almost force their hands as he immediately jumps away. Riyadh is going to get caught. Selim on the chase. He knows exactly where these players are, but Rencore comes to the aid of Super. Another couple of kills for Team Heretics, and on to B they go.
Super aggressive intent. Could you catch? Well, Drasa will be the first to fall. Progress on A, progress on B, and Super overextends a little bit there. Just he tries to pop that trophy out. He's going to want that one back. Metals now to continue to be a nuisance over towards B. A making progress, and the second tick comes through. This is great wave so far. And as Riyadh finds 2 in the feed, and Rencore finds another. That should be A handed over to the Spaniards. Does a BZ at least try and contest this? Will he be given the opportunity? Well, no, as he falls. So it's all about B then. And you've got a minute 30 and 4 life advantage if you are Team Heretics.
Heretics in takeover mode now, fourth at control. Going to this B zone, working on that second segment. Draza's gonna get traded out. Super on the patio. Lovely recorrection on that aim. Able to bring things back. Whittle, FaZe Clan down to now 8 lives left for this round. On to B now, the time is going to be stopped. FaZe Clan trying to work out of their respawns, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get there in time with the stack. Only one player there. FaZe, they have a chance, but they just don't get there in time. Heretics take the 6th segment and take the opening offense.
It's the creativity to get through that A site if you are the Heretics. So often we see teams a little bit flustered in trying to figure out how to break down the defensive line around there. They had no problems as such. We mentioned that player, Super Renko, they get in through the back. They don't bother fighting it in through Rockside. They play in, wrap it back through Office. And even though they don't necessarily get the kills that they're looking for, it destabilizes FaZe for a moment, splits their defense, and that gives your boys the opportunity to mop up the kills at aim. From there, well, B is a straightforward task when Super's holding the entire defensive reinforcement line in their spawn.
7 and 5. Correcting every wrong we stated back in that search and destroy. FaZe Clan, their turn on the attack. Out towards this A zone. Simp, he's going to touch it for a second, but looking for the rest of the team to win some crucial battles up top. Celium on the stun, follows it up with the kill. Loses his wingman in Simp. Decides this is not worth the fight yet.
FaZe Clan are going to switch strategy here. 3 bodies towards B. So I think they continue to try and be a nuisance, but Riyadh cleans that up, and that could set up a bit of a pinching through the backside. Super is going to be top dark as well. And Riyadh slips in through the bottom for 2. So BZ will try and put up a bit of a fight, but he'll be on his own, and if he falls here, there's going to be 4 dead. There are quick, close spawns and reinforcements coming through, but already Team Heretics showing incredible prowess on Hacienda.
Metals now in the spawn, looking for a couple of extra kills. The cherry on top.
Oh,
beautiful snap. 3 down again. Spawn trap activated. FaZe Clan in trouble.
Metal is going to set up on this Lambo side. It's not necessarily where he wants to be with the Jackal, but Jesus Christ, he can shoot. Celium cleaned up then. You're trying to hold lobby. Rencor over Metals. Metals is going to get the intel. Plenty of damage in. Finds the first. Won't get the second. Draza will trade it, but have you missed Rencor? You damn well have.
BZ's got to go. He's got to get something done on this play. He's been disconnected for a whole 20 seconds, and as soon as he's seen, he doesn't even win the fight. Riyadh turns on him. And there's only 10 seconds left for the round. Heretics looking for the shutout on the defense. FaZe Clan, they got one last chance, and it's Mr. Simp himself.
Simplicity is the name, but it is anything but. And that will be one of the simplest defensive rounds that Team Heretics will have had in some time here. Clinical on Hacienda.
Somehow that's like, I feel like that's more toxic than what we get over in North America. It's just the sheer noise, the volume that we get out here.
There's nothing quite like European superfans, my friend. Nothing.
Well, FaZe Clan, they got to dig deep for this control. It is looking a little grim, and same can be said in their matchup versus Omit on that protocol. It was an 0-3 in the control versus that Omit team, and it is just looking dire when it comes down to this game mode.
It is not healthy for FaZe Clan. BZ gets 1, 2 answered back, 2 more than in FaZe's favor. So it's just going to be Super alive here. He's going to try and be a nuisance, but that's some great shooting out of a BZ. Thought he was dead to right. Simp going to squeeze up towards doubles. Just trying to hold these Spanish players in the back line. Draza though, 6 and 12 right now, making 6 and 13. The ARs just not having their way. They will have to back off here, allow Heretics to make progress, and keep an eye on Super. These flanking routes have paid off so far, and he's already found himself in towards those top holes.
Easy up top, trying to push some space back over towards top halls. Backs on up. As you know that there is a player who potentially could be getting lost in the map right now, as Super is trying to work a timing towards A. Anything he can do to open up the map for the rest of the team, and that's going to be a good start, at least for Rencor. A couple kills for Team Heretics. Now working over towards A, see if they can stop this clock, as it's only down to 20.
Super's been waiting for his teammates to do something, at least get closer, give him the moment to strike. It's never come through. Metals will find one. Real's on the point, needs the numbers and won't get them. And Abizi feels like he's come online through this round. Won a couple of gunfights he really shouldn't have. And Simp will find another as well. The Terrors doing their best to hold themselves in this control. Abizi refusing to go away. It will be contested. 8.5 on the clock. So you feel like it's got to come now. If it's going to happen and Metals hits the slide. And, well, Abizi set for a hot dog, finds nothing, Simp comes through.
Simply slide in, goes for double. So there for the trade. Still numbers now for FaZe Clan to see if you can at least shut down any progress over towards this B zone. They do just that. Celium misses the shots off the initial, but still the teammates here for FaZe Clan creating some issues for Team Heretics and what objective to go for. Celium's going to clean up over towards A, pin back, see if you can shut down any progress that Team Heretics is looking to make over towards this B zone. They do it, they get it done, and they live to fight another round.
Even though he come out on top in that round, it never felt comfortable. Abizi wins a couple of gunfights that he shouldn't have done. If those don't come through, quite frankly, Heretics are strolling. And it's the ARs from FaZe. They need to step up in that round. Between them currently, they stand at around 16 and 30. Celium and Draza, with that kind of combined record, is unthinkable. The ARs of the Heretics having their way, opening up these top holes and allowing their SMGs to roam free. And it's why they've been so good so far as they sit just one round away from closing this out.
It's a couple more for FaZe Clan to see if they can bring this one back on the reverse sweep in this control. First round is done and dusted. Pretty confident as well. Hit over towards A, up to break off. Big fight for BZ in top secret. Backs on down. Simp's going to follow up with a second one. If you get all three, that's going to open up the floodgates onto this B zone. Chance for the stack, but instead, they want more kills.
The timer will be stopped. So you're still holding that big clock. But Simp's going to find one. Simp will find two. Simp surely not for three and will be cut down just in time by Rencor, but the ticks are coming through. You're up for two. Can you find that third? Can you make it clean and then quickly rotate into A? You see Celium's trying to set that up. The numbers are here for Heretics. They will hit once more. And you find two. You continue to contest for now. And Metals does enough to bully you back. But a big fight between Simp and Riyadh for the final one. And Riyadh does just enough.
Minute on the clock still. Lots of time for FaZe Clan. No need to worry just yet. You gotta be kidding me. That's ridiculous from Riyadh. That's going to stagger FaZe Clan off the spawn yet again. Simp doing his best, 22 and 14, at trying to pick his team up by the bootstraps and carry them over the finish line.
Rencor here going to try and support the push, but and Simp yet again. Super with two. That B point will come through, minute and 40 seconds and a 7-life lead. FaZe Clan suddenly come online, but it is all about the SMGs right now. They are going to work. Metals will finally stop Simp's reign of terror, but they've missed Draza above them, actually, who should get all the intel, be able to collapse him through the back, set Celium up for one, himself for another. A starting to move on through, and you still got 90 seconds and an 8-life lead. Looking great all of a sudden if you're FaZe.
First segment at A. Already done. Simp, nobody watching over your shoulder. Free shots from Riyadh. Minute 30 on that clock. That was your teammate, brother. You cannot be shooting at that. Back and forth kills. Metal's gonna get the break. Big. Super 3 down now. All 4 off the respawn. Close well spawns. Gives them a chance, but Super finds another.
Unfortunately, it's traded, so it turns into a TDM. If you are Team Heretics, Metals may have missed 2 plays in lobby. Gets the intel, should be in behind Draza and Simp. What can you do with that, though, as Abizi picks up Rencor? Real will answer back, but then he's swarmed as well. So Metals, you had the intel. You might have well known what you wanted to do, but as your boys fall, you're on in a 1v7. And, well, we will see a round 5 in the Hacienda control.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Andy. 5 rounds of the control. FaZe Clan down 0-2. You can look at this team and know that it is never truly over until you pick up that last bit to get you over the edge. Oh, we saw that earlier today just with that 5-2 comeback against Omit. FaZe Clan continue to be one of the most resilient teams ever, and they got a chance to again steal away another map.
And for all the criticism that they have faced at points this year, the Tiny Terrors going nuclear. He said pulling his team up by the bootstraps. And they're dragging, kicking, and screaming their way over the line. Simp 24 and 18, Abizi 22 and 18. It's been a run from them. Can you do it for yet one more round?
Why not? Dash over towards B this time. It's been nothing but A setups for the past 2 offensives that we saw, but BZ's going to open up with a kill over towards B. Simp already on that zone. You have full control of the entirety of top halls for a second there if you're selling them, but as soon as you move away, that's going to provide a 4th person to now rotate over and get Simp away from B.
Great work there by Super and Riyadh, just trading all over each other, just making sure that Simp wasn't given a 1v1. And Metals has been putting in a bit of work as well, holding back the reinforcements at the lobby. So Heretics will just hold the line for a moment, and 2 more kills in the feed. Suddenly, FaZe Clan, they're only down to 45 seconds. Their hit has to come through, otherwise it's panic stations.
Heretics are feeling good. They have the setup that they want. Fortunately, they don't track Abizi, who hits that outer wall run, so chance now for FaZe Clan to work off this spawn over towards B. And chance at them to still fight for this offense. And a chance to take the lead in this best of 5 to qualify for playoffs.
And Abizi eventually outnumbered. The reinforcements never came because you had Riyadh doing such great work in lobby, just holding them back. And Metals finds Draza. 20 seconds are left. 6 lives in the lead. The Spaniards look like it's theirs to claim, but FaZe ever ending and never refusing to die. They will go at this once more.
12 seconds left. A is going to be the option. It's double progress, A and B. Simp, see how much you can delay this one. He doesn't delay anything at all. BC has to go big over towards Old, and he's going to get shut down. Heretics a victory lap inside of map number 3. Couple shots from Riyadh over the top. Nobody's going to get to the zone, and Heretics hold the lead in the series and are on match point versus FaZe Clan, and a chance to early qualify for playoffs on Saturday.
And the Heretics fans that have flown out to Saudi Arabia having the time of their lives as their boys walk away with that map 3. And I will say, for all the FaZe fight back even, it was with a bit of a whimper in the end. It was great work out of Riyadh, out of Metals, just getting pushed up in that lobby side. The SMGs, they'd struggle a bit as Abizi and Simp really found their footing, but they got themselves squeezed up towards lobby and continually stopped those reinforcements coming through. And we saw in moments Abizi does a great job, gets himself some progress into tin, and he's just begging for those reinforcements.
Yeah.
They never came because of that work off screen.
I think that, you know, when you look at that, it's a difficult situation to be in if you're FaZe Clan. Attack round game 5, you really have to push tooth and nail, and it's not going to help when your ARs, you're right, are performing the way that they did. Uncharacteristic from Celium, and the numbers that we're seeing from him just in general, and that is a pain point for this team looking back at this game number 3. Still, you're able to crawl your way back to that game 5, or that round 5. Simp, Abizi, they had fantastic maps, things that you can start looking towards to bleed into that map 4, Andy, for this FaZe Clan team. Still lots of COD to be played. For Heretics, I know it's good right now, but I don't want them to get too far ahead of themselves. We've already seen one heartbreak in this group.
We have indeed. And I need to go and watch that one back. I was actually casting a different game at some point. That sounds like an absolute Garula classic, if anything. But we have one potentially brewing in front of us. Heretics looking to make it far simpler than that and close it out in map 4. As the fans celebrate literally anything that is going on right now. Glorious stuff to watch. But the thing is, for me, if you are this Heretics team right now, the one thing that I can say about them that is helping them see these out is balance. It feels like all 4 of them have their moments. We're not seeing a super standout. For FaZe, it was 2 players going off for you. You weren't really getting that purchase elsewhere. It was almost that same situation, but it was the ARs doing better in map 1. The SMGs were struggling.
I mean, you ever think about certain situations that happen in a career that could have been so different for a team like Heretics? I think back to a player like Riyadh, who we had on the desk earlier on, talking about, you know, all the preparations coming into this team for EWC. this is a guy who wasn't even supposed to be on the Heretics originally. He shows up in MW3 playing for the Royal Ravens, and with a couple of issues, he's not able to fully, go out to the first major. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the visa at all, and he finds himself on this Heretics team where naturally this might have been the best thing for him.
Yeah, it's weird the way it all works in the end, right? The butterfly effect, the dominoes that fall depending on your move. And well, the moves currently stand in the Spaniards' favor, up 2-1 in the series. And staring down Skyline hardpoint right now, I mean, I don't know who this really suits. Do I think that the balance of Heretics and the way they looked in map 1 probably leans it towards them? Absolutely. But with how good Simp and Abizi were playing in the map 3, if they can convert that over here, I mean, they're a relentless duo for very good reason. They're legendary for great reason.
You just can't get that same performance out of Dross and Cell for this map. Obviously, you're going to need one of them to flex, get aggressive on this map, sometimes maybe both, but when you are setting up for those money hills, you need your ARs in positions to set you up for those battles on the objective. And it's something that back inside of that rewind, thinking about that hill 4, that was basically given up for free on a challenge to medals on Dumpster. That stuff can't happen anymore for this team. You got to lock in for this map 5. You're going to the Skyline hardpoint again, where we saw you take Omit to a map 5 just earlier on in the day. You just have to look towards this man right here to step things up. It cannot be a repeat from what we just had at map 3.
On the Esports World Cup in 2024, was that man's plaything. Not seeing that same form so far here. Plenty of opportunity to fix that, of course, but, well, he's got a Spanish wall standing in front of him, an army beneath our feet, my friend, that are willing them on towards victory. And the more I look at the Skyline, actually, the more I think about it, the more I think it does suit the Spaniards, because for FaZe, the statistics are pretty damning. Their rotational percentage is great. They are very good at rotating into hills. Does that really favor into a Skyline? I don't know, but then one thing for certain that doesn't is their hold percentage and break percentage is very bad. Things that happen a lot on a high-intensity, high-engagement map like this.
Yeah, I think that's where things are going to be really looked at for the Skyline. Is just, can FaZe start to figure out some of these setups that we normally do see from them in the hills? I think P3 is going to be a very telling one, maybe even P2 if you can get that early rotation and setup. And that's something that you're really going to see those ARs come into effect for trying to hold things down in those really difficult hard points to set up on. And I'm not saying here that Heretics going to come into this one and run away with it, but man, they have been looking so damn good today.
They have. They look brilliant. You feel it's a weird one, right? Because you look at them as a four and you think, all right, at some point, surely it ends. But they continue to impress every time we see them. Looks like we have got some sort of issue here. So it looks like we're going to take a quick second to get the lobby set up yet again. As well, everyone kills their brother, their teammate. But yeah, it just, I don't know, you look at the four of them up on stage, and we've got a couple of teams, I feel like the Vancouver Surge are another. You look at them and you go, okay, surely, at some point, this whole honeymoon period, this flow, this grape, and they just continue to take down Juggernaut after Juggernaut and set new levels. It's super on our screen right there. That player who has come in partway through the season to support the Heretics push up the table and very much so make them a force to be reckoned with. Been a huge difference maker for sure. And well, as we load into this map for an opportunity to write his name yet ever further into the history books of that org.
I think for EWC, we got to get some North American representatives out here to start cheering for these teams.
Do you guys travel? Is that a thing?
We gotta at some point. We got Falcons coming out with drums in the crowd. You got the Heretics crowd showing up here on the B stream, cheering on all day long, cheering on the staff members, cheering on the players, cheering on quite literally anybody they can find.
There's one guy who's got a scarf wrapped around his head pretending to be a raging bull at points, so that's been something wonderful to watch. But yes, it is Nearly 2 in the morning here in Riyadh, and they have not slowed down since the start.
Thanks for reminding me. It's been a long day of Call of Duty, everybody, and we are locked in for this game 4. Obviously, players not yet going to be locked in with us, but it has been quite the day of events. And if we get another game 5 back-to-back for a qualification spot in our Saturday, that would be a really, really big moment for both of these two teams. Obviously, for FaZe Clan, they're trying to avoid that elimination and avoid, you know, having that conversation around them that they're just not playing the Call of Duty that we're used to seeing them play. But here we are, Andy. They're in that position, and you're looking at this game 4 to be where you really find your flow state now. Once again, if you're FaZe Clan in this series.
Well, the one thing at least with this extended break is an opportunity to sit down, talk. You've got Crowder in behind you. You've got a couple of voices here, plenty of experience, an opportunity to remind each other we are capable of taking this team down without a doubt. We can come out swinging. We can put up the fight that we need to, remind everyone why we have the legacies that we do. But, of course, the keys on the screen there, that's what you're fighting to protect. If you're FaZe Clan, I imagine you're probably looking up and thinking, if we don't win this, there's going to be a lot of organizations that want ours in their trophy. We scramble then. Over P1. Couple of early blows. Hand it out. Heretics will dive the point. Find 2. Celium gets himself top weight. Finds 1. Takes a grenade to the face. Impressively. Well, shrugs it off, moves on. Keep an eye on Super, by the way. He's found himself deep into the kitchen. He sets up that line, and that's a big kill from Abizi to stop that potential flank for P2.
Yeah, 3 down. FaZe Clan inside the hill. Abizi looking to run some routes, see if he can put some damage onto the respawning members. You get it done. Now looking to peel back to provide that support, but Riyadh tracks you down. Quick little double kill to get your team back in that hard point to hold the lead.
Super activating out through kitchen, going for that flank yet again. The timing could be perfect as we enter scrap time of P1. It could set you up beautifully for the rotation into P2. FaZe Clan trying to echo that route in through. There's plenty of numbers here. Riyadh's got a fight on his hands. He won't win it, and so it leaves Super isolated. What's the play here? Surely just to try and be a thorn in the side and let your boys get across the map.
And he's going to show him post-up, do exactly that. A couple players here from FaZe Clan walking into the absolute blender. That is P2. Rencor on the full wrap, spawning FaZe Clan all the way back towards P4, and they take down Abizi on the front door as well. Players just marching right into their death. Celium managing to trade things out, but Heretics off to another hot start in the hard point.
This is blistering. FaZe Clan can't keep pace. Jaws is already off to a 1-4 start. You can just see that pressure that he is under as he loses yet another fight. Super with the 1, Metals with 1. A line in the sand drawn by Heretics. All the information that they will require. Abizi's waiting for the reinforcements. When does he set up to strike? Well, the problem is you're also then wondering about this P3 rotation as 2 more kills come through, so you can push out if you are the Heretics. Simple, find one to just stem the tide for a moment, but it won't be for long.
FaZe Clan gonna have a setup here for P3, early time as well. Holds have been the conversation for them, and it's been really big pain, especially back on that rewind. So they have themselves in for some early time. Now we're going to see if they can take it out, but Riyadh finds the timing there all the way into the hill. Metals gets 2, and they break just like that.
And yeah, Heretics they're trying to set up that pinch play over through the bridge, and they actually kind of give it up, dropping through mid and Swarm instead. And Metals on to 6 in a row now. Jackal aims, doesn't matter. This guy can do it all and finds the kills that break FaZe's back. Over 100 points already to 21. This is starting to get messy for the boys in red. Heretics also have P4 side control now, so FaZe, it's got to be perfect from here or this is running away from you.
Super 9-5. Metals a minute in the hill already, and we're not even into P4 just yet. FaZe Clan looking to run to get into a position, at least try to put some pressure onto the spawns, but not able to break through the middle of the map. Everybody looks behind to see if they can get rid of Super, but the stun comes in. Super finesses, and Simp goes down as well.
Charles will at least stay up to try and continue to put pressure on this back line. Nade goes out, Cook trophy there though to counter it. And he's got 2 players waiting on the stairwell. Do you have what it takes? Well, Renko's gonna see a toe, puts a bullet into it, so you're swinging weak and you fall. So Celium tries to get in. Metals is going to have support as well in, so he doesn't even need it. Rencor cleans that up over the top of him. Abizi just trying to stay alive here in the closet. And of course, the wide swing from the brothers on the Spanish sky are going to clean you out.
Sensational plays coming out from Team Heretics. Metals, another double kill as they are relentless in the pressure that is being put down forcefully on this Skyline hardpoint. FaZe Clan have no answer for this map enigma, and Heretics are running away with things heading into the second set. It is a 120-point lead.
It is, and you're not done being ruthless just yet. Metals tries to go underneath. It's going to be found by the stun from Drazen and the cleanup. Riyadh just trying to provide support from top plat here. You got to fight Celium on the white steps. You do enough, you find the forehead. Drazen's going to be his contest as well. Will shut you down. A great two-piece to continue to provide protection to Simp in the point, but he will stun and weaken up that tiny terror. Heretics refusing to go away, but at some point they can invest in that P2 rotation. FaZe, they have to stay and fight this.
Yeah, FaZe got to get into the hill. Riyadh gonna find an angle to both of them. 3 kills for Riyadh, and that's gonna be all 4 down again. Looking to flip those spawns. They do just that, like you mentioned, Andy. Team Heretics, they have everything that they want and more, but Abizi finally getting his moment.
He's got to do a bit more yet, though. You got Renko in that back line. You're struggling to win that fight with a Jackal. Metal's going to get up close and clean you out. Simp then trying to fight for these back spawns will be there, but he's not necessarily for purchase in terms of points. You're not going to get yourself set up either because the Heretics refuse to go away. Metals with 2 more. Celium, do you spot Renko? There's a barrel of a gun in your feet, and the answer is no. You're still here if you're the Heretics. FaZe trying to send it in through the kitchen. You're going to have Draza up close, and you win nothing. Battered away again.
100-point lead, starting to pull away yet again for Team Heretics with the P2 setup. You got Abizi in the backline. Players not just able to get here in time, so he is finessing as much as he can, and it looks like he's done enough for now, but players have to respawn for Heretics now in the hot seat. Looking to see if they can break right back into the final 20 seconds of this hill. In reality, he is primed to get it done. Tips in for a second, but it is Metals to bait out the rest of the kills.
I mean, it's just moments like that, like Riyadh controls the chaos, throws a half shoulder, steps back out. I know my boys arriving from a different doorway. I don't need to even fight this. I can just be a nuisance at all times. And also Heretics, very happy to break P3 the way they do. Set up that pitch play, collapsing through the middle, wipe FaZe off the board. So they'll give up that rotation early, sure. You can dot that one on for your FaZe Clan, because we're going to be here to fight it straight off you.
191-83, FaZe Clan. Let's see it. Abizi, he is doing everything that he can to will his team back into this map, but it is just not enough. Sim 12 and 17, Draza 10 and 18. It is tough to watch right now. Celium's gonna get a double kill. Still Heretics feeding off this time, and Super with 3 holds the rest.
You're over the 200-point marker if you're the Heretics, edging ever closer. There has been no response from FaZe. Someone check for a pulse, please. A flatlining here on the stage in front of the Spanish fans. The Heretics continue to trade all over top of each other. FaZe Clan bullet themselves back in for a little bit of time. You do have the P4 spawns. You didn't last time, and this is where Heretics continued to turn the screw just a little bit. So there's an opportunity, but it's got to be perfect from here.
Looking with the setup, how much of a dent they put over towards this lead. What a comeback this would be for FaZe Clan. Down by 119. And you're looking at this full 60 from P4 to be very fruitful for your squad. Still Metals, he's in a situation where he's looking to get in behind this play. Draza's going to be watching it, but no one to stop. Setting up for the rest of the team. Renkor's going to get it done. Now in the back line for the break that you're looking for. Simp wins his fight. Celium knocks down the rest. FaZe hold on.
For now, Heretics just going to set themselves up for P1. It's not going to be clean though. FaZe continue to just find this bit of footing in the match. A couple of cleaner kills than we've seen out of them the entire way through. You get aggressive if you are Heretics, potentially overextensive if anything. But again, you are leading by so many points. You're happy to just play in for 1. It's been perfect from them setting up for 2. They chain that together here. We are done. We do not see a map 5. FaZe Clan got to continue to mop up these points and be perfect.
Well, here we go. Still inside this hard point. They've flipped out Team Heretics, and Draza has started to find his moment. 5 in a row. Here's the FaZe Clan we've been waiting for. Can they keep this going? Super looking to run some routes. He's got Rencore alongside him and a couple kills to work with. Super's going to drop on down. There's 3 in a row. 4 Team Heretics is going to get them in the hill.
Super's just going to try and hold these reinforcements, hold this back line out. We'll find a very important one. That means his boys are protected on the point. Metals with yet another. They've come looking for Super. You find it, but that's time bought. They're actually just going to invest in the P2 rotation. I don't think the tick will come through. No, it absolutely won't. So Heretics won't win it here. They'll get damn well close, though, and they've been so good at P2. Fat Lady ain't singing just yet, but she's warming up her throat muscles, Seymour.
This is a chance for Heretics. Looking for that qualification spot into Saturday. Sim. Bobbin, waving, couple kills. FaZe Clan still inside of this game, not letting go at all.
Nabeezy actually squeezes out to find one, so there is going to be Super. He's trying to hit that route in through the bottom. Big fight happening just off of our screen here. Simp tries to hold the bridge down. Celium wins it. An opportunity here then to actually take the lead if you're FaZe Clan. You can't win it, but a hold here would be a well and true comeback in this matchup.
Back and forth trades, draws it now. Celium with the sub in hand, 30 and 23. This is what we wanted for FaZe Clan. The ARs now showing up into the back half of this game. And you want this. You need this.
Nabeezy just trying to give the information out to his boys, tell them where they're coming from, or at least where they're not coming from, so you can do things like this, lay in wait. Simp finds one, finds 2. Will now have 15 more seconds on the timer. There's going to be a player on the hill. Simp will be cleaned up, actually. Mistakes being made somewhere. But, well, I mean, for now, you will see them go into the lead for the first time in this matchup. We will see a P3, and we'll settle it in the kitchen.
Tie game. Somehow, FaZe Clan are not done just yet. 3 in a row for Celium. He's going to nip at the toes of Metals. 10 more points for Team Heretics to put this one away. And Riyadh going to shut things down. FaZe Clan find their way in, and 3 go down.
They do indeed. Rencore's going to try and come back into this, but he needs his boys to arrive, and they're spawning in the far corner of the map. 8 seconds still left on this. You're trying to set up a pinch. I don't know if you have time for this to come through. You lose the initial fight, so there's going to be a pinch strike that will slightly favor. 2 points needed for FaZe. Heretics will break back in. 5 on the clock for them is required. Draws it. You got to go and touch at some point. You got to send. You won't get there. It will be the Heretics who see it out, just about. And the comeback of the ages was on, but FaZe Clan run out of steam. And the Spaniards stand tall in the final moments to send themselves to Saturday.
It's not elimination for FaZe Clan, but it's not the FaZe Clan we're used to seeing. Team Heretics, what a put away there. It got scary at the finish line. You had the setup there. If you were FaZe Clan, you were right at the precipice of a map 5. Oh, the rug pull of a century right there from our Heretics. And look at the crowd and how much that meant. Heretics moved to Saturday. FaZe Clan now have a date in the elimination bracket. They got a really tough Friday to look forward to, Lottie.
This was electric. Lads, first and foremost, well done up here, because you guys were absolutely phenomenal casting that, so well done, incredible stuff. And I've got to say, it must have been fun for you guys. I know how late it is, but having these guys cheering you on and rooting you on in your casting because of what these boys are doing on the screen, that was unbelievable. I had shivers. That was unbelievable. They are celebrating in full force right now, rightfully so. I do want to quickly grab your attention on those final moments there, because that comeback that FaZe were on, it suddenly was like the AR just snapped into the mode. They started going to work, and it just shows you what happens when every single piece of the puzzle for FaZe is working. And you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
That's the taste that we were looking for.
Yeah.
And it was so good from FaZe Clan. They had hill after hill, forcing those rotations, picking up their lanes. You saw Celium taking out the sub at times, holding on to that P2, and it's just everybody was working in that form that we know for FaZe and that flow state that we can see them get into. It was that mountain to climb was so high. They get to the peak, and that battle, that slugfest towards the end there, it was quite literally anybody's game in that moment.
It was indeed, but I got to give huge flowers to the Heretics for the way they approached that final fight. I was terrified for them. You're staring.
I thought it was over.
I mean, absolutely. And they go about setting up that pinch play even still. I thought you're not going to get there. You don't have this option available to you, but they've done the math. They recognize they can get there in time, and they swarm just in the right moments to see that off. Personally, I don't know about you guys. I'm sprinting for the hill. I'm throwing my life away. I'm running it down.
Yeah.
They do no such thing. Calm, composed, collected. collected and stop a phoenix rising from the ashes.
That's exactly what you need in that moment in time. It's so easy to panic and basically go all guns blazing, thinking that you're doing the right thing because it's the last stretch, it's the last moment, you're trying to stop the momentum on the side of FaZe, where it's just starting to click and you're seeing it happen before your very eyes. But the calm, collective team effort and teamwork and trust, it works every single time, no matter how much of a bounce back that the opposition are on and how far down they were, and that they built so much of a lead there, going from so far behind. Heretics, composure. Huge, huge buzzword, I think, coming into this matchup against FaZe. And that's exactly what you need against a team like FaZe. Masses of composure. I want to know, Enigma, from you, what do you think from FaZe right now is missing? Because, like we said, pieces of the puzzle, they get put together, it looks stunning, really difficult to stop. But why is it so difficult for them to find time and time again?
I mean, I look at the way in which, for example, we talk about the Heretics team, we talk about Surge, they have these systems in which they feel very balanced. It feels almost like they've constantly got their arm around each other in the matchup. There is a constant mismatch here for FaZe. We saw it in map 1, the ARs were on form, the SMGs were struggling. We see it in map 3, the SMGs were on form, the ARs are struggling. You do finally get all 4 to come online here, but there was also a huge period of this map where none of them were online. It felt like Abizi was kind of trying to do his very best to drag them up into that game by himself. But there just doesn't seem to be that element of, we've all got each other's backs, we're going to swarm around this together, set up those plays the same way we see Heretics do.
And I mean, even in that last game, we see FaZe Clan when they're locked in. It just feels like they're not locked in. I mean, that last moment of Skyline looked picture perfect. Everything that you could ask for from this team and everything that we know this team to be. Where are those moments in the rest of the game? The controls look sloppy. They lost it versus both Heretics and Omit. And not only that, we're hard points, you're getting out-rotated, you're getting out-slain. The teamwork, it's just not there for FaZe Clan. That's one thing they really need to look towards. Going into tomorrow for elimination, teamwork needs to be better.
It certainly does indeed. I think teamwork has been something that is just so harped on about at this point. It seems to be the make or break factor for so many of our teams here, and we're seeing beautiful, stellar teamwork from Heretics. We're actually going to prepare for our interview right now and get a young man back onto the desk. His name, well, actually, we're doing a daily MVP already, I think, believe it or not. We had a little flash of that. But we do have our actual post-match interview ready for you guys, which is going to be with Riyadh once again. Come on, Riyadh, get over here. I'm excited to talk to you, mate. Very excited to talk to you. Again, to see you on the desk, once again, means another dub. 2 on the day. You're looking so good. First and foremost, what's it like having these guys cheering you on?
It feels amazing, you know, having people from Spain supporting us here in Saudi Arabia feels insane.
Are you guys really proud of them? Yeah? They're very proud of you, Riyadh, very proud. Obviously, very late tonight, super late match for you guys. You're going up against FaZe this late at night. What's the game plan like for you boys getting this job done? Because you know it's not always going to be an easy one against FaZe. You never know what you're going to be faced with. So how are you feeling coming into it?
We're feeling pretty confident. Like since Major 2, after Major 2, every time we play them, we beat them. Besides Major 3, like winners final, but we're always ready. We know how they play, what they do, and they're just like easy read. So.
Go on.
I mean, just in general for your whole team, like when you guys are finding that form inside the match, like what do you think really sets you guys apart from the rest of everybody else?
I would say just our momentum. When we have like the momentum going, no one can keep up with us. Like our pace, our shot, it's just like the pressure that we put in the map, no one can do it like us.
I mean, it really shows it. For everybody who's going to be watching you guys, rooting you guys on, I mean, you have the crowd here. You gotta hear, do you have anything to say to the people who are watching who aren't here?
I appreciate all of them. I mean, they already know. You know, having them here means a lot to us. Seeing that they really love like Call of Duty like the same way we do, so it means a lot. It means the world to us. So we appreciate them.
Love to hear it, Riyadh. Thank you so much for joining us. I am utterly impressed with you and the boys.
Thank you so much.
I wish you the best of luck going forward in the rest of the tournament, and I can't wait to see you guys show up on stage again.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Riyadh. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about what we've just seen because it has been unbelievable. I cannot believe it. We see once again a massive upset from Heretics going up against FaZe. And really at this point, Seymour, can we even call it an upset anymore? I mean, we're seeing time and time again now Heretics getting the better of FaZe. And I think at this point in time, they put an exclamation point on the end of their series against FaZe once again. And I think right now they're looking like the favorites coming into this matchup.
I was going to say, I mean, maybe it's not the same kind of rivalry that you kind of want. Heretics are going to be feeling really good about this matchup with the history that we've been seeing. Like from what we hear from Riyadh too, this is something they feel really confident in. I think that we're just not used to seeing it to a level like that. That is a different level of Heretics in the form that they bring out. It might be the crowd, it might be, you know, the prep work that they be getting going into EWC. They're hitting form right now.
They certainly are indeed. Listen, I want to talk about how amazing that these guys are, and I could do that for hours on end, and we've also just seen it on our screens. But I want to be devil's advocate here, because what I want to see is growth from them, right? And that is from what they have not done in past tournaments, and that is win. And I think they are a winning caliber team. We've seen that quite clearly, bringing down some of the biggest titans we've had in Call of Duty history. Yet, when it comes to that final day in a tournament, that Sunday, they just fall short, they fall flat, they can't do it. And it's funny hearing Riyadh talk about momentum, because we talk about how important that is for Heretics, but it really is something that makes or breaks them. And for me, the break comes in the fact that when they're in a difficult series, and they're in a series that is going extremely back and forth, that momentum is cut short within a couple of maps. And it might be one map their way, one map the other. That's a big issue for a momentum-based team. How do they overcome that now? How do they feed into a momentum from a loss on one map and try to spark and ignite that once again in the second?
I think a big thing and a terrifying thing for everybody else is experience. It is a young team. You've got 2 rookies. You've got Riyadh, who's been around for a couple of years, sure, but he's still relatively new to this. And Metals, yes, okay, he's got that experience. But I look at those guys and I'm like, well, the more time you spend in these big fights against these big dogs and understanding the way that ebbs and flows and how to play around it, the better they become. And every time it gets that little bit closer, we're at EWC. This is a single elimination bracket once we start getting into the weekend. And it's a case of, okay, well, they only need one chance and they're very happy to take him off from the knot.
I mean, even for just momentum in general, when you're looking at this team, this is a squad that's at a level of play that we are not used to seeing them at, even throughout the Challengers side. For these players on their come up in previous years, we never saw them on Sundays. We never saw them make finals. This is unheard of from them. And now that they're doing it this year, it's going to take them a little bit to get that feeling under their belt, but slowly and surely you expect them to break into that comfort zone.
Well, I love the point that you bring up there, because I remember that there was a long period of them being like, okay, they're a top 14, they're a top 16, but are they making that leap? And then all of a sudden they did, and that was it. You couldn't get rid of them. And now it's like, okay, well, if you suddenly find that same kind of pattern going on here, who do they become in the very end? That is the question.
That is the question. We're staring at a team who has become something in the very end of their regular season. That was Optic, looking unbelievable last tournament, doing the, quite frankly, impossible after one roster change, and it made all of the difference. Think about a roster that has stayed together like Heretics through thick and thin, and who are just progressing and growing as a team. I'm excited to see what they're capable of here. Here's Group A for you guys. A little bit of an update on the cards. Optic, 3-0, 5 fears. They're looking really promising going through their group here. We're going to move on quickly to Group B. Vancouver Surge, 3-1 Team Orchid earlier on. We saw that on main stage here. And Vancouver Surge as well, 3-2 with Thieves. An absolute banger here.
That's what you see from Vancouver now, starting to feel a little bit better. They get through that hurdle at Champs. You know, they push a couple of those big teams over the distance, and now you're seeing a reoccurring theme for Vancouver Surge. They beat 100 Thieves in that Game 5. They qualify for that Saturday. It's a big moment for the team to, again, continue that consistency that we've seen in the past.
It certainly is, and consistency is going to be key. We're looking at Group C here. Boston Breach, they 3-1 Team War. They're going to be going up against Movistar Koi. I still probably am saying that completely wrong. What do you guys say for that one? Movistar?
I think you said it right.
It is Movi?
I've said Movistar for a while, but I guarantee we're all wrong somehow.
Probably somehow, but Movistar Koi, it just sounds a bit strange to me, but hey, I'm rolling with the punches here, and hopefully they are too, as they're progressing through their group. And then into Group D, Heretics. We've just seen them on their screens doing the absolute most, especially in front of their fans.
FaZe Clan elimination match. I mean, you look at that Omit P7 match in front of it. Omit has never lost to P7 on LAN. The only time they've ever lost to this P7 roster is online. They're going to be feeling good for that matchup. And if we get that rematch versus Omit and FaZe Clan, I'm not going to say it's going to be a Game 5 again. I'm going to be here right now. We're going to see a FaZe on Saturday.
I'm excited.
I think that this FaZe Clan bounces back tomorrow.
I think so too.
I don't know. I had Omit down as my surprise team, and then I thought they got very unlucky with group. So what I would absolutely love to see, and not for any reason against the FaZe Clan, but I would love to see Omit pull it off and get
I would love to see that. I would love to see Omit kind of make it over the edge. I think that's a team that has worked so hard. They've earned their spot. will it be their time or not? That Game 5 was so worrisome that they weren't able to close it out.
As well, looking at the players, Craze, Mamba, they should be on everyone's shopping list. They are phenomenal players, and what a stage to show who they are.
Yeah.
You know who's on my shopping list? It's the MVP of the day. And his name's Rancor from Miami Heretics, and rightfully so, because he has been popping off all day long for his team. And what an incredible player he really is. Look at these stats. He finishes the day with a 1.23. He's going plus 25. He has got some insane stats, but not just in Slayers. It literally in every single part of the game. He's got objectively efficient. It's just unbelievably uplifting as a player. What an incredible feat this man has already achieved today.
This is a guy who's been through so many difficulties through his entire career, through challengers into the league. As soon as he got his shot, he took off. He never even looked back. And we were even talking in the break between maps 2 and 3. On that hard point in Rewind, he was quite literally 2v1ing players like it was nothing. And he was jumping through windows. He was doing everything. It's the fact that he's able to play at that pace with an AR in his hand and effectively get triple kills, double kills, and make miracles happen for this team. He is, I don't know, he is the least that I'll give for this team.
He's just hitting different. He's just hitting diffy. That's literally as simple as it can be put in the young gamers lingo, I would say. Not that I'm young anymore, unfortunately I'm not. But something I do know is that the night certainly is not young anymore, but tomorrow is going to pose some epic Call of Duty for you guys. It's actually our first elimination day. Here is the schedule as currently not filled in at the bottom, but the first couple of games we do have. Team Orchid going up against Gentlemates. Then Omit faces P7 Esports, one of Seymour's absolute favorites here, so a big watch for that second game of the day. Then we got 100 Thieves waiting in the wings alongside FaZe Clan to see who will fall short and who will go up against them to decide the fates of all of these teams. It's really interesting looking at the schedule tomorrow, because who would have thought we'd see 100 Thieves and FaZe again in such a precarious position, such a difficult one for them to have to overcome mentally. And when I look at some of these teams, I'm thinking about how they are going to be handling this situation. I do think FaZe will handle this a little bit better than I think the likes of 100 Thieves. You know, Enigma, when I think about this roster, 100 Thieves are fully convinced, I think, that they are the absolute best in the game. This is the superstar roster that was built basically to take down FaZe and to have world domination. And so far, it's been a really tricky ride for them.
It has indeed. Through the back end of this year, this is becoming a bit of a problem now. And when Bryce said earlier about hubris, that's what it comes back to. Did you come out of that last tournament and think, okay, we got to put in the work? Or did you go, you know, it was a fluke. We just got to, you know, turn up and it'll be a totally different day. And it depends on which one of those squads is actually put in the hard yards that will tell us exactly who they are going to be throughout not just the rest of this tournament, but who they might well be after an incredible roster mania.
Indeed. Seymour, just to wrap things up, have you enjoyed today, and are you looking forward to tomorrow?
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Let me just start by saying that. I don't think there's anything better right now than the level of Call of Duty that we're seeing on this stage. I'm loving every single second of it. I'm sure that the people at home are happy to just be cheering on these teams through this group stage and see the absolute unbelievable runs that we're going to be looking at. We got